Kelly. Yuwen Gidge is a good person as long as Kelly acts cute. He will impart any knowledge to me. Art is akin to an explosion. It is simply magnificent. Wendy. Yuwen can be more persuasive than I, weaving tales with greater skill, and his singing is far more melodious. Let him assume the mantle of bard. Xingqiu. This book, De Xiaoye de Chong, is quite commendable, as is San Xiaoye de Jian. Why is there no tale of the second young master? Diluc. In the realm of winemaking, I once regarded Yuwen as the strongest. Qin. Where did Yuwen's story leave off last time? Zhongli. I never anticipated that economics could serve such a purpose. Mr. Yuwen is truly gifted. Keqing. I never realized that a nation without divine dominion could flourish so abundantly. I have much knowledge yet to glean from Yuwen. This narrates the tale of a gamer who traverses into the Teyvat continent, reincarnating as a slime. Chapter 1. I have reincarnated as a slime. The essence of a slime cannot be generalized. I once experienced extreme rage in a state of utter fury. Boiling a pot of water, which would typically take an incense stick's duration, I accomplished in merely half that time due to my intense anger. In light of this, I shall adopt the pseudonym Reborn in this alternate world. It conveniently aligns that I am a fire attribute slime, rendering this name quite fitting. In my previous life, I bore the name Yuwen. Fire possesses warmth and radiates residual heat. Perhaps this is the reason for my reincarnation as a fire slime. Moreover, I am superior among slime. I know. It should be noted that I am a fire attribute slime, undoubtedly a top-tier attribute, capable of evaporation, melting, and even generating explosions and crystallization. What is there to be dissatisfied with? This must be the final Anemo vision. Yuwen delicately maneuvered the mouse, adjusting Kelly's character perspective, gazing towards the star-shaped icon, where a single Anemo vision floated in the sky. The Anemo vision was positioned high. It seemed I would require the ascending currents of wind to reach it. Buzz, guiding the character to unfold the wings of wind, I swiftly ascended with a rising current, soon reaching the highest point. Gazing down at the Anemo vision, Yuwen felt a surge of excitement. 66 Anemo visions. I am finally about to complete the collection. Yuwen exclaimed, joyfully. Gathering 66 Anemo visions had consumed several hours, and at long last, it was nearing completion. Carefully adjusting the gliding angle, I descended towards the Anemo vision's location. Swish! At long last, it is mine. Upon securing the final Anemo vision, Yuwen sprang from his seat in elation, inadvertently kicking the power strip. As the words left his mouth, a blinding white light erupted from the screen, plunging him into darkness, causing him to faint. Why is everything so pitch black? My head feels as though it might explode. Yuwen sensed the enveloping darkness, his consciousness trapped deep within his mind, unable to relay information to the outside world, akin to a severed electric current in a disconnected phone. After what felt like an eternity, he attempted to open his eyes, only to find an impenetrable blackness, devoid of any useful clues. Gradually, his awareness began to return, and he attempted to extend his hands. Boom! A jolt of realization struck his mind. He could not perceive the presence of his hands or feet. There was no response whatsoever. Moreover, he felt an absence of even the smallest sensations, as if everything had vanished. He could not detect any sense, nor could he breathe. That I recall collecting the 66 Anemo visions. I had just intended to go out for dinner when I fainted, and now I find myself in this state. Am I dead? Is this the realm that follows death? Indeed, it seems so. Perhaps one should not overexert in gaming. However, shouldn't death feel cold? Why do I feel warmth instead, even a bit hot? This is rather peculiar. After a moment, Yuwen's body quivered. Surely, I did no wrong in life. I cannot be condemned to hellfire and death. This sudden thought startled Yuwen. Wait, I seem to possess a body. The previous shock led Yuwen to notice an anomaly despite lacking hands, feet, ears, and a nose, and even being unable to sense the smallest movement, he still possessed a corporeal form. Yuwen began to writhe desperately. It appeared he was ensnared by something, utterly unable to move. Crawling with his hands or walking with his feet would have been acceptable. But now, he was squirming like a caterpillar. What on earth is this? Could it be that I have traversed worlds? Another thought flashed through his mind. Upon reflection, such a possibility seemed plausible. Yet, an unsettling feeling arose within him, as if his crossing was somewhat amiss. He had no knowledge of which alternate reality he had entered, nor what species he had become. But he could certainly rule out humanity as a possibility. The abilities of humans are limited hence. In this life, I shall not be human. Yuwen consoled himself. For now, the only recourse was to speak in soliloquy, mitigating the encroaching dread of the darkness. It seemed that upon his recent crossing, his soul struggled to adapt to this new body, or perhaps he had yet to master the correct utilization of his new form. As time elapsed, the fusion of soul and corporeal form began to unfold. Huh? Did I just sense a slight tremor? Yuwen concentrated all his awareness on his body, attempting to discern the sensations emanating from it. This sensation feels somewhat familiar. This must be the vibration of raindrops striking a wooden barrel. Thus, I am confined within a barrel. No wonder it is so dark around me. Rainwater seeped through the seams into the barrel. Had this occurred previously, the coolness of the rain would have been pleasant to Yuwen. But now, the chilly raindrops cascading over him formed a thick layer of steam. Yuwen's spirits plummeted instantly, feeling an overwhelming sense of oppression, reminiscent of the stifling atmosphere before summer rain, suffocating. Insufficient information-accurate analysis cannot be conducted. Would you like to activate elemental sight to seek further information? A voice resonated in his mind. Did I this my system? Yuwen's heart suddenly calmed as the saying goes. With a system in hand, the world is mine. Moreover, the phrase elemental sight piqued Yuwen's interest. Elemental sight? Isn't that a feature from Genshin Impact? Have I truly arrived in the world of Genshin? However, the voice felt oddly familiar. But now is not the time for such musings. It was imperative to ascertain the surrounding circumstances and the environment he found himself in. Activate elemental sight. Understood, elemental sight has been activated. The pitch-black world instantly illuminated. The imagery presented by elemental sight was somewhat disconcerting to Yuwen, akin to watching a colored 3D film on a black-and-white television from the 70s or 80s, feeling rather strange. Outside, heavy rain poured, leading to an abundance of water elements, while dense grass and rock elements surrounded him, constructing a scene that unmistakably resembled a forest. In addition, the air was mixed with wind, fire, and other elements, though they were exceedingly sparse, nearly dissipating into the ether. Further analysis of the elements revealed that he was likely within a small tribal settlement, comprising approximately a dozen individuals. Considering the tribe's architecture and population, along with its geographical context, it seemed to be on the verge of revelation. Chapter 2. The Slime. This is most likely a tribe inhabited by hilichurls. Upon contemplating the Xingqiu people, Yuwen instantly donned a mask of anguish, for he vividly recalled how they had allocated all their skill points to the slime technology tree. The Xingqiu utilized Nemo slimes to craft balloon-like constructs, employed cryo slimes for cooling, fashioned shields from dendro and geo slimes, captured pyro slimes to boil water, and even harnessed pyro slimes to create explosive barrels or enchant weapons. Regrettably, the Xingqiu lacked intelligence otherwise. They could have authored a tome titled The Practical Guide to Slimes, which might have garnered immense popularity across the land of Teyvat. With a touch more cleverness, they could have leveraged electro-slimes to usher themselves into the age of electricity, thereby restoring the Xingqiu's former glory. However, what bearing does their glory have on me, Yuwen? Further reflecting on my current predicament, it struck me that I was indeed ensconced within a barrel. Coupled with the dampness of the rain, my spirits plummeted. The identity of my reincarnated form was swiftly deduced. I have been reborn as a non-viable creature, specifically a fire elemental slime. A translucent panel materialized in my mind, elucidating my new existence. Race, slime. Life form, elemental life. Attribute, fire. Small fire slime. A diminutive creature formed from the accumulation of fire elements dispersed in nature, possessing a rudimentary level of intelligence, yet seemingly having extensive utility, particularly for the Xingqiu. Dimension, Teyvat. Gazing at the transparent data panel in my mind, I felt a surge of exasperation. Having deduced all this information myself, what use is this system in revealing it now? It seems woefully out of touch. The displayed content merely echoed my own deductions, with no additional insights. Yet, these speculations were merely conjectures and not necessarily accurate, I might have been transported to another fantastical realm, such as our Rod from Dungeon Fighter or Oryx from Dungeons Dragons. That it was also conceivable that I had landed in a wholly unfamiliar world, one where slimes existed. Now that the system had confirmed my existence, I was fairly certain I had indeed traversed into the world of Genshin Impact. The only uncertainty that lingered was the current timeline. Nonetheless, being reincarnated as the most basic magical creature, a slime, was undeniably an epic challenge. To make matters worse, I found myself confined in a barrel by the Xingqiu, fashioned into an explosive device. It would be more beneficial to merely boil water, for at least that would allow for survival, unlike the fate of being transformed into an explosive, which would render me extinct. In an instant, I contemplated my futurino. My slime existence site seemed that these terms hardly sufficed. In summary, a slime's life was fraught with difficulties, particularly since slimes are incapable of ambulation. As an ordinary player of Genshin Impact, I had not paid much heed to the game's narrative, though I had gleaned ample information about the characters. I was aware that Chi was an adorable little zombie with poor memory, that Klee adored blowing up fish, and that Barbara aspired to become an idol, receiving the Idol magazine from her mother, Alice, who was both formidable and enigmatic. Additionally, Venti was the embodiment of Barbados, the Anemo Archon, while Zhongli had a penchant for consuming slimes and crafting them into delicacies. The thought of consuming slime, transforming it into a slime paste, struck me with horror, causing my smile to freeze as I was suddenly reminded of many unfortunate possibilities. It appeared that surviving in this land as a slime would be exceedingly challenging. I recalled in the game how slimes were treated as combat tools by the Xingqiu and exploited by abyss mages, not to mention being transformed into slime dishes by Zhongli. The entirety of Teyvat seemed to harbor a deep-seated animosity towards slimes. In addition to the native inhabitants of Teyvat, there loomed the fourth calamity more terrifying than the natives themselves. To upgrade a 5-star weapon, one must vanquish hundreds of slimes, and players often wield multiple weapons. The players exhibited little concern for the slime's fate, often forgetting how many they had dispatched thus far. As they would say, who remembers how many slices of bread they have consumed? Their focus remained solely on the damage numbers displayed. They would extol the cuteness of these slimes, yet once the need arose for slime secretions to enhance their weaponry, the ensuing nightmare for the slimes would be unleashed. In my previous life, I had harbored great affection for my own slime. Never wishing to harm, I typically targeted the slimes of others. Reflecting on this, I found myself choking back tears. Perhaps I should never have entertained a notion of consuming slime jelly, nor should I have indulged in the sport of slime hunting had I not done so. I might not have been reincarnated as a slime. Was this the punishment bestowed upon me by the heavens? What malice could a slime harbor? It merely wished to exist peacefully. The life of a slime is indeed a life. Yet the slime's yearning to survive is destined to remain unvoiced. Despite their charming appearance, no one appreciates them. Instead, they are plagued by thoughts of how to exploit slimes, which is truly lamentable. This wretched Xingqiu, how dare they confine the great slime lord within a barrel and turn me into an explosive? The Xingqiu are truly vile. Yuwen exclaimed with immense ire. Being reincarnated as a slime was one thing, but being imprisoned in a barrel as a bomb was entirely intolerable. Nevertheless, lamentation serves no purpose. My immediate concern was to devise a means of escape from this barrel. Rapidly, I began to contemplate my options for liberation. To liken a fire slime to a mobile bomb would not be an exaggeration. If it were a sunny day, with a concentration of fire elements, being confined in a barrel by the Xingqiu could lead to a violent explosion with the slightest friction or impact. In an instant, the slime would be transformed into a lifeless mass. Fortunately, the heavens had unleashed a torrential downpour, which had mitigated the fire elements within me, compressing them into my very being. Under normal circumstances, rain would hardly bring joy. Yet, the current situation was exceptional. Due to the downpour, the potential for an explosion had been significantly reduced, providing a glimmer of hope for my escape from the barrel. Alas, after much contemplation, I had yet to devise a viable solution. As a low-level magical creature, a slime's methods of attack were singular and posed no real threat. I had easily dispatched any slime I encountered with just a few blows, rendering them hardly worth lamenting except, of course, when it came to Keqing's encounter with a thunder. Slime. Chapter 3. Elements. The offensive strategies of the slime are largely consistent, primarily focusing on direct assaults against individuals or executing a charged leap reminiscent of a mighty mountain crashing down. Although slimes are magical creatures formed from the accumulation of elemental energy, they appear incapable of effectively harnessing this power or utilizing it to cast skills. Yuwen, a diminutive fire slime, possesses only a limited amount of fire element within, and despite the torrential rain, he cannot burn a hole through the wooden barrel he finds himself trapped in. The prospect of escaping by burning through the barrel is evidently impractical. Magic proves futile as well. It seems he must resort to physical means. What exactly are you, a system or something? Yuwen inquired, puzzled. Hello, I am an intelligent voice assistant. Pleased to assist you, came the reply. With a crash, Yuwen's dreams shattered along with his fragile heart. Nanny? Yuwen exclaimed in surprise, inadvertently slipping into Japanese. An intelligent voice assistant? While others are granted systems upon their reincarnation, I am bestowed with a mere voice assistant. What on earth is happening? Can a voice assistant from my previous world even function in this foreign realm? It seems unlikely, and if it could, given the distance and the thickness of the walls, what is your password? This is utterly absurd. At this juncture, Yuwen had no choice but to accept this reality. For at the very least, he had someone with whom to converse, thus rendering this entity somewhat akin to a system. With a tentative spirit, he asked, "Can you analyze the surrounding environment and my current situation?" Analyzing. Analysis complete. You are currently situated in a hilichurl camp, where the terrain slopes from south to north, and it is raining. Upon hearing the intelligent voice's analysis, Yuwen grasped his present circumstances. He merely needed to roll the barrel onto the stones below and break free. Given the deluge, the likelihood of an explosion from his internal fire element was negligible. Although he was temporarily immobilized within the barrel, the physiology of slimes differs greatly from that of humans. Moreover, having been reborn as a slime, his body was composed entirely of gel, adopting a liquid form, which facilitated his charged attacks and leaps. After several attempts, the barrel finally teetered and rolled onto the stones beneath, creating an opening, just as the system had predicted. As a slime that is more fluid than liquid, he easily wriggled through the small hole. Yuwen felt an urge to exclaim in celebration of his successful escape, but as a fire slime devoid of vocal organs, he could not produce sound. Fortunately, he possessed eyes. Emerging from the barrel, he beheld the rain cascading onto the lush green grass, splattering droplets in its wake. Pretending to inhale the fresh air from the outside world, Yuwen felt a sense of calm wash over him. The slime's vision had not evolved to the extent of human sight, yet elemental vision allowed him to perceive his surroundings in color. The landscape transformed into a scene recognizable to humans, and his vision had been restored, leaving only hearing, taste, and smell unaddressed. However, there was no urgency to rush. Having successfully escaped the barrel, the next step was to contemplate how to survive in this unfamiliar continent. Frankly speaking, given the slime's adorable nature, it would be a pity not to capitalize on it. However, relying on cuteness for survival was currently impractical. Hilichurls would not appreciate it, and humans regarded slimes as monsters, making trust nearly impossible. Those not of my kind will surely harbor ill intentions, a saying Yuwen understood all too well from his previous life as a human. Even if Yuwen trusted humans, a segment of humanity might not reciprocate that trust towards a slime, likely leading to his untimely demise before he could explain himself. Even with a clear explanation, it would likely invite endless complications. Therefore, coexisting with the Hilichurls seemed the wiser choice. At least they both belonged to the realm of magical beings, and the elemental forces could serve as a bridge. Besides, Hilichurls were relatively easy to deceive. Yet, he still needed to possess some means of self-defense to avoid becoming a mere explosive device. For now, it would be prudent to thoroughly survey the surrounding terrain and environment. He had only temporarily extricated himself from the barrel, and dangers still lurked. Such an experience was sufficient for one lifetime. Yuwen had no desire to endure it again. The sensation was utterly unbearable. Had one not seen the fire slime trapped in a barrel in Genshin Impact with a look of despair? Initially employing elemental vision to survey his surroundings, Yuwen detected some anomalies. Lightning, fire, wind, and various other elements intermingled in the air. While it was conceivable that a hilichurl tribe could wield multiple elemental powers, this particular tribe consisted of only a handful of hilichurls. Even if every member were extraordinarily gifted, the sheer concentration of elemental energy present was improbable. More importantly, he sensed no hint of hilichurls nearby, raising further suspicions. Surely, it was unlikely that an entire tribe would venture out to hunt simultaneously. Clearly, something had transpired. Yuwen felt compelled to investigate. Perhaps he could seize the opportunity to gather more valuable information. However, as a slime, his mobility was severely restricted, and he could not even don shoes, which was quite troublesome. With the rain pouring down, conditions were particularly unfriendly for a fire slime. The bloodstains on the ground had likely been washed away by the rain. Yet the signs of destruction in the camp were unmistakable. Craters from explosions, broken bows, damaged masks, all indicative of a fierce battle having recently occurred. It could have been adventurers, a treasure hunting group, mountain bandits, or perhaps abyss mages. The Knights of Favonius might also be a possibility, but the exact cause remained shrouded in mystery. Regardless of the reason, it was evident that this area had not enjoyed tranquility of late. As a small fire slime, Yuwen retained a certain level of awareness. Running about aimlessly would only serve to provide experience points to others. Instead of wandering, he decided to establish a temporary base in this location. At night, he would count the stars and admire the moon of this foreign world. During the day, he would bask in the sun, absorbing more fire elements in hopes of evolving into a larger fire slime. While the enhancement of his combat capabilities remained uncertain, at the very least, he would be able to roll away more swiftly in times of danger, even devising a name for his escape technique. As a small slime, he likely lacked the qualifications to engage in combat. Given that small slimes are yet to master the manipulation of elemental forces, they are incapable of unleashing elemental skills. To Yuwen, attacking enemies with his body would be tantamount to courting death. Though hilichurls may not be particularly intelligent, neither are slimes, and, as an elemental life form, a small slime could not utilize elemental energy for combat. Large fire slimes, aside from launching searing fireballs, exhibit little advancement. The accuracy of their skills is another matter entirely. Should a player merely sidestep, the skill would inevitably miss. This limitation is likely tied to the inherent nature of slimes, designed as mere low-level monsters in beginner villages, serving to provide experience to heroes and adventurers or to act as cute mascots. The singularity of slime's attack methods renders them easily punishable. Chapter 4. Collecting Fire Elements. Fortunately, having played numerous games and watched various anime in his previous life, Yuwen could mimic a few techniques. He need not worry about the moves. The only concern lay with the magic. During this period of having something to occupy himself, life was not entirely devoid of excitement. The art of fire release, mini fireball technique. Upon reciting the name of the skill, Yuwen unleashed a small burst of flame that had been meticulously cultivated over a span of 10 days. Observing the scale of the flame, it appeared slightly more expansive than the fire emitted by Guoba, the culinary companion of Zhongli, and not to be confused with Lu Guoba. Although it was Lu Guoba, given Yuwen's current capabilities, he would likely struggle to withstand even a single strike from it. Sighing at the uncertainty of the current timeline, he pondered whether these individuals had been born or had aged into oblivion. After a moment of reflection, Yuwen continued his comparison. In terms of frequency, Guoba had the upper hand, capable of expelling flames 4 times, while Yuwen could only do so 3 times before exhausting his elemental power. Moreover, Guoba could swiftly replenish its fire elements. Suddenly, Yuwen recalled that Guoba seemed to consume Jueyun chili before unleashing its fiery breath. Could it be that Jueyun chili inherently possessed the power of fire elements? This thought led him to consider the flame flower, which he had often seen igniting surrounding foliage. Besides Jueyun chili and the flame flower, there existed the explosive flame tree and the scorching pippy flower, both magical entities of fire elements. However, Yuwen's current strength rendered him incapable of confronting them. Furthermore, there might be numerous other magical creatures and plants associated with fire elements, and possibly even fire element ores. After all, when Yuwen traversed into this world, The game had only recently launched, leaving many subsequent details unknown to him. The fire slime could be considered the purest embodiment of fire elements, as slimes are formed from elemental sediment, evolving into crystal butterflies. Such information was documented in Lin Jian Feng, but Yuwen lacked deeper insights. If other forms of fire elements could indeed be absorbed, he need not worry about leveling up. At this moment, the phrase Shi Po Cong Qiong emerged in Yuwen's mind. Regardless of the type of or fire element, the essence remained the same, the collection of fire. The path of accumulating fire elements was undeniably correct. Having lingered here for over 10 days, it was time to explore the vastness of Teyvat. The camp of the Hilichurls offered little to salvage, having been thoroughly cleansed by a previous group. This band was even more ruthless than players, leaving not a single coin behind. Of course, as a slime, Yuwen had no need for such possessions. On a bright morning, driven by an eager longing for the fantastical world, Yuwen set forth. Alas, these accursed Hilichurls had snatched away all the provisions we had prepared. We had only dared to tempt fate after Captain Falga had cleared the area of Hilichurls, yet our luck seemed woefully lacking. Indeed, one Hilichurl bore strikingly red fur, capable of imbuing weapons with fire elements, while we lacked even a vision, rendering us powerless against them. Additionally, one Hilichurl towered over 3 meters. What a monstrous encounter this was. Thankfully, we fled swiftly, otherwise the consequences would have been dire. Yet now hunger gnawed at us, and we lacked even the means to start fire for cooking. If only we could obtain a vision. Stop dreaming. A vision requires divine acknowledgement, and gaining such recognition is no simple feat. Let's not dwell on that. Instead, let us seek out some sunset fruit to satiate our hunger. Fortunately, the compass remains intact, and we have a bit of rations to make do. Oh look, it appears there is a fire slime ahead. As the group's gaze turned towards this direction, Yuwen was suddenly filled with trepidation. Had he been discovered? He had taken great care to conceal himself. In an instant, frustration flooded over him. He had intended to rest briefly before continuing on his journey, yet a group of people had unexpectedly emerged from the shadows. Encountering humans on his very first day out of the camp. Was this fortune or misfortune? It was misfortune, for Yuwen was no longer human, but a diminutive fire slime. Regarding those unfamiliar and untrustworthy, Yuwen would never disclose his true identity, for doing so would only jeopardize his safety. He had contemplated that it was impossible to live in the forest forever. Someday, he would need to interact with humans, but that time was certainly not now. Range is justice, and caliber is truth. Until he possessed the strength to protect himself, it was prudent to remain in the forest and develop gradually. Lifting his gaze, Yuwen observed the group before him. They appeared far from benevolent. More accurately, they radiated danger to a slime like him. It was possible they harbored ill intentions. Be cautious. Do not let it escape. One exclaimed, what is there to fear from a mere small fire slime? We cannot allow it to flee. Another echoed, exactly. What could a small fire slime possibly pose as a threat? I once heard from other adventurers that during forest explorations, one could capture fire slimes to boil water for cooking, ensuring our meals were secured. The slime's essence could fetch a fair amount of mora, so we wouldn't leave empty-handed. Slimes typically do not stray far from their camps. Perhaps there are more fire slimes nearby. What about the tavern run by Old Cripps? Someone suggested. Indeed, Old Cripps' son and adopted son are both exceptional, another added. Enough talk. Let us see if there are any other slimes around. As the group drew closer, a transparent data panel suddenly appeared in Yuwen's mind. Name, Visango, leader of the Visa Adventuring Team, Adventurer Level 7, hailing from Onstad. Name, Alaribai, member of the Visa Adventuring Team, Adventurer Level 6. Name, Sharif, member of the Visa Adventuring Team, Adventurer Level 5. The 6 individuals listed were members of the Visa Adventuring Team. This information was provided by the system's functionality. The appearance of these 6 was quite disheveled, their clothing tattered. They evidently had faced difficulties on their journey. Their adventurer levels were even below 10, leaving one to wonder what courage propelled them into this expansive forest. Chapter 5. Forming a pact with the slime, those who travel great distances must gather provisions in advance. The system had brought over a wealth of knowledge from Earth, regardless of its immediate applicability, serving as a remarkable asset that Yuwen greatly appreciated. Numerous topics were available for inquiry, including the creation of soda, soap, light bulbs, steam engines, anatomical diagrams, courtyard construction plans, and various books such as High Emotional Intelligence and Communication, Care for Sows, How to Win Over a Wealthy Woman, The Primordial Symbol God, and Entertainment, My Gaming Life. In summary, a vast majority of Earth's knowledge could be accessed, truly a testament to the capabilities of an intelligent voice assistant. The fundamental principles of nuclear weapons were also present. One could only wonder if the genius alchemist Albedo could create such a device. Should it come to fruition, he might stand a fighting chance against the forces of divine order, potentially ushering in an era of true nuclear peace. Thus, the days spent training at the Hilichurl camp were far from dull. Soaking up the sun, reading novels, and engaging in light-hearted banter with the system made for a rather pleasant existence. Occasionally, Yuwen would practice speaking. However, a talking fire slime was a rare phenomenon indeed. His pronunciation practice was conducted with utmost caution to avoid detection. In any case, being prudent in this new world was undoubtedly wise. Imagine the repercussions if a human were to discover a talking slime. Regardless of perspective, it would not bode well for slimes. Once this news spreads, it is certain that adventurers will venture into the forest in search of the talking slime. And it is likely that some nobles will issue bounties intending to collect this extraordinary creature. This may even attract the attention of the fools from Zhongli. Given the enigmatic nature of such organizations, it is prudent to exercise caution, as they are either formidable foes or engage in opposition against formidable foes. Thus, Ying and Kong encountered the heavenly principle and tragically faced separation as siblings. Yuwen, however, wishes to avoid such a powerful adversary and does not desire to be the subject of research. If the situation escalates, not only Yuwen but other slimes as well could fall victim to human malevolence, becoming infamous throughout slime history. For now, it is wise to remain hidden and emerge only when one has gained sufficient strength. It is also worth noting that upon encountering this group of adventurers, Yuwen did not flee immediately. Instead, he chose to allow them to approach gradually, all in the interest of validating his suspicions. This has now confirmed that Yuwen's intuition was indeed correct. Perhaps, during the transmutation of his soul and the system into the world of UNSHN, some mutations occurred, inadvertently granting him access to information about this realm. However, this information is not publicly accessible. It is hidden and requires engagement, encounters, and collection to be unveiled. This is akin to the in-game compendium of UNSHN, which includes various information about plants, species, and equipment, all of which can only be unlocked through direct interaction and experience. The character profiles that sprang to mind just now serve to corroborate Yuwen's thoughts. At this moment, Yuwen swiftly considers the forthcoming battle. The system then provides a timely suggestion. Among the 36 stratagems, retreat is the best option. As a compliant host, Yuwen decides to heed the system's advice. He resolves not to engage this group of adventurers in combat. Given his current strength, it is simply impossible to eliminate all 6 before him. Should even one escape, it would not bode well for Yuwen. The intelligence of thinking, fire elemental slime that wields skills would inevitably spread. If it attracts undue interest, the repercussions could be dire. In future encounters with other adventurers, the element of surprise would be lost. Even if he were to silence them all, traces would remain. These are Yuwen's trump cards and must not be squandered lightly. On another note, Yuwen's inner turmoil has yet to settle. Despite his reincarnation as a slime, the remnants of his humanity render it difficult for him to harm his own kind. A shift in perspective requires time. If he cannot eliminate them to prevent information leakage, then it is better to avoid the risks of combat altogether. The escape route is being meticulously planned, and the intelligent assistant continues to provide navigation, directing him eastward. As the adventurers advance towards him, Yuwen's mind immediately conjures the escape route laid out by the system. There is no shame in fleeing. In fact, it is quite pragmatic. After all, Yuwen has been in this world for less than a month. Despite daily training in mastering the fire element and harnessing its power, he is still only at level 4, with damage output that pales in comparison to the 6 members of the VSA Adventurers Guild, whose frequency of skill usage far exceeds his own. Thus, fighting is not an option. Retreating is the only viable strategy, or rather, a strategic withdrawal. Having acquired their intelligence and knowledge of their whereabouts, he can seek revenge when stronger. A slime's vengeance is never too late. Yuwen takes a deep breath, steadying himself. What is this slime doing? Is it trembling in fear? Alaribai inquires. Ha ha, is this what slime is like? Truly timid, Sharif chuckles. That is merely their posture for charging an attack. Exercise caution, VSA Angdo advises. Now I understand. Our captain is indeed well informed, Alaribai flatters. No wonder you are our captain, Sharif concurs. Ha ha ha, do be careful. Do not fall victim to its attack, lest you suffer burns from the fire element. VSA Angdo cheerfully warns. As they converse, Yuwen transforms his body into a sphere. This maneuver, a technique he has diligently practiced, is known as the RY secret escape technique. With a swift motion, he rolls away, leaving the adventurers in disarray. Fortunately, the unique structure of a slime's body means that even rolling at such speed does not induce dizziness, and falling from a height does not result in death as it would for a human. Thus, Yuwen has no fear of losing momentum. However, if he cannot halt to adjust his trajectory, he may find himself veering off course. Suddenly, while joyfully rolling, Yuwen comes to an abrupt stop. It seems I have collided with something. At this point, there is no need to look up for confirmation. The system's prompt has already informed him. Nima, a hilichurl. More accurately, is a wood shield hilichurl. The wood shield hilichurl, puzzled by the sudden appearance of a fire slime, scratches its head, unable to ascertain the reason behind this occurrence. As Yuwen looks up, he can only see the hilichurl's knee. Such as the disparity in height, the hilichurl towers over him. Nevertheless, Yuwen remains composed, stating, I'm not a malicious slime. I can assist you in harnessing elemental power. Shall we form a contract? Regrettably, the hilichurl does not speak Mandarin and cannot comprehend Yuwen's words, perceiving them as mere gibberish. The intellect of the hilichurl is not particularly high, and they have managed to survive to adulthood against the odds. Hence, they pay no heed to the fact that the slime is speaking. Conversely, Yuwen does not know the hilichurl language either. After all, this is not a video game. There are no skills for linguistic proficiency, nor is there any automatic translation of languages. Furthermore, Yuwen has yet to develop ears, lacking the sense of hearing. It is not that he cannot understand, but rather that he cannot hear. Communication is nearly impossible. How to attain hearing remains a conundrum. Though many thoughts swirl in his mind, there is no time to ponder them now. Yuwen's attempt to converse with the hilichurl is merely an experiment. Unfortunately, this attempt has utterly failed, as the system cannot directly unlock the hilichurl language. The reason Yuwen chose to speak in front of the hilichurl was due to careful consideration. The rationale is simple. Hilichurls are rather dim-witted and easily deceived. If Barbados could successfully manipulate the hilichurls, perhaps Mondstadt would be a more peaceful place. Therefore, even if Yuwen speaks before them, there is little cause for concern. This is not to belittle the hilichurls. Rather, it is a question of whether they can even recognize that the slime is speaking. Fools have their fortunes, but foolish hilichurls do not. The fact that hilichurls are somewhat dull-witted is indisputable. Among humans, aside from the hilichurl linguist Elon Musk, the average person would struggle to comprehend the hilichurl language. Thus, even if Yuwen were to sing in the hilichurl camp, it would likely go unnoticed, with bystanders mistaking it for a hilichurl song. Moreover, considering Musk is a pseudo-scientist of hilichurl linguistics, there is no need for concern. As for the abyss mages, there is little to worry about. It is likely that the hilichurls would not even think to report him. The abyss mages only manipulate the hilichurls without engaging them in discussion. If one could master the art of deceiving the hilichurls as the abyss mages do, it would be an extraordinary advantage. However, encountering the hilichurl brutes was entirely unexpected. In a tribe with hilichurl brutes, there is an inherent sense of danger as the entire tribe becomes more belligerent under their leadership, significantly increasing the risk factor. Nonetheless, there are merits as well. The wooden shield hilichurl brutes are relentless in their defense against adventurers, which is a recently unlocked aspect of their racial profile. From this perspective, tribes with hilichurl brutes may offer a greater sense of security than those without. Regardless, traversing to another world brings certain inescapable realities, such as the necessity of establishing one's own faction to hold leverage in negotiations. The weak lack the privilege to voice their opinions. The first task that Yuwen planned upon venturing out was to locate a small hilichurl tribe and shape it according to his preferences, even drafting a developmental blueprint. At that moment, it felt as if a pillow had fallen into his lap, a perfect opportunity for infiltration. Numerous clues within the game suggest a symbiotic relationship between hilichurls and slimes. It is quite possible to forge a friendship with the hilichurls. The wooden shield hilichurl gazed curiously at the fire slime before him, not suspecting it might be a bomb masquerading as a fire slime. This fire slime was neither too large nor too small, making it ideal for boiling water. The hilichurls have their traditions. In his youth, the elder shaman imparted wisdom about the power of fire elements to cleanse the impurities of the world, including those in water. Boiling water with fire elements purifies it, bestowing upon us greater strength and vitality. In simpler terms, boiling water can eradicate parasites. In essence, the advice boils down to drinking more hot water. The hilichurl brute naturally bent down to pick up the slime before him. Yuwen adeptly regulated his internal temperature to prevent any burns to the hilichurl brute. In his previous life, while playing Genshin Impact out of boredom, he enjoyed wandering the world to observe the daily lives of hilichurls. He vividly recalled that when hilichurls transported fire slimes, they lacked insulation techniques and did not wear gloves to protect their hands. They typically grasped the fire slimes directly with their bare hands, often suffering burns from the intense heat, leading to exclamations of frustration aimed at the slimes. However, from the player's perspective, the hilichurls appeared to be exhibiting rage without any real competence. Fortunately, hilichurls never resorted to killing the slimes in their frustration. Yuwen was not willing to gamble with his life. If the hilichurl brute accidentally burned himself, he would likely bear the consequences. The hilichurl brute greeted the fire slime with a casual acknowledgement and lifted Yuwen without any discomfort regarding the temperature, proceeding towards the camp. One must admit, the hilichurls possess an extraordinary capacity for courage. In his past life, even a 5-year-old child would check the temperature of a dish before serving it. Yet, the hilichurls seemed to forget their lessons entirely, lifting the slime with both hands. At this moment, doubts about the wisdom of his earlier decision arose. Was nurturing hilichurls and developing a faction truly a worthwhile investment? These hilichurls appeared remarkably foolish. Before long, they arrived at the hilichurl camp. Observing the hilichurls within, each clad in tattered garments reminiscent of refugees, Yuwen noted that their intelligence was not entirely absent. They understood the proper use of slimes and could craft shields. Rumor had it that some hilichurl tribes even raised pigs. Even unarmed hilichurls knew to pick up stones to attack rather than engage in hand-to-hand combat like slimes. From this perspective, there were indeed aspects worth cultivating among the hilichurls. They possessed some intelligence, albeit limited. The hilichurl brute, devoid of Yuwen's cunning, was instantly filled with excitement at the thought of feasting on roasted wild boar meat. Moreover, using the fire slime for roasting meat was far superior to using firewood, both in taste and texture. Cooking with a fire slime leaves no carbon residue or ash. The hilichurls lacked the skills necessary for firewood cooking, unable to control the heat or comprehend proper roasting techniques, while the fire slime provided a more even temperature, preventing burnt meat. The meat roasted with the fire slime garnered unanimous acclaim within the hilichurl tribe. In summary, utilizing the fire slime for roasting was undeniably the correct choice, bringing unparalleled joy to the hilichurl brute and the entire tribe. Upon entering the camp, Yuwen unlocked several new entries regarding the hilichurls. Hilichurl, primitive inhabitants wandering the wilderness of Teyvat, resembling humans yet lacking intelligence and spirit. Fighter hilichurl, primitive warriors of the Teyvat wilderness, embodying a bad temper and a simple faith in the strength of muscle. If strong enough, they may one day wield a massive shield and become hilichurl brutes. Charging hilichurl, archer hilichurl, flame flower. It appeared that there was no shaman in this tribe, and the system provided no hints. The saying goes, a treasure lies in the presence of an elder. An elderly shaman who had not yet passed away should possess some wisdom, particularly valuable among the less intelligent hilichurls, making an intelligent shaman a precious asset. Even if their intellect were somewhat lacking, their extensive life experience would still be significant. Had there been a shaman in the hilichurl tribe, they might have detected the peculiarities of Yuwen, potentially leading to minor complications. Thankfully, after a thorough search, no signs of a shaman were found, allowing Yuwen to breathe a sigh of relief. Observing the jubilant hilichurls cheering and calling out, he found them quite amusing. Regrettably, he could not comprehend their words. Even if he could, he lacked knowledge of the hilichurl language. He vaguely remembered quests related to hilichurl language communication and had some achievements linked to it, but most of the details had faded from memory. The only recollection was of a past incident where he mistakenly chose the wrong option while attempting to engage in poetic dialogue with the hilichurls, resulting in an unprovoked attack that led to his inevitable demise. Had he known he would traverse to another world, he would have endeavored to learn a foreign language, perhaps studying hilichurl linguistics and becoming a hilichurl scholar. In hindsight, acquiring a second language is indeed invaluable. For now, he could only hope that the system would successfully analyze the hilichurl language, enabling friendly communication between both parties. Seeing the hilichurls joyfully waving their hands and dancing, it appeared they were celebrating his arrival. Despite their enthusiastic cheers, Yuwen could not muster any joy himself. Filled with pride, he thought, "Nonetheless, given your warm welcome, I shall reluctantly remain to guide you towards prosperity. To be frank, escaping with Yuwen's intellect would be a trivial task. While he might lack physical prowess compared to the hilichurl brutes, he undeniably surpassed them in cunning." On another note, after searching the wilderness for an extended period without finding the flame flowers, he was pleasantly surprised to discover 2 of them within this small hilichurl tribe. It would be disingenuous to claim he was not intrigued. Perhaps the hilichurls possessed unique methods for locating flame flowers. Yuwen had long been enamored with the 2 fiery blossoms. By absorbing the fire elements contained within these blossoms, he might possibly ascend to the rank of a large slime. The prowess of a large fire slime is vastly superior to that of a small fire slime. After all, Yuwen had never witnessed a large fire slime boiling water at the hilichurl encampment. With this thought in mind, Yuwen let out a heavy sigh. Alas, he wondered if there were any other slimes within the tribe. To be frank, having traversed this world for so long, he had yet to encounter a single wild slime, which felt rather lonely. While Yuwen was lost in thought, a hilichurl brute carried him to the cooking area of the encampment. The hilichurl brute bellowed, and soon the other hilichurls gathered around, preparing for a barbecue. Yuwen commenced his first trial in the hilichurl tribe, to grill a meat dish that would satisfy all the hilichurls. At that moment, one hilichurl rushed over and removed the meat from the skewer, thus unlocking a new entry in Yuwen's compendium: strange grilled meat. This is a piece of grilled meat, its surface bearing a faint dullness, as if lamenting its own underutilization. Note: in the game, communicating through poetry with hilichurls can yield this item. Level 1 star. Effect: revive the selected character and restores 50 health points. It was a sheer waste of such fine ingredients, a squandering of food that would surely incur divine wrath. It pained Yuwen to see the hilichurls living in such dire circumstances. Hilichurls do not feast on meat every day. Sometimes they must subsist on vegetables or even grass. This peculiar meat was soon devoured by the ordinary hilichurls, who relished it with delight. How foolish these hilichurls were, unable even to grill meat properly. To be honest, their culinary skills left much to be desired, Yuwen lamented. However, grilling meat was a trivial matter for him. He could not afford to lose face as a traveler. High-quality ingredients often require only the simplest of cooking methods. Even just grilling over an open flame could yield a delectable aroma. Yuwen carefully controlled the fire elements within him, evenly grilling the meat atop his head. Scalding juices dripped down, soaking him. Without hesitation, Yuwen eagerly absorbed the juices into his body. Alas! The sky above Yuwen darkened as he realized he could not taste a thing. Indeed, slimes possessed no sense of taste and could not savor flavors. Nor could he conceive a method to restore his sense of taste. A profound emptiness enveloped Yuwen as he recalled that he had been deprived of the very qualification to enjoy gourmet cuisine. Being a slime was proving to be exceedingly difficult. When a fire slime experiences deep sorrow, it instinctively compresses the fire elements within, causing its body to dim. This was a natural response he could not yet control. This minor alteration startled the hilichurls, causing them to panic. The other hilichurls turned their gazes towards him, rubbing their eyes in disbelief, questioning whether they were seeing things. Yet again, they encountered a knowledge gap, unable to explain the phenomenon, scratching their heads in confusion. Their companions cast disdainful glances towards them. But with a limited vocabulary in Hilichurlian, they could only convey their sentiments through looks, leaving the Hilichurl to ponder. The Hilichurls were rather oblivious and would soon forget the occurrence. Yuwen, understanding their nature, deftly redirected their attention. In an instant, he intensified the flames. The meat sizzled, releasing a tantalizing aroma that drew the Hilichurls in. Soon, the meat was perfectly grilled. This was a special cut, far superior in both effect and flavor compared to the Hilichurls' cooking, making it incomparable. Grilled meat, a grilled piece of meat. High temperatures lock in moisture, causing the Hilichurls to eagerly anticipate its juicy interior. One Hilichurl cheered. The others joined in the chorus, having never tasted such exquisite meat before. What irked Yuwen was that the Hilichurl responsible for grilling received accolades from the others, despite it being his skill that produced the delectable dish. It was indeed his creation. Yet he could not even savor the flavor, nor could he catch a whiff of the delightful aroma. How frustrating. Chapter 8. Your name in a state of extreme rage. A fire slime can generate an overwhelming density of fire elements. What would typically take an incense stick's worth of time to boil water now took only half that duration. While boiling water, Yuwen continued his meticulous observation of the Hilichurl's way of life and conversations. The Hilichurl's vocabulary was quite limited, and the system had already analyzed a small portion of it. In a tribe lacking both material and spiritual resources, there were hardly any forms of entertainment available to the Hilichurls. Yuwen's interest in watching them had dissipated. Now, aside from boiling water, it was merely boiling water or perhaps stewing meat soup, which had become exceedingly tedious. When one becomes unbearably bored, strange thoughts may arise. For instance, naming the Hilichurls or giving them nicknames. The Hilichurl brute was dubbed Chio Laoba, for he was exceptionally gluttonous, more so than the original Old Eight. Just look. It was hardly any time before Chio Laoba rushed off to indulge in meat soup again. Additionally, the charging Hilichurl in the game was a low-tier version of Lu Laoi and wielded the fire god Eskagaya, so Yuwen named him Chio Lulu. Perhaps he might even learn the sun-breathing technique in the future. Another Hilichurl who wielded ice elements was nicknamed Xiaonyane Bing. The weakest Hilichurl in the tribe was named Chio Do Do. There's a saying, eat, sleep, and play do-do. The sound of slapping echoed throughout the encampment. Do not question whether this sound is appropriate. While it may appear crisp, judging by Chio Do Do's facial expression, his bottom must be quite sore. As he remained engaged in self-massage, they exhibited no particularly unique behaviors, leading to a temporary pause in their activities. Having named the Hilichurls, it seemed fitting that he should adopt a pseudonym for himself, akin to playing an online game where one must select a nickname. Based on years of reading novels, he knew that when wandering the world, aside from seeking gratitude from others, it was preferable not to use one's real name. Killing and arson, Li Feiyu, revered by thousands. Han Tianzuan, a phrase that resonated clearly in the mind of a novel enthusiast, serving as a guiding principle. It was indeed a prudent idea to prepare a false name in advance. Perhaps he could go with Dala Benj, but this notion was swiftly dismissed. He had reincarnated as a slime, not as a human, and certainly not as a hero. Such a name felt rather inappropriate. Additionally, it was far too lengthy. Without glancing at the system panel, one would struggle to memorize it. Even attempting to read it aloud would lead to stuttering. I'm now a slime. Perhaps I should adopt the surname Shi. As for Shi Jinxiang, he decided against it. Why not take the surname Hua? Huatai Wang? No, that was rather lackluster. After much contemplation, Yuwen ultimately settled on the name Bibo Ran. Was this not reminiscent of the fervor of Boruto? Did it not evoke an even greater excitement? As for the system in his mind, Yuwen decided it needed a name as well. Calling it simply system was both unappealing and impersonal. He would be relying on the system for many matters in the future. Henceforth, the system shall be known as Bao. Inquired, for the system had traversed realms alongside him, serving as a vestige of his former life. Bao, a truly sentient artificial intelligence, promptly retrieved relevant entries and joyfully expressed gratitude for the master's commendation. Awkwardly, Yuwen chuckled, insisting there was no need for such formality. The night was inevitably descending. The camp was home to 18 Xingqiu individuals, 1 Xingqiu brute, 1 charging Xingqiu, who wielded a torch for attacks, 1 ice slime Xingqiu, utilizing ice slimes for offense, 2 wooden shield Xingqiu, attacking with pot lids, 2 Archer Xingqiu, 4 Fighter Xingqiu, who struck with wooden sticks, with the remaining 7 being ordinary Xingqiu, who threw stones in combat. Notably absent were the despised explosive Xingqiu, who used slimes as weapons and could unearth fire slimes from the earth, likely envisioning a bomb crafted from a fire slime encased in a wooden barrel. Reborn swore that should he encounter an explosive Xingqiu in the future, he would teach them the true meaning of Patrick's star. The Xingqiu began to sing their melodies once more. How could this group of Xingqiu still be awake? I can hardly wait to sneak a taste of the flame flowers. The slimes and Xingqiu shared no common sorrows or joys. Yuwen found them to be quite noisy. The song lacked a leader. Each Xingqiu danced around the campfire with innate synchronicity, perhaps due to their inherent lack of entertainment, which rendered them particularly invested in such activities. We harvest and transport, we sing, we dance, gather together to dance. Even if we can only eat vegetables, we are still happy. A display of optimism. As the song concluded, the Xingqiu completed some pre-sleep ritual and prepared for slumber. Not every Xingqiu possessed a dwelling. Even when they did, the quality was dismal, hardly resembling a proper home. The structures in this camp were even inferior to cheap tents. Those without homes typically chose to sleep beside the campfire. Bored, Yuwen pondered whether the explosive Xingqiu might bury fire slimes in the ground, ensuring a bit of warmth during the night. However, the Xingqiu had long acclimated to such a lifestyle. They lacked the intellectual capacity to construct shelters. Were it not for the wind god Barbados and the Anemo dragon Valen dispersing the snowstorms in Mondstadt, these Xingqiu would have likely perished from the cold long ago. Time passed slowly. The breaths of the Xingqiu within the tribe gradually settled into a rhythmic cadence, suggesting they had fallen asleep. It seemed time for action had arrived. Though the slimes moved slowly, they made no sound, sparing the Xingqiu from waking. Perhaps the Grandmaster of the Farlight Brigade led the Knights of Favonius into the forest for a thorough cleansing of Xingqiu and bandits, followed by a throng of adventurers scavenging for spoils of war, leaving the Xingqiu in a perpetual state of anxiety. After enjoying a hearty meal of succulent meat, their taut nerves finally relaxed, allowing them a deep and stable slumber. Tonight, the moonlight shone brightly, and the Xingqiu slept soundly around the camp. One could only wonder if the Xingqiu dreamt while asleep. If they did, might they dream of Xingqiu sheep? Regardless of whether the Xingqiu dreamt, the 2 flame flowers before me were destined to be mine tonight, impervious to the Xingqiu brute's interference. What a rich essence of fire! Yuwen approached the flame flowers, unable to suppress an exclamation of admiration. Chapter 9. Can flame flowers transform into monster girls? However, it must be noted that while flame flowers attract fire elements, they do not belong to the category of monsters. In the game's compendium, flame flowers are classified as plants. This indicates that, akin to the instincts of plants, they can only absorb fire elements without effectively storing them. Excess absorption leads to the release of surplus fire elements, potentially sparking wildfires. After all, the Xingqiu have no concept of past or future. Yuwen then opened the system panel to review the description of the flame flowers, spicy flower cores, intensely burning blossoms that emit warmth even when extinguished by water. It is said that these plants, through prolonged accumulation of elemental energy, gradually develop intelligence and unique behavioral patterns. According to Yuwen's understanding, the flame flowers had begun their evolutionary journey, but had yet to transform into monsters. When contemplating the evolution of flame flowers into monsters, Yuwen immediately thought of the scorching dendrobium. In his past life, he had seldom focused on this entity while gaming, and he had not yet encountered it to unlock relevant compendium information, remaining uncertain whether it belonged to the category of animal-like or plant-like monsters. If it were a plant-like monster, the flame flower might indeed be a relative of the scorching dendrobium. Nonetheless, the flame flower had not yet evolved into a monster. It was merely a lamb awaiting slaughter. Yuwen, without hesitation, opened his abyssal maw, devouring the flower cores of the 2 flame flowers. If only he were in the gaming world, where defeating prey would yield immediate experience points. However, having been reborn into this alternate realm, such functionality was absent. He could only gradually refine it within himself. As for the taste, the slime found it indistinguishable. Both being fire elements, Yuwen did not perceive it as burning. Instead, it felt warm and comforting to his stomach. As a youth of the new era, he possessed wisdom and awareness that ordinary slimes lacked. Yuwen directly consumed the flame flowers, but only the cores, as they contained the majority of the fire elements. The essence he ingested was pure, although consuming the entire flame flower would yield more fire elements. As a slime, he was inevitably influenced by his new form. Just as Suzuki Satoru retained many human emotions when he became the Bone King, Yuwen too was somewhat affected. The slime bore little hostility towards the Xingqiu. Rather, it found joy in their company, a trait inherited from its transformation. However, being a life formed from elemental accumulation, there were distinctions between them. The Bone King's justice value was -500, categorizing him as a true villain from the human perspective. In contrast, the slime possessed a justice value of +50, neither overly virtuous nor excessively cruel from the perspective of all species. This world operates on the principle of survival of the fittest. Yuwen needed to absorb fire elements to evolve, thus the choice to consume the cores of the flame flowers. As a life formed from elemental accumulation, the slime had a natural affinity for elements. With elemental monsters and plants, there existed a sense of kinship. Furthermore, the flame flowers held the potential for evolution into monsters, prompting Yuwen to refrain from consuming the entire plant. From another perspective, this approach promised longevity akin to sustainable development. When the flame flowers bore new cores, he could harvest them again, like a rechargeable battery, consistently replenishing fire elements. Moreover, it was uncertain when the flame flowers might evolve into monsters. If they transformed into monster girls, that would be delightful indeed. Contemplating this, Yuwen couldn't help but swallow hard. A fire element monster girl would likely possess a fiery temperament. To be honest, he felt a spark of anticipation. Although he had transformed into a slime, his essence seemed unaffected, fully preserved. Regrettably, the slime lacked gender, and the companion he had cherished for years was gone, leaving behind a tinge of melancholy. If possible, I would truly wish to transform into human form and venture into the realms of Monde and Liyue to see how my beloveds are faring. Perhaps I could even indulge in a hot spring with them. Even if it means risking immersion in water, I would not hesitate. After indulging in the nectar of the fiery flowers, I leapt to the highest structure, surveying the surrounding camp of the hilichurls. Observing the slumbering hilichurls, I pondered the intricate relationship between slimes and hilichurls. When considering the historical existence of these two races in the Teyvat continent, it is undeniable that slimes have a more ancient lineage and possess elemental attributes that surpass those of hilichurls. Ordinary hilichurls lack the ability to wield elemental power, while slimes are life forms born from elemental accumulation, arguably mere collections of pure elements. Hilichurls are inherently simple-minded, and it is disheartening to acknowledge that slimes possess even lower intelligence. They lack collective consciousness, leadership, and understanding of teamwork. Otherwise, if a multitude of slimes coordinated their efforts, not even the most seasoned adventurers could hope to overcome them. Slimes embody 7 elements, and a single elemental reaction can overwhelm most foes. A cluster of electro slimes, combined with a hydro and cryo slime for freezing techniques, would render any opponent utterly helpless. Alas, in terms of intellect, slimes are thoroughly outmatched. Yet, both hilichurls and slimes belong to the category of monsters. It is evident that slimes are not enemies of hilichurls. Rather, for hilichurls, humans are the true adversaries. Conversely, humans pose a significant threat to slimes due to their superior intellect. Given that hilichurls and slimes are akin in nature, they should unite and support one another for mutual benefit. Slimes typically harbor little animosity towards hilichurls. Therefore, once the system comprehends the language of the hilichurls, I shall devise a strategy involving the hilichurl uprising and the fire slime king. After all, the simplicity of hilichurls assures that they would never uncover my ruse. I have already begun to draft my plans for seizing control in my mind. The meat-loving, jubilant hilichurls surely possess an abundance of fortune. As the sun rises once more, today presents an excellent opportunity for hunting. The hilichurls awaken at dawn, embarking on another day of existence. Chio Lulu diligently practices the manipulation of fire elements. Having discovered these 2 fiery blossoms, each morning he verifies their presence, as training near these blossoms significantly enhances his efficiency. Yet, he cannot help but ponder why the elemental force of fire appears less potent than before, seemingly lackluster. After much contemplation, he remains oblivious to the underlying cause. Where are my fiery blossoms? They were so vibrant yesterday, yet today they seem so diminished. Chapter 10. The first communication show, Lulu circled the fiery blossoms, vociferously expressing his confusion. His grievances and dissatisfaction were vividly reflected in his frenzied gestures. He waved his hands wildly in the air, his feet bouncing on the ground, as if such antics might unveil the reason behind his plight, loudly vocalizing his frustrations. Observe how jubilant Lulu appears, as carefree as a child. I'm used with a tinge of schadenfreude. This seems to be the typical outlet for hilichurls, and the others have long since become accustomed to it, showing no inclination to intervene, as their intellect does not lend itself to comforting others. He has cried and raged, as the sole hilichurl adept in fire elements. All matters pertaining to firefall to Lulu. For instance, igniting flames or cooling fire slimes. Each day, the hilichurls place the fire slimes they do not intend to use in a basin to cool them for future use. Lulu, muttering to himself, wandered off. Through his mask, one could discern the disappointment in his eyes. He pondered when he might transform all his fur into a vibrant red. Were Yuwen privy to Lulu's thoughts, he would surely laugh and suggest he forge a pact with the slime, offering his elemental power in exchange. Unlike humans, hilichurls can manipulate elemental forces without the aid of a vision. By releasing the fire element, there exists a substantial probability that hilichurls could wield this power. The slime serves as a supercharging tool for the hilichurls, should they master the use of elements. Even ordinary hilichurls might unleash elemental skills akin to shamans. The notion of a pact is merely a fade for the hilichurls. As Yuwen was lost in contemplation, he was suddenly lifted by Lulu, who intended to place him in the basin to cool down. Typically, Yuwen maintained a normal temperature for the fire slimes. Yet this temperature proved quite unbearable for other non-fire entities. Yuwen failed to regulate his temperature in time, resulting in Lulu suffering another burn from the high heat of the fire slime, inciting further frustration. Yuwen felt helpless. He understood Lulu's intentions. He had no desire to soak in the basin, as water elements were exceedingly uncomfortable for fire slimes and could harm their bodies, hindering their ability to attract surrounding fire elements for training. No matter what, he would not remain in the basin. However, recalling his theft of the nectar from the 2 fiery blossoms the previous night, he felt a twinge of guilt. Fortuitously, with the assistance of those blossoms, Yuwen had successfully evolved into a large fire slime, now brimming with elemental energy. While hilichurls may be simple, they can distinguish between small and large fire slimes. Yuwen had shrunk his form, maintaining the guise of a small fire slime, yet the distinctive horns of a large fire slime remained unmanageable. Nevertheless, it appeared that Lulu had not noticed anything amiss, nor had the other hilichurls. Yuwen sighed. It was no wonder that the scholar Musk had managed to infiltrate the hilichurl camp without detection. This group of hilichurls was truly simple-minded. Simple folk can lead to simple fortunes. Even the foolish hilichurls are entitled to their share. With their uncomplicated minds and carefree existence, the hilichurl camp is devoid of scheming, allowing for a more relaxed life. The occurrence of being burned by a fire slime had long since become a commonplace event among the hilichurls. Casting a sympathetic glance at Lulu, Yuwen chose to disregard the incident as if it had never transpired. Observing that the other hilichurls had shifted their focus, Yuwen softly gathered his energy and leaped gracefully onto Lulu's head. Remaining in one place had grown tedious, and he yearned to behold the scenery of other locales. Perched atop Lulu's head seemed a delightful alternative. Slimes, being pure elemental entities, enjoy immunity to elemental damage of their own kind. Thus, when Keqing unleashes a lightning strike, all electro slimes remain unaffected because slimes are composed solely of elemental essence. In contrast, humans and hilichurls possess physical forms, enabling them to cultivate and wield elemental powers, enhancing their resistance to similar elemental damage, albeit without full immunity. This represents a distinct advantage for slimes, Yet their disadvantage is equally apparent, as they often passively induce elemental reactions. Qiu Lulu's emotions are fleeting, swiftly transitioning as his frustrations dissipate. Casting a glance around, he suddenly froze. Where's the slime gone? The large slime that was just here, where did it vanish? How many of you seen the slime that was just here? Qiu Lulu bellowed once more within the camp. Qiu Laoba, Qiu Bao too, cast a displeased glance at Qiu Lulu, pondering whether the lad had grown restless today. Early in the morning, he had been incessantly clamoring, and besides, wasn't that fire slime perched right atop his head? Qiu Laoba felt an urge to deliver a swift reprimand, yet he refrained, considering the delicious meat from yesterday's barbecue. He sighed, feeling utterly exasperated, unable to resort to violence. Turning away, he chose to ignore Qiu Lulu. The other Qius followed suit, observing the fire slime resting on Qiu Lulu's head, thinking to themselves, isn't the slime right above you? Why inquire about its whereabouts? The humor was utterly lost on them, and no idle Qius engaged with him, causing the crowd to disperse. Panic set in for Qiu Lulu. The delectable meat from the fire slime was too good to lose. Alas, life was not easy, and Yuwen sighed. He then remarked in Qiu language, I am right above your head. Qiu Lulu fell atop his head and found the slime, letting out a breath of relief upon realizing it had not vanished. What was I planning to do just now? Qiu Lulu pondered aloud, having forgotten his intentions in a moment of excitement. You ought to patrol the area, Yuwen suggested in Qiu language. Oh, I see, Qiu Lulu replied, accepting this without question, and picked up a fire stick, ready to patrol. Internally, Yuwen couldn't help but scoff, wondering if Qiu Lulu was genuinely slow-witted or simply dim-witted. Did Qius not find it strange that a slime spoke to them? Even if he explained, it would likely be beyond their comprehension. He lamented the wasted effort in pondering a plausible reason for such a phenomenon. This fruit is called Reluo Gua, with an extraordinary sweet fragrance. Feel free to pick some after your meal, Yuwen explained. Qiu Lulu accepted this without skepticism, climbing the tree to gather the Reluo Gua. They knew the fruit was edible, but had not named it until now. Perhaps to the Qius, as long as one spoke their language, they were kin, and therefore, no suspicion was warranted. Qiu Lulu reached out his right hand and plucked a Reluo Gua, then extended his left hand to gather another. In a blink, both hands held a fruit, yet seeing the multitude of Reluo Gua remaining on the tree left him bewildered. How could he harvest them all? This question was indeed a conundrum for Qiu Lulu. Ultimately, he did not disappoint Yuwen. He tossed one fruit aside and picked another, repeating this cycle. True to the official comics, he was akin to a bandit unable to untie ropes, left to fume in frustration. Merchants likely learned to secure their valuables against the Qius, knowing they could not carry them away even if they attempted to rob. Yuwen sighed heavily. The Reluo Gua isn't ripe yet, so refrain from picking it. Do you recall where you last found the Lian Huahua? Qiu Lulu paused, and Yuwen, ever the obedient one, leaped onto Qiu Lulu's head. Were it Barbara, Jean, Ying, or Keqing, you would have jumped into their arms. But now he could only endure the slight discomfort. After contemplating for a while, Qiu Lulu still couldn't recall. The other Qius likely had little hope as well. Let us continue patrolling, he decided. The days of patrolling were dreadfully monotonous, merely traversing the same paths. Yet, Qiu Lulu had grown accustomed to this lifestyle, finding it not tedious but rather delightful. Perhaps the Qius were simply content to have something to occupy their time. Days turned into weeks, and before long, 10 days had passed. Yuwen had fully mastered the Qiu language. He had not anticipated that cohabiting with the Qius would prove so effortless. Perhaps he had overestimated their intelligence as a human. Having frequently interacted with society in his past life, he unconsciously carried those notions into his new existence among the Qius. In his previous life, integrating into a new environment was fraught with difficulty, often entangled in schemes and rivalries akin to palace intrigue. Yet, these Qius, be they kind-hearted or simple-minded, lacked such complexities. The leader was simply the one who could protect their kin and guide the tribe. Within the Qiu tribe, the Qiu Bao Tu did not exploit the weaker members nor demand excessive labor from them. Rather, he bore a greater share of responsibility. almost single-handedly. Qiu Laoba hunted wild boars and wolves. As for rabbits, squirrels, and birds, the Qius lacked the intelligence to devise tools for capturing them. Over these 10 days, Yuwen endeavored to integrate into their way of life. The entire camp had accepted the fact that the fire slime could speak. They also discovered wild wheat, and Yuwen guided them in crafting stone tools for milling, ensuring a staple food source. Additionally, he instructed Qiume, the Qiu who found the wheat, to reserve some for planting, promising crops for the next year. This was a talent inscribed in their very souls. Should this progress continue, the Qius would soon transition from a nomadic to an agrarian civilization, an exciting prospect indeed. It felt akin to participating in a farming simulation game. When Yuwen first arrived at the Qiu camp, the faces of the inhabitants were dull, their eyes devoid of spirit, lacking even decent weapons. Yet now, merely 10 days later, they appeared vibrant, their eyes gleaming, and their weaponry had been upgraded. These transformations filled Yuwen with a profound sense of accomplishment. The Qius themselves had not even realized they had begun to heed his commands. Yuwen did not arrive as a commander issuing orders. As a fire slime, he understood his role. Initially, he quietly boiled water and roasted meat while observing the Qiu's daily habits. Whenever a Qiu felt irritable, he would transform into a master of emotions, uplifting their spirits. When their weapons broke, he became a weapons master, teaching them how to forge new ones. When food was scarce, he morphed into a monster hunter, imparting techniques for fishing, bird hunting, and wild boar trapping. Yuwen adhered to the guiding philosophy of emerging from the Qius and returning to them, delving into their needs, conducting diligent research, and striving to fulfill their desires. Gradually, the Qius began to seek his counsel for their problems, and he offered solutions. Unbeknownst to them, a shift in their mindset was taking place. "Why is Lord by Bo Ran speaking? Isn't he a slime?" inquired a suddenly astute Qiu. "Hasn't Lord by Bo Ran always spoken?" Another Qiu exclaimed excitedly. "He guided me in crafting the Radiant Awareness Shield just yesterday." "Ah, indeed. Lord by Bo Ran the slime can speak." The Qius collectively pondered, their intelligence seemingly waning. Qiu Lulu, meanwhile, remained eager to forge a fire stick, but had yet to succeed. Young A Bing aspired to forge a Frostmourne, yet he found himself subjected to harsh criticism. In Chapter 12, titled Thief, Qiu Lulu diligently trained in the element of fire, desiring to create a weapon he dubbed Fire's Joy. However, A Bing remained fixated on crafting Frostmourne. As the village chief of Shi Jiazhuang, Yuwen harbored reservations about this weapon. After all, Frostmourne was a sword of paternal murder, and Yuwen believed it wise to maintain a degree of superstition regarding such matters. A couple of Qiu individuals questioned why they should heed the words of slime. This inquiry left many of the Qiu people in bewilderment. Indeed, could they conceive a better solution? Clearly not. With their limited intellect, even the most strenuous contemplation would yield no fruitful ideas. The Qiu were steadfast in their principle of action over thought. It was far easier to labor than to ponder. Only the Qiu brute felt his authority was challenged. However, the brute, whose mind was filled with brawn, had long been tamed by Yuwen's governance. Qiu Laoba had no other passion than consuming meat, and after following Yuwen's directives, he indulged in a variety of meats, including fish, pork, and wild rabbit. With such a lifestyle, what could he possibly complain about? Qiu Laoba could not suppress a burp, having overeaten recently and feeling somewhat indigested. A piece of fruit would aid his digestion. He casually picked a setting sun fruit and began to nibble. The Qiu brute raised both hands in agreement when Yuwen entrusted the command to be Baran. In the Qiu tribe, it was customary for shamans, with their wealth of experience, to manage significant decisions, yet those of greater stature and combat prowess often supplanted the shamans as leaders. Nevertheless, Yuwen's intellectual superiority far eclipsed Qiu Laoba's physical strength, allowing him to enhance the overall safety and combat readiness of the Qiu encampment. In this encampment of merely 18 Qiu, Yuwen had emerged as the patriarch in their eyes. This small tribe would serve as a future stronghold. To better designate this encampment, Yuwen resolved to bestow upon it a name of historical significance. After considerable contemplation, he leapt upon an unconstructed lookout tower of the Qiu. Historically, Leaders were expected to address the populace from an elevated position to convey authority. Gazing at the assembled Xingqiu, Yuwen spoke with hope, declaring, "From this moment forth, this place shall be known as Luguan." However, he promptly shook his head, dismissing the notion. Lu Laoyi had long since passed. As a fire slime, he ought to embody vitality and warmth, for to do otherwise would be inauspicious. Regaining his composure, Yuwen proclaimed, "From now on, this place shall be called Shijiazhuan." Qiu Lu cheered, exclaiming, "Shijiazhuan." The other Xingqiu, seeing Qiu Lu's enthusiasm, joined in the cheer, although they did not fully understand the reason behind it. With the place name established, the next priority was the construction of their new home. The lookout tower was an essential defensive structure in past games. Xingqiu with lookout towers had a broader range of vigilance and could easily attract hostility. Yuwen directed the Xingqiu to construct the lookout tower not for expansion, but to ensure the safety of the encampment, protecting the Xingqiu and building a harmonious home. Not far from Shijiazhuan, a group of thieves congregated by the river. Despite their designation as thieves, their attire suggested otherwise. Such a perilous profession typically left one in tattered clothing, stained with blood. It was improbable they would don such fine fabrics. Their garments, though not extravagant, were remarkably clean. However, their demeanor exuded an unmistakable air of rogue behavior. Up ahead is Xingqiu Beach. Darcy urged his subordinates, "Stay alert. This is a significant transaction that concerns our future. Anyone who jeopardizes this deal shall find my blade indiscriminate." The transaction involved capturing an ice slime and transporting it near Xingqiu Winery, promising a substantial reward from another wine tycoon in Mondstadt, Slita Ai Disheng. Once they succeeded, they would move to Liyue, adopting new identities and leaving their thieving days behind. The recent purge by Falga had indeed startled Darcy. The life of a thief was fraught with instability and peril. One could go hungry one moment and face the uncertain dawn the next. Mondstadt had become inhospitable to them, while Liyue might still offer a glimmer of hope. Darcy had little interest in the competition between Xingqiu Winery and Slita Ai Disheng's business. Darcy issued commands, and his gang readily assured him, "Fear not, leader. A mere slime shall pose no challenge. This is essentially a gift. How could we refuse?" Darcy's face radiated joy upon hearing his subordinates' assurances. With few constraints in their profession, the thieves quickly fell into casual conversation. Not long ago, that wretched Falga swept through the forest. Fortunately, we fled swiftly, or we would have been caught in the crossfire. Yet, on the flip side, we owe our new garments to those fearless adventurers who provided us with fresh attire. It's a rare occurrence these days for anyone to seek out ice slimes. It's quite peculiar. Why not just catch one in the river? It's absurd to seek us out for purchase. I hear he's a merchant. How curious that he manages to run a business with such a mindset. Surely, ice slimes cannot be used for brewing, as brewing requires grains. We can barely afford our meals, yet they expect to use grains for brewing. What nonsense! Why concern ourselves with such trivialities? We stand to profit. That's all that matters. With money, we need not worry about acquiring food. Let's not dwell on it. Once this transaction is complete, we can extort him further, allowing us to revel and drink and alter our way of life. Darcy laughed heartily, already envisioning a heist at Xingqiu town before heading to Liyue. In Chapter 13, titled The Grudge of the Wind Slime, Liyue and Mondstadt had long-established trade relations. With just over a month remaining, Darcy dismissed the old tales, focusing instead on whether he might encounter a merchant caravan on his journey to Liyue, allowing for another profitable venture. The divine tree, bathed in the wind, stood tall in the distance. Darcy cast a glance at the ancient tree, rumored to be where Vanessa ascended. This great tree was a seedling planted by her long ago, now towering majestically after centuries. However, he found little use for such myths, as they did not guarantee wealth. He mused that such a magnificent tree ought to be felled for profit. Its size promised considerable fortune. The blasted knights of Favonius had decimated their own stronghold. Should a wind god truly exist, he prayed for success in his dealings, so that wealth could provide an escape from the knight's pursuit and lessen the suffering of the people of Mondstadt. A myriad of emotions surged through Darcy's mind, rendering his breath slightly labored. Gazing into the distance at the carefree foam, Shalemu, floating in the air, an inexplicable anger ignited within him. We are facing such tremendous risks. Yet this group of Shalemu floats leisurely in the sky, which is quite infuriating. Watch me shoot you down with an arrow. In an instant, Darcy knocked a wooden arrow and aimed it at the foam Shalemu. The others, witnessing this, burst into laughter. As mountain bandits, they often hunted Shalemu for amusement, relishing the sight of the creatures fleeing in panic, which invariably bestowed upon them a sense of superiority. The Mond region is rich in elemental energy, and the wind element in Xingqiu is particularly abundant, making the emergence of foam Shalemu quite effortless. The foam Shalemu here seems to perfectly inherit the will of the Anemo Archon Barbados. They shirk responsibilities, spending their days idly. In many respects, foam Shalemu can be deemed the least aggressive. At times, they would not even acknowledge humans, preferring to drift through the air like salted fish, enjoying a leisurely day. The foam Shalemu, floating in the wind, had no inkling that an arrow would come hurtling toward them. Sensing a shift in the air currents, the foam Shalemu was instantly awakened. Fortunately, the height at which it floated was sufficiently safe. The arrow's force waned just before it could strike the foam Shalemu, causing the arrowhead to veer off course and plummet to the ground. The little heart of the foam Shalemu nearly leapt from fright, despite the creature lacking a heart. Observing the frightened expression of the foam Shalemu, the bandits erupted in laughter. "Let's go. We shall hunt the Bing Shalemu," Darcy remarked with a grin, suggesting they capture a few foam Shalemu to assist with transportation. "Boss, leave the foam Shalemu to me." The muscle-bound hilichurls were well aware of utilizing foam Shalemu for transporting goods, and they could not afford to lag behind. "Let's go." A small team to hunt the foam Shalemu. Though the Shalemu may not possess high intelligence, they certainly harbor emotions, nearly being inexplicably slain. How could they not hold a grudge? Observing the direction they advanced, it seemed they were approaching their location. I spend my days idly, with no grievances against anyone. Why do humans always seek conflict with us, Shalemu? Even when I have ascended to the heights of the sky, they still attempt to shoot me down. The world is rife with persecution against Shalemu. Why must our kind bear the burden of transporting your goods? What must we Shalemu do to satisfy you? As these thoughts crossed its mind, tears streamed uncontrollably down. The foam Shalemu flapped its tiny wings vigorously, preparing to flee this place of turmoil. Should it find allies, it would surely seek vengeance for this arrow. Not far from Yingxiang Beach, a group of hilichurls was cooking over a fire. They were preparing boiled fish. High-quality ingredients often require the simplest cooking methods. The hilichurls chose to boil white fish in plain water to savor the most authentic fish flavor. Even they found the taste unappealing, prompting them to add 5 sun crabs to the fish soup for flavor. Just as they were about to dig in, an arrow fell from the sky, striking and exploding the pot they had stolen from an adventurer. The hilichurls, infuriated, looked around with rage. In Mondstadt, at the Angel's Share Tavern, the establishment was bustling with patrons, adventurers, knights of Favonius, merchants from other lands, and some renowned drunkard from Mondstadt, all gathered within the tavern. The aisles and front desk were crowded, creating a lively atmosphere. Despite the throng, no one expressed dissatisfaction. New guests continued to arrive. Today was a day of celebration, as the tavern offered discounts. If it were merely a half-price drink promotion, it would not evoke such a commotion. It is noteworthy that Mondstadt is the free city-state in the northeastern part of Teyvat, renowned as the City of Freedom, the City of Song, and the Crown of the North. This city holds a legendary reputation among bards and artists. The wine industry in Mondstadt is highly esteemed, saturating the air with a rich aroma. An ordinary tavern would not possess such allure, but this was the most famous and finest tavern in Mondstadt. Moreover, the tavern owner, Klepizi, had a son named Diluc Ragenfeed, who possessed a vision. Diluc was a dazzling new star among the Knights of Favonius, as well as the youngest captain of the cavalry. The people of Mondstadt quickly became familiar with this passionate young captain. Diluc's acquisition of a vision was a significant event in Mondstadt. Many wished to visit the tavern for a drink and to extend their congratulations. For the patrons and bards alike, the wine crafted by Klepizi Ragenfeed was truly delectable. However, many were unaware that the Ragenfeed family was an ancient lineage in Mondstadt. Yet those tales belonged to the era of the Anemo Archon. This was the family that established the Mondstadt Library, which, at its inception, was the largest library on the continent. However, years have passed, and the current Mondstadt Library now comprises only 1/3 of its original size. The Ragenfeed family is also on the brink of decline. Chapter 14. The True Monarch of Shattered Rocks and the True Monarch of Frostwalked Seas. Klepaisi Ragenfeed's talent was exceedingly mediocre. Despite his relentless training efforts, he could never join the Knights of Favonius. In Teyvat, those who revere the divine are believed to receive blessings from the gods, or so many think. Lacking martial talent, yet still recognized by vision, Klepaisi nonetheless possessed a keen business acumen. He soon became a reputable merchant, running the largest wine business in Mondstadt, using his wealth and exquisite wine to aid in the city's development. But the inability to join the Knights of Favonius remained his sole regret. Now, this regret was finally to be set aside, as his son Diluc and his adopted son Xingqiu not only joined the Knights of Favonius, but also became the most radiant new stars. For Klepaisi, there could be no greater joy. Some came to celebrate, some sought a drink, others wished to uncover the secrets of winemaking, and still, others simply wanted to join the revelry. Regardless of their motivations, Klepaisi was elated today. Who would have thought that young Master Diluc would attain a vision at such a tender age? Truly a youthful hero. Indeed, it was said that young Master Diluc accompanied Captain Faraga into the forest to eradicate the Hilichurls, and his performance astonished even Captain Faraga. The Windhowl Canyon had been overrun by Hilichurls, rendering business impossible. Although some adventurers attempted to clear the area, they ultimately met with failure. This was largely thanks to Captain Faraga. Indeed, I wonder if Captain Faraga will come. We must certainly raise a toast to him. With Captain Faraga around, even outside Mondstadt, one feels secure. When Captain Faraga went to eliminate the Hilichurls, numerous adventurers followed. It was rumored that some struck it rich. Had we known, we might have gained quite a bit ourselves. Who would have thought that when the Faraga group announced an expedition, it was actually to purge Hilichurls and bandits? Yes, many were caught off guard. Reflecting on it, we encountered a rather peculiar Shalemu in the forest. Shalemu? What is so peculiar about Shalemu? A silver-haired boy, donning wind goggles, queried repeatedly. Oh, isn't that Bennett? What brings you to the tavern? This place is certainly not suitable for someone of your tender age. The Angel's Gift Tavern is filled with exquisite wines, but alas, there are no juices for little ones. Bennett, you are no longer a child. Why not savor the taste of wine? I bet Amora that Bennett would not dare to drink. Who wouldn't dare? I shall drink to prove you wrong. Bennett immediately prepared to lift a glass from the table. Hey, what are you all discussing? A knight from the West Wind hurriedly intervened. Do you not regard our West Wind knights? Teaching children to drink is unacceptable. Be wary of being sent to confinement yourselves. Your words remind me of Klee, who has just been sent to the confinement room by acting Grandmaster Jean. Another West Wind knight chimed in. Indeed, what a mischievous child she is. Always preferring to play with bombs. Is that something a child should engage in? Another knight lamented, his face expressing helplessness. They feared that Klee would injure herself with the bombs, hoping this experience would teach her a lesson against playing with such dangerous items. What is confinement? Is it a dark little room? It must be rather pitiable to be locked away, Bennett pondered. Raised by a group of seasoned adventurers, Bennett exudes an optimistic and positive demeanor, despite his ill-fated misadventures. Many in Mondstadt recognize this unfortunate boy favored by misfortune. The West Wind Knights engaged in conversation over fine wine, drawing closer to one another. Numerous adventurers began to boast about their past exploits, with even a minor child's bragging being met with amusement. However, did Bennett not question the veracity of their tales? The exaggerations grew increasingly absurd, nearing the point of disbelief. Well then, Bennett, I shall pause my adventure tale here. Let us hear from other adventurers, said an adventurer who had run out of stories. His expression awkward. One might consider the descriptions of 3-star weapons here. Oh, very well. I too shall have splendid adventure stories to share in the future, Bennett declared confidently. We eagerly anticipate them, they replied, laughter and joy filling the tavern. The tavern serves as a hub for information exchange, a primary locale for many seeking clues and intelligence. The icebreaker, Xingqiu, and the rockbreaker, Diluc, are both acutely aware of this fact. While assisting at the bar, Diluc overheard the conversations of the patrons and fell into thought. We indeed do not offer non-alcoholic beverages. However, can a beverage devoid of alcohol still be considered wine? It can barely be classified as a drink. Would any patrons prefer a non-alcoholic beverage? Aside from children, I doubt anyone would, Diluc mused. What is brother thinking? Kia asked, playfully nudging Diluc's shoulder. Oh, nothing, just listening to their conversation, Diluc hastily explained. Yes, indeed, all sorts of people are present, providing ample opportunity to gather valuable information. Kia said cheerfully, unconcerned with Diluc's evasiveness. Chapter 15. The Talking Slime at present. Diluc retains a certain charm, his thoughts remarkably innocent. In contrast to Kia, Diluc possesses fiery red hair and a frequent smile, exuding warmth and vibrancy. Having lived a privileged life without significant adversity, he ascended to the position of cavalry captain in the West Wind Knights at a young age, while also receiving a vision. His path has been smooth, and he maintains a childlike innocence. Kia's experiences are evidently richer than Diluc's, his internal conflicts devoid of an audience to confide in, resulting in an unusual maturity. Diluc often requires Kia's assistance in managing his many tasks and responsibilities. Though the perspectives on life may differ, it does not hinder their friendship. Do you think there could be non-alcoholic beverages? Diluc pondered aloud after a moment. If such a drink existed, would you enjoy it? Kia scratched his head thoughtfully, responding, If it were palatable, I might enjoy it. Alcohol clouds my judgment, and I have no fondness for it. After a brief exchange, the two of them attentively listened to the patrons' discussions. The height of children pales in comparison to adults. Standing on a chair, Bennett proclaimed, Tomorrow, I shall apply to Sister Catherine to register the Bennett adventure team. I, too, shall embark on my adventures. You are looking at the future hope of the Mondstadt Adventurers Guild. The adventurer Bennett. One day, I shall discover the treasure at the end. However, one cannot apply for an adventure team alone, an unnamed adventurer pointed out kindly. I am well aware of the adventure team regulations. The guild requires adventurers to support one another to minimize risks, necessitating a minimum of 3 to 4 permanent adventurers. I shall find my adventure companion soon, Bennett laughed, patting his head. Oh, that is quite impressive. It seems Bennett is preparing for a grand adventure, someone remarked. But beware, young Bennett. The outside world is perilous. Don't soil your pants in fright. Fear not. I have always maintained my training. I am exceptionally strong. Bennett flexed his muscles proudly. At another table, a group of patrons indulged in their wine. By the way, Captain, I was reminded of that marvelous fire slime we encountered in the forest, Alaric mentioned. The faint sound caught Bennett's attention, and he inquired curiously, A marvelous slime? Aren't slimes the most basic of monsters? Other adventurers joined in the jest. Haha, what is so remarkable about a fire slime? Some inebriated patron scoffed. Slimes are far too easy to deal with. They're simpler than confronting bandits or hilichurls. Haha, this is the first time I've heard of a marvelous slime. Slimes are ubiquitous across the continent. Perhaps some have evolved, but as adventurers, encountering a remarkable slime would indeed be a rare experience. Do not jest. Slimes have existed in this land for such a long time. I've never heard of a sentient slime, let alone a marvelous one, another scoffed. Surely, you must have let the slime escape and are concocting excuses. You wouldn't have secretly released the slime, would you? Its slime is quite valuable, you know. Inquiring many, none had seen or heard of such occurrences. The fire slime they encountered seemed almost sentient, raising their suspicions. However, the patrons within the tavern had consumed considerable amounts of wine. Vissen, not particularly bold, felt discomfort by the ridicule, as reputation was paramount in their line of work. After all, they had not seen it. Thus, they could boast as they pleased. Did boasting become a crime? There are no such laws in Mondstadt. If there were a law against boasting, none of the adventurers in this tavern would escape unscathed. The fire slime is no ordinary creature. Though it is merely a small slime, it possesses the remarkable ability to breathe fire and launch fireballs, boasted V.S. Indu shamelessly. The patrons of the tavern erupted into laughter, filling the air with mirth. How absurd! A small fire slime spitting flames? Do you truly believe we have never encountered small slimes before? I have seen many large slimes, but a fire-breathing one is a first for me. A small fire slime poses no threat at all. The laughter intensified. Why don't you mention that the small fire slime can speak as well? Xingqiu, his face flushed with embarrassment, stood up and stammered. You hit the nail on the head. This small fire slime indeed spoke. It begged us for mercy, pleading not to be harmed, and out of pity, we spared its life. The laughter in the tavern grew even louder. Pray tell, did this slime speak in slime language? Or perhaps in Xingqiu language, or even the common tongue of Teyvat? Inquired a brazen drunkard. As a seasoned drinker from Mondstadt, he had heard countless tales in the tavern and possessed a smattering of knowledge about the Chuchis. Such a tale, rife with inconsistencies, could hardly deceive these old drinkers. V.S. Xingqiu, knowing he did not speak Xingqiu language and wary of the presence of a few patrons who understood it, hesitated. After all, no one in the tavern could possibly comprehend slime language, for slimes were not known to speak. If slime language were real, how could I explain my understanding of it? I cannot claim to have been born with that knowledge. Observing V.S. Xingqiu's troubled expression, the adventurers in the tavern shook their heads in sympathy. Crafting a plausible adventure story is no easy feat after much contemplation. V.S. Xingqiu declared it was, of course, the common tongue of Teyvat. We drinkers love to boast. After all, we seldom hear a tale like this. Yet, one drunkard pressed on. Then who taught the slime to speak the common tongue? Is it innate for slimes to know it? Surely it was V.S. Xingqiu himself who taught the slime the common tongue, chimed in another companion at the table. After all, he was the only one to have encountered a speaking slime. Only V.S. Xingqiu has seen a talking slime. What language it speaks must surely be his invention, or rather, his determination, they reasoned, their analysis persuasive and compelling. The other patrons laughed heartily. V.S. Xingqiu seemed oblivious to their jests, quietly sipping his bitter drink with his comrades. Kia's initial intrigue quickly waned. He had hoped for a remarkable tale. A speaking slime? How ludicrous! Surely he mistook a fire element abyss mage for a fire slime. If it were indeed an abyss mage, sigh better not to dwell on such thoughts. Kia appeared lost, his gaze vacant. Not just him, even Diluc and the Knights of Favonius expressed disbelief. As a creature of such lowly stature, how could a slime possibly speak? Ancient legends might hold some truth, but no tales of slimes existed across the expanse of Teyvat. If such a creature were real, it would have been discovered long ago. It could not have remained hidden until now. From a narrative standpoint, however, this story was quite novel. It seemed this table of patrons had indulged a bit too much. Yet, one cannot generalize. Not everyone disbelieved. Some simply could not discern reality. Wow! Exclaimed Bennett, his eyes alight with wonder. Did V.S. Xingqiu really encounter a speaking slime? What was it like? His excitement drew astonished gasps from many, who found it hard to believe that anyone could accept such an evidently fabricated tale. Surely no one could genuinely believe V.S. Xingqiu's concoction. Even V.S. Xingqiu was taken aback by Bennett's fervor, half his inebriation waning. Initially, he had simply been boasting, but now, as he spun his tale further, he found it spiraling beyond reason, and he was astonished that anyone might truly believe him. Gazing into Bennett's innocent eyes, V.S. Xingqiu felt a pang of guilt. He longed to confess that his story was mere fabrication, that no speaking slime existed in this world. However, faced with such hopeful, resolute, and dream-filled eyes, filled with passion for adventure, he found it difficult to speak the truth. After all, he too had a sense of pride. Let it be, let it be. I shan't shatter the dreams of youth. Once, I too was an aspiring adventurer, until the sun rose in the east and daylight banished my dreams. But what if? What if there truly exists a speaking slime in this world? Yes, indeed. We have seen it with our own eyes. V.S. Xingqiu replied, his cheeks flushed. Whether from the embarrassment of deceiving a child or from the effects of the drink, it was hard to tell. Oh, a speaking slime. How marvelous. As soon as our adventuring party is formed, I shall set forth to find this speaking slime, Bennett proclaimed excitedly. The members of the V.S. Xingqiu adventuring party lowered their heads in silence, utterly mortified. Could you tell me where you saw this speaking slime? Bennett continued. V.S. Xingqiu hesitated, quickly pondering how to extend his tale. Well, this speaking slime, Suddenly, an epiphany struck him. Every adventurer has their own unique story, and we have discovered this speaking slime. This is the narrative of our V.S. Xingqiu adventuring party and that slime. If you truly possess the spirit of an adventurer, you should create your own story and seek out your very own slime, becoming a true adventurer. V.S. Xingqiu and his companions sighed with relief, successfully navigating their way through the tail, their spirits lifted. I will certainly strive for that, Bennett exclaimed fervently. In a corner of the tavern, a young man with short black hair resolved to pursue his dream and stood up, approaching Bennett. His aspiration was to become a genuine adventurer. He had heard that adventurers could drink well, and perhaps imbibing would lead him to become a renowned adventurer. He entered the Angel's Share Tavern and ordered the strongest liquor available. However, the drink was far too potent. The first sip caused him to choke. Gratefully, he sat alone in the corner to avoid the embarrassment of being ridiculed. For tomorrow, he could be the subject of gossip. Cowardly Jack choked on his drink. Such a person could never become an adventurer. At that moment, he looked upon Bennett, radiating confidence. A true adventurer must be as self-assured as he. If he were to embark on an adventure, tales of his exploits might echo throughout Mondstadt. And he even had a title in mind, the Adventurer King Jack. Noticing Bennett's gaze upon him, Jack stammered, "Hello, my name is Jack. I wish to become a true adventurer. May I join your adventuring party?" A thrilling adventure is about to commence. In the tavern, many were engaged in lively conversation, sharing tales they had heard from afar. In the city of Mondstadt, devoid of newspapers, taverns have become the primary venues for the exchange of information, swiftly disseminating tales and gossip alike. There are always a few old drunks who relish in boasting, as if recounting their past exploits to earn the applause of others. The notion of a talking slime has gradually become a topic of conversation for some inebriated patrons. Even some children have caught wind of it. Aside from a handful of inattentive students, most regard it as an intriguing story. Notably, in Bennett's voice lines, he expresses a belief that Zhongli is the princess of condemnation and genuinely thinks she hails from another world, a notion that even some maids have adopted. Thus, Bennett's character is defined in this manner, though there are no voice lines concerning Diluc, Kia, and others, which may be explored in alternate settings. Chapter 17. The Concept of Time, Mr. Albedo. Have you heard the rumor about the talking slime? Sucrose inquired with a puzzled expression. We are peers. You may simply call me Albedo, he corrected once more. Very well, Mr. Albedo, Sucrose replied. Albedo felt a tinge of helplessness, despite numerous reminders. Sucrose persisted in using formal titles, leaving him with no choice but to acquiesce. He then picked up a sheet of white paper and sketched his vision of a talking slime. Is this what you envision for a slime? Sucrose cast a glance at the drawing, nearly taken aback. Despite Albedo's artistic skill, the depiction of a slime, lacking limbs, waist, and feet, with facial features crammed together, was rather unappealing. She quickly shook her head, asserting that a talking slime should possess vocal organs, and certainly not resemble Albedo's crude rendition. Perhaps there is a possibility. Albedo mused after a moment's reflection. In his viewpoint, a talking slime should not exist in the land of Teyvat. Yet, he cautiously refrained from making a definitive statement. If such a creature were to exist, conventional reasoning would not apply. However, based on my speculation, slimes may represent another form of elemental existence. And perhaps we could explore how to enable slimes to articulate speech. Albedo proposed his perspective. That is indeed an intriguing avenue of research, at least providing a conceptual framework. Sucrose's expression brightened, recognizing the merit in investigating how to facilitate a slime's ability to speak. Soon, she pondered anew, what if there truly exists a talking slime on Teyvat? How would we distinguish its language? Perhaps slimes possess their own means of communication, yet we remain oblivious. Currently studying sweet flower, this new line of inquiry certainly posed a conundrum. Sucrose found it hard to believe that slimes could converse in the common tongue of Teyvat. It seemed implausible unless they were humans masquerading as slimes. Life is indeed remarkable. How much do we remain unaware of? Perhaps somewhere on the continent, a genuine talking slime exists. If slimes could truly speak, I would be keen to observe them closely. Might this be a hidden advantage of the slimes? Putting such thoughts aside, she resolved to venture outdoors to capture some slimes for study. Do I have a cold? But can slimes catch colds? That seems rather improbable. Moreover, I am a pyro slime. It's unlikely for a pyro slime to catch a chill. Is it not a cold? Could someone be speaking ill of me? Yet I have only recently traversed into this new world and have not stirred up any trouble. Surely no one would be disparaging me behind my back. In light of this, I must exercise greater caution. Yuwen wished to scratch his head, only to discover he had no hands, merely a round, plump body, and his previously buoyant mood swiftly turned to despair. Logically, a slime, being a liquid creature, should be capable of mimicking any shape. In theory, replicating human hands should pose no issue. Although slimes do not require sleep, they can tire. Currently, Yuwen's control over his body was limited. He could only direct the hilichurls in their tasks. The sole drawback was the hilichurls' lack of intelligence. Despite having repeated instructions countless times, they still failed to grasp the nuances of construction. This rendered Yuwen unable to be a hands-off overseer. Without his supervision, chaos would likely ensue, necessitating his active involvement in every task. Fortunately, when engrossed in work, time seemed to fly, alleviating the monotony of the days. Old 8, you misplaced the pillar. This one is a support beam and belongs here. Yuwen bounced to the correct position, referring to the annotations on the design blueprint. Old 8 leaned in to examine the house design sketched in charcoal on the ground, shaking his not-so-bright head in confusion. Yuwen had never studied architecture in his past life and was utterly ignorant in this regard. As a homebody, he had a fair grasp of drawing. However, designing a house was well beyond his knowledge. The blueprints were provided by an omnipotent system, yet the downside was the overwhelming abundance of designs. Finding one that was well-ventilated, warm, practical, aesthetically pleasing, and simple proved to be quite the challenge. Yuwen spent considerable time locating a suitable design, ultimately settling on a straightforward circular greenhouse that merely required erecting pillars, constructing beams, and covering the roof with wild grass. In addition to the dwellings for the hilichurls, there were defensive structures to consider. The construction of housing and fortifications could not be accomplished in a day. Yuwen was in no rush. As the sun began to set, Yuwen glanced at the simple sundial he had crafted days prior. As a modern individual, even in this new world, he retained many contemporary concepts, including a sense of time. The hilichurls lacked any understanding of time. For them, dawn marked a new day, and dusk signaled sleep. They existed without a past or a future. Instilling a sense of time in the hilichurls might gradually help them develop a concept of both, perhaps even allowing Yuwen to leave a legacy as illustrious as Byron-S, one worthy of their reverence. Changing perspectives is no simple feat. Yuwen had never believed he could instantly impart a sense of time to the hilichurls. Yet, as long as the spirit remains resolute, solutions will invariably emerge. Though the hilichurls enjoyed meat, they possessed no concept of regular meals. They dined whenever hunger struck, lacking fixed meal times. To Yuwen, this mirrored the relationship between material foundations and superstructure. To instill a sense of time in the hilichurls, Yuwen introduced 4 new terms in their lexicon: morning meat, noon meat, evening meat, and bedtime broth. Chapter 18. The language of elements in daily interactions with the hilichurls. It was inevitable that new words in their language would emerge. After all, the hilichurls could speak, but could not write, and Yuwen had begun contemplating how to transcribe their language into Chinese characters. Initially, the hilichurls did not pay heed to the sundial he had created. They were entirely indifferent to the shadows cast upon it. Soon, a consensus formed among the hilichurls that the sundial was of no use. However, when Yuwen decided to implement fixed meal times in the camp, the hilichurls exhibited an unprecedented enthusiasm for the sundial. In the understanding of the Xingqiu people, as long as the shadow halts at those 3 points, Reborn will announce mealtime, and then there will be meat to eat. This is akin to Pavlov's dog, which salivated upon hearing the bell. Although this analogy may not be entirely apt, the Xingqiu people have nearly conditioned themselves to such a reflex. Henceforth, they remain ever vigilant, anticipating the moment when the reflection signifies the arrival of their meal. Observing that the majority of Xingqiu gazes were directed towards him, Yuwen instantly comprehended the message conveyed through their eyes. Reborn, dinner time approaches. Witnessing their eagerness to partake in the meal, Yuwen reminisced about the school bells that signaled the end of classes during his student days, prompting everyone to take a break and resume their tasks after dinner. Ula, 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 ula. The Xingqiu people joyfully cheered. Meanwhile, the language within the other Xingqiu camps remained unaffected. But the dialect in Shijiazhuang had become tainted, severely polluted by Yuwen's influence. interspersed with peculiar phrases. Ula and Muda have emerged as the trendiest exclamations among the Qiuqiu. The Qiuqiu language has gradually deteriorated. One day, it will undoubtedly morph into Yuwen's form. As he watched the Qiuqiu devour their food ravenously, a flicker of guilt crossed Yuwen's heart, as if he had become an unfeeling individual. Working over 10 hours a day without even a basic wage, Yuwen felt a twinge of discomfort within. Suddenly, thunder rumbled across the sky. It seemed rain was imminent. As a fire slime, nothing displeases him more than rain. This was also the reason Yuwen was eager to expedite the construction of a shelter, providing him with a refuge from the downpour. As a fire slime, if he releases fire elements during rain, he risks being extinguished by the falling water. In the game, fire slimes withdraw their elements into their bodies during rainy weather, rendering their tops slightly darkened, an action taken to mitigate the damage from rain while also reflecting their inner turmoil. Yuwen currently felt quite vexed. The frequency of rain in this forest was excessive, and each rainfall left him feeling very uncomfortable. Suddenly, something seemed to be floating towards him. Yuwen squinted at a large balloon drifting through the sky, puzzled. As a Qiuqiu person who frequently interacts with slimes, he was well aware of the various properties of slimes. A mere glance revealed that a wind slime was approaching. In his memory, the shaman leader of the former Qiuqiu tribe often utilized wind slimes for transporting goods and harnessed their powers to commune with the wind element, using it to capture animals. The relationship between the Qiuqiu and slimes was not adversarial. Wind slimes would sometimes assist distressed Qiuqiu by conveying distress signals to others. Soon, Yuwen unlocked a new entry in his game compendium, Large Wind Slime, a creature formed from the condensation of wind elements dispersed in nature. Analyzing slime element language. Hearing the system's prompt filled Yuwen with delight, as he had anticipated that even slimes could engage in a form of communication, albeit through elemental means. While humans and Qiuqiu communicated verbally, elements serve as the universal language for slimes, enabling them to convey information through elemental expression. Upon noticing the Qiuqiu and fire slime below, the wind slime erupted into joyous cheers, and the surrounding wind elements shifted, conjuring a gentle breeze. Even on the eve of a torrential downpour, this gentle breeze dispelled the oppressive atmosphere. Many Qiuqiu felt the soothing caress of the wind, though they remained oblivious to its source. Only those with a profound understanding of wind elements could discern the peculiar nature of this breeze. However, within all of Xingqiu, no Qiuqiu possessed the ability to control wind elements. Wind is merely one manifestation of elemental power, whether it be a tempest or a gentle breeze. It is the language of the wind speaking forth. Yuwen could naturally sense the wind slime's heartfelt joy. Elements are converging. Skill creation in progress. Wind element and fire element merge to obtain the skill diffusion. Elemental convergence with wind slime grants the skill interaction. Slimes communicate through elements. Mastery of element language is complete. Analyzing elements. Teyvat contains 7 elemental types: grass, water, fire, thunder, rock, ice, and wind. In a distant past, through their faith in deities, people were bestowed the power to manipulate elements. Fairy Compendium not yet unlocked. Insufficient information. Analysis failed. Activating alternative solution. Slimes, as pure elemental beings, may link through elements, enabling humans to harness elemental powers. Contract magic generation in progress. Insufficient energy generation failed. Insufficient information, alternative solution activation failed. Listening to the myriad of explanations illuminating his mind, Yuwen began to ponder. The elemental reactions in the game still held true in Teyvat, and his fire attribute was among the most potent on the continent. A truly superior attribute capable of yielding numerous elemental combinations. Since slimes communicate through element language, this was an unexpected revelation. If the Qiuqiu mastered elemental powers, perhaps they could forge elemental links with slimes of the same attribute. Through element language, could the Qiuqiu also communicate with slimes? No, that's not right. Yuwen suddenly felt an overwhelming shock. What had begun as mere speculation now seemed to harbor genuine possibilities. Chapter 19. Elemental Fluctuation. It is worth noting that the phrase "sign a contract with a slime" was originally a ploy to deceive the Qiuqiu. if given the chance. Yuwen would not hesitate to employ similar tactics on humans, as long as he could ensnare them. Now, upon learning that such possibilities truly existed, he found himself utterly bewildered. It appeared that mastering elemental power could allow one to initially sense the language of the elements, comprehending the messages they wished to convey, though this was limited to elements of the same kind, as other elemental forms remained beyond reach. Only slimes could perceive all elements, which was the basis of their communicative language. As one reincarnated as a slime, Yuwen innately possessed the unique element language of slimes, allowing him to sense elemental fluctuations. No wonder he sometimes felt sudden bouts of vexation. He had been unknowingly influenced by the elements. Nonetheless, these negative effects were minimal and would quickly dissipate. Realizing he could communicate with other slimes brought joy to Yuwen's heart. After all, slimes were considered kin. If even among kin, communication proved impossible, it would be a dire situation. Just as Yuwen was musing, the system's voice echoed once more. Slime element network in generation. Encountering unknown forces, generation failed. Warning, warning, warning. Ice element is producing severe elemental fluctuations. The elemental sounds signify anger and sorrow. While he wished to investigate the cause, it appeared rain was imminent. And as a fire slime, Yuwen despised venturing out in the rain, as being drenched was exceedingly unpleasant. His desire to explore was consequently suppressed. At that moment, the wind slime rapidly descended from the sky, landing beside Yuwen. For some reason, upon seeing Yuwen for the first time, the wind slime sensed a warm aura, compelling it to draw closer. This sensation for the wind SHL is akin to a caretaker affectionately rubbing their face against a cat, comforting and warm. Much like the caretaker, it does not inquire about the other's willingness, regardless of whether one is male or female. It simply leans against me. The concept of residual warmth had not yet fully transformed, momentarily forgetting the reality of being reincarnated as a SHL. Just as the thought escaped my lips, I suddenly remembered, I am indeed a SHL now. Like deities, SHL possess no gender. Discussing gender with a SHL is akin to conversing about winter snowflakes with summer insects. There lies no understanding of the distinctions. SHL are devoid of any notion of gender, unaware of what constitutes male or female. Of course, another possibility exists. A SHL could embody both male and female. If that were the case, it would indeed be intriguing. Is my sword ready? A sharp blade, keen eyes? The mere thought prompted me to simulate a small hand and slap myself soundly. Oh dear, what was I thinking? I am a respectable who SHL forever devoted to my wives. I cast a disdainful glance at the wind SHL. To be fair, whether small or large, all wind SHL appear quite adorable. It seems they have dedicated all their talent points to cuteness. Truly a reflection of their affinity with Barbados. No wonder their combat prowess and destructive power are so dismal. Observing the admiration in the wind SHL's eyes, I felt reluctant to dismiss them. Perhaps this is merely how SHL express intimacy. So, what is it, wind SHL? When I first encountered you, I distinctly sensed significant emotional fluctuations. With a sigh of resignation, I gently pushed the wind SHL away. The expression on the wind SHL's face shifted instantly as they recalled the events that had just transpired. Clearly, they had come seeking assistance to avenge a recent grievance. While soaring through the sky, they had witnessed the hill churls of Ying-11ing HITN engaged in battle. Mid-flight, a sudden thunderclap startled them. Had it not been for the fire SHL's reminder before me, the wind SHL, I might have entirely forgotten the earlier unpleasantness. Their forgetfulness is rather remarkable. Such an important matter could be entirely forgotten in the blink of an eye. It is no surprise that the wind SHL can effortlessly float in the sky. A heart so vast naturally allows for the easier dismissal of worries, leading to a more joyful existence. Perhaps this is the reason for the wind SHL's carefree demeanor. Alas, I was floating peacefully in the sky when suddenly a group of ruffians shot an arrow at me. Fortunately, I was high enough that they missed. As the wind SHL recounted this, a hint of pride colored their expression, but the thought of subsequent events quickly soured their mood. Judging by the ruffians' appearance, they seemed intent on capturing the ice SHLime, even hoping to seize me to transport the ice SHLime. Such despicable individuals. The wind SHLime grumbled. Each year, there are those who venture to the beach to capture ice SHLime. While floating in the sky, the wind SHLime is fully aware of the happenings below, yet feels powerless to alter the course of events. They too often find themselves captured for transporting goods. The life of a SHLime is quite miserable. However, upon seeing me, the wind SHLime felt as though a long-floated vessel had finally found its harbor. I recalled the system's previous warning regarding intense elemental fluctuations emanating from ice elements. This must pertain to what the wind SHLime had mentioned. On the continent of TWT, SHLime are ubiquitous. Even hill churls utilize SHLime, and those with greater intelligence, such as humans, certainly understand the utility of capturing SHLime as tools. Yet, the system had detected such strong elemental fluctuations accompanied by intense negative emotions, indicating something unusual. Could it be that ice SHLime are facing widespread slaughter? After hearing the wind SHLIM's account, unsettling images of slain ice SHLime flooded my mind. I buried my body in contemplation, pondering how best to address this situation. In my previous life, playing games, I had thought little of slaughtering SHLime. After all, if not today, they would simply respawn tomorrow. Failing to eliminate them would squander a renewal opportunity, along with materials, gold, and experience. I had mused that if these SHLime could simply hand over their materials without causing a fuss, everyone would be satisfied. Alas, the developers would surely disagree. Some SHLime and hill churls were even more infuriating, for they would lock chests, forcing one to cross over their corpses to claim the rewards within. In my past life, slaying SHLime had been justified by countless rationalizations. After all, they were merely data. To kill or not to kill bore no weight of guilt. Who truly cares about how many slices of bread one has consumed? Chapter 20. The Wind's Mark. Presently, my essence may not entirely belong to humanity, yet my thought processes remain rooted in my former self. Thus, I can be considered human. However, my race is not human, but rather a SHLime, a creature regarded by humans as a monster. After being reincarnated as a SHLime, my thought patterns gradually shifted. SHLime do not require food or sleep, nor must they concern themselves with marriage or procreation. Many worries have simply vanished, and the nature of my reflections has transformed accordingly. The life of a SHLime is still a life. To witness suffering and not lend aid is not my style. Though I am reluctant to engage with humans too soon, circumstances have forced my hand. Eventually, interaction is inevitable. Moreover, within the camp, hill churls express their dissatisfaction upon hearing about their companions being bullied, clamoring to support them, especially after learning that even their dining utensils have been destroyed by the ruffians. Chiu Lao Ba was particularly incensed. These humans are utterly despicable. Hill churls perceive human interference as a disruption to their tranquil existence, conveniently overlooking the fact that they themselves pilfer goods from merchants. If memory serves, hill churls often welcome those from other tribes, showing no wariness towards them, instead functioning as a unified entity. Perhaps this is the foolish hill churls' fortune, lacking suspicion towards one another. Their interactions are remarkably harmonious, though disputes do arise among them. To prevent the hill churls from aiding their companions would surely incite their ire. It is their creed to assist those in need, and I have no desire to hinder them. Let us proceed together to render aid and drive away the invaders. WLMD. Having made my decision, the hill churls in the camp erupted in joyous cheers, instantly seizing their weapons and advancing in the direction indicated by the wind SHLime. Wait a moment. I quickly called the hill churls back. Their minds may not be the sharpest, but I remain alert. Based on the wind SHLIM's description, if I am not mistaken, these ice SHLIM dwell by the seaside, while the hill churls reside among the mountains. Not far ahead lies a precipice. Hill churls cannot fly. Are they intending to leap off the cliff? Hold on. A spark of inspiration flickered in my mind. Although hill churls cannot soar, They have the wind SHLime at their disposal. Those who dwell by the mountains rely on the mountains. Those who dwell by the waters rely on the waters. The Hillchurls residing at Ying11 in HITN primarily source their food from the beach. They are also adept at fishing and occasionally raid passing merchant caravans for supplies. The pots they currently use for cooking were, in fact, pilfered from adventurers. Hillchurls may not be particularly skilled at crafting weapons, or perhaps they possess a unique preference. Some Hillchurls prefer to use pot lids or barrel tops as shields. According to Barbados, this shield is known as the Shield of Radiant Will, and the marks upon it stand as a testament to glory. However, the majority of the large shield-bearing Hillchurls tend to be rather timid. If other Hillchurls are present at that moment, their courage will swell, prompting them to launch attacks against their adversaries. For ordinary individuals, the mere sight of a Hillchurl induces uncontrollable trembling, requiring no expulsion. They simply flee in terror. To thieves, Hillchurls are akin to fat lambs waiting to be slaughtered. If not for their limited prowess, they would have already stormed the Hillchurl encampment to seize the wind grains, jewels, and artifacts meticulously gathered by the Hillchurls. Despite the Hillchurls collecting these seemingly dazzling and lustrous items, they do not utilize them. It is worth noting that the prices of wind grains and artifacts are quite substantial. Selling them in Mondstadt could yield several thousand mora. Such treasures in the hands of Hillchurls are undeniably a waste. It would be more beneficial for them to relinquish these items for our enjoyment. The thieves before me hesitated to charge into the Hillchurl camp, but they would not let the Hillchurls who fled the camp escape unscathed. Hillchurls lack intelligence, and as long as they do not encounter a Hillchurl brute, they can be defeated one by one. The Hillchurls before them numbered fewer than 10. Although there was a shaman capable of wielding elemental power, no intimidating Hillchurl brutes were present. The thieves felt confident in their combat prowess. The shaman staff likely held wind grains, and this could lead to their fortune. If they could obtain a few wind grains, they could sell them for several thousand mora, surpassing their previous haul of slimes transported from Eagle's Flight Beach to Dawn Winery, which only netted them 10,000 mora. They could not afford to let this group of Hillchurls slip away, having suffered under their oppression in the past. The thieves were nearly overwhelmed by their elation, their minds racing with thoughts of how to revel in their newfound wealth. The leader of the thieves, possessing a modicum of intelligence, warned his companions. A thunderous roar echoed, signaling an imminent downpour. Fighting against ice arrow Hillchurls in rainy weather would greatly disadvantage them, especially with a water Hillchurl shaman present. The rain would enhance the shaman's elemental power. The leader cautioned, reminding them of the water element shaman and the 2 ice arrow Hillchurls. Should they be struck by the water shaman's elemental attack, encountering an elemental reaction with ice would spell trouble. Observing the darkening sky accompanied by booming thunder, he added that a torrential downpour was approaching, and they must conclude the battle before the rain fell upon the freshly captured ice slimes, or they would face dire consequences. Each heavy rain would lead to an influx of slimes at Eagle's Flight Beach. Although slimes are low-level monsters, their sheer numbers could overwhelm even the most resilient. At that moment, the leader's words ignited discontent among the thieves, not directed at him, but at the Hillchurls. These dim-witted creatures wielded elemental power, leaving them envious of the lack of divine eyes among themselves. They wished to possess such powers as well. Yet, they had no time for such musings and instead focused on resolving the immediate predicament. The leader and his companions attempted to draw away the ordinary Hillchurls while leaving the water shaman to the leader's discretion. Chapter 21, The Eye of the Wind. The leader nodded in agreement. Engaging Hillchurls in battle required a strategic approach. The intelligence of these thieves was lacking, and they often resorted to brute force. However, against the Hillchurls, they could not simply charge in. Competing in strength would ultimately lead to their own injury, as Hillchurls, despite their low intelligence, excelled in physical power, a fact validated by countless encounters. Ultimately, the thieves were compelled to devise a strategy to counter the Hillchurls. They performed various provocations before the Hillchurls, refraining from direct attacks, aiming instead to attract the shield-wielding Hillchurls. The shield-wielding Hillchurls were already prepared for battle, raising their shields and charging at the enemies who had damaged their pots. The ice arrow Hillchurl drew its bow, releasing an ice arrow. while the water hilichurl shaman chanted an incantation, summoning a small cloud overhead that unleashed a fine rain. This was the fire element power utilized by the water hilichurl shaman, which, in conjunction with the ice arrow hilichurl, could freeze their foes. The hilichurls not only commanded elemental power, but also understood how to exploit elemental reactions, executing a remarkably elegant coordination. The seamless connection of their skills made the entire sequence flow smoothly, if one were to judge solely by the performance. This combination was nothing short of impressive. If hilichurls possessed the ability to anticipate their opponents, it would be deemed flawless. Get away. Do not be struck by the shaman's attack. The leader swiftly pushed two companions aside and leapt back with agility. Though drenched by the rain, he narrowly avoided being hit by the ice arrow hilichurl's projectile. The missed shot incited furious cries from the hilichurls, who were visibly vexed at having their pride wounded. The shaman, as the most authoritative figure among the hilichurls, understood the gravity of the situation and quickly rallied the others to prepare for a new wave of assault. However, the thieves had developed a more cohesive synergy with clearly defined roles, leaving no opportunity for the hilichurls to counterattack. With the shield-wielding hilichurls diverted, the ice arrow hilichurls lacked the time to replace their spent arrows or enchant new ones. While the ice arrow hilichurls could hold their ground against the mountain bandits through sheer strength and physique, the shaman, as the elder of the hilichurl tribe, could not escape the fate of aging and weakness. Even the strongest hilichurl would eventually succumb to the passage of time. The shaman, caught in a melee with the thieves, found himself unable to complete his incantation. With no time to waste, he raised his staff to strike forward. On my aching back, the staff, made of an unknown heavy material, proved burdensome for the aging shaman. The elder could not wield it as freely as a hilichurl brute might. The blow sent both the staff and the shaman crashing to the ground. Laughter erupted from the band of thieves, echoing around them. With a swift kick, the shaman was sent flying, crashing against a massive rock by the sea, spitting out blood. The remaining hilichurls shouted in anger, vowing to slay the thieves before them. Darcy was no scholar of the hilichurls and could not comprehend their expressions of rage, dismissing their fury as mere impotent wrath. He crouched down, filled with hope as he reached for the shaman's staff. Surely, it must contain wind grains. It had to. Their potential fortune rested on shattering the staff. It had to contain something valuable. The eyes of the thieves glimmered with avarice as they silently yearned for riches. In that moment of revelation, everything changed. A shield hilichurl raised its shield with fury and charged forward, fiercely swinging the wooden club in its grasp, intent on delivering a fatal blow to Darcy. Upon encountering a hilichurl brute, Darcy would flee without a second thought. However, facing merely an ordinary hilichurl, devoid of elemental abilities, posed no threat at all. With a nimble leap, Darcy effortlessly evaded the hilichurl's attack. The intent behind the hilichurl strike was painfully clear, and with Darcy's agility, dodging was a trivial task. The shield hilichurl's missed powerful swing left it struggling to halt its momentum. It seemed evident that this group of hilichurls lacked any real combat prowess. Perhaps their residence at Xingqiu Beach, where fish were frequently washed ashore and crabs ventured on land, allowed them easy access to food, rendering their environment relatively safe. This group of hilichurls rarely encountered other monsters and had no need to hunt larger beasts like wild boars, resulting in their combat skills becoming complacent. Yet, they existed in a harsh forest where survival necessitated constant theft and competition. In this world governed by the principle of the survival of the fittest, the weak had no means to endure. Thus, let this group of hilichurls vanish from existence. Darcy grasped his colossal sword with one hand and swung it down mercilessly at the shield hilichurl. With a resounding crack, the makeshift shield, crafted from a pot lid, was cleaved in two, sending the shield hilichurl sprawling beside a cart laden with ice slimes. The remaining hilichurls were scattered, relying solely on brute strength in their futile struggle. The defeat of the hilichurls was an undeniable fact, as the battle unfolded as a one-sided intellectual triumph for the thieves. The hilichurls, despite their physical strength, were utterly ineffective, falling one by one. The wind sigil? Darcy easily shattered the staff, retrieving the contents held within by the shaman. No, this could not be a wind sigil. It appeared to be something else entirely. Even without mastering elemental power, Darcy could sense the potent wind element contained within this small fragment. Could this be the Anemo vision? Darcy's eyes widened in disbelief. The sudden fortune overwhelmed him. Without any preparation, he had unexpectedly acquired such a treasure. How could he not feel exhilarated? The Anemo vision far surpassed the wind sigil in value. Whether it was the Knights of Favonius in Mondstadt or the arrogant Fulgur, they were all in pursuit of the Anemo vision. Rumor had it that these visions were closely linked to the Anemo Archon who founded Mondstadt. Possessing an Anemo vision would surely earn Darcy respect in Mondstadt, even from Fulgur, despite his previous pillaging of numerous merchant caravans from the city. Darcy thought arrogantly. Chapter 22. The Flying Hilichurls. The Anemo vision held immeasurable worth to the Knights of Favonius and the city of Mondstadt. Ha ha ha. Darcy laughed boisterously, never expecting to acquire the Anemo vision in the end. It seemed the Archon had a fondness for him. In light of his good fortune today, he decided to spare the Hilichurls. It wouldn't do to shed blood on such a fine day. Good. The other thieves cheered exuberantly. In an instant, the thieves' gazes shifted towards the Hilichurls, who suddenly appeared to be a source of unexpected bounty. Boss, should we take the ice slimes too? One of the less perceptive lackeys inquired. Yes. How could we refuse such a generous offering? Darcy replied, just as the thieves prepared to transport the ice slimes. The fallen Hilichurl struggled to rise. Damn it! The Hilichurl exclaimed in anger. Oh! Darcy glanced over, surprised that it was still alive despite its severe injuries. The resilience of the Hilichurls was indeed remarkable. Wasn't it better to lie still and feign death? Initially, he had no intention of killing it. Yet this Hilichurl insisted on standing up, seemingly ready to continue the fight. However, in its current state, could the Hilichurl even wield a weapon? Darcy shook his head. Forget it. A storm is about to break. Let us just move the cart. Boss, we've caught the wind slimes. Many rejoiced at the return of the team sent to capture the wind slimes. This band of thieves was on the verge of welcoming riches and glory. The shield Hilichurl, gasping for breath, gazed at its fallen comrades and the multitude of ice slimes trapped in the cart. Memories of life here. Joyfully spending time with the slimes at Xingqiu Beach flooded back. The water slimes had aided the shaman in understanding the water element, even producing drinkable fresh water. This was also why, despite finding the Anemo vision imbued with powerful wind elemental energy, the shaman ultimately relied on water elemental power. Perhaps this was also the reason for the shaman's ability to summon rain. Living by the sea, the Hilichurls possessed a greater affinity for water and ice elements. Ice arrow Hilichurls could manipulate ice elements, thanks in part to the assistance of the ice slimes. Though the shield Hilichurl longed to craft an ice shield from the ice element or combine ice with earth to create a bomb akin to the ice slimes, its inability to grasp elemental nuances thwarted such attempts. The ice slimes also helped preserve the Hilichurls' food. The slimes were true companions to the Hilichurls. Now, with all Hilichurls besides itself defeated and the ice slimes about to be captured, it was uncertain where they would be taken or what fate awaited them. Nevertheless, the shield Hilichurl could not idly watch its companions be taken away. It would do anything to prevent this, even at the cost of its own life. This bond between the Hilichurls and the slimes must never be severed. With a fierce cry, the shield Hilichurl charged forward once more, heedless of the danger. How tedious, Darcy thought coldly, casting a disapproving glance. Having offered them a chance at life, these Hilichurls failed to appreciate it, and now they would face the consequences. However, many failed to notice the layer of frost forming on the wooden club in the shield Hilichurl's grip. This was a manifestation of elemental power, often referred to as ice element enchantment. A thunderous roar echoed through the air. Many were startled by the sound. The flash of lightning cast a peculiar shadow on ground. What was that? Something appeared to be flying in the sky. Look, it's a Hilichurl. The sight of Hilichurls soaring through the air bewildered the onlookers. When did Hilichurls learn to fly? Could they perhaps master the wind wings? No, that wasn't it. They were gliding on top of wind slimes. How could this be? What an astonishing number of Hilichurls. How could they possess the intelligence to create such a contraption with wind slimes? Inside the contraption were even Hilichurl brutes. The scene before them left everyone agape, their jaws nearly dropping to the ground in disbelief. They had never witnessed such absurdity. As the Hilichurls descended from the sky, Darcy was thrown into a state of panic. This multitude of hilichurls, along with a hilichurl brute, was beyond their capacity to confront. Moreover, he distinctly remembered being sent flying by a wooden shield wielded by a hilichurl brute, his bones shattered, leaving him bedridden for days and warping his once handsome visage. The grudge of disfigurement was irreconcilable. Yet a gentleman's vengeance is best served after a decade, and there were still several years before that time would come. At present, Darcy acknowledged that he needed more training to confront the hilichurl brute and had no intention of seeking it out. To my utter astonishment, today I encountered a band of Qiuqiu marauders, accompanied by a throng of Qiuqiu individuals. Just observing their formidable appearances, one could tell they were seasoned warriors. Particularly alarming was the sight of a red-haired Qiuqiu with an explosive hairstyle, exuding an aura of terror. However, I found it perplexing that amidst this assembly of Qiuqiu, there was a fire slime. Yet, this was not the time for speculation. The Qiuqiu had been known to raid merchant caravans, with adventurers typically managing to fend them off, and instances of them slaying humans were seldom heard of. Yet here we were, surrounded by Qiuqiu casualties, some dead, others wounded, making it unfathomable to explain our presence. None could ascertain whether the enraged Qiuqiu would retaliate against us. As I watched the Qiuqiu draw nearer, an unsettling anxiety enveloped my heart. This band of Qiuqiu was undoubtedly here to offer support, while the slime in their midst was merely a remnant of the battle. Observing the vanquished Qiuqiu lying feebly on the ground, alongside an ice slime confined within a cart, and a wind slime used for transporting the ice slime, I could sense the remnants' dissatisfaction at the sight of their comrades' plight. I had not anticipated arriving too late. Initially, I surmised that if I had descended from the mountaintop without hesitation, I would have reached the scene only to find the enemy had vanished, leaving me to tidy up. By the time I arrived, a torrential downpour would likely have commenced, raising the danger level significantly. Thus, I needed to expedite my descent. The only feasible method was to soar downwards. Although the buoyancy of a small wind slime was considerably lesser, one could easily accommodate a Qiuqiu on a small wind slime without issue. Hence, the notion of flying Qiuqiu took shape in my mind. Chapter 23. Paratrooper Lubin Xiu. A few moments ago, at the Shizhizhuang encampment, I inquired of the wind slime, "Can you summon other nearby wind slimes to join us?" The wind slime reluctantly departed my side, stating, "It is quite simple, and certainly within my capabilities. We wind slimes possess a unique means of communication." Following this, the wind slime ascended into the sky, tracing symbols in the air to summon nearby small wind slimes to hasten their arrival. Wind speech, a unique skill of the wind slime, allowing them to convey their thoughts in the form of wind elements. The system suddenly revealed a new entry. However, I had no time to dwell on this detail. Data analysis in progress. Current wind speed at level 7, calculating wind resistance during descent for the Qiuqiu size. Analysis complete. Gliding success rate is 799,999, with failure probabilities arising from the following. A minuscule chance of being struck by lightning, at a probability of 0.0001. The Qiuqiu's limited intelligence may lead them to cheer loudly mid-descent, resulting in a 20 chance of losing grip on the wind slime and plummeting. I found myself at a loss for words. I had originally intended to announce mid-air, "We shall arrive at the battlefield in 30 seconds. The other Qiuqiu would undoubtedly respond with, "Crush them." Now, that plan appeared unfeasible. Should I utter that phrase? It was likely that the Qiuqiu would raise their arms in cheer and subsequently plummet to their demise. Since speaking it was not an option, I decided to refrain. I had not donned the role of a leader yet, and there would be future opportunities. I then asked if we construct a simple harness. What is the likelihood of a safe descent with me, the Qiuqiu marauders, and the Qiuqiu archers? With your command, the probability of a safe landing approaches nearly 100. Hearing the system's analysis, I felt a wave of relief wash over me. As a liquid creature, the fire slime would scarcely be harmed by a fall from great heights. However, the safety of the other Qiuqiu was far less certain. If precautions were adequately explained, we could almost guarantee a safe landing. Prior to departure, ensuring they remained still would be essential. The creation of the harness was relatively straightforward. Fortunately, the Qiuqiu had recently borrowed a batch of merchant supplies, which would now prove useful. Under the gathering of the large wind slime, numerous small wind slimes hastened to join us. Yet, considering the Xingqiu's limited intellect, I dared not elaborate too much, fearing they might forget the instructions, so I simply instructed them to hold the wind slimes tightly. As we began our descent, I communicated with the wind slimes via elemental speech to guide the direction of our glide. Thus, under my orchestration, a swarm of slimes and a cadre of Xingqiu descended from the heavens, unlocking the potential of flying Xingqiu. Hooray! Hurrah! Hurrah! The Xingqiu exclaimed joyfully as they clutched their wind slimes. The exuberant shouting was their sole means to release pent-up emotions. Throughout the glide, I repeatedly emphasized the importance of maintaining a firm grip on the wind slimes, forbidding any loosening of their hold. While the Xingqiu might have been simple-minded, they were not foolish enough to endanger themselves by letting go to feel the caress of the wind. At this moment, several Xingqiu were overjoyed, seemingly having awakened an unusual fondness for this exhilarating experience. Paratrooper Lubin Xiu, ready for action, declared one of the Xingqiu. Others secretly wished to become flying Xingqiu as well. Observing their gleeful antics, I found myself leaning towards the wind slimes as the more reliable option. At least the wind slimes resembled somewhat of a simpleton, and they were unlikely to meet their demise from a fall. Watching their jubilant exclamations, I stood on the wooden edge, shouting, "Nico, Nico, Lily, we are here." Oh, I lost my balance. In light of their jubilations, I found myself nostalgically reminiscing about my own youthful exuberance. One must be foolish to be a Xingqiu. This was indeed the essence of what a mentally immature Xingqiu should embody. Alert! We have 30 seconds until we reach the battlefield. Crush them. Hey, you stole my line. I expressed my dissatisfaction. While venting my frustrations, I still needed to consider the safety of the Xingqiu. By the way, is it necessary to run forward or roll upon landing? I sought their analysis. The wisdom gleaned from my past experiences with parachuting simulators underscored the importance of rolling or running to absorb impact. Understood. Analyzing now. Analysis complete. The current descent speed is within acceptable limits. Given the physical constitution of the Xingqiu, there is no need for concern regarding this matter. Upon reaching the ground and surveying the battlefield, I unlocked several new entries in my compendium. Water, Xingqiu Shaman, Ice, Arrow, Xingqiu Name. Darcy, Profession, Thief. At that moment, however, I found myself lacking the inclination to delve into these details. Thank you, Wind Slimes. Without your assistance, our speed would have been considerably hindered. I expressed my gratitude. The large wind slime approached me, nuzzling affectionately, no need for thanks. After which, it flew away, as the wind slimes were devoid of combat capabilities. Remaining would only serve as a burden. They would return to seek vengeance once the thieves were incapacitated. Dark clouds loomed ominously, casting a shadow over the battlefield. A chilling wind swept through. The sea began to churn violently. A thunderous roar echoed, illuminating the forms of the Xingqiu ahead. The thieves huddled closely together, gripping their weapons tightly, their cold eyes fixed on the approaching Xingqiu. Their only escape route was now obstructed by the descending Xingqiu. Could it be that the Xingqiu had devised such a sophisticated tactical maneuver to cut off our retreat? When did the Xingqiu become so astute? What is even more perplexing is why that fiery SHLM would be standing atop the head of a CHUQRN with an explosive hairstyle. When did CHUQRN learn to style their hair? No, that is not the crux of the matter. DRX forcefully slapped himself, realizing that at such a critical moment, he was still preoccupied with hairstyles. Hairstyles may be disheveled, but heads must remain intact. The focus should be on their positioning, which conveys significant information. CHUQRN are esteemed for their strength. Should it not be the CHUQB-OT standing in the center? Why is it that the red-haired CHUQRN with the explosive hairstyle occupies that position? Judging by their demeanor, it seems they are all awaiting orders from the SHLM perched above them. Chapter 24. The Ice Lollipop CHUQRN. A SHLM commanding CHUQRN? How could such a lowly creature achieve such authority? Surely, this must be a jest. If a SHLM possessed the intellect to command CHUQRN, DRX would consume all the Ice SHLMs loaded in the card on the spot. Boss, what should we do? Once they launch their attack, we can seize the opportunity to escape. They think they can block our way on this vast beach? But why aren't they advancing? Then let us devise a way to provoke them into attacking. We merely need to scatter their ranks. This group of Chuqr feels remarkably different from those encountered in the past. Their intelligence seems significantly heightened. Be gentle. Do not anger the other group of Chuqr. As Yuwen observed the humans engaging in an incessant discussion, he found himself unable to comprehend a single word. He was perplexed, unsure where to begin. They cannot speak Chinese. How can communication occur? Although characters in the game speak Chinese, the language can be adjusted to that of other nations, rendering the notion of speaking Chinese untenable. Furthermore, judging by the posters and signs in MNGD City, the citizens there do not speak Chinese. Alas, how wonderful it would be if the entire universe spoke Chinese. Clearly, promoting Mandarin in this alternate realm is imperative. Could there not be a one-click translation feature? EW en la montée Zhongli. Presently, he harbored no desire to confront the humans. After all, he had once been human, living in a peaceful era, never having encountered violence, not even school bullying. Faced with such circumstances for the first time, he felt utterly lost. Can you ascertain the condition of the fallen Chuqr? Currently, the downed Chuqr still exhibit signs of life. But without timely medical assistance, the mortality rate is approximately 1789. Sighing in relief upon hearing the system's report, Yuwen's taut nerves began to relax. As long as there was breath, there remained a chance to save them. However, what to do with this group of individuals? Yuwen felt overwhelmed. After all, these individuals appeared far from benevolent. What ordinary person would attempt to capture so many SHLMS and steal the water Chuqr shaman staff? In a moment of carelessness, Yuwen had forgotten to consult the system's entries, having initially focused on the Chuqr and ICE SHLM, neglecting to recognize the identity of these thieves. Should they escape, Yuwen's situation would become precarious. To show mercy to the enemy is to be cruel to oneself, a lesson Yuwen understood well. Just as silence enveloped the crowd, the previously down-shield Chuqr struggled to rise once more, resembling a protagonist from an anime, gripping a wooden stick tightly in both hands as he charged toward the thieves again. Notice, elements are coalescing. The shield Chuqr is evolving into an ice shield. Shield damaged, unable to condense the ice shield. Combat style altered, evolution direction shifted. Now evolve into Ice Lollipop Chuqr. Did the term Ice Lollipop Chuqr exist in my past life? Surely, such a term was absent. The system disregarded Yuwen's musings and continued. Ice Lollipop Chuqr skill. Breath of Ice. First form. Ice Assault. Yuwen, bewildered, scratched his head. If memory serves, the term assault implies acceptance or suppression, suggesting an attack augmented by ice elements on an ordinary wooden stick, a rather fitting name for the technique. But what on earth is Breath of Ice? This is not Kimetsu no Yaiba. This is Genshin Impact in the land of TWT. Moreover, Kimetsu no Yaiba does not feature Breath of Ice. Before Yuwen could continue his lamentations, the system resumed its commentary in his mind. The new name for Ice Lollipop Chuqr is Chuqd. At this point, Yuwen felt utterly drained of energy to critique. What a ridiculous name. It seems that after bestowing a name upon the system, it began to evolve in peculiar directions. The combat prowess of Chuqr is not to be underestimated. In his past life, when he recklessly slaughtered Chuqr, it was not due to their weakness, but rather because the player was overwhelmingly powerful, adorned in artifacts, able to switch between 4 characters to trigger elemental reactions. Even when health ran low, one could employ time-freezing techniques to restore health, and if truly outmatched, a teleportation escape was always an option, after which allies could be summoned for a rematch. Chuqr are driven by primal instincts, their muscular forms exuding raw power. A single blow from a typical Chuqr would render an ordinary person incapacitated. While their intelligence is indeed a shortcoming, in terms of strength, they are born titans. Chuqd charged once more toward the thieves, his wooden stick infused with ice elements. However, It was clear that the newly empowered Chukd lacked the finesse to wield elemental power correctly and was once again sent flying by the thieves. Chukd's attack proved futile, yet it ignited a fury among the Chukr in behind Yuwen. Lao Ba, please guard this area. Do not let them escape. Upon hearing the command, Chi Lob felt a surge of dissatisfaction. For the Chukbot, their primary interests, aside from consuming meat, revolve around combat. Witnessing a companion incapacitated, had it not been for Yuwen's caution against rash actions, Chi Lob would have already charged forth to teach them a lesson. The frustration of being unable to fight was palpable. Sensing Chi Lob's discontent, Yuwen quickly clarified, Lao B, your strength is unmatched in the Zhongli camp, and your speed is unparalleled. We cannot allow a single one of them to escape, hence the necessity of entrusting this crucial position to you. With you guarding this spot, we can certainly prevent their flight. Your presence here will also instill confidence in us. You are the Chukr in I trust the most. Please ensure this area is secured. After hearing Yuwen's explanation, Chi Lob quieted down, thumping his chest in reassurance. To receive recognition and importance from the esteemed BBRN, all previous grievances were swiftly forgotten. Chi overhearing this, muttered discontentedly, feeling a tinge of jealousy. Yuwen gently tapped Chi L's head with a touch of fire element, and soon, Chi L also fell silent. These Chukr resemble a group of children, Yuwen mused more than once. Frequently perched atop Chi L's head. Yuwen endeavored to contain his heat, but as a fire SHLM, he inevitably radiated warmth. Over time, Chi L's hair transformed into a fiery red explosion, which appeared rather fashionable. While ensuring we avoid injury, we must strive to capture our opponents alive. Their entry into human cities to procure medicine is vital for the recovery of the injured Chukr. Thus, those who have fallen can heal more swiftly. Chapter 25, The Will of Fire. Yuwen fabricated a reason to encourage the Chukr to capture their foes alive. Despite possessing theoretical knowledge, expediting the recovery of injured Chukr necessitated medicine. The Chukr understanding of herbs was archaic, relying on traditional experiences that do not always yield effective results. Ultimately, North chose to place his faith in science. According to the system's prompts and the report from the Chocho people, Yuwen realized that the individuals across from him were a band of thieves. Thieves, regardless of the era, pose a menace to nations and people alike, as well as to the Chocho clan, and eliminating them is justified. The reasons behind their criminality are of little concern. The specifics of the battle strategy were swiftly arranged. The archers of the Chocho would provide support from the rear, while the shield-bearing Chocho would draw enemy fire, with the melee fighters assisting from the side. Regular Chocho would target the weaker thieves collectively. The Ice Bomb Chocho held a distinct advantage in this icy terrain, facilitating the creation of slime ice bombs, which would slow the opponent's movements. Initially, Yuwen assumed that the Ice Bomb Chocho used ice slimes excavated from the ground for their attacks, but he soon discovered that this was not the case. Although Teyvat is home to many slimes, they cannot simply be dug up at will, especially not in the requisite elemental attributes. The Bomb Chocho instead mixed ice and fire elements with soil to create explosives resembling slimes. Upon reflection, it seemed plausible that slimes falling from a mountaintop would not necessarily perish. Fire slimes, even when struck hard, do not easily detonate. The bombs detonated by the Chocho were evidently not in line with the expected norms. Most of the time, the explosive barrels were slimes created from elemental mixtures with soil, not exclusively derived from slimes. With this realization, Yuwen's perception of the bomb-making Chocho improved significantly, and he imparted to the young Bing the profound truth that art is an explosion. At this moment, a Bing was preparing to create slime ice bombs. The appearance of the ice bomb slime naturally drew inspiration from the esteemed Babyrndarin. However, is there truly any distinction in appearance among slimes? According to a Bing, it is the blessing of Babyrndarin that enhances the bomb's potency, a claim that Yuwen found no grounds to refute. Leave the strongest among them to me. Chio Lulu volunteered, her words brimming with enthusiasm for battle. "Are you certain?" Yuwen inquired with a hint of concern. If combat in games can be equated to real battles, Yuwen possessed considerable experience, and he was well-versed in various skills from anime and games. Teaching the Qiuqiu the techniques from these media might yield promising results. Under these circumstances, Lu Qiuqiu advanced further in mastering the true sun-breathing fire god dance. Now, Qiu Lulu could execute the fire god dance without faltering, her attacks increasingly resembling those of Tanjiro. Perhaps, in the future, Qiu Lulu would master the correct breathing techniques and will be able to continue dancing the fire god dance indefinitely. "The will of fire shall not dissipate," Qiu Lulu proclaimed. Seeing her determination, Yuwen refrained from further counsel. Regardless of the amount of training, practical experience ultimately prevails. Yuwen shifted his position, leaping from Qiu Lulu's head to that of Qiu Laoba, which allowed him to observe the battlefield effectively and adjust tactics as necessary. Gazing at the darkened sky and the fallen Qiuqiu, Qiu Lulu gripped her wooden stick, internally vowing to dance and protect the slimes and her companions. The fire god dance ignited the stick in her hand, engulfing it in flames as she surged forward. Anticipation and positioning, terms foreign to this world, were explained to the Qiuqiu by Yuwen. Although Qiu Lulu struggled to grasp these concepts, they were indelibly etched in her mind. Witnessing the relentless charge of the Qiuqiu, Darcy felt a profound sense of dread. The inability to manipulate fire elements did not equate to a lack of understanding. Such a potent fire element could not be wielded even by those possessing divine sights. To imbue weapons with elements and set them ablaze transcended rudimentary applications. How could the Qiuqiu before him demonstrate such adeptness? Unbeknownst to Darcy, this was the result of Yuwen's specially crafted fire stick, which appeared to be saturated with fire elements, though, in reality, it required only a small amount of fire elemental energy to blaze fiercely. It was an impressive sight, but the fire elements it contained were minimal, resulting in limited damage. It was likely that a novice like Darcy had never witnessed true fire elemental enchantment. At that moment, Darcy felt akin to a startled bird, utterly unable to calm his racing thoughts. Without a divine eye, humans cannot manipulate elements. Faced with an enemy capable of elemental manipulation, the likelihood of victory diminishes unless a means to nullify that elemental force is found. Darcy's greatest fear was being struck by the fire elements, as ordinary individuals find it difficult to withstand such damage. In his current state, he could not maintain composure. Before him stood merely an ordinary Qiuqiu. Yet how could it so proficiently control fire elements? "Rain, please rain," he silently implored. "Why does it not pour?" It seemed as though the heavens had heard Darcy's plea, for suddenly, torrential rain began to fall. The fierce wind and rain cast a somber pall over the evening at Xingqiu Beach, where darkness reigned. Only during flashes of lightning could one catch glimpses of light and notice the crashing waves behind. Chapter 26. This is my escape route. "It's raining?" Yuwen glanced upward. The downpour, drenching his body, elicited a sense of discomfort. "I detest rainy days," he muttered, lowering his head in resignation. He then constricted the fire elements within him, striving to lower his body temperature. If the rain caused him to evaporate, it could lead to his untimely demise, as fire slimes are indeed susceptible to being extinguished by rainwater. Just as Yuwen prepared to regulate his body temperature, he suddenly felt the sensation of rain vanish. Raising his head once more, he discovered that Qiuqiu Ba had kindly raised his wooden shield overhead, shielding him from the descending rain. "Oh, thank you," Yuwen replied, pleased. For Qiu Laoba, hearing the words of gratitude was a novel experience, and he felt a surge of excitement as he clumsily rubbed his small hands together. However, as he again experienced the painful sting of rain, Yuwen's anger flared. "You really are unworthy of praise. Quickly raise that shield," he admonished, attempting to maintain his composure. The temperature of the fire slime reflects its emotions. A high temperature indicates happiness, manifested in a vibrant red hue, while anger also raises the temperature, resulting in a dark red appearance. By observing the coloration of the fire slime, one can easily discern its feelings. Currently, Yuwen's surface color was dark red. Contemplating the rain above, he resolved to control his emotions and body temperature to avoid inadvertently triggering an evaporation effect. Once more, Qiu Laoba raised his shield overhead, allowing Yuwen to survey the battlefield. As the torrential rain fell, Qiu Lulu's fire stick was instantly drenched, steam rising from its surface. The inability of the Qiu people to wield the power of fire is indeed a stroke of good fortune. A flicker of excitement crossed Daoxi's face. As long as the Qiu could not harness elemental forces, they would merely be formidable creatures devoid of intellect. However, Qiu Lulu seemed unfazed by the extinguishing of the flames on the torch by the rain, charging forward regardless. Just as their attention was drawn to the confrontation between Qiu Lulu and Daoxi, a sudden cascade of ice flowers descended from the heavens. "Art is Patrick's star," exclaimed the young boy, a Bing, as several ice slime projectiles erupted in the sky, creating a frosty arena. This maneuver was a technique personally imparted to me by Lord Byron. A Bing thought to himself, filled with pride as he observed the ice blossoms. The rainwater that fell through the icy expanse transformed instantaneously into icy droplets, pelting the thieves like beads. The surrounding temperature plummeted rapidly. The thieves, already drenched by the rain, were now assailed by the chilling onslaught of ice, causing them to shiver in fear. "Oh no," Daoxi suddenly recalled. Apart from the Qiu wielding fire, there were also those capable of controlling ice. He had never anticipated that this group of Qiu would be so adept in their elemental mastery. The pervasive ice element slowed the thieves' movements significantly. Daoxi's eyes widened in terror as he glanced at the ice slime nearby. The ground began to freeze beneath them. A thief shouted in alarm. "It's still coming at us. So cold." His feet were ensnared by the ice, leaving him immobile. "It's so slippery. I can't maintain my balance. Help!" The thieves cried out in despair, their pleas echoing amidst their wails. A deluge of rainwater began to spread, capable of freezing upon contact with the ground. However, residual warmth had already conveyed information to the ice slime in the cart, allowing it to freeze the spreading rainwater. At this juncture, the tide of battle appeared to be favoring the residual warmth. "Let us put in more effort to take them down," residual warmth declared. At that moment, Qiu Lulu brandished his wooden staff to initiate the fire god's dance. The staff, drenched by the rain, was rendered ineffective, yet the fervor within Qiu Lulu remained unquenched. Wherever leaves danced in the air, fire would ignite. The shadow of flames illuminated Shijiazhuang, ushering forth new growth. This was the essence of fire, as taught by Lord Byron. Qiu Lulu, though not fully comprehending the profound wisdom behind it, could glean a sliver of truth. "I will protect my companions. The flame within me shall not be extinguished by rain." Time was of the essence for Daoxi. Upon witnessing the Qiu's assault, he instinctively retaliated. As the leader of a band of thieves, he had evaded the West Wind Knights countless times. There was no way he would be vanquished by a group of mindless Qiu. Such an undignified demise was not the fate Daoxi envisioned for himself. After touching the Anemo vision hidden within his bosom, a spark ignited in his eyes. A glorious new life, free from feudal decay, awaited him. "I, the illustrious Daoxi, cannot perish in such a place," he proclaimed. "You insolent Qiu, do not underestimate thieves. I am the great thief Daoxi. Should I escape, I will one day ensure your complete annihilation." With a powerful kick, Daoxi shattered the ice beneath him, creating fissures in the surface. Was he preparing for a desperate gamble? Qiu Lulu promptly positioned himself, leaping once more to invoke the fire god's dance. In a moment of frantic desperation, Daoxi hurled one of his subordinates towards Qiu Lulu, using his comrade's body to absorb the impact of the flaming assault. Despite Qiu Lulu's staff being thoroughly soaked, residual warmth distinctly observed the evaporation reaction upon contact with the enemy. "Is this smoldering fire?" he pondered. Before anyone could react, Daoxi swiftly retrieved a wooden plank from the cart and bolted towards the sea. "Ha ha ha! You foolish Qiu. Did you ever anticipate this? This is my escape route." Chapter 27. Was this also part of your calculations? Captured by the Qiu, there was no hope for survival. Even if there were a chance, it would likely be a fate worse than death. Daoxi had no intention of becoming a slave to the Qiu. The exit towards Mondstadt was intercepted by the Qiu marauders, and Daoxi realized he lacked the means to escape their clutches. Some of his subordinates were frozen and immobile, while the others had already succumbed to the onslaught of the Xingqiu, rendered incapable of drawing attention away from their attackers. The possibility of rushing forward to divert fire onto his subordinates had vanished. He could only press on alone, which would be tantamount to walking to his death. His only glimmer of hope lay in the ocean behind him. It was well known that Xingqiu could not swim. The tumultuous waves and howling winds of the sea were daunting, but Diluc did not believe that Xingqiu would dare plunge into the depths alongside him. Of course, leaping into the sea amidst such a tempest was akin to courting death. However, if he could cling to a floating plank, perhaps there was a slim chance of survival. Observing that no Xingqiu pursued him, a smile of relief began to blossom on Diluc's face. As he neared the shoreline, he could no longer contain his exuberance, laughing maniacally, convinced of his imminent escape. Just as residual warmth believed Diluc was about to leap into the sea, Diluc abruptly halted and turned, snarling, "You wait for me. I will have my revenge." Before he could finish his menacing proclamation, a colossal bubble enveloped him. "What is this? Let me go," Diluc cried out, realizing he was ensnared within a bubble created by the water slime, nearly impossible to escape. Could this be part of the Xingqiu's cunning plan? Countless questions surged through Diluc's mind. He could not fathom how such intricate calculations could originate from lowly, carbon-based creatures. He refused to accept this reality. Yet, the truth lay before him, and whether he believed it or not, he had to confront it. Is this it? Residual warmth had expected Diluc to be far more formidable. Yet this was all he could muster? If they had anticipated their escape, then intercepting their terrestrial route from the sky would naturally imply that their maritime escape path was also accounted for. If the thieves had only faced the Xingqiu, perhaps they would have had a chance to flee. Human capabilities are limited. The more one toys with schemes, the more one reveals the boundaries of human potential. Residual warmth had ceased to be human, thus transforming into a slime. Along the coastline, slimes were ubiquitous. Lowly slimes posed little threat. Even an ordinary person could deal with such creatures. However, under residual warmth's guidance, the multitude of slimes could harness tremendous power. Hence, Diluc had no opportunity to escape. The large water slimes conjured one massive bubble after another, inevitably ensnaring Diluc. Once confined, the vengeful ice slimes hastily froze the bubble. Trapped within the icy confines of a bubble, Diluc found himself utterly immobilized, deprived even of the chance to utter a word. Meanwhile, the remaining thieves, witnessing their leader abandon them to flee, resorted to using their longtime companions as shields in a desperate bid for survival. Their inner resolve had long since crumbled. To make matters worse, their leader had easily succumbed to a horde of slimes, leaving his fate uncertain. Surrounded by these slimes and the predatory gaze of the hilichurls, the thieves began to contemplate surrender. In an instant, they were all encased in ice, awaiting the benevolence of fate. The warmth of life is not synonymous with the malice of slimes. As a benevolent slime, how should one deal with the present band of thieves? The warm-hearted slime wished to avoid staining its hands with blood, nor did it desire to see the hilichurls or slimes tainted by the sins of others. For such a fate could lead to moral corruption. A prime example of this was the wind dragon Yuwen, who had once been tainted by the venomous blood of the dragon Durin. Under the manipulation of the Abyss Mage, he transformed into a malevolent dragon, bringing calamity upon Mondstadt. Had it not been for the fortunate encounter with kind-hearted players and the wind god Barbados, Yuwen might have met his demise long ago. The slime aspired to be virtuous, wishing for the hilichurls to embody the essence of goodness, ensuring they remained unsullied by the blood of wicked beings. Should the slimes and hilichurls succumb to evil, it would spell trouble. Thus, the fate of these wretched individuals would be left to divine providence. The only course of action was to guide them to meet their maker. "O God, may you forgive their transgressions." The slime prayed earnestly to the celestial deities. "I am indeed too compassionate, always considering the welfare of others." The slime narcissistically lamented, pondering how someone as kind-hearted as itself had never drawn good characters during its time playing Genshin Impact. The heavens seemed unjust. Initially, the slime had contemplated keeping the thieves alive, primarily to validate its own thoughts. Yet, the prospect of retaining them was fraught with unease. If humans could resonate with slimes on an elemental level, or forge other connections. Perhaps slimes could substitute for the god eye, enabling humans to wield elemental power through their bond with slimes. Should this succeed, the status of slimes in Teyvat would undergo a dramatic shift. Even if it failed, the demise of these thieves would evoke no sorrow. Rather, it would merely afford them a few more meals, a small mercy. Upon further reflection, the innocent, adorable, and somewhat foolish slimes likely could not interact with the treacherous and cunning thieves. To the slimes, these thieves were akin to adversaries. With the temper of a child, the slime was certainly unwilling to engage with these bandits or allow them to perceive the elemental power harbored. Elements possess the ability to convey emotions and language. Should an elemental interaction succeed, the thieves and slimes could potentially communicate, and if the thieves remained unrepentant, they might deceive the slimes. Initially, the slime had expected the thieves to display camaraderie, only to find them abandoning their comrades for self-preservation, further eroding any trust. The slime dared not gamble on such a possibility. A lost wager would yield nothing. Chapter 28. Before the crossing, aside from employing medicinal herbs to heal the injured hilichurls, the slime contemplated another possibility, the 7-day statue. It had been so long since its last visit that it nearly forgot about the statue's healing capabilities. Aiming, you three. First, rescue the ice slime from the cart. Let the ice slime collaborate with the water slime to transport these frozen thieves to the sea. Their survival will be determined by divine will. Xiulu, your group is responsible for lifting the injured hilichurls onto the cart. Additionally, Chiomi and Chiodo, be attentive and tend to the wounds of the injured hilichurls. Once that's settled, we shall set forth. The slime swiftly delegated tasks to the hilichurls, who were already accustomed to following orders and had developed a strong rapport. Huzzah, huzzah! The hilichurls cheered, promptly springing into action. Observing that the battle had concluded, the wind slime rushed forward, eager to exact retribution. It distinctly remembered who had loosed the arrow, and with a swift glance, it pinpointed Diluc's location. Ah, so this fellow is ensnared within a ball of ice. Do not move, I shall handle this. The wind slime was determined to rally its allies to propel Diluc into the embrace of the ocean, ensuring that these miscreants understood the consequences of crossing the wind slime. My comrades, let's avenge our grievances. Charge with me. The wind slime joyfully proclaimed, tracing a figure in the air. With the wind slime's assistance, the thieves were transported to the ocean with remarkable speed. At that moment, an object fell from Diluc's possession. The wind slime approached curiously, exclaiming, "What is this shiny object?" Suddenly, thunder rumbled ominously, signaling that the rain would persist for some time. Glancing skyward at the tempestuous weather, the slime reluctantly set aside its quest for the 7-day statue. As the fierce winds and torrential rain, accompanied by thunder, rendered it unwise to take to the skies. Without the wind slime's aid, locating the statue would prove exceedingly challenging, and efficiency would significantly diminish. It was best to wait for the storm to abate. As for whether a resonance with the statue could be achieved, the slime harbored no concerns. Travelers Ying and Kong had both established a connection. There was no reason for a distinguished traveler like itself, a player caught in a game of choice between siblings, to be incapable of resonance. Should it forge a bond with the 7-day statue, it might harness its power to heal the injured hilichurls. What remained uncertain was whether, like in its previous life, it could unlock the surrounding map. Without information on the map, it would be challenging to ascertain its location, necessitating a slow and meticulous exploration based on available information, an endeavor fraught with difficulty. Even though the slime had previously encountered adventurers from Mondstadt and now faced thieves from the same region, it could not definitively confirm its location was Mondstadt. After all, adventurers from Mondstadt could venture into other nations, and thieves might flee to foreign lands to escape the West Wind Knights. Even if it confirmed its presence in Mondstadt, the vastness of the region made pinpointing an exact location impossible. In a gaming context, this would be manageable. Gradually unlocking the game map could yield enjoyment and satisfaction, as some games thrive on incremental progression. However, navigating reality in a foreign world without a map was decidedly inconvenient. Upon its arrival, it had no awareness of its whereabouts. Insufficient intelligence and inadequate strength were indeed perilous. If only the 7-day statue could also unlock transportation capabilities. With such powers, Even with limited strength, it could roam freely. From the moment of crossing until the descent from the slope, the slime remained oblivious to its location and how to progress. However, following this incident, it had definitively identified its position, Xingqiu Beach. While gliding down the slope, it recognized a strikingly familiar terrain. The memory was too vivid to forget, as it was precisely where the last wind I was located. It was noteworthy that the slime had inadvertently overlooked one during its initial collection. Although possessing 65 wind eyes sufficed to elevate the 7-day statue to its highest level as a man, the slime deemed it essential to pursue perfection and excellence. Knowing that there are 66 wind god eyes, I ultimately collected only 65, having inadvertently overlooked one. As a compulsive individual, I felt a persistent unease, and, out of necessity, I had to meticulously verify each one, recollecting over the course of an hour. Finally, I discovered the last wind god eye at Xingqiu Beach. Upon collecting it, I found myself transcending, reincarnating as a fire slime. Gazing at the coastline before me, I felt an odd sense of unreality. In the game, Xingqiu Beach appeared so accessible on the map, a mere minute's walk from the riverbank. Yet now, standing in Teyvat, the vastness of the coastline struck me as astonishingly different. I would likely only traverse one sand dune in that time. I endeavored to recall memories of my past life. To the north of Xingqiu Beach lies the Qianfeng Shrine, while the south leads to the Dodapa Gorge, which holds a legendary sword tomb quest that elaborates on the distribution of the Hilichurls among 3 different tribes in the gorge. With this geographical knowledge, my subsequent course of action became much clearer, alleviating the need for aimless wandering. Not far to the west of Xingqiu Beach is Fengqd, a vast plain with a towering tree beneath, which stands a statue of the 7. The wind god statue at Fengqd is the closest and the easiest to find, possibly leading to some extraordinary occurrences. Everything seemed to be falling into place, and I couldn't help but exclaim my delight. We all possess a bright future ahead. However, night had completely fallen, obscuring the distant scenery. Compounded by the torrential rain that made it unwise to let the Hilichurls proceed, we must wait for the storm to abate before taking action. Seeking the statue of the 7 was merely one option. If that route proved impassable, I could consider heading to Benlangling to see if I could find Razor. Although Razor is human, he was raised by wolves, and even after being taken to Mondstadt by Faraga, he remains taciturn with few friends, making him one of the few I could trust. In some eyes, Razor is seen as an anomaly, being a child of the wolves. Interacting with Razor is far more straightforward than dealing with ordinary people. With Razor's assistance, procuring herbs in the city would be relatively simple. He likely knows how to tend to wounds without needing to purchase supplies. Given the current capabilities of the Hilichurls, there are certain items they cannot produce. And since I cannot access human cities at this moment, enlisting Razor's help would be most advantageous. Of course, seeking Razor would be a last resort. Even with the aid of the fire slime, flying from Xingqiu Beach to Benlangling carries considerable risk, so it remains a backup plan. The waves crashing at the shore grew increasingly tumultuous, suggesting that a massive swell would soon arrive. It seemed there were several Hilichurl camps nearby, but they were perched upon the surrounding hills, with dilapidated ruins offering no shelter from the rain. The caves along the coast were perilous. Suddenly, I spotted a camp not far ahead and thought it prudent to head there. The wind slime darted around me excitedly, suggesting as much. Relieved to have a potential refuge from the rain, I responded affirmatively, asking it to guide us there. The wind slime felt a surge of joy at the prospect of aiding the fire slime, flapping its wings vigorously in excitement. As the rain poured above, the path became treacherous and muddy, severely hampering our progress with the cart. Yet, the Hilichurls expressed no dissatisfaction. They were energized, chanting slogans as they prepared to set off. Though the Hilichurls may be simple-minded, they possess a strong sense of camaraderie. Abandoning a companion would be met with disdain, and they were ready to celebrate once the immediate crisis had passed. How perilous it was! If not for you, we would have been captured today, and that would surely have been a grim fate, likely stripping us of our freedom. I'm immensely grateful for your help. What can I do for you in return? A large ice slime hopped forth to address me. Fire and ice, fire and water. These two elements react with one another, maintaining a complex relationship. What relevance do elemental interactions hold for a slime? A slime governs the elements within it, even among slimes of opposing elements. The impact remains minimal as long as a safe distance is maintained. This prevents uncontrolled elemental reactions from occurring. Slimes do not conceal their emotions. Fluctuations in their feelings may lead to elemental leakage. Even I cannot achieve perfect control over these emotions, let alone other slimes. It is essential for slimes of different elemental properties to maintain a prudent distance. As the ground accumulated water, the ice slime expressed a thought, prompting me to conceive an excellent idea. Oh, that's splendid. I must impose upon you. Could you freeze the path ahead that we are about to traverse? The cart would traverse the ice much more swiftly, easing our burden. Gliding across a smooth ice surface would be far gentler on the injured hilichurls than trudging through mud, facilitating our transport. However, I soon began to worry. Slimes typically remain close to their birthplace and rarely venture far from it, leaving me uncertain if they would be willing to assist. I'll do it. I can help. Another large ice slime chimed in enthusiastically. Meanwhile, a water slime interjected, Fire slime, may I stay with you? My mind was suddenly flooded with countless question marks. Was this a declaration of affection? Are slimes in this world so forthright? We had only just met. Such a notion seemed inappropriate. Furthermore, slimes lack gender. Could there even be such potential between us? Confusion overwhelmed me, and I felt utterly perplexed. In all my time, I had never encountered such a situation. I realized my error. I had completely misunderstood. Slimes possess no comprehension of love or relationships. Such concepts do not exist in their lexicon. Slimes do not require reproduction. They are magical beings formed from the accumulation of elements, with limited intellect. They are oblivious to the grand philosophies of love. The water slime's comment stemmed solely from a one-sided fondness, gratitude for the fire slime's assistance in rescuing the ice slime. The water slime merely sensed something unique in the fire slime, a quality it could not articulate, wishing only to play together. Much like two children expressing a desire to play a game, there was no ulterior motive, just a mutual inclination to enjoy each other's company. Chapter 30. The joining of the water slime. I felt a wave of embarrassment wash over me, wishing for a crevice to hide within. I had egregiously misinterpreted the water slime's intentions. What does it mean to leave? The ice slime did not grasp the concept of departure. Slimes rarely venture far from home, encountering few slimes from distant lands, and thus have little understanding of the notion of leaving. They seldom engage in deep thought, remaining unaware of their relationship with the environment. The ice slime and the water slime might believe that Xingqiu Beach is an ideal habitat, a splendid haven, and assume that other slimes would share this sentiment. The ice slime cannot comprehend why the fire slime would not reside alongside them at Xingqiu Beach. Just as the ice slime dislikes basking in the warmth of a fire, I too prefer to avoid lingering near flames. This explanation enlightened the ice slime. Although somewhat reluctant, it refrained from persuading others, for it knew that living near a bonfire was not feasible for it. The fire slime rescued us. Thus we must strive to assist the fire slime in return. Our immediate task is to pave the way by freezing the water on the ground, facilitating the passage of carriages. Let us unleash the ice elements that reside within us. The ice slime encouraged. Upon hearing this, the water slime replied, although this place is indeed suitable for both ice slimes and water slimes, I wish to accompany you to see where you dwell. May I? Looking at the water slime, Yuwen found himself at a loss, unsure whether to decline or acquiesce. After all, the water slime's range of habitation is vast. As long as it is not a desert, the water slime can thrive anywhere. The applications of water elements are incredibly diverse, and the addition of a large water slime could facilitate the construction of our camp. Yuwen pondered the potential contributions of the water slime, yet his thoughts remained unclear. After a brief hesitation, he ultimately agreed, welcoming the water slime's presence, but suggested that they should focus on their journey for the time being. With the fire slime's affirmation, the water slime nodded joyfully and hopped along behind the fire slime. Now allow me to freeze the road, proclaimed the large ice slime, leaping ahead of the group. Utilizing the abundant ice elements within, the large ice slime can effortlessly freeze the surrounding waters, allowing them to traverse the vast ocean with ease. Sometimes, Employing the technique of ice walking across the sea is less convenient than commanding an ice slime to do so, making the journey far from tedious. Besides the skill of crossing the sea, it can also pave the way by freezing rainwater on the ground, assisting carriages in their passage. The large ice slime's functions have thus expanded. Clearly, the prospects for the ice slime are immensely promising, with significant potential for further development, such as freezing alcohol, preserving food, and cooling down temperatures. The very fact that I can conceive such methods suggests I am indeed a genius. Previously, Yuwen had contemplated the idea of migrating the slimes from Xingqiu Beach to establish a communal slime settlement, aptly named Xingqiu. With the current crisis averted, it is highly likely that they would face human attacks again in the future. However, upon deeper reflection, the concept of migration proved futile. This area is situated in the eastern region of Mondstadt, where snowfall is rare and icy weather is seldom encountered on the high mountains. If the ice slime were to leave this place without a source of ice elements, survival would be exceedingly challenging. Yuwen did not voice this concern, as many slimes would likely prefer to remain in their birthplace. The water slime's request to join was unexpected for Yuwen. Initially, he assumed that the presence of a large wind slime was merely coincidental, as this region is governed by the Anemo Archon, resulting in an abundance of wind elements, which likely enhances the intelligence of wind slimes. However, after overhearing the dialogue between the ice slime and the water slime, he found himself re-evaluating the matter. While the slimes are rich in elemental energy, they lack the combat intelligence to utilize these elements in battle. In fact, slimes generally favor a tranquil existence over conflict. For instance, the ice slime forms a protective shell from its abundant ice elements not to attack, but simply to avoid harm. Most slimes do not harbor any aggressive intentions. Furthermore, their cumbersome movements render them seemingly sluggish, with limited attack methods posing minimal threat to adventurers, who might even exploit them, leading to their classification as low-tier, low-threat creatures. In reality, slimes possess a degree of intelligence, albeit not highly developed. Despite their limited intellect, they are not devoid of wisdom. Thus, the prospect of revitalizing the slime race does not appear insurmountable. Ready? Let us depart, Yuwen proclaimed loudly atop Lao Ba's head. With a crack, the path ahead was instantaneously frozen by the ice slime. Hooray! The hilichurls cheered as they maneuvered the carriage across the icy surface, eager to leave Xingqiu Beach and escape the impending downpour. Could you share the tale of this beach? Yuwen inquired of the water slime as they journeyed forth. Typically, after a torrential downpour, an abundance of slimes emerges due to the rich elemental energy. However, many of the newly spawned small slimes are rather dim-witted and far inferior to me. As a large water slime, I take some pride in that. Yet in an instant, the water slime's tone shifted to one of sorrow, lamenting that after each rainstorm, many would come to capture us. Fire slime, you are so powerful. Could you not prevent them from capturing us? Yuwen expressed his apologies, acknowledging that such circumstances could not be altered for now, yet he would strive to change that. Perhaps one day, they could coexist with humans. I have no desire to live among humans. I wish to live with you, fire slime. The fire slime responded with a smile. Perhaps in the future, humans will cease hunting slimes, and we might wander the world together, exploring the lives of other slimes on the continent. Yuwen quickly shifted the topic. That would be splendid, the water slime exclaimed without hesitation. Chapter 31. Barbados before long. Yuwen and his companions vanished completely, disappearing into the coastline. On this tempestuous night, a sudden gust of wind arose, and a figure emerged, a youth with short black hair, two small strands of braided green hair cascading down each side of his face, adorned with a sesame flower tucked behind his ear. Not only had the wind direction in Mondstadt shifted, but it seemed the winds of this world had also been affected, heralding the approach of significant events. As the youth appeared, he sighed, draped in a green cloak, his Baroque-style attire accentuating his slender waist, complemented by a pair of ankle boots and white stockings. Resembling an elf emerging from the forest, this individual was none other than the Anemo Archon, Barbados. Barbados, a deity fond of wine, taverns, singing, idleness, and traveling, yet perpetually neglecting his duties. However, he could not be referred to as Barbados at this moment. Originally an elemental sprite of wind, He had taken on the appearance of a youth, living in the guise of a former boy as he roamed the world. He now went by the name of Venti. Should Yuwen still be present, he would undoubtedly seek to ascertain Barbados' gender. The mystery surrounding Venti's gender had perplexed countless individuals in the past. If one could traverse into this realm and unravel this enigma, it would fulfill a long-standing desire. Though officially designated as male, the gaming company behind Genshin Impact hardly holds authority over such matters. Besides, if Sun Wukong can transform into a female, could it not be possible for Barbados to assume human form? The logic in this reasoning appears flawed. While Venti may be male, what relevance does that hold for me? Barbados? Once again, if Sun Wukong can become female, does that imply he is inherently female? Regardless of whether they are wind, spirits, or other deities, they inherently possess no gender. One might surmise that they have undergone certain experiences in the distant past, or perhaps due to specific circumstances, they have transformed into manifestations of their innermost selves. It is also conceivable that certain events have led them to willingly adopt these forms to traverse the world. Yuwen believes that Baba Tuasi was originally merely a wind elemental spirit residing in the land of Mond, embodying hope and the winds of change. During the Archon War, Baba Tuasi, alongside an unnamed youth, an unnamed knight, and the archer Amos, overthrew the tyrant Dekalabayan. The youth perished in battle. In honor of this young man, Baba Tuasi transformed into his likeness to roam the earth. This event prompted Wenti to take on the appearance of the unnamed youth, inheriting his thoughts as well. However, despite growing up, Yuwen had never encountered a boy dressed in such a manner. Indeed, cross-dressing appears to be a rare occurrence, and once donned, it proves difficult to remove. Upon wearing this outfit, Wenti found himself enamored. Even though others perceive him as a boy, and even the official narrative aligns with this notion, in Yuwen's heart, Wenti's charm undeniably suggests he is a delightful girl. Furthermore, slimes are sexless, and the gods are also without gender. Although Mon City is inspired by medieval Western nations, high heels and stockings were originally designed for men, with stockings intended to conceal the leg hair of gentlemen in high society, accentuating the elegance of the male form, while high heels were worn by men to appear more aggressive on the battlefield and in hunting grounds. Wenti's sudden appearance at Xingqiu Beach took Yuwen by surprise. However, Wenti was equally unprepared, as he had already captured Yuwen's attention upon his arrival in the Mond region. Currently, Wenti is perceived as the weakest deity by many players. Yet many forget that even the weakest deity is still a divine entity. Securing Wenti's assistance would undoubtedly facilitate progress. The method to gain Wenti's aid? It requires a touch of persuasion. As long as Yuwen can outwit the wind god, convincing him should pose no challenge. Emerging from the whispers of the wind, Wenti surveyed his surroundings and quickly confirmed that he was indeed at Xingqiu Beach. After all, the entire geography of Mond was shaped by Baba Hasi and the Anemo dragon, and as the wind god of Mond City, Wenti was intimately familiar with every corner of Mond. The slimes at Xingqiu Beach were startled to see someone materialize before them. Some resentful slimes prepared to attack. Yet their instincts warned them that this individual was no match for them, and they sensed no malice emanating from the youth. Instead, he exuded a delightful aroma, an elemental essence, not a scent, that was both comforting and intoxicating, reminiscent of fine wine. As elementally attuned slimes, they quickly discerned that this person might not be human, but rather another elemental being. Yet, why had he taken on a human form? Detecting no danger and sensing no hostility from the boy, the slimes at Xingqiu Beach returned to their languid state, indifferent to their surroundings. Wenti cast a glance at the band of pirates rolling about in the ocean. Initially, he had been traveling, embodying the role of a wandering bard, when he suddenly felt the winds shift dramatically across the land. Although Wenti had long ceased to concern himself with the affairs of Mond City, he had always upheld the belief that the people of Mond should resolve their own issues, rarely intervening in the matters of the region. Nonetheless, he could not entirely dismiss his worries. If truly insurmountable problems arose in Mond, he would lend his aid. Just recently, upon arriving at Xingqiu Beach and preparing to reveal himself, he spotted a group of hilichurls gliding down from the sky, prompting him to conceal his presence. The sight of flying hilichurls was indeed startling. Having lived for over 2 millennia as a wind god, Wendy had witnessed many grand spectacles. Yet this was his first encounter with such airborne creatures. In such treacherous weather, gliding is fraught with peril, and Yuwen's safe descent was likely aided by Wendy's intervention. What perplexed Wendy further was that the hilichurls seemed to be responding to the commands of a pyro slime. When did pyro slimes acquire such intelligence to direct hilichurls in their tasks? While hilichurls may not be particularly bright, they exhibited greater cunning than slimes. Quietly observing from the sidelines, Wendy witnessed the entire skirmish unfold. The pyro slime displayed no signs of speech. Yet every action of the hilichurls appeared intricately linked to it. While it was one thing for hilichurls to coordinate amongst themselves, witnessing them working in tandem with slimes was truly unexpected. Had the curse been lifted? However, judging by the hilichurls' reactions, it seemed the curse remained intact. If the curse had not been lifted, why then did the hilichurls cooperate so seamlessly and even utilize the powers of the slimes? Fortunately, Wendy did not understand hilichurl or slime languages. Thus he was unaware of the exchanges taking place between Yuwen and the slimes. He had yet to observe the pyro slime uttering a word, leaving him puzzled about their means of communication. The reason was quite simple. When Yuwen first devised their vocal apparatus, they had contemplated what to do if they ever encountered a talking slime. In response, Yuwen communicated through ventriloquism. Without careful observation of the pyro slime's peculiarities or attentive listening to the dialogue, one would naturally overlook this, allowing Yuwen to maintain the ruse. As for why the cryo slime had frozen the ground to facilitate the hilichurl's transport, Wendy found that even more baffling. Had hilichurls truly reached such a level of proficiency in utilizing slimes? If clarity eluded him, it was best to set it aside for now. In due time, understanding would come, for the winds would guide the path forward. He had heard of the renown of Chun Shi Jiu Yi even in foreign lands, suggesting that the wines produced by the establishment were exceptional, and he resolved to sample a few cups when the opportunity arose. Though these individuals were thieves, they were still a Mond. While he sensed no devotion to the wind god among them, Wendy remained unconcerned. After all, he had relinquished his claim to rule over Mond, aspiring for it to become a realm devoid of sovereigns, a true city of freedom, allowing its people to flourish without divine oversight. Mond is a city of liberty, unbound by the guidance of gods. In Wen diese Perspektive, freedom dictated by divine command is a form of unfreedom. It must be noted that Baba Tua Si established the Four Winds Guardians to safeguard Mond's safety and order. However, it seems the time has come to address the immediate threat posed by these bandits. With a furrowed brow, Wendy mused that perhaps these thieves no longer warranted salvation. Let them meet their demise in the depths of the sea, allowing the ocean to cleanse their transgressions. As for the hilichurls and pyro slime that had just distanced themselves, a sigh escaped Wendy's lips. The thought of the hilichurls and slime's earlier conduct left him feeling overwhelmed. When had hilichurls become so astute? The wind god had no desire to grant them favor. After all, Baba Tasi had overthrown the tyrant, and for centuries had assisted Vanessa in dismantling the aristocracy, embodying revolutionary ideals and genuinely caring for the people of Mond, rather than for these rapacious thieves. Yet, the time for their rescue had passed. Let them succumb to the depths of the ocean, where the vast sea shall wash away their sins, allowing them to rest in its embrace. When did the Chocho people become so astute? Let us venture to the divine tree at Fengqi, a place I have not visited in quite some time. Captain Bandit, did you not proclaim this morning that the weather was splendid and ideal for an adventure? You even asserted that such delightful weather would allow for camping under the stars without concern. However, Jack, brandishing a newly found wooden plank, complained to Bandit about the torrential downpour, exclaiming that it was excessively heavy and he had inadvertently lost their adventure gear, with their camp being swept away. What shall we do if we cannot find a cave tonight? Observing Jack's despondent expression, Bandit could only offer a sheepish smile, inwardly lamenting their misfortune. This was indeed a stroke of bad luck. Simultaneously, Bandit deeply regretted having uttered the phrase about the pleasant weather. It seemed that every time he did so, rain would soon follow. The entire day had been devoid of rain, leading Bandit to believe they had turned a corner, only to be met with such a fierce storm in the evening. Did Bandit truly have a propensity for rain? He did not believe so. Yet, Why did it always rain on crucial days, even during significant adventures? He was utterly exasperated with the incessant rain and hoped it would cease shortly. Gazing at the relentless downpour, Bandit pondered whether his future adventures would be plagued by rain. A rainy expedition was indeed quite dreary. The torrential rain was one thing, but the fierce wind was another, having whisked away their hastily erected camp. Now they had no choice but to seek shelter in a cave down the mountain. Nevertheless, his passion for adventure would not be dampened by a mere storm. "Captain Bandit, do you genuinely believe we will find a cave down the mountain?" Jack questioned, knowing that complaints would not resolve their predicament, yet felt uneasy about searching for a cave in such a downpour. "We shall undoubtedly find a refuge from the rain. Fret not," Bandit replied confidently, giving Jack a thumbs up. It appeared Bandit had once again forgotten his extraordinary misfortune, and this matter seemed destined to take another turn. The fierce storm drenched their clothes, with raindrops as large as pearls striking their bodies, causing discomfort. Fortunately, with windproof goggles, they could navigate the tumultuous weather and feel their way down the mountain. Otherwise, their eyes would have been rendered useless. Chapter 33. The possibility of healing potions. My father and his companions are adventurers, and I have heard countless tales of daring exploits from them since childhood. They often mention that encountering storms during adventures is quite commonplace, and with caution, one can manage. Storms are not to be feared. Rather, it is the landslides and mudslides they bring that pose a grave danger. If one encounters either of those calamities, survival becomes exceedingly difficult. Sensing Jack's lack of confidence, Bandit rallied his spirits and explained, "My father once told me that caves are easily found at the mountain's base, often hiding treasures within. Perhaps we shall discover a treasure-laden cave upon our arrival at the foot of the mountain." "Oh!" Jack's eyes sparkled with newfound hope. An adventurer who does not uncover treasure cannot be deemed a true adventurer. This was the essence of masculinity and the spirit of adventure. Jack, who had previously lost hope, was reinvigorated. "Let us hasten down the mountain. We may indeed uncover treasure. If we delay, others may snatch it away." Bandit once again commended Jack with a thumbs up, recognizing him as a valued teammate. Together, they would seek the grandest treasure. As Bandit and Jack raced down the slope, the rain continued to converge below, bringing with it soil and stones. Bandit only recalled half of the tale. The notion of a treasure cave at the mountain's base was indeed accurate. Many adventurers had found treasures only to perish at the mountain's foot, with riches buried within the valley. The firewood, drenched by the rain, finally ignited. As the night deepened, the flames cast a warm glow, illuminating the area around them. Yuwen observed that this place appeared to be a temporary camp constructed by humans, serving as a resting point for merchants and adventurers, as well as the West Wind Knights. The rain had persisted for over half an hour, and with no one in sight, it seemed unlikely anyone would arrive. This was fortuitous. They could spend the night here without fear of encountering the West Wind Knights or other adventurers. If any Xingqiu people were injured, it would spell trouble. While avoiding adventurers and the West Wind Knights was desirable, encountering merchants would be beneficial. They might lend some herbs, or perhaps grains, seeds, or metals. Regardless, it was imperative to establish a defense. "Chodo-do, take a few brothers to construct simple fortifications around us, and tonight, I will need the Xingqiu archers to stand guard. We are not in our camp, and must remain vigilant." "Understood. No problem. I will help as well." The Xingqiu people were well acquainted with constructing defenses and eagerly set to work. After delegating these tasks, Yuwen assessed the injuries among the Xingqiu people. Although the light from the fire was dim, he could utilize the system to observe, quickly gaining insight. Some knowledge from his past life surprisingly proved useful in the world of Genshin Impact. Most of the fallen Xingqiu had been injured by weapons, with some wounds being quite deep, containing fragments of iron. Such deep and narrow wounds, compounded by bacterial contamination, risked creating a low-oxygen environment, heightening the threat of tetanus infection. The first step was to clean the wounds thoroughly. "Boiling water seems to be my destiny," Yuwen lamented. "We cannot use rainwater to clean the wounds. We must resort to boiled water. Show me, Chodo-do, you two are responsible for ensuring their wounds are clean. No iron or wood fragments must remain." Yuwen instructed earnestly. "Understood. We will complete the task flawlessly," they assured him. While their combat prowess may be lacking, they certainly excelled in intelligence. standing out among their peers. Additionally, Qiu Do and Xiaomi had a penchant for sleeping, leading Yuwen to suspect they belonged to a slothful breed of Qiu. However, without relevant entries in the system's compendium, he could not confirm his hypothesis. Crafting alcoholic beverages was unfeasible at the moment due to time constraints. They could only rely on boiled water for a rudimentary cleaning of the wounds. Given the robust constitution of the Qiu, they should manage. Furthermore, the weapons of the thieves were likely contaminated with various pathogens. Eradicating these pathogens was of utmost importance. Once the wounds were cleaned, they would need to confront inflammation. The most common remedy for inflammation is penicillin. However, upon seeing the complex terminology associated with penicillin in the system, Yuwen felt overwhelmed and bewildered. He had heard in novels that penicillin could be extracted from rotten watermelons, but where could he possibly find a rotten watermelon now? Not to mention, there were no moldy loaves of bread in sight. The system provided alternative recipes, but Yuwen lacked the necessary materials and tools for crafting. Believing in science seemed less reliable than believing in magic at this juncture. If he had access to a healing potion, a single vial could restore a person's health without the need for penicillin. Healing potion? As this thought crossed his mind, Yuwen's eyes narrowed, as if he had grasped a glimmer of inspiration. Could I find a way to produce healing potions? Such a miraculous elixir could cure even the most trivial of ailments with a single dose. Teyvat is not merely a realm of magic. It is a fantastical world where 7 elements converge, encompassing various power systems beyond mere sorcery. A thorough comprehension of Teyvat's power systems might just allow one the opportunity to concoct healing potions, regardless of the severity of injuries sustained by player characters. A single serving of revival ingredients ensures no character remains unconscious, and with a delectable sweet flour brewed chicken, health points can gradually be restored. Players of the previous life in Genshin Impact often receive generous gifts of sweet flour brewed chicken. The joy of awakening from slumber is truly exquisite. Chapter 34. The evolution of hilichurls. In addition, there exist special foods that enhance attack power, boost stamina, and reduce stamina consumption. Beyond these culinary delights, certain divine oils possess extraordinary effects. Ahem, do not misunderstand. Divine oil refers to a remarkable essence that enhances elemental attributes. These items, to a degree, can be considered magical potions. Could these be the unique traits of Teyvat? Yuwen sought assistance from the system to analyze the feasibility of creating healing potions. Understood. Analyzing now. A healing potion is constituted by a therapeutic substance effective against wounds, mixed with water. It may be feasible to have a water slime decompose the active ingredients from herbs to extract and blend them with the water element. The current probability of successfully creating a healing potion is approximately 7, with a 70 success rate for hilichurls using the potion. A mere 7 success rate. Not even 1/10 of chance. This seems exceedingly low. Yuwen felt disheartened by such a meager probability, which could easily round down to 0. The low success rate for potion crafting was one thing, but the success rate for using the potion was another matter entirely. It was a rather disheartening revelation. Upon reflection, it made sense, as not everyone in Teyvat could resonate with the elements. The bodies of ordinary individuals cannot withstand concentrated water elements. However, it is not entirely impossible. Yet, Yuwen quickly regained composure. A 7 chance in the Genshin Impact 5-star card pool is essentially a freebie. What more could one possibly desire? It took countless attempts to obtain just one 5-star character, and reminiscing about it brings forth tears. With time and experience, achieving a 100 success rate is not beyond reach. Observing the gaze of the fire slime, the water slime stiffened. Was there something amiss, fire slime? You can simply call me by Borin. Yuwen decided to adopt this pseudonym. Just as Yuwen was about to request the water slime to attempt the creation of a healing potion, it suddenly dawned on him that he lacked the necessary herbs. This is indeed a sorrowful tale. There's nothing else, but I hope you can assist in extracting the relevant substances from the herbs when the time comes. Of course, I shall certainly lend my aid, the water slime readily agreed. That is splendid news, Yuwen exclaimed joyfully, genuinely taken aback by the water slime's prompt agreement. Observing the close proximity between the water slime and the fire slime, the wind slime felt a surge of discontent. After all, it was he who arrived first. At that moment, The wind slime recalled an item obtained earlier. Fire slime, let me show you a treasure. The wind slime eagerly produced a vision of a Nemo, gesturing for Yuwen to come closer. Yuwen was momentarily bewildered by the wind slime's surprising declaration. However, upon the wind slime unveiling the vision, Yuwen was utterly astonished. Now that he had traversed into this world, it was futile to lament past decisions. Yuwen scrutinized the system's description, a substance formed from the accumulation of intense Anemo elemental energy. Offered to the Anemo statue, it can replenish the powers it has lost over the ages. Could it be that possessing the vision of Anemo might assist in restoring the Anemo statue's divine power, perhaps facilitating interaction with it? If this were indeed the case, it would be immensely fortuitous. Thank you ever so much, wind slime. This item is incredibly useful to me, Yuwen joyfully exclaimed, leaping towards the wind slime and playfully mimicking a pair of small hands, gently patting its head. There's no need for thanks. I'm glad you find it to your liking, the wind slime replied, beaming with pride as it cast a glance at the water slime. The water slime, seemingly oblivious to the wind slime's smug demeanor, leisurely frolicked in the rain outside the camp. The rainwater, rich in water elements, would aid the water slime in amassing additional water energy, potentially assisting Boren in the future. The water slime's resolve was indeed commendable. Whether it be the water slime, the wind slime, or the hilichurls, all recognized that Yuwen was indeed exceptional. Truly, those who discern the value of history are the true sages. The following morning, the torrential rain persisted. The deluge of the previous night had rendered the surroundings damp, with water pooling on the paths. The downpour gradually diminished by midday, and as the rain lessened further, it would soon be time to set forth. The injured hilichurls had tended to their wounds and, after a night of rest, appeared significantly rejuvenated. The other hilichurls brimmed with vitality. However, Qiu Lao Ba, a Bing, and Qiu Do were noticeably downcast, their heads hung low. What troubles you? Yuwen inquired, approaching them with concern. Nothing, Qiu Lao Ba lamented, patting his stomach in a pitiful manner. 3 question marks instantly appeared above Yuwen's head. What do you mean, nothing? The sun's shadow is gone. Qiu Lu interjected anxiously. Upon hearing this, Yuwen quickly comprehended their meaning. They were not expressing that the sun was absent, but rather that without the sun's shadow, they could not discern mealtime. It was indeed nearing midday, the time for meat. The habit of ensuring the hilichurls ate at regular intervals was gradually taking root, and the sudden absence of the sun's shadow sent a wave of panic among them. Are you referring to the meat from this morning? Yuwen squinted, a smile spreading across his face as he realized they had developed a sense of time. With this newfound awareness, the concepts of past and future would surely follow. Yes. The hilichurls nodded eagerly, patting their bellies to indicate hunger. Seeing their pitiful expressions, Yuwen could not help but chuckle. Qiu Lao Ba then raised a finger, scratching his head hesitantly before adding, and the soup from last night is also gone. And the meat for lunch, Qiumi supplemented. With a deep exhale, Yuwen released a breath of relief, the gloom brought on by the rain dissipating. And joy surged within him. Could these truly be the same hilichurls he had met before? It was astonishing to see them remember even the soup they had consumed the previous night, and to be concerned about lunch. In the past, the hilichurls had no concept of such matters. Under Yuwen's guidance, this group of hilichurls had indeed undergone a transformation. They were even beginning to contemplate the future. Once the hilichurls developed a sense of future consciousness, even if only a fraction, it would pave the way for implementing pig farming, agriculture, and food storage within the camp. Born from adversity, perishing in comfort. As long as the hilichurls fostered a sense of caution towards the future, understanding the necessity to prepare, and refraining from consuming all their provisions at once, what was there to fear for the prosperity of the hilichurl clan? After diligently cultivating for so long, the fruits of labor were finally becoming evident. How could Yuwen not be elated? Chapter 35. A dilemma, however. It must be said that just yesterday, when preparing for dinner, the wind slime had come rushing in for help. Given that the hilichurls were inherently larger than the average individual, their caloric needs were naturally greater. From yesterday until now, the hilichurls had nearly gone an entire day without sustenance. They must be ravenously hungry by now. Yet, at present, there was no food available. The rain continues to pour outside, making it exceedingly difficult to hunt for prey at this hour. As for the fish at Xingqiu Beach, they are not a concern for the time being. After the recent torrential downpour, the entire beach is damp and perilous, and without the proper tools. Capturing fish becomes an arduous task. In this desolate wilderness, coupled with such inclement weather, the likelihood of any merchant passing through is almost non-existent. For the Qiu people, going hungry for a meal or two is of little consequence, as they have long since grown accustomed to such hardships. If meat is unavailable, they can simply resort to a vegetarian diet. Ula! The Qiu people erupted into joyous cheers. Returning to the camp means there will be meat to eat. What could they possibly be dissatisfied about? Their happiness is remarkably simple and unpretentious. Alas, these Qiu people are easily appeased. A single phrase suffices to settle them. Yuwen feels as though he is deceiving children. Yesterday, in his haste, many matters were left unconsidered. Now, he must reflect carefully on his plans moving forward. From the skirmish yesterday and the position of his glide, Yuwen estimates the approximate location of Shijiazhuang Camp in the Mond region. It should lie between the Windrise, Xingqiu Beach, and Dada-Upa Valley, more specifically near the Temple of the South Wind Lion. At this juncture, Yuwen recalls that this world possesses the ability to create small realms, and even characters' weapons are stored in alternate dimensions. Yet, why has no one devised a storage ring for transporting items? It is no wonder the Qiu people are prone to thievery. The Temple of the South Wind Lion appears to be an independent space. As for exploring its dungeon, that can wait for another time. However, as it glides downward, he does not see the entrance to the temple, and instead encounters various unfamiliar geographical features. It seems that the game map of Genshin Impact does not align perfectly with the actual geography of Teyvat, especially after witnessing Xingqiu Beach yesterday. Yuwen's suspicion is further validated. The disparity between the actual map and the game map is too vast to rely solely on the former. Otherwise, one might meet an untimely demise without warning. Now, two choices lie before Yuwen. The buoyancy of large Anemo slimes cannot support the weight of numerous Qiu people flying, and small Anemo slimes are even less capable of doing so. They can only glide down with individuals, but cannot ascend with the Qiu people. Descending is easy, but ascending is difficult. Fortunately, the ice slimes can assist in paving the way, and even if the rain has rendered the path muddy, it is not a significant issue. Moreover, the rain continues to pour. Whether it be the Knights of Favonius or scholars studying the Anemo Archon, they are likely all within Mondstadt. The Anemo statue, located on the outskirts of Mondstadt, presents a potential threat from the Qiu people, making it unlikely that anyone would venture out in such weather. At this moment, heading to the Anemo statue minimizes the chances of being discovered by humans. The image of a pyro slime taking flight with an Anemo slime is simply astonishing. If humans were to discover this, the news would spread throughout Mondstadt by the next day. Yet, setting off to find the Anemo statue, Yuwen cannot be certain that unforeseen circumstances will not arise along the way. Having crossed over, he naturally considers himself the protagonist. According to the first law of protagonists, they often face theft or other calamities upon departure. In search of the Anemo statue, he hopes to find it eventually. Relying on these intellectually challenged Qiu people for protection does not inspire confidence. In the game, interaction with the Anemo statue is merely a straightforward cutscene, seemingly devoid of difficulty. However, in this alternate world, one must remain vigilant. Engaging with the Anemo statue is not a trivial matter. Unexpected changes could very well occur. After all, it is a statue, and even Barbados had to return to the statue to restore himself after the lady seized his gnosis. It has withstood the ravages of time for hundreds, if not thousands, of years without signs of erosion or damage. The 7 statues are undoubtedly far more complex than they appear in the game. Furthermore, Yuwen cannot estimate the specific time required to locate the Anemo statue. This is a temporary camp constructed by humans. After the heavy rain, it is only a matter of time before someone passes through this area. Should merchants, adventurers, or Knights of Favonius happen upon this place, while he is out searching for the Anemo statue, the Qiu people's limited intellect would be insufficient to handle such emergencies, inevitably leading to conflict. It is possible that adventurers might trigger a quest to thwart the Qiuqiu people's nefarious expansion. Upon accepting the task, they would devise means to eliminate the Qiuqiu people. Yuwen does not wish to see further disputes arise between the Qiuqiu people and humans, nor does he want to foster new enmities, as this would be detrimental to future developments. Moreover, within the camp, there are several injured Qiuqiu people, nearly devoid of combat capability, making it quite challenging to arrange matters appropriately. He cannot find an ideal solution. At this moment of indecision, the elder shaman perceives Yuwen's hesitation and slowly rises from the cart, saying, "Not far from Xingqiu Beach, there is a newly established camp of our Qiuqiu brethren. They claim to have fled from the forest. Not long ago, a group of humans was conducting a large-scale purge of the Qiuqiu people in the forest, affecting many tribes, including the Good Sleep clan, the Black Sun clan, and the combatant Black Sun clan. A small number of Qiuqiu managed to escape from the forest, with a few arriving here. As for where the others fled, it remains unclear." The shaman appears dejected, feeling inadequate to provide shelter for his companions due to the overwhelming number of fleeing Qiuqiu people. He reflects that this calamity arose from a lack of strength to protect his kin, and the entire Qiuqiu clan nearly fell victim to human onslaught. However, his spirits are quickly lifted, grateful for the assistance of the pyro slime, which enabled their escape from human clutches. The water Qiuqiu shaman continues, "Subsequently, we offered the food we captured to them, and they established a new camp elsewhere. Perhaps we can seek their assistance." Upon hearing this, Yuwen's heart swells with joy. He had not anticipated the presence of other Qiuqiu people in this vicinity. Previously, he had felt the tribe was too small to thrive. He harbors no concerns about potential rebellious elements among them. Before absolute intelligence, the meager strength of Qiuqiu rebels is evidently insufficient. For the Qiuqiu people, if consensus cannot be reached, they shall form a consensus through conflict. As long as Yuwen possesses sufficient strength to demonstrate a power worthy of the Qiuqiu people's reverence, their submission will merely be a matter of time. Not to mention, an increase in population means more mouths to feed. With fishing skills alone, it is impossible to starve these dozens of Qiuqiu people. Moreover, a handful of Qiuqiu do not even require division of labor. The numbers are too few for such necessity. Only with a greater number can significant undertakings be accomplished. "Is that Qiuqiu camp far from here?" Yuwen inquires. "Not far. We should reach it in no time," replies the water Qiuqiu shaman, his tone gradually becoming respectful, seemingly acknowledging the pyro slime's leadership status. These sentiments could have been expressed yesterday. However, as the leader of this tribe, the water Qiuqiu shaman, experienced and aged, possesses a multifaceted perspective. Having lived so long, he has never encountered a talking slime, naturally harboring skepticism towards this peculiar creature. He expresses astonishment that even the Qiuqiu rebels are willing to heed the pyro slime's guidance, recognizing its leadership. Why would the Qiuqiu rebels follow the pyro slime's commands? Shouldn't leadership be determined by strength? The myriad phenomena left the Shui Qi shaman filled with perplexity. Truly, the Qi people perceive matters from a distinct perspective. Shouldn't one ponder why the slime is capable of speech first? Instead, they find themselves questioning why the Qi bruiser would heed the slime's directives. Years of experience have taught the shaman the ways of the Qi people. The Shui Qi shaman remained silent, choosing instead to observe throughout the night. Soon, he discerned that this fire slime exhibited no abnormalities and harbored no malice towards the Qi people. If it truly bore ill intent, it would not have come to their aid. Indeed, the slime is the finest companion the Qi people could wish for. Even the elder shaman, despite his wisdom, remained unaware of the principle of giving before taking. Nonetheless, the residual warmth bore no designs of treachery. Although he had other motives, he would not deceive this group of Qi individuals. The residual warmth now found the Qi people rather endearing, albeit pitiable. Subsequently, the shaman overheard the conversations of the vigilant Qi people. Under the guidance of this fire slime, their lives had markedly improved, with meat available at every meal. Moreover, the roasted meat glistened, exuding a delectable aroma and an unparalleled tenderness. With each bite, the savory juices melted in their mouths. Oh, what a marvelous flavor and exquisite texture. At the mere recollection, the Sentinel Chi people's hunger intensified. The Shui Chi shaman nearly drooled at the thought. He had once savored such delicacies in his youth. Having snatched food prepared by humans while pilfering their cooking utensils, the taste was simply divine, beyond the capabilities of the Chi people to replicate. Enchanted by the allure of meat, the Shui Chi shaman did not forget his purpose and continued to listen to the Chi people's tales regarding the fire slime. As he absorbed the ensuing narrative, his astonishment grew. They spoke of the fire slime as the embodiment of the sun, the purest amalgamation of fire elements in existence. Its arrival was to illuminate the path for the Chi people, dispelling the darkness before them and bestowing brightness upon their lives. They had already constructed new homes and were preparing to build roads, with an abundance of meat to feast upon. According to Qi Lu, under the guidance of Bai Bo Ran, their mastery over fire elements had become increasingly adept. Bai Bo Ran had also praised the Lei Hoi Jian, lightning fire arrow, inspiring the Chi archers to begin their training in fire elements, eagerly anticipating the day they could wield the Lei Hoi Jian. Additionally, the shaman heard the Chi people utter some rather bitter and perplexing terms: cola, soda, batteries, barbecue, singing, Chi rock, streetlights, future, past, and so forth. Even the well-informed Shui Chi shaman admitted to never having encountered such terminology. He glanced at the wound on his chest. The fire slime's treatment of the injury appeared markedly more effective than previous methods employed. Thus, it seemed that the fire slime could certainly lead the Chi people to a life of abundant meat. There was no reason to conceal anything. With this realization, the Shui Chi shaman's gaze towards the residual warmth had transformed. In his eyes, the fire slime radiated an unyielding brilliance that was momentarily blinding. It was as if he had emerged from the shadows into a blinding light, requiring an adjustment period for his vision. Yet, even if he shared this knowledge with the Chi people, they might not comprehend it. At that moment, the Shui Chi shaman recognized the hope for the rise of the Chi people lay within the fire slime before him. This very fire slime represented the hope of the entire village. Nothing could compare to the joy of consuming meat. Chapter 37. Ace Pilot Lu Ben Xiao. This revelation granted the residual warmth a clearer understanding of Mond and allowed him to deduce the approximate location of the Chi tribe as described by the shaman. This place was neither safe nor suitable for prolonged stay. I implore you to lead everyone onward, said the residual warmth to the shaman. The shaman discerned the implication of residual warmth's intention not to accompany them, and inquired with concern, "Will you not join us?" After all, with the presence of the wind slime and the approximate location, locating the Chi encampment from the skies should be straightforward. Furthermore, the unique abilities of the wind slime could sense the positions of other wind slimes, facilitating their search. Moreover, with the system's assistance, it was nearly impossible to fail. As long as the Chi people avoided traversing the roads, they would generally not encounter the patrolling knights of Favonius, allowing residual warmth to seek the Anemo Archon without worry. Old 8, Qi Lu. Residual warmth quickly summoned the Chi people. Wait a moment. You will proceed with the Shui Chi shaman to another Chi encampment. Before residual warmth could finish speaking, Qi Lu and the others displayed expressions of confusion. Isn't Bai Bo Ran coming with us? Residual warmth did not wish to explain the rationale for seeking the Anemo Archon. It was essential to note that the Chi people did not venerate the 7 Archons, but merely held faith in the elements. Even if residual warmth elucidated the matter, it was unlikely the Chi people would grasp it. Furthermore, residual warmth had already established himself as an omnipotent figure in the hearts of the Chi people, becoming their leader. Now, their leader sought to find Barbados, a deity they did not even worship. It was indeed a challenge to explain. Unable to articulate an explanation, he opted for silence. Jumping onto the cart, residual warmth placed his hands on his hips and declared, "The time has come for you to be tested. You are now mature Chi people and must learn to be self-sufficient. Thus, even in my absence, you can stand on your own." Once he concluded his impassioned address, residual warmth crossed his arms over his chest, adopting a stoic expression as he regarded the Chi people. Instantly, The encampment erupted into a cacophony, with many Chi individuals rolling up their sleeves, eager to exhibit their skills. They had begun to bicker over the techniques they were about to showcase. Despite residual warmth having imparted a wealth of knowledge, they had mastered only a handful of the simplest skills. Should someone else seize the opportunity, they would miss their chance to earn by Bo Rant's approval that evening. Regardless, this task must not be snatched away. Noticing the Chi people's attention diverted, residual warmth silently commended himself. Truly, I am remarkable for conjuring such a brilliant reason so effortlessly, shifting their focus with such simplicity. Everyone, cease your clamor. The cooperation of companions is paramount. We must unite our efforts to grow stronger and achieve greatness once more. Residual warmth rallied once more. Ira, the fervent chant reverberated again. As the Chi people appeared invigorated, their enthusiasm ignited. The atmosphere was ablaze. Is this the will of fire? Lu mused in astonishment. This is the bond. The power of companionship is indeed boundless. It seems my understanding of the fire element has deepened. Could you please assist in freezing the path ahead? Residual warmth requested of the ice slime. No problem. Leave everything to me. The ice slime replied confidently, its shell shimmering as it expressed its formidable assurance. With the ice slime paving the way, the journey ahead would be significantly smoother, alleviating residual warmth's concerns. No issues here. The wind slime chimed happily as it floated about in the air. Residual warmth then approached the water slime. If a resonance could be established with the Anemo statue, it should emit divine power, potentially bestowing its grace. Perhaps the water slime could concoct a unique potion from this grace, leading to the creation of a healing elixir. Shu Lim, may I accompany you? I require your strength. Certainly. Who Shlim. Shu Shlim, feeling elated at the invitation, exuberantly exclaimed, "It is wonderful to assist you." The three slimes quickly agreed to head towards the statue of the Anemo. However, YWN felt that something essential was still missing. Oh right, they lacked an ace pilot. The Teyvat continent is fraught with peril, and it is particularly unkind to slimes. When venturing out, slimes must always remember to safeguard themselves, ensuring that no ill-intentioned individuals can take advantage of them. Nevertheless, given YWN's current strength, even if he were to falter, he could still protect Shu Shlim and the others to escape, so there was no need for concern. The only apprehension lay in the gondola ride. The position of the Shlim in the sky was exceedingly high, with the winds howling and rain pouring. Any misstep with the gondola could lead to disaster. YWN had no means to repair it. His simulated skills were merely superficial, lacking the strength necessary for safety. It seemed that they would have to leave their fate to chance. Clearly, he needed to find a choo-choo with a talent for flying to accompany them. This individual should possess a unique aptitude for gliding and be able to maintain the gondola's balance to prevent any mishaps. Moreover, they should be easily persuaded. Well, that last requirement could be met by any choo-choo. Upon meeting YWN's gaze, each choo-choo puffed out their chest, as if silently proclaiming, "Choose me, choose me. My Lord BB are in. Let me accompany you. I will do my utmost to protect you." Hiu Leobi. No, no. YWN quickly shook his head. Old 8 was too heavy, causing a significant reduction in flying speed. Furthermore, mere brute strength was of little use at high altitudes. His large size made him an easy target to spot. Chiu also not suitable. Chiu-L's temperament was too volatile, and his explosive hairstyle attracted far too much attention. Abing? No. Chiu-Du and Chiu might be quite clever, but they lacked the courage to be relied upon in a crisis. After surveying the options, YWN swiftly settled on the ideal candidate. It is decided. You shall be the one, paratrooper LB-NCHI. LB-NQI. Upon hearing his name called, LB-NCHI excitedly stepped forward. Indeed, I, LB-NCHI, am the choo-choo most valued by Lord BB-RN, he exclaimed joyously, unabashedly revealing his inner happiness as he perked up his ears to listen to YWN's subsequent instructions. Wait a moment. You will accompany me. Your performance during the previous glide was unparalleled, YWN praised. Not a problem. I am more than willing to serve you. Lord BB are in. LB in Chi replied with enthusiasm. If there are no objections, let us set forth together. You must also hasten to another Chu camp, YWN instructed. Ula. The remaining Chuchis responded loudly. With a series of jumps, YWN quickly leaped outside the camp, boarding the gondola. The construction of this gondola was no trivial feat. Thus it was not to be discarded. During the retreat yesterday, they had naturally brought it along and had made some modifications this morning. However, the relentless rain was quite uncomfortable, and YWN instinctively adjusted his body temperature to mitigate the chilling effects of the rain, his previously joyful mood swiftly shifting. His melancholy lasted but a moment before he rallied his spirits. After all, even as a recluse in his past life, he had worked and studied, understanding that such situations required a motivational speech. Yet, despite much contemplation, he struggled to find the right words. Indeed, public speaking was an art unto itself. Well, water flows downward and Chuchis ascend. To put it plainly, we must adopt a new approach to life. We have already secured our first victory. Now is the opportune moment for growth. Once prepared, let us all set forth together to create a brighter future. YWN concluded, attempting to uplift morale. To his surprise, the Chuchis responded with cheers, leaving him feeling a tad embarrassed. As long as he did not feel awkward, the embarrassment lay with others. With this thought, YWN swiftly adjusted his demeanor, turning away to leave the Chuchis with a memorable image of his back. We cannot allow Lord BB, our inn, to be drenched any longer. Ula. It was time to showcase true skill, to grow strong and achieve greatness once more. Many Chuchis flexed their muscles, affirming their commitment to the task. Just as LB and Chi stepped out of the camp to follow Lord BB RN, Old 8 extended a hand to halt him. LB and Chi, puzzled, turned to Chiu LOB, seeking clarification. Indeed, should I find even a single droplet of rain upon Lord BB RN, prepare to embrace the flames, Chiu LL added. If you err midway, do not expect to enjoy my discovered weed again, Chiu M warned. Should your performance falter, you shall serve as the percussion instrument during our next rendition of Song of the Divine. Chu chimed in, recalling how, as the weakest Chu in SHG camp, he had often found his rear treated as a percussion instrument during such songs, leaving him sore for days. If LB and Chi were to make a mistake, he would become the percussion instrument, thereby liberating himself from the frequent spankings that had left us behind nearly calloused. Seeing the fervent gazes of his companions and their heartfelt admonitions, LB Chi was moved to tears, vowing loudly, "Rest assured, I shall not allow Lord BB, our inn, to come to any harm. Should anyone wish to harm him, they must first step over my body." YWN was speechless. Could these Chuchis not offer a few auspicious words? This departure ceremony had become overly sentimental. Perhaps he would forego such displays in the future. Furthermore, LB Chi's lines felt rather cliché. Could they not conjure something more innovative? While YWN silently critiqued, LB Chi approached the gondola, hoisting Old 8's shield high, determined to ensure that not a single drop of rain fell upon Lord BB RN. As the rain stopped, YWN looked up, realizing that LB Chi had raised the shield above his head, effectively creating an umbrella. Legeniki, iam truly grateful. YWN expressed joyfully. No need for thanks, LB Chi replied, somewhat strained. The shield crafted by the Chu marauders was indeed heavy, and LB Chi, as an ordinary Chu, lacked the strength of the marauders. It seemed he had not endured the pain of this group in vain. You could rest one side of the shield on the railing. That would alleviate some of the weight, YWN kindly suggested. "Oh, right. Thank you for the guidance." Lord BB RN. Upon trying this, LB Chi found it significantly easier. With just this little effort, he could manage for an entire day. Soon, Shu SHLIM also hopped aboard. The gondola was not heavy, especially after modifications. With just YWN and Shu SHLIM, it might still be a bit light, easily swayed by the strong winds. However, with LB Chi's weight and the shield, it was perfectly balanced. The effing SHLIM was ready for takeoff. "We are ready to ascend. F-ing SHLIM. I will rely on you for the next part." YWN expressed his gratitude. "No need for thanks, who SHLIM. replied the effing SHL. I am humbly. As a large wind slime, it is time to reveal my wings. With a mighty flap of its small wings, the effing SHL I am soared into the sky. Although the rain continued to fall, the thunder had ceased, and the wind slime remained unperturbed by the raindrops. Woo! We are taking off! YWN joyfully shouted. This is the true ascent. Indeed, the characteristics of slimes cannot be generalized. The flight capability of a large wind slime is something that many other slimes cannot achieve, swiftly ascending into the lofty heights. At this moment, Yuwen gazes down at the ground, observing the towering trees below that appear as mere saplings, creating an impression that the expanse of heaven and earth has shrunk. Is this the sensation of flying in an airplane? Interestingly, in my previous life, Yuwen had yet to experience a flight. In childhood, financial constraints prevented such luxuries, and upon growing up, the advent of high-speed trains rendered air travel unnecessary. Moreover, flying entails numerous inconveniences, including baggage weight limitations, without a pressing need for speed. High-speed trains are far more convenient in many respects. This is the first time Yuwen has viewed the Earth from such a great height, evoking a surreal feeling within. Chapter 39. Abyss Mage. However, the roads in the Mond region are rather subpar. Observing the winding paths below, uneven and scarcely traversed, some have been overtaken by wild grasses. Even the main roads appear to be only slightly wider, still fundamentally dirt paths. These ordinary dirt roads become perilously slippery during rain, making travel difficult and transportation inconvenient. If this is due to the wind god neglecting the area, leading the people of Mond to cherish freedom over scientific advancement, combined with underdeveloped commerce, it explains the state of these roads. Yet, one must wonder why the roads in Liyue are similarly unimpressive. If memory serves, the roads in Liyue are primarily composed of stones, which provide better traction. Even in the rain, mud is not a significant concern. However, they still fundamentally remain dirt paths. Furthermore, Liyue is not only safeguarded by a deity, but also by the ancient and venerable rock god. Liyue's commerce is remarkably prosperous, with a populace that can be described as universally entrepreneurial. A thriving commercial environment naturally results in busier transport, yet the roads utilized for walking in Liyue remain unsatisfactory. There are no asphalt roads, nor even cement ones, which is quite disheartening. It is noteworthy that even remote rural areas in my previous life possess cement roads, which, albeit inferior to asphalt, are less prone to slipping. They allow for normal travel during rain without the worry of muddy shoes and facilitate quicker transportation. It seems that faith in divine protection is indeed inferior to belief in science. Scientific advancements are the foremost productive force. This adage rings true. As Yuwen contemplated this notion, thoughts of the healing potion for drowning naturally arose, though perhaps one day science might provide an explanation for it. Regardless, the ultimate reliance must be on science. Only by embracing scientific understanding, challenging dogmatic theology, and safeguarding human rights can the beings of Teyvat truly prosper. If only I could encounter a thunder slime, particularly a large one of both yellow and purple hues, that would be splendid. While I cannot guarantee the sophistication of technologies such as mobile phones, computers, or televisions, creating a telegraph or a landline telephone should pose no issue. And as for electric lights, those are merely trifles. The dream of developing online games would be utterly delightful. Yuwen found himself chuckling at these thoughts. As he leapt onto the bank, he looked down and indeed spotted a camp of hilichurls. From this vantage point, the trees resembled mere seedlings, making it difficult to discern anything else. The Windrise is, after all, the largest plain in the Mond region, making it entirely ordinary for a group of hilichurls to inhabit such a vast expanse. Although hilichurls were present, Yuwen had no intention of approaching them for conversation. Upon closer inspection, however, he realized something was amiss. This was not a hilichurl shaman, but rather an abyss mage. Concern filled Yuwen's heart. With a new target in sight, the system promptly provided a basic description. Fire Abyss Mage, a magical creature wielding power derived from the fire element. For reasons unknown, Abyss Mages are fluent in the clumsy language of hilichurls and can manipulate their minds. It is said that Abyss Mages possess knowledge of the nearly incomprehensible ancient language, using its power to perform magic. With the system's confirmation, Yuwen immediately turned to the wind slime and inquired, "Wind slime, could you ascend a bit higher? There may be dangers below." Upon hearing this, the wind slime flapped its wings with renewed vigor. "Are we not going down?" Lu Benxiu asked, perplexed. It seemed Lu Benxiu had not detected any abnormalities, prompting Yuwen to exhale in relief. It was not that Yuwen was heartless. Revealing himself too soon would only heighten the danger. Even if he were to encounter an abyss mage, Yuwen felt unperturbed, as fire attributes are typically superior. Posing little threat, Yuwen was no saint. There were far too many hilichurls under the control of the abyss mage to rescue them all individually. Currently, information on the abyss mage was scant, and the primary concern lay in the potential leakage of his own information. While it might eventually be revealed whether it was Ing or Kong controlling the abyss mage, the risk was considerable, and a misstep could lead to lethal consequences. There was no rush for such matters at present. If memory serves, abyss mages often manipulate hilichurls into committing various nefarious deeds, solidifying their role as antagonists in both games and narratives. Nonetheless, according to the storyline, when the abyss mage reported to Ing, the one thwarting the plan was a blood relative, which subsequently reduced encounters with the abyss mage. The likelihood of the traveler becoming a villain is minimal. Perhaps certain circumstances or events intervene, warranting a cautious approach for now. The priority is to locate the statue of the Anemo god and devise a means to infiltrate Mondstadt for intelligence gathering. Upon Yuwen's inquiry, Lu Benxiu began to stammer. Given Lu Benxiu's intellect, it was inconceivable that he could outsmart Yuwen. Forgetting the earlier incident, he felt shame wash over him at Yuwen's question, lowering his head in embarrassment. As a kind-hearted slime, Yuwen did not consider himself a demon. Merely a greeting would suffice before they continued their journey. Let us strive to build a better home, and in due time, invite the hilichurls from surrounding areas to join us. Would it not be more delightful to feast and sing together? Such ambition was remarkable. Lu Benxiu was utterly astonished by Yuwen's vision. Truly, the thoughts of the esteemed Lord Biberin differ from our own. The aspiration to establish a tribe where all hilichurls coexist is profoundly noble, bringing tears once again to Lu Benxiu's eyes. Having placated Lu Benxiu, Yuwen did not wish to dwell overly on this notion. Regardless, it is likely that Yuwen will eventually gather the hilichurls of Teyvat, fostering harmony between monsters and humans, thereby securing a joyful existence for himself. The descendants of Qilin shall ultimately govern the land of Teyvat. Wind slime, do you possess a vivid recollection of the statue of the Anemo god? Yuwen inquired. Chapter 40. The peculiar slime, the Anemo god Barbados, does not rule over Mondstadt. However, Mondstadt remains under the domain of the Anemo god. The entirety of the Mond region is saturated with elemental wind, particularly in the windrise, where the wind element is especially abundant, occasionally stirring a gentle breeze that carries dandelion seeds far and wide. Mondstadt, being perpetually influenced by the wind element, naturally gives rise to numerous wind slimes. Perhaps influenced by Barbados, the wind slimes born in windrise exhibit little aggression. Instead, they lead a remarkably harmonious existence, causing no significant disturbances or disasters, even becoming flying props for aerial acrobatics. Encountering wind slimes in Mondstadt is indeed a stroke of luck compared to other slimes. Those slimes born in windrise naturally possess a better understanding of the statue of the Anemo god. Are you referring to the stone statue beneath that gigantic oak tree? The wind slime asked curiously. I have only glimpsed it from a distance, where humans often roam, and within that stone statue lies a formidable power that I dare not approach, the wind slime said bashfully. Is it a long-haired figure, or one clad in armor? Asked Yuwen, feeling that the previous phrasing was inappropriate. Yuwen suddenly understood. The long-haired individuals were likely historians studying the history of the oak trees, though their names were surely forgettable. The armored ones must be the Knights of Favonius. Indeed, around the wind god statue, there were Knights of Favonius patrolling to protect the statue. After all, the Knights were established with the assistance of the Anemo Archon Barbados and Vanessa. So, Wind Slime, do you know how much longer it will take to arrive? Yuwen continued to inquire. This question ventured into the knowledge gap of the wind slime. Slimes do not possess a concept of time, or rather, they do not know how to record the passage of time. It is likely that we will arrive quickly. Floating along with the wind slime pondered before responding. Very well. If the fire slime wishes to arrive sooner, I will hasten a bit, said the wind slime. No need for that. This pace is sufficient, Yuwen replied, already seeking assistance from the wind slime. Making excessive demands would seem unreasonable. After all, we will eventually reach our destination. There is no use in hurrying now. No rush. We will arrive eventually, Yuwen added. The winds began to rise. Behind the statue of the seven winds stood a colossal oak tree. At this moment, Venti was perched atop the massive oak, gazing into the distance at Mondstadt. Suddenly, the vision hanging from Venti's waist illuminated. In truth, this was not a genuine vision, but merely a facsimile resembling one. As the Anemo Archon, Venti required the aid of a vision to manipulate the wind elements. Without the assistance of a vision, directly wielding the wind elements would likely lead to complications. Thus, he fashioned a replica of a vision using a glass orb, within which he constructed a miniature space to store items. Subsequently, a wind instrument was drawn from the glass orb's imitation vision, securely held in Venti's grasp. His fingers gently strummed the strings, producing a clear and distant melody. Mountain shatter. The world is wounded. The gods have walked, their traces vanished. Seeking poetry in sorrow, seeking dreams in captivity, unafraid of earthly toil, undaunted by the darkness ahead. Spring blooms anew, eagles soar in the azure sky, the wind's song resounds, and freedom arrives. Venti sat atop the great oak, playing the tune in memory of a friend. The oak listened to the poetry, its branches stretching in the wind, dancing in the rain. The names and deeds of heroes truly deserve to be inscribed in my poetry. Venti mused after finishing the song. Alas, the lifespan of humans is far too brief, while that of the gods is excessively long. I am a most remarkable bard on the continent. My poetry can record the stories of yore for all to sing, lest I forget them one day. Sensing the gentle breeze, Venti closed his eyes, attuned to the messages carried by the wind. The wind bears longing, and it can also convey information. The hidden messages in the wind were palpable to Venti. He was the Anemo Archon, and being in Mondstadt, he could not miss the shifts in the wind's direction. Huh. Venti emitted a curious sound from his throat. Why has that peculiar fire slime come here? According to the whispers of the wind, it seems to be seeking the wind god statue. It is quite strange for a fire slime to come in search of the wind god statue. If the messages hidden in the wind are correct, and Venti's perception is accurate, then the world must be mistaken. After all, Venti is the Anemo Archon. Even if players jest about him being the weakest god, he is still a deity. It is inconceivable that there could be any misperception. The reality Venti gleaned from the wind was utterly bewildering. So, it has arrived. The key point is that this fire slime has progressed with the wind slime. It has even brought along a water slime and a hilichurl. Venti found it difficult to comprehend. Could this fire slime possess intelligence comparable to that of humans, just as he once did? Yet, the age of gods and demons has long passed, and the elements remaining in this world are unlikely to give rise to powerful creatures. Even dragon-like beings are exceedingly rare, let alone such an unusual slime, which further perplexed Venti. Of course, this also corroborated his speculation from the previous night. At the Eagle's Wings beach, both hilichurls and slimes had followed the commands of this fire slime. The people of Mondstadt do not possess such intellect, do they? Not only can it command hilichurls, but also slimes. The languages of these two species are entirely distinct. How could this be achieved? This was something Venti simply could not fathom. Moreover, before he ascended to godhood, he was merely a wisp amidst the gales of the northern lands. An ordinary wind elemental spirit who gained wisdom only after becoming a deity. How could such a small fire slime possess extraordinary capabilities? This time, Venti found himself unable to focus on playing. His thoughts were in disarray, rendering him incapable of producing a beautiful melody. If understanding eludes me, I shall observe further to discern the purpose of this fire slime's presence here. After all, Venti sensed no malevolent aura emanating from the fire slime, nor did it appear to be corrupted by the abyss or the earth's veins. Your pace is far too slow. Allow me to carry you with the wind, Venti declared, and in an instant, his figure vanished as if he had never been there, leaving only a gentle breeze in his wake. Chapter 41. Xingqiu's collection task. Huh. Why has the wind suddenly become so much stronger. Just moments ago, there was a headwind, and now it is all tailwinds. How peculiar. Moreover, flying with the wind significantly reduces physical exertion. Whatever the reason, as long as it hastens our journey to the wind god statue, it matters not. The wind slime flapped its wings vigorously once more, striving to reach the wind god statue. Yuwen, seated in the basket, also sensed a change in speed, noticeably quicker than before. However, as Yuwen was not the involved slime or human, he was not entirely aware of the specifics of the situation. In any case, faster is better. The tedious passage of time soon slipped away. Yuwen quickly arrived above the statue of the Seven Winds. In this rainy weather, there were indeed no knights of Favonius or historians around the wind god statue. Yuwen cheered with delight, relieved to avoid considerable trouble. I shall prepare to descend. The wind slime alerted. Yuwen nodded in acknowledgement. Subsequently, the wind slime gradually controlled the wind elements to descend. The oak tree at Windrise was truly colossal. The trees seen from the sky earlier appeared as mere saplings, yet the oak beneath was immense, likely nurtured by divine power, giving Yuwen the impression of a world tree. It is likely that the world trees in other game worlds resemble this. This oak, with a history spanning 1,000 years, may or may not have attained sentience. If this oak were to gain sentience, I wonder if I could win it over to my side. As the basket descended slowly, Yuwen observed birds nesting upon the oak's branches, and suddenly felt an urge to collect, oh no, rather, to gather bird eggs. Can the actions of a traveler be deemed theft? This is merely gathering ingredients. The bird eggs in this world are not as large as chicken eggs from my previous life, yet they are considerably larger than those of ordinary birds. It is no wonder that one egg suffices for cooking in the game. Although Yuwen lacks the sense of taste and cannot savor the deliciousness of food, he finds solace in the act of cooking, attempting to fill the void within his heart. In addition to bird eggs, Yuwen also observes a multitude of ducks and plants. As he descends gradually, more entries in his compendium begin to unlock. Chiwei duck, a quacking waterfowl, commonly found in the rivers, lakes, and wetlands of Teyvat. Ducks with white feathers and colorless beaks are particularly prevalent and exceptionally delectable. Xingqiu, a plant that thrives in the wind, serving as a visible representation of the breeze for the spirited citizens of Mondstadt who revere the wind. Xingqiu grass, an edible plant that enhances the flavor of dishes when cooked, serving as a marvelous spice. Bo, Lonling egrets. As Yuwen peruses the system's descriptions, he suddenly devises a method to divert Reborn's attention. Reborn, you must listen closely. I am about to assign you a task of utmost importance and significance. Yuwen earnestly declares as he leaps to the edge of the hanging platform. No sooner had he spoken than Reborn, having grown somewhat lax from holding a shield for an extended period, instantly perked up. Witnessing Reborn's seriousness, Yuwen nods in approval, then gestures towards a patch of Xingqiu grass below, saying, "Look at this area. It is abundant with Xingqiu grass, which will enhance the flavor of our food, making it even more scrumptious. You must remember the locations of these ingredients, for when we descend, you shall diligently gather them, so that we can enjoy a more delectable meal tonight." Hearing of the promise of a tastier meal, Reborn immediately became fully alert. While he might not take some matters to heart, when it comes to food, a Xingqiu person would exert every ounce of their energy. Observing Reborn's enthusiasm, Yuwen felt a sense of satisfaction, having successfully convinced him once more. Yet, merely gathering Xingqiu grass would not suffice. Look here, this is Xingqiu. Make sure to collect plenty of it when we go down, and do not overlook Bo either, Yuwen continued, pointing out several locations. Reborn diligently committed these to memory, not only for his own benefit, but also for his companions, ensuring they would savor a more delightful meal in their camp. After guiding him through all the areas surrounding the Anemo Archon statue, the platform finally descended to the ground. Have you remembered everything? Yuwen confirmed once more. I have memorized it all, Reborn assured loudly, then hastened to gather the ingredients. Our ability to enjoy a truly delectable meal tonight rests entirely upon your efforts. Yuwen emphasized with great importance. I shall not disappoint Lord Biberin, Reborn proudly vowed. Noticing Reborn still lingering, Yuwen, slightly irritated, urged, if you understand. Why are you still standing there? Yes. With that, Xingqiu hurried towards the areas Yuwen indicated, beginning his collection of ingredients. Once Xingqiu had moved far away, Yuwen swiftly leaped before the Anemo Archon statue. As a wind slime visiting this place for the first time, it immediately sensed the immense divine power emanating from the statue, along with a rich elemental wind. However, this elemental wind was beyond the slime's ability to absorb. Yet, being of the same elemental affinity, it felt remarkably at ease in this atmosphere of free-spirited wind, swirling around the statue in delight. "It's so tall," Yuwen remarked wistfully, gazing up at the Anemo Archon statue. The system, however, did not provide any relevant entries. If memory serves, there was no mention of the 7 Archons in the game's compendium either. The absence of such entries was to be expected. Adjusting his angle, Yuwen looked up at the statue. The design of the statue revealed certain aspects. It seemed the people of Mondstadt had long regarded the Anemo Archon as feminine, while the Geo Archon's statue clearly depicted a masculine form, as the inhabitants of Liyue affectionately referred to the Geo Archon as Yuan Wangyi. The Anemo Archon statue before him resembled the one from the game, adorned with a braided hairstyle, though the face of the statue appeared worn, making it difficult to discern specific features. Yet, for Yuwen, this lack of clarity held little consequence. In his past life, he had encountered Venti in the game. His only regret was failing to obtain Venti during his first wish, a disappointment that lingered for quite some time. Even without a clear view of the features, he could still make out a general outline, which indeed bore a resemblance to Venti. Not having obtained Venti in his previous life should not hinder his ability to resonate with the Anemo Archon statue. Chapter 42. Anemo Vision and the Anemo Archon statue with a sense of nervousness akin to meeting one's in-laws. Yuwen cautiously approached the Anemo Archon statue and extended his simulated hand, gently pressing it against a specific area beneath the statue. After a prolonged moment, however, there was no response. Have I pressed the wrong spot? Indeed, one cannot turn on a device without pressing the correct switch. Yuwen shifted to another location and pressed down again. Still, there was no reaction. Could this Anemo Archon statue be a fake? He pondered in frustration. How can a mere traveler like me fail to elicit a response? If I cannot resonate with it, what was the purpose of my arrival? Despite numerous attempts to engage, there was still no sign of activity. The system remained silent, as if it had frozen. In desperation, Yuwen leaped onto the statue, pressing every surface in hopes of generating some form of response. Yet all his efforts yielded nothing, igniting a surge of anger within him. What a useless statue. It cannot even resonate. There is not a single reaction. Surely, it cannot be a fake. This Anemo Archon statue was a waste of my time. Had I known, I would not have come here. I, too, am a traveler. My soul does not belong to this world. Why is it that Ing and Kong were able to resonate with the statue upon first contact, while I have made countless attempts with no response? Could you at least make a sound? He lamented. Heavens, to be unable to resonate has dramatically increased the difficulty. Ing and Kong merely had to touch a statue to resonate and gain the elemental power of wind. Are we not all travelers from other worlds? Why is it that it suddenly fails for me? Nearby, Venti was secretly observing a fire slime. He was oblivious to the fire slime's intentions, unaware that within its form resided the soul of a being from another world, and completely ignorant of its desire to resonate with the Anemo Archon statue. The fire slime darted around the statue, seemingly trying to cause havoc. Venti could not fathom what grievance the fire slime held against the statue, traveling such a distance to vent its frustrations. Regardless, it was still his statue. Witnessing his statue being treated in such a manner by a fire slime, even a god as serene as Venti would feel a twinge of discontent. However, Venti noticed something peculiar about the Choo-Choo people collecting ingredients. The curse upon these Choo-Choo had diminished. It had been ages since the curse had been placed upon them, yet its power remained, unyielding over time. However, the curse on the Choo-Choo before him felt significantly weaker. A tiny crack had appeared in the once formidable curse, as if it could someday be torn asunder. As Venti made his way toward the Anemo Archon statue, he observed that the other Choo-Choo showed no signs of change, but only this particular Choo-Choo, near the peculiar fire slime, seemed to exhibit a slight reduction in the curse's influence. It was improbable that this group of Choo-Choo had suddenly weakened the curse's power. that simply defied logic and left Venti puzzled. Regardless, it was evident that the diminished curse was somehow linked to the fire slime before him. Yet, seeing the fire slime's behavior, darting around the statue like an unruly child, he felt perhaps he was overthinking it. Remained deep in thought, pondering if there truly existed no solution to his predicament. He sat motionless upon the statue of the wind god, relentlessly contemplating a method to unravel the enigma. The fire element inflicted considerable damage, augmented by the wind element's dispersion, resulting in catastrophic effects, capable of widespread area damage. Perhaps he could even summon a formidable technique akin to a spiral sphere. The combination of fire and wind elements might even yield a blazing, swift, dark arrow technique. Yet, the question lingered. How could he achieve resonance? As he continued to ponder, frustration mounted when the system offered no assistance, almost bringing him to tears. Fire slime. This aura is undeniably comforting. Why do you appear so glum? Inquired the wind slime as it floated beside him. What aura? Responded Yuwen, raising his head in confusion. The wind emanating from a statue is imbued with a sense of freedom, which revitalizes me, erasing the fatigue from my prior flight, explained the wind slime. Listening to the wind slime, Yuwen realized that this statue undoubtedly possessed divine power. It was no mere imitation. He hastily inquired, "Can you sense the power within this statue? Is there something particularly unique about it?" The wind slime circled the statue several times, delving deeper into its divine essence, noting a distinctive and somewhat familiar sensation. Suddenly, the wind slime recalled that it resembled the power emitted by the wind goddess he had previously discovered. Fire slime, do you remember the wind goddess I gifted you? Their powers seemed to be akin. Upon hearing this, Yuwen felt a wave of regret wash over him. Why had he not thought of this sooner? Indeed, the path of the slime was not to be dismissed. Having traversed into this world, there was no reason he could not achieve resonance. He promptly retrieved the wind goddess from within himself and presented it to the statue. After all, the description of the lost wind goddess was a substance formed from concentrated wind elemental energy. Offering it to the statue of the wind god could replenish the power it had lost over the ages. Even deities face mortality. How much more so for a statue? Over countless years, even a statue cannot halt the erosion of power. The strength of the statue would gradually diminish, succumbing to slumber. Furthermore, this lost power would not migrate to other deities, as it did not belong to the ordinary wind elemental force, but rather coalesced into a unique elemental crystallization, an extraordinary god SI. By dedicating the god SI to the statue, one could awaken it. As Ing and Kong traversed the continent of Teyvat, they encountered the obstruction of celestial forces before eventually succumbing to a prolonged slumber. They possessed powers that Yuwen had yet to acquire, enabling them to awaken the statue and resonate with it upon their initial encounter. Yuwen's soul was not of Teyvat, thus in certain aspects, he remained unaffected by the continent's rules. At the moment Yuwen placed the wind god SI upon the statue, it suddenly radiated with brilliance. Chapter 43. Maps and Teleportation. The statue shimmered, with the accumulated dust instantly dissipating, restoring its former luster. As long as you retain your nobility, the world shall open its arms to you. The markings beneath the statue began to glow, reminiscent of a cinematic transition within a game. Wendy, hidden nearby, was taken aback. This exceeded his previous experiences. Did he not know his own statue? Primarily, it was to safeguard Mondstadt. Resonance with the statue was not an uncommon occurrence. Teyvat frequently welcomed travelers from other realms, many of whom could resonate with the statues. However, Wendy, having lived for over 2 millennia, had never witnessed a slime resonate with a statue, which was beyond his current understanding. He had never even heard of such a phenomenon. Slimes were the most rudimentary of creatures in Teyvat, lacking growth potential. How could this scene unfold before him, capable of leaving Wendy astounded for an entire year? The statue of the wind god continued to glow. All energy converged towards the orb held in Wendy's hands. Presumably, this orb would soon release a white light sphere adorned with wind elemental patterns, allowing him to utilize the wind elemental power. After all, previous cinematic sequences had unfolded in this manner. There was no reason for it to deviate now. However, after waiting an eternity, Yuwen could only watch helplessly as the light upon the stone orb in Wendy's grasp gradually dimmed. Yuwen was left in disbelief. I waited in vain. Of course, he did not leave empty-handed. At least he had unlocked a new entry. 7 statues. The statues scattered across the continent symbolize the 7 gods protecting the world. This is the Wind God S statue. Interacting with the Wind God S statue has unlocked the protective area of this statue. Would you like to unfold the corresponding map in your mind? Upon hearing this, Yuwen instantly felt rejuvenated. As someone with a poor sense of direction, wandering without a map could be perilous, often resulting in disorientation. However, possessing a map would alleviate half of his navigational woes. Although he still struggled with distinguishing cardinal directions and comprehending maps, he could at least ascertain his current location, making it easier to guide others to him. In his previous life, the first area map he unlocked was that of the Wind God S statue at Starfall Lake, while now, the first he unlocked was Windrise. He immediately commenced the unveiling of the area map in his mind. With the map, he could discern the general layout of Mondstadt, no longer meandering aimlessly like a headless fly. A detailed map in an era devoid of satellites was akin to cheating. It was akin to possessing a divine insight. Regardless of the game, lacking a map would render navigation highly inconvenient. When he first ventured into Liyue, he had to wander aimlessly to illuminate the game map. The Wind God S statue at Dragon's Pine was particularly tormenting. In the context of a game, the red team players had a mini-map indicating their own and the enemy's positions, while the blue team lacked such a resource, making it nearly impossible to succeed from the outset. At this moment, Yuwen focused intently on the map unfolding in his mind. He observed the geographical locations of Eagle's Shore, Deda Upa Valley, Oath's Cape, and Windrise manifesting before him. This mental map was more detailed than any he had encountered in his previous life, clearly depicting pathways and the contours of mountains and rivers. In retrospect, the journey had not been in vain, nor had he wasted a Wind Goddess eye. There existed a connection between the statues, although the geography of Mondstadt, Starfall Valley, and Windrise remained shrouded in darkness. He could still discern the locations of other Wind Goddess statues. Why were there 4? Shouldn't there only be 3? After a moment of contemplation, Yuwen came to a realization. Prior to his traversal, the Mondstadt region had not been fully accessible, and since this area had only opened up after Liyue's emergence, it was likely to be quite perilous. He promptly marked this location. He would explore the previous areas later. Paymon's words regarding emergency rations held some merit. There was a thunderous figure within the snowy mountains, and Yuwen was no match for it at present. Moreover, in the snow-capped region, his fire element would be rapidly depleted. In his previous life, characters could utilize the teleportation function upon unlocking a statue. He wondered if he could as well. Perhaps he should give it a try? A bold idea sparked in Yuwen's mind. He then focused on the Wind God S statue within his thoughts and addressed the system. Beloved, activate the teleportation function to this location. Interacting with the Wind God S statue has unlocked the teleportation anchor point. Skill acquired. Teleportation. The transmission is currently underway. Please hold on. I intended to give it a try, and to my surprise, it actually worked, filling me with immense joy. However, I never anticipated that I would experience teleportation myself. Just moments ago, I was in high spirits, yet suddenly, darkness engulfed me, and I fainted. In an instant, my figure vanished from this place. The Feng Shirlai and Shui Shirlai were taken aback. What about the large Hua Shirlai? It had been here just a moment ago, yet now it has vanished in the blink of an eye. Both Shirlai were completely bewildered, utterly unaware of what had transpired, as the Hua Shirlai had seemingly disappeared before their very eyes. When he was once again startled, what she witnessed today truly broadened her horizons. Did the Shirlai possess the ability to teleport, a skill so advanced? Has the era changed, or have I, Barbados, been absent from Mondstadt for too long, now unable to keep pace with its development? The performance of you when left Barbados in all once more. Indeed, it is not a good habit to sneakily observe from the sidelines. Not far from the Anemo Archon statue, Xingqiu was enthusiastically gathering goldfish grass. 1, 2, 3, 9, 10. What comes after 10? Another, one more, and yet another. looking at the large handful of goldfish grass in his hands. A satisfied smile spread across Xingqiu's face. He had completed the collection of goldfish grass in this area. Since it was the designated collection zone by Yuwen, it was undoubtedly far from the Archon statue, and the surrounding weeds sufficiently obstructed Xingqiu's line of sight. Having finished gathering the goldfish grass, Xingqiu lifted his gaze, using the statue as a marker to proceed to the next area, preparing to collect mint. Lord Barbados had instructed that mint could aid the Qi in cultivating ice elements. The thought of handing over the mint to a Bing, thus assisting her in her elemental training, filled Xingqiu's heart with even more joy, his mind brimming with delightful thoughts. His face was nearly splitting from joy, despite the Qi wearing masks that concealed their faces. However, before collecting the mint, he decided to dig a small mound to bury the harvested goldfish grass, to prevent it from being stolen by others. This was the fruit of his labor. Xingqiu happily started digging into the ground. Just by observing how he dug, one could tell that Xingqiu was genuinely joyful. Chapter 44. The integration of Qi tribes. A multitude of Qi reside within the Data Upa Valley of Fengshan Mountain. The Qi in Data Upa Valley are divided into three distinct tribes: the Northern Haoro tribe, the Southern Haoshui tribe, and the Eastern Eri tribe. They are referred to as Qi by humans, naturally possessing some human characteristics. Each tribe boasts its own unique culture and customs. As the name suggests, the Haoro tribe delights in feasting on meat, while their penchant for alcohol remains largely undiscovered. The characteristics of the Haoshui tribe are even more evident, as they solely cherish sleep. The Haoro tribe tends to raise wild boars and places a greater emphasis on combat prowess. In contrast, the Haoshui tribe leads a simpler existence, prioritizing sleep above all else. They even go to the lengths of constructing comfortable dwellings to ensure a good night's rest, selecting soft and warm animal skins for bedding. Among these three tribes, perhaps it is due to the ample rest enjoyed by the Haoshui tribe that they exhibit superior cognitive development, rendering them the most intelligent of the Qi. The Eri tribe, on the other hand, remains shrouded in mystery. They adhere to the worship of enigmatic forces which are not elemental in nature, but rather resemble the rudimentary symbols of a black sun. However, these are matters of the past. In fact, beyond these three tribes, there exist other Qi tribes, each with its own distinct cultures and customs. Unfortunately, the majority of these tribes have faded into the annals of history, leaving only human records and inquiries into the customs of the Qi. To understand the Qi, delving into historical documents is indeed a commendable approach. Across Mondstadt, Liyue, and other regions, the troubles posed by the Qi are rampant, frequently resulting in encounters with their attacks. In an effort to promote the prosperity of Mondstadt, Falga led cavalry forces to conduct a thorough sweep of the region to ensure that merchant supplies would not be plundered by the Qi. This extensive operation effectively eradicated the Qi surrounding Dada Upa Valley. Regardless of whether they were the Northern Haoro, the Southern Haoshui, or the Eastern Eri, none of these tribes escaped Falga's scrutiny, as he also cleared out surrounding minor Qi settlements. Now, these three areas lay desolate, devoid of any Qi presence, presenting a scene of utter desolation. These tribes may very well become mere footnotes in history, completely vanishing from the chronicles of time. The tranquility of Dada Upa Valley has been utterly shattered. Different tribes of Qi have intermixed for the sake of survival. The new Qi settlement that Xiu Laoba and his companions ventured to now comprises members from the Haoro, Haoshui, and Eri tribes. They coexist, even welcoming other smaller tribes of Qi. Naturally, Xiu Laoba and his companions belong to different tribes, for the Qi are not limited to just these three. Note, the fourth volume of Qi Customs Investigation illustrates the differences among the three tribes in Data Upa Valley, but it does not imply that these are the only tribes on Teyvat. It is possible that I misunderstood. However, as time has passed, they have forgotten which tribe they once belonged to. The Qi do not possess a concept of the past. The Qi of Shurjia village are more inclined to trust Lord Barbados, believing that following him will lead to a brighter future. Their understanding of the future remains quite vague, but at the very least, they have developed such thoughts. Aside from some differences in living customs, it is nearly impossible to discern any distinctions among the Qiqi. The tribe that Xiu Laoba arrived at comprises over 20 Qiqi. Yet, these Qiqi gather in small groups, utterly oblivious to their intentions, perhaps even unaware of what they are capable of doing. Notably, among these 20-plus Qiqi is a Feng Qiqi shaman from the Eri tribe, as well as a Hua Axe Qiqi brute from the Hao Rou tribe. As for the archer Qiqi, charged Qiqi, Qiqi fighters, and ordinary Qiqi who handle logistical tasks, these are all standard components of a Qiqi tribe. The Qiqi brute is a product of ordinary Qiqi gradually honing their skills. However, Yuwen finds himself perplexed by the cultivation system of the Qiqi, which resembles the body refinement system found in fantasy novels. How can a diminutive Qiqi, barely over 1 meter in height, transform into a 3-meter-tall brute, their body brimming with muscle, each sinew infused with primal vigor? There are even colossal figures like the Qiqi Rockhelm King and the Qiqi Frosthelm King, who command elemental powers. It is truly an unsolved mystery in the history of the Qiqi. The Hao Rou Qiqi revel not only in meat, but also in combat. The leader of the tribe that Lao Ba and his companions approached is not the Feng Qiqi shaman, but rather a Hua Axe Qiqi brute. Under the leadership of the Hua Axe Qiqi brute, the Qiqi of the tribe will undoubtedly become increasingly warlike. Instead of immediately constructing shelters, the new tribe prioritized the creation of a massive circular arena for combat, which is also considered a standard feature of the Hao Rou tribe. Nevertheless, regardless of the tribe, most Qiqi tend to be quite hospitable. They extended a warm welcome to their distant kin, and even to those who had previously aided them. Upon learning that Xiu Laoba and his companions had rescued the Qiu people at Xingqiu Beach from the clutches of humanity, the Fire Axe Qiu marauders welcomed them with increased enthusiasm. They soon presented the spoils of their recent hunt as a feast for Laoba and his companions. The rain continued to pour from the sky, rendering any attempt to kindle a fire impossible, which left some Qiu feeling disheartened. Though they did not grasp the underlying principles, they at least understood that they could not proceed in such a manner. One should not overestimate the intelligence of the Qiu. In many instances, it could be considered negative. The bomb Qiu even attempted to extract a fire slime from the river to launch an attack on the players, but after much futile effort, it could not yield any results. Eventually, the bomb Qiu scratched its head in confusion, pondering why it could not procure a fire slime. Yet it did not pursue further contemplation or learn from the experience, returning to its endeavor in the river, displaying a stubborn disbelief in the impossibility of the task. It is inconceivable to retrieve a fire slime from the river, for the water element directly extinguishes the fire element. Even with the slightest inclination of thought, one would know such an endeavor is futile. Yet, the Qiu persisted in their efforts. The pressing dilemma remained. With meat, but no fire or flame flowers, how might they consume the meat? However, this conundrum posed no challenge for Qiu Lu and the others. Chapter 45. The collision of ideas under the guidance of Qiu Do, a simple tent was swiftly erected. Following this, a bing and the ice slime froze the damp firewood, and a sublimation process rendered the rain-soaked wood slightly drier, at least less soggy than before. Ultimately, Qiu Lu deftly commanded the fire element, easily igniting the still moist firewood. "Ula!" exclaimed the jubilant Qiu of Shi Jiazhuang. After spending the night together, the Qiu from Xingqiu Beach gradually assimilated, joining Qiu Lu in joyous shouts of "Ula." The other Qiu gazed at Qiu Lu and her companions with adoration, perceiving them as miraculous figures. The wind Qiu shaman reflected upon the chant of "Ula," pondering if "Ula" bore any divine significance, akin to Wunu, the name of a deity. The wind Qiu shaman also rushed to the woodpile, vociferously chanting "Ula." Having feasted and rejuvenated, Lao Ba was prepared to assist in constructing rudimentary shelters, not necessarily grand, but at least providing a refuge from the rain. To partake in free meals would be disgraceful. Qiu Do, though the weakest in combat within the Shi Jiazhuang camp, was the most astute. He had retained considerable knowledge and understood the basics of building simple shelters. The construction of bamboo structures, wood gathering, and grass cutting proceeded in an orderly fashion. Amidst this atmosphere, The Qiu quickly grew familiar with one another. Lao Ba played a pivotal role, utilizing his immense strength to fell tree after tree. Observing Lao Ba's formidable physique, the fire axe Qiu Marauder, curious during a break, inquired, "Where's your weapon?" Upon hearing this, Lao Ba's face broke into a smile. "I have lent my shield to Lord by Bo Ran to shield him from the rain." Thought Lao Ba. The shield was not merely a weapon of battle, but a means of protecting his companions. The thought of a shield safeguarding Lord by Bo Ran from the falling rain filled him with joy. Lord Biboran, is he truly powerful? The fire axe Qiu Marauder's desire for combat surged, eager to test its mettle. It was evident that Lao Ba's description of a shield being used to protect a Qiu of similar stature piqued the Marauder's interest in Lord by Bo Ran's strength. However, the fire axe Qiu Marauder had misplaced its focus. What kind of warrior requires a shield merely to ward off rain? All the fire axe Qiu Marauder craved was battle. Only through continual combat could one grow stronger, and only by becoming stronger could one protect their companions from harm. Had they been more powerful when facing those humans, perhaps they could have repelled them and safeguarded their tribe. As a defeated Qiu Marauder, the fire axe Qiu Marauder now yearned for immense strength. Hearing Lao Ba speak of Lord by Bo Ran with utmost reverence ignited a desire to challenge him, regardless of the potential humiliation or being cast down from the arena. As long as they could grow stronger, they would accept any consequence. When the fire axe Qiu Marauder questioned Lao Ba, the latter gazed into the distance, concerned about Lord by Bo Ran's prolonged absence and whether he was safe outside. Pondering if Liu Bin Xiu had adequately protected him, the opportunity to accompany such a revered figure filled Xiu with envy. After a moment of contemplation, Lao Ba extolled, "Lord by Bo Ran is a wondrous fire slime, the very embodiment of the sun above, illuminating the path ahead. He has come to our camp to teach us how to construct houses, fortify defenses, and build watchtowers. Additionally, he instructs us in hunting, trapping rabbits, and desires to teach us about food storage, wheat cultivation, and poultry rearing. Under Lord by Bo Ran's guidance, we are destined for a happier life. Something all of us Qiu in the Jia Zhuang camp earnestly believe." Lao Ba's praises fell on the ears of the fire axe Qiu Marauder, who found them incomprehensible. Fire slime? Is that not merely an item for enchanting weapons? Illuminating the path ahead, the sun above? Such phrases were also uttered by the Wind Qiu shaman of the Black Sun tribe when our clan was newly established. Yet, their faith in mysterious powers did not protect them. Their tribe was annihilated, rendering such deities unworthy of belief. For the fire axe Qiu Marauder, creating a fire slime was as simple as reaching into one's pocket, and subsequently imbuing the fire element onto a massive axe would enhance its destructive capability in combat, unleashing unique effects. Now, this fellow Qiu of similar stature was willing to relinquish their weapon to shield a fire slime from the rain. How foolish. A shield is intended for battle, not to protect a fire slime from the rain. This rationale was beyond the comprehension of the fire axe Qiu Marauder. Enraged, it bellowed, "You are utterly foolish. A shield is a weapon for combat, not a mere tool to keep out the rain. Without your weapon in battle, how can you protect your companions?" "No," Lao Ba replied calmly. "This is not solely my decision. It reflects the consensus of my companions. We must protect Lord by Bo Ran." "You are mistaken. Weapons should be used for combat," the fire axe Qiu Marauder retorted. "I firmly believe I am right," Lao Ba declared with unwavering conviction. "I will prove you wrong." The fire axe Qiu Marauder pointed toward the arena, the implications clear. Standing upon the stage, the fire axe Qiu Marauder proclaimed, "Come now, let me see if you possess the strength to protect your companions. I shall show you that a shield is not meant to ward off rain, but to engage in battle." Observing the wrathful demeanor of the fire axe Qiu Marauder, Lao Ba recalled Lord by Bo Ran's teachings. Anger can cloud one's judgment, leading to irrational decisions. The same holds true in combat, where relying solely on brute force will not suffice. Lao Ba did not take the Marauder's words to heart. Though without a shield, he possessed courage, confidence, and the battle acumen imparted by Lord by Bo Ran. The knowledge of combat that lingered in his mind stemmed from novels, anime, and films, though they belong to another world. The principles of battle ought to transcend realms. Lao Ba remained unaware of this, revering these teachings as gospel. By provoking the enemy's anger, their attacks would lose rationality. Even the most formidable attacks possess vulnerabilities. One merely needs to seize the opportune moment and strike at the enemy's weakness to achieve triumph. As Qiu Lao Ba made his way to the arena, a chorus of cheers erupted from the crowd of Qiu people below. They are, after all, the fiercest warriors within the tribe. The ensuing battle promises to be nothing short of spectacular. Perhaps we shall glean new combat techniques from it. In stark contrast, the Qiu people at Shijia village camp remain notably composed, drawing from the recent words of the fire axe Qiu warrior. They surmised the motive behind Qiu Lao Ba's fight. Qiu Lu and the others harbored concerns, aware of the fire element's formidable offensive capabilities, which could easily incinerate shields crafted from the grass element. Qiu Lao Ba's training leaned heavily towards the grass element, rendering him particularly vulnerable to fire, making this confrontation seem perilous. After a night of relentless rain and a day of downpour, the skies finally cleared as night fell. At this moment, Qiu Lu wished for the rain to persist, ideally in torrential downpours, if a storm were to descend. The fire axe Qiu warrior would be rendered incapable of utilizing fire elements, significantly diminishing his combat prowess. Not far from the camp, a fire-based abyss mage roamed the forest, seeking the Qiu tribe in Data Upa Valley to manipulate them into serving the abyss. Suddenly, the mage detected a powerful surge of emotional energy belonging to the Qiu people, likely emanating from a Qiu warrior. The presence of such a formidable warrior indicated that the tribe possessed remarkable combat strength, filling the mage with elation. After such a prolonged search, they had finally discovered a powerful Qiu tribe, ready to execute the plan of Her Highness the Princess, as Longu remains in slumber. It will be several years before he awakens to embark on a quest for his sister. Thus he is not a concern for now. Chapter 46. Inner thoughts, all was shrouded in darkness. I had just activated the wind god statue with my Feng Shun Tong, successfully interacting with it, and was contemplating whether I could teleport. Unexpectedly, I lost consciousness. If I could feint from localized teleportation, it seems this ability cannot be employed recklessly. Teleportation likely harnesses spatial forces. Fortunately, this instance was merely a localized shift. Should I attempt a long-distance teleportation next time, it could prove far more perilous than merely fainting. Teleportation involves an immediate transition from one location to another, a skill that likely falls under the category of spatial rending. It appears I must exercise caution in its usage moving forward. However, why is it so dark here, and where exactly am I? Is this the realm of consciousness within my mind? As I pondered this, I confirmed my physical state, still resembling a slime, indicating this is not a mental landscape. Could it be that I am trapped in a teleportation loading screen? Does teleportation in another world require loading time? Should I wait a moment? Yet, there was still no response. Could it be that I am stuck mid-teleportation? No, this is not a game. Such issues as slow hard disk read-write speeds or unstable servers should not occur here. Additionally, as it is a localized teleportation, there ought not to be such an extended loading period. Am I still en route? As the seconds ticked away, my heart grew increasingly uneasy. This teleportation skill is proving to be quite the nuisance. I was on the verge of losing my temper. Truly, the wind god statue of Barbados is utterly unreliable. Who are you calling unreliable, O god of idleness? At that moment, an unexpected voice startled me, seeming to materialize from thin air within my mind, making it impossible to locate the hidden speaker. In a moment of surprise, I inadvertently voiced my thoughts aloud. My interaction with the wind god statue had granted me its recognition, as the statue itself is a representation of Barbados. The divine power of Barbados is synonymous with that of the statue. Thus, I forged a connection with Barbados, a bond uniquely tied to the wind. Teyvat is a fantastical realm woven together by 7 elemental forces. Elements themselves constitute a language. While human languages may vary due to customs, habits, and cultures, leading to potential communication barriers, the language of elements transcends such limitations. This ability, inherent to the wind, enables direct transmission of one's thoughts and the capacity to hear the calls of others, though one cannot eavesdrop on the secrets buried deep within another's heart. One can comprehend their spoken intentions. The words spoken by Wendy transformed into a peculiar dialect that I could comprehend, akin to a skill in an online game that permits fluency in various languages. Upon unlocking the Wind God statue, I had inadvertently mastered the common tongue of Teyvat. In that moment of interaction, an additional skill emerged, allowing mutual exchange of inner thoughts. Only those directed at one another may be conveyed. This represents another facet of the Wind's power. Naturally, Wendy overheard my grievances regarding Barbados. While I, Wendy, may indulge in idleness, I remain a benevolent Wind God. Mondstadt requires no dominion. My presence there is of little consequence. Better to be a free bard wandering the realm. Thus, Mondstadt can truly become a city of freedom. This fire slime may have mocked me once. I shall let it slide, but a second time is simply unacceptable. It is particularly irksome to be criticized by a creature that appears not overly intelligent. Inadvertently, Wendy revealed her thoughts, triggering the additional skill, thereby allowing the slime to hear her. Originally wishing to observe this remarkable slime in detail, it seemed that opportunity had slipped away, leaving Wendy with a sense of regret. I activated my comprehensive elemental vision, scanning the surroundings for clues, yet regrettably, nothing was discovered. Wait a moment. I distinctly heard a voice moments ago. Perhaps I should devise a way to coax this individual out? With a gentle smile, I confidently declared, "Do not hide. I've already discerned your presence." Unbeknownst to me, I had unlocked the skill of inner thoughts, leaving me in a state of confusion. Meanwhile, Wendy, aware that inner thoughts could be transmitted, was equally puzzled as to how she suddenly understood the slime's words. Presently, Wendy's mind was filled with questions. Upon hearing my words, Wendy was taken aback. Could this fire slime truly deduce its position from my thoughts? That seems implausible, as the transmission of inner thoughts left no trace even for Wendy to detect. Must I explicitly state my location? With a sidelong glance, I smiled and casually directed my gaze towards a particular spot. Of course, I had no idea where this individual was hiding. My intention was merely to draw them out. By casually glancing in a certain direction, I was gambling. If they happened to be there, they would surely feel anxious, believing they had been discovered. If they were not where I looked, my previous assertion would gain even greater credibility. I merely wished to avoid pinpointing your exact location, offering you a way out. Do not be ungrateful. Come forth promptly. As time passed, my patience waned, and I was on the verge of surrendering. Just then, a calm voice declared, "I've already uncovered your true identity. Now, reveal your genuine purpose." Observing the fire slime's eyes darting about, it seemed eager to locate me by sound. When he became certain that this fire slime was unaware of the inner thought skill, "Do not think you can find me merely by sound. That is beyond your capabilities." When he promptly utilized this skill to showcase her mystery, was suddenly struck by a peculiar sensation. How could this voice resonate directly within my mind? Could this individual be TNL? Has he already discerned my identity as a traveler from another realm? No, that cannot be the case. I distinctly teleported from my original location. There is no reason I would materialize on Sky Island. How, then, did TNL uncover my presence? Could it be that my method of teleportation, being foreign to this world, alerted him to my existence? After a moment of contemplation, considered the possibility. However, it soon fell to miss. If I truly encountered TNL, a confrontation would have ensued. It would be utterly impossible for him to calmly inquire about my identity. Inadvertently confirmed his own form. He remained a fire slime, neither in a spiritual state nor in human guise. A sudden realization struck him. He had nearly been deceived by this individual. No wonder there was no attempt at subterfuge. It appeared he was a formidable opponent. It seemed that I had indeed encountered a rival. Nevertheless, the notion that this person could coax me into revealing my true identity was utterly preposterous. Yet, one question lingered in his mind. Are there truly such astute hilichurls? Or does this individual possess the ability to communicate in Hilichurlian? Could he possibly be an abyss mage? Regardless, it seemed he had surmised that I was unaware of his position. Reluctantly, spoke, suggesting that if he wished to know more, he ought to emerge and engage in an open dialogue. Why lurk in the shadows? Could he not reveal his true self? The essence of his message was straightforward. If you wish to discern my identity, you must first present yourself and allow me to know who you are. A remarkable fire slime like myself is bound to attract attention. Indeed, a slime must always be vigilant upon venturing forth and remember to safeguard its own well-being. Chapter 47. The innocent wind slime and water slime, to be candid, felt a twinge of fear. Should I be intercepted during the teleportation process? Such power would undoubtedly exceed my current capabilities. However, it was unlikely that my teleportation would be interrupted midway. The more plausible scenario suggested that I had successfully teleported but had inadvertently lost consciousness, only to awaken now ensnared in an adversary's trap. But who could this enemy be? If that were the case, I wonder how the water slime and wind slime, along with the resource-gathering LB and Chi, are faring. Harbored hopes that they remained unharmed. After all, it seemed that he had become overly reliant on the information from his previous life S-game, continuously attempting to leverage in-game clues to navigate his current predicament, all the while neglecting the fact that the world he inhabited bore resemblance to a parallel realm akin to Genshin Impact. Even if it were indeed the world of Genshin Impact, there were no slimes like within it. From the moment I crossed into the Teyvat continent, the trajectory of this world had already shifted. My escape from the clutches of adventurers led to the Vissa Adventurers Guild in Mondstadt boasting of encountering a talking slime. A tale that Bennett came to believe, prompting an adventure with his companion Jake, which many dismissed as mere jest. Subsequently, I encountered Hilichurls, imparting knowledge and a sense of time to them, met the wind slime, and led the Hilichurls in repelling bandits at Eagle's Nest Beach, which inspired the idea of creating healing potions, eventually seeking resonance with the Anemo Archon statue. Unbeknownst to me, the course of this world had already altered significantly. Yet, I remained blissfully unaware, naively believing that as long as I did not appear before humans or divulge information in their presence, the world would continue to operate as it once did. I envisioned a time when the protagonist would awaken, embarking on a journey alongside him, akin to a slothful companion like Paimon, occasionally kindling a fire to cook ingredients and aiding the protagonist in uncovering the truth, ultimately gliding through triumphantly. I failed to grasp the gravity of the situation. Because of this preconceived notion, I hadn't contemplated the implications of Barbados. Had I considered that angle, perhaps clarity would have dawned upon me sooner. Furrowed his brow, racking his brain in thought. It seemed this individual could perceive the thoughts within my mind. Could they have infiltrated my consciousness? This realization unnerved, making him hesitant to invoke the system residing in his mind. Should this mysterious figure be privy to my inner workings? Summoning the system in their presence would spell trouble. A fire slime capable of speech and thought, not to mention remarkably charming, was already a hard pill to swallow. Should another extraordinary system manifest, I could very well find myself ensnared. I have indeed heard your inner thoughts. You might as well reveal the truth, Barbados stated calmly. While Barbados believed that matters concerning Mondstadt should be managed by its inhabitants, he invariably intervened to assist during crises. As the divine protector of the Mondstadt region, Barbados recognized that this fire slime, like himself, was not of human origin. After all, Barbados himself had once been an ordinary Anemo spirit. Both forms of life birthed from elemental forces. Upon witnessing such an unusual fire slime, Barbados's mind raced with thoughts. Was this slime akin to my former self? Yet this slime was far too exceptional. Not only could it interact with the Anemo Archon statue, gaining its recognition, but they could also communicate their innermost thoughts to each other, comprehending one another's meanings effortlessly. Such enigmatic power eluded even Venti's understanding. While Barbados sought to extract information from the fire slime, he did not overlook the water slime and wind slime accompanying. Compared to the fire slime, these two were markedly more innocent. In the realm of illusions, his eyes lay vacant above the Anemo Archon statue, utterly still, lost in thought. At present, it appeared that initial teleportation had been relatively successful, despite minor complications. After all, a slight mishap during a first attempt could be rectified upon subsequent endeavors. Is the fire slime truly unharmed? The water slime inquired anxiously beneath the statue. Barbados replied with a radiant smile. Rest assured, all is well. Yet, the water slime remained apprehensive, pressing for reassurance. Before it could finish, Barbados puffed out his chest, assuring, "Weren't you just worried about why the fire slime suddenly vanished?" "Slimes are not particularly intelligent," he added, exchanging glances with the two slimes, who, in fact, were as Barbados stated. "I know you're eager to ask why the fire slime is in this state. Am I correct?" Barbados cunningly enticed the two naive slimes. Both the water and fire slimes nodded eagerly. Listening to Venti's explanation, the wind slime felt a sense of agreement, as if it were indeed the case. Upon seeing the wind slime acquiesce, the water slime's heart gradually eased. How could slimes like the wind and fire slimes, untouched by the harshness of society, possibly contend with the cunning Barbados? Although he had successfully deceived the two slimes, a sense of guilt gnawed at Venti's conscience. "I am truly not human. I cannot even spare such innocent slimes from my schemes." Note, Venti and Barbados refer to the same entity. When discussing Barbados, it pertains to the Anemo Archon's duties, whereas Venti embodies the persona of the Wandering Bard. Chapter 48. The fruitless endeavors of Barbados. But it seems I am indeed not human. Well, having deceived them, I cannot abandon the charade midway. Once again spoke, stating that he and the Hua Shalemu were good friends, although they had not seen each other for a long time. He had specifically come to inform them that the Hua Shalemu had just used a teleportation skill and was concerned they might worry, so he wanted to reassure them. However, even felt that this statement was fraught with issues and contradictions. Nevertheless, such words were sufficient to deceive the Shalemu. As soon as he finished speaking, the wind Shalemu and water Shalemu cast grateful glances at Wendy, filled with appreciation. They expressed their gratitude, astonished that the Hua Shalemu would be concerned about their worries. Lost in thought, the wind Shalemu began afloat. Indeed, it was because he was a friend of the Hua Shalemu that he could converse with them. Continued to weave his tale without a hint of embarrassment. If it were any other human, they would be utterly unable to comprehend your language, and the thoughts humans wished to convey could not be transmitted to you. I am different. As friends, we are able to communicate and understand each other's thoughts. Although, as the Anemo god could hear the voices of many animals, conversing with elemental beings like the Shalemu remained beyond his capabilities. This ability had been acquired after the interaction between the Hua Shalemu and the Anemo statue, and it proved quite useful. Water Shalemu and Hua Shalemu harbored no doubts regarding his words and naturally accepted them. Observing the Shalemu, so easily deceived, suddenly felt a weight of guilt. Even the naive, adorable, and silly Shalemu had fallen prey to his deception, which seemed rather excessive. How could such innocent and charming Shalemu appear wicked? Was he overthinking? Found himself engulfed in self-doubt. If Yuwen were present, witnessing how effortlessly these two Shalemu had been misled, he would surely question his previous thoughts. The vision sounded grand, perceived as a celestial being's acknowledgement, yet in reality, it was merely a low-grade external magical organ, designed to assist humans in mastering elemental powers. If Shalemu could indeed replace the function of the vision, forming contracts with humans to utilize elemental powers in an alternate manner, would that not be exceedingly dangerous for the Shalemu? With their level of intelligence, they might even be sold off and help count the money. However, at present, Yuwen remained trapped in an illusion crafted by, oblivious to these developments. Having asked a question, failing to extract a conclusion would squander this precious opportunity. Continued to fulfill his divine responsibilities. Could you share what has transpired with the Hua Shalemu recently? Soon, through the exchanges between the wind Shalemu and water Shalemu, gradually pieced together the events. The oblivious wind Shalemu, however, could hardly be expected to grasp these matters and was entirely ignorant of the happenings at the Hill Churro camp. As for the water Shalemu, it was completely infatuated, genderless like all Shalemu, making it difficult to determine if it were a little admirer or a little devotee. Learned that there were many inexplicable matters surrounding the Hua Shalemu. Unfortunately, he did not acquire specific information about the Hua Shalemu's identity, nor did he glean its intentions or plans. After all, when Yuwen sought the water Shalemu's assistance, it had agreed without inquiry, remaining unaware of Yuwen's objective to locate the Anemo statue. It seemed that even the foolish Shalemu possessed a certain luck. Due to the different perspective of the wind Shalemu, It lacked knowledge of the Hillchurl camp circumstances, providing with much useless information. The Water Shalemu's constant boasting about the Hua Shalemu's heroic deeds left speechless, as he felt it inappropriate to interrupt. After toiling for half a day, he ultimately gained no useful insights, leaving him feeling a mix of frustration and helplessness. Suddenly, the voice of Yura Lubin Xiu echoed through the air, carried by the wind. It was time to proceed to the next area for gathering ingredients. The next ingredient to be collected was the windwheel aster, reputed to embody visible winds. According to Lord Reborn, mint could aid in the mastery of ice elements, while windwheel aster could enhance one's comprehension of wind elements. If the windwheel aster could help him further grasp the wind elements, perhaps he might soar through the sky like the wind Shalemu. Yura Lubin Xiu gazed at the massive oak tree, seemingly able to discern Lord Reborn's figure through the wild grass. Taking a deep breath, Yura Lubin Xiu continued toward the next area, observing the two naive, immature, and adorably silly Shalemu before him, could not bear to press for further inquiries. As even a god possesses a sense of propriety, with a resigned sigh, made one final attempt at deception, stating, "I will enter and awaken the Hua Shalemu. Please wait a moment. During this time, do not disturb the Hua Shalemu. If you inadvertently startle it, it may fall from the statue, leading to a failed awakening." Upon hearing this, the wind Shalemu quickly suppressed its desire to fly to the Hua Shalemu's side and, alongside the water Shalemu, stood quietly before the Anemo statue, awaiting the Hua Shalemu's awakening. Meanwhile, Yuwen remained in the dark illusion, observing the silence from across the way and choosing not to speak. Instead, reflecting on his current predicament. Regardless of the situation, the person had yet to resort to violence, indicating that he was not entirely useless and still held some value. Since he possessed value, it at least suggested a temporary safety. Yet, why did this notion feel somewhat off? What exactly were they after? Surely, they could not covet his Shalema body. Understanding their intentions might provide a means to defuse the current crisis. Chapter 49. The Illusion Dispelled. Contemplating his surroundings, Yuwen once again voiced his grievances, lamenting the weakness of the Anemo statue. He had resonated with it, yet could still be harmed by others. How could it fail to protect even a single Hua Shalemu, let alone safeguard the people of Mondstadt? In his view, it would be better to dismantle the Anemo statue and construct a grand statue of Dawei Qiu. As long as one made a wish to Dawei Qiu, they would receive a bounty of precious stones. A daily prayer might yield a tenfold reward in the near future, perhaps even a grand illumination. Just then, entered the illusion once more, hearing the Hua Shalemu's complaints about the Anemo statue. It was audacious to criticize the Anemo god in its presence. Did the Hua Shalemu not care for its reputation? Did it not realize that the people of Mondstadt had not seen their god for a millennium? Could they not leave a few statues for the Mondstadt people to hold on to as a memory? Nevertheless, who was Dawei Qiu, and what did tossing precious stones signify? Of course, these details were not of utmost importance. It was imperative first to uncover the identity of this Hua Shalemu. Scrutinized the Hua Shalemu, striving to unearth the hidden information cloaked within it. The traits of black earth and white chalk, the cosmos and the strata, immaculate soil creation, the primordial, and the philosopher's stone were all absent in the Hua Shalemu. It was as ordinary as a typical Shalemu, yet its excessive ordinariness manifested in such peculiar behavior, further deepening confusion regarding the identity of this Hua Shalemu. However, based on the information provided by the Wind Shalemu and the Hua Shalemu, it was clear that this Hua Shalemu was not an evil creature, as he felt no aura of the abyss or any hint of demonic presence. It was indeed far too mundane. Yet, the actions undertaken by the Hua Shalemu were anything but ordinary. Found himself at a loss when confronted with the enigmatic entity known as the fire slime. Perhaps that venerable elder might possess some insight, yet recalling his previous encounter with Morix extinguished any desire to seek him out in Liyue. The thought of being flung away once more was less than appealing. The elder's stubbornness was formidable, and it would be best not to disturb him. With no other course of action available, slowly emerged from the illusion, attempting to appear as though nothing had transpired. Well then, I have reemerged. It is time to unveil your origins and intentions, he stated, fixating intently on the fire slime, hoping to glean further understanding from its reaction. To his surprise, found it hard to believe that the concealed individual had simply stepped forth. Could it be a ruse? As he beheld the approaching figure, astonishment washed over him. Is that not the Anemo Archon? He mused. Yet, something felt amiss. The Anemo Archon had long vanished from Mondstadt, and the people had not laid eyes upon their deity for ages. This sentiment echoed the very words spoken by himself. It seemed fortunate, however, to finally witness his true form. Speak of your identity and purpose, calmly inquired, oblivious to the fire slime's sudden blush. Preconceived notions were difficult to dispel. Encountering so effortlessly left in disbelief, he cannot be deceived by mere illusions of the Anemo Archon. Reveal your true intentions behind assuming the guise of the Anemo Archon, he demanded, was utterly perplexed. Why was the fire slime so suspicious, and how did it discern his true identity? Why is it that when I declare myself as the Anemo Archon, others remain incredulous? Yet here I am, not having uttered such a claim, and I'm already under scrutiny by a slime. Could it have encountered me before? Numerous questions swirled in his mind, leading him to the realization that some mysteries might remain unsolved. I am indeed the Anemo Archon, he proclaimed, the first time he had ever explained his identity to a slime. However, the moment the words left his mouth, he found himself troubled, pondering how he could possibly prove his authenticity. After all, the people of Mondstadt had not seen their Archon for many years. With a resigned sigh, understood that conveying one's innermost thoughts required a receptive counterpart. Mere solitary contemplation would not reach the other party. It appeared that the fire slime had yet to discover the art of heart-to-heart communication, remaining blissfully unaware that it was engaged in dialogue with the fire slime. This suggested that the creature was not particularly astute, as it had failed to recognize this fact despite the passage of time. Regardless, the initial interactions indicated that the fire slime possessed a fundamentally benevolent nature. There was no necessity to prolong their conversation in the obscurity of the illusion, which would only heighten the fire slime's anxiety. Gently plucked the strings of his harp, and the surrounding darkness dissipated, allowing to feel the caress of the wind and the warmth of familiar light. To his astonishment, the water slime and wind slime were present before the statue of the Anemo Archon, seemingly unharmed. Yet, where was Xingqiu? After a moment's reflection, remembered that he had sent Xingqiu to gather ingredients upon reaching the ground. The cold sensation had vanished. He lifted his gaze to discover that the rain had ceased, heralding a delightful development. Once more, embraced the beauty of existence. As the fire slime awakened, its eyes sparkled anew, and both the water slime and wind slime cheered joyfully. Circling with expressions of profound gratitude, felt a twinge of embarrassment, unable to meet the gaze of the water and wind slimes. The innocence and purity of these creatures, coupled with their clear, untainted eyes, caused a flush of warmth to rise to his cheeks. Observing the fire slime leap down from the statue, leaned in to whisper, audible only to the two of them, "What you just experienced was my illusion, which I set in motion after you succumbed to unconsciousness during the teleportation. The moment you arrived at the statue's location, you entered the realm I had crafted, found the entire scenario difficult to grasp, and fixated intently upon." The scrutiny of the fire slime felt unfamiliar too, who pressed for clarity on its true identity and purpose. Chapter 50. The wings of the butterfly, the origins of trace back to a wind sprite, a being innately inclined towards benevolence and kindness, much like himself. He was subsequently influenced by a nameless youth, whose pursuit of freedom further shapes ideals, leading him to abandon notions of dominion. Ultimately, he transformed into the wandering bard, traversing the world to share beautiful and moving poetry. These experiences reflect character. Although at times he indulges in light-hearted mischief, it is harmless jesting. What malice could a being like possibly harbor? A soul born of goodwill would naturally eschew malevolence in their perceptions of others. At the moment the illusion shattered, recognized that the figure before him was indeed irrefutably authentic. After a brief hesitation, he leapt forward, feigning fright, eager for a comforting embrace from. The sudden action bewildered, yet he instinctively welcomed the fire slime into his arms. The recent interactions with the water and fire slimes had led to perceive them as endearingly innocent, devoid of any sinister motives. Holding the fire slime felt akin to cradling a delightful kitten. The warmth enveloping the fire slime was undeniably comforting, savored the tranquility in its embrace. It soon found himself frowning, as the serenity felt overwhelmingly profound. The sky was a brilliant blue, and paper cranes danced outside the window. Internally, resisted this reality, struggling to accept the situation. Why must it be this way? After finally encountering, why can it not be more perfect? At that moment, misinterpreted the fire slime's demeanor, believing it to be a manifestation of grievances. He dismissed any concerns about the slime's intentions, reflecting, what malice could a slime possess? I should not have doubted its sincerity. All right, enough of this. Can you now share your origins? I can still hear your thoughts and converse with slimes, which ought to validate my identity as the Anemo Archon. Suddenly, regained his composure and quickly recognized inconsistencies. Was it truly with whom I communicated an illusion? But I was speaking in the language of the Hilichurls, occasionally slipping in a few phrases in Mandarin, and the means of communication among slimes is distinct. How could I have conversed with? If memory serves, he does not comprehend Hilichurlian, having once expressed a desire to write poetry in that tongue and learn it, even if had mastered Hilichurlian. However, it seems impossible for me to understand Mandarin, as my complaints were expressed in that very language. Moreover, how is it that Barbados comprehends my words? I do not possess any knowledge of Mondstadt's language, and it is widely believed that the people of Mondstadt converse in their own tongue. Barbados cannot speak the language of the Hilichurls, so he must be communicating in Mondstadt's language. Yet, I'm still able to grasp the meaning behind Barbados's expressions. What has transpired in this scenario? My dear, what has occurred that allows for this seamless communication despite our linguistic barriers? Language is merely a medium of communication. Upon successfully interacting with the Anemo Archon statue, the language function has been unlocked. The languages of the world will automatically be translated, allowing you to comprehend the common tongue of Teyvat. Any language will be automatically converted. Additional skill, Heart's voice, which enables one to hear the inner thoughts of the other, provided there is a recipient. The subsequent notification sound went unnoticed by me. It suddenly struck me that during my successful interaction with the statue, I had made a few sarcastic remarks about Barbados, and even continued to do so afterward. First impressions are of utmost importance. Having just spoken a few jests, surely I did not leave a negative impression in Venti's mind. He cannot possibly harbor any dislike for me, can he? I must find a way to make amends. I must think of something, anything, which left me feeling quite overwhelmed. I lifted my head from Venti's embrace, only to be greeted by his radiant smile. Truly the embodiment of the Anemo Archon, holding no grudges whatsoever. What is it? Barbados inquired curiously, blinking at me. Are you reluctant to speak? I was so startled that I quickly lowered my head, burying it deeply into his embrace. Should I explain my origins? Should I elaborate on how I became acquainted with Barbados? Soon, an excuse came to mind regarding how I would explain my acquaintance with Barbados. Initially, many things were inexplicable. However, due to my interaction with the Anemo Archon statue, I was granted a plausible rationale. Although I had not drawn the character initially, I could still partake in Barbados's legendary quest for free, and I was exceedingly well informed about Venti's background. The name of the Anemo Archon, Barbados, is known by all in Mondstadt. I had already formulated my explanation. At that moment, I felt fortunate that I had consistently referred to Barbados and had never uttered Venti's name. There was still a glimmer of hope. After all, I am currently a slime and have never encountered Venti before. How could I recognize him at a glance and even call out his name? Thankfully, I had only been calling him the Anemo Archon, Barbados. This truly was a delightful surprise. The matter of being a traveler from another world could be explained, considering that foreign travelers have always been present in Teyvat. Yet, some topics should remain unspoken, discussing matters such as heavenly principles, maintainers, the divine heart, or the abyss may not be wise, especially since I possess only a limited understanding, and saying the wrong thing could lead to complications. I had initially hoped to wait for the protagonist to appear, then travel alongside the protagonist and Paimon. After all, regardless of whether the protagonist is a brother or sister, they would surely hesitate to act against me, especially since they can utilize dual elements, which significantly enhances safety. However, it seems that this possibility is now out of the question. The world line has changed, and no one can guarantee what will transpire next. For now, I can only move forward. Being a mere slime poses considerable dangers. It seems I must enlist some assistance. It would be most advantageous to have the powerful support of the Anemo Archon, Barbatos. Even if Barbatos has indeed become the weakest of the gods, he is still a deity, incomparable to ordinary mortals. It appears I must devise a strategy to recruit the Anemo Archon, Barbatos, into my team. Chapter 51. I come from Yuwen. I lifted my head once more to look at Barbatos. He remained silent, calmly observing the fire slime in his arms. Suddenly, the fire slime leaped into the air, landing atop the Anemo Archon statue, aligning itself with Venti's height. If we are to communicate, it is only fitting that we share the same elevation. While being cradled in Barbatos' embrace was delightful, I felt that this mode of communication was somewhat peculiar. Your appearance is identical to that of the statue. Although ordinary people may not discern this, I am a slime and perceive not through sight, but through elemental awareness. Thus I can detect the similarities between you and the Anemo statue. You emanate an aura akin to that of a deity. Initially, I was uncertain if you were truly the Anemo Archon, as it would be troublesome if you were an imposter. Hence, I conducted a little test. Now, I have confirmed my suspicions, for the unique skill heart's voice cannot be possessed by anyone else. Regarding my uncertainty about whether you are genuinely the Anemo Archon, Barbatos suddenly recalled the time when he imitated Morix's handwriting, successfully deceiving many. Soon enough, Barbatos found himself believing much of what the fire slime had said. But are you not a slime? Why do you feel different from the others? Barbatos pressed on. After a moment's contemplation, I replied, in truth, I'm not a slime of this world. To be precise, I am not of this world at all. I felt hesitant to mention the matter of collecting 66 Anemo oculi that led to my transmutation, unsure how to explain it, so I continued vaguely. Due to certain circumstances, I awoke in this world, only to discover that I had become a fire-type slime. Upon finishing my explanation, I buried my head once again, still struggling to accept the fact of being reincarnated as a lowly slime. The concepts of transmigration and reincarnation are simply too fantastical. I would never share such matters with anyone but those I trust. The unique skill heart's voice had reassured me that the figure before me is indeed Barbatos. I could still place my trust in Barbatos. After all, how could my future wife wish me harm? I have complete confidence in that. Once my story was told, the conversation seemed to reach a lull. I yearned to engage in further dialogue with Barbatos. I casually inquired, my self-introduction has reached its conclusion. In return, you should enlighten me as to why the Anemo Archon, Barbatos, has suddenly appeared in this place. I wanted to call out Venti's name, but now is not the time. Ah, so you are a traveler from another world, a foreign slime? Barbatos murmured to himself after hearing my introduction. As the Anemo Archon of Teyvat, having lived for several millennia, Barbatos has witnessed countless peculiar occurrences. He is well aware of the existence of travelers from other realms. Teyvat frequently welcomes visitors from different worlds, who often bring forth new knowledge that does not belong to Teyvat. This knowledge has, to some extent, contributed to the development of Teyvat. There have even been instances of objects from other worlds drifting into Teyvat, although their uses often remain a mystery, and the travelers cannot comprehend the text in the foreign tomes. However, the notion of someone transmigrating from another world and becoming a slime is something even Barbatos has never encountered. Yet, it appears that this is the only feasible explanation at present. The slimes of Teyvat are merely elemental residues, categorized as low-tier magical creatures, lacking significant intelligence. The fire slime before me, capable of devising methods such as crafting suspension frames and utilizing small wind slimes for gliding, has demonstrated a level of ingenuity far beyond that of an ordinary fire slime, surpassing humanity's understanding of such creatures. If this slime had once been human and possessed human wisdom, such a possibility does exist. However, can a slime truly harbor the soul of a human from another world? Furthermore, to resonate with the Anemo Archon statue and possess such extraordinary abilities, this is indeed perplexing, even to a deity. Barbatos remarked that we collectively refer to travelers from other worlds as Xingqiu. However, They all arrive with both body and soul. As for individuals like you, who traverse to the Teyvat continent solely with their souls and inhabit a slime, such occurrences are indeed exceedingly rare. This legendary tale would be most fittingly inscribed in the verses of a wandering bard. Wouldn't you agree? I wonder what distinguishes the otherworld from the Teyvat continent. I am curious whether there are wandering bards in the otherworld. Regarding the otherworld, Wendell indeed holds a certain yearning. With a flicker of his eyes, Barbados, maintaining a stoic expression, stated that you, this slime, are exceedingly clever, and I remain skeptical of your earlier claims. Unless you can elaborate on which world you hail from, its customs, whether deities are worshipped there, and if there exist nations devoid of divine reverence. Hey, aren't you being rather cunning? I distinctly recall stating it was your turn for self-introduction. Yuwen, with an aggrieved expression, exclaimed, "Oh dear, did I mention that? I seem to have no recollection of it." Wendell, ever the jester, feigned ignorance. Besides, are we not friends? Look at the unique skill we share, our heartfelt connection. It was indeed this bond that allowed Wendell to lower his guard against the fire slime. Wendell emphasized friendship not only for Yuwen's benefit, but also for the water and wind slimes, asserting that he was truly sincere about his camaraderie with the fire slime. Even Wendell felt a twinge of guilt in deceiving two innocent slimes. As a friend, I shall allow you to speak first, especially since you are a guest who has traveled far. Wendell coaxed Yuwen. Yuwen sighed inwardly, realizing that Barbados truly lived up to the reputation of a trickster. He played the fool better than anyone and had a knack for diverting attention. It appeared that Barbados had seamlessly assumed the role of the wandering bard Wendell. Fortunately, Yuwen was well prepared, knowing that some truths could not be fully revealed. A blend of truth and fiction is often more convincing. My name is Reborn, hailing from Yuwen. The people there speak with a sweetness akin to honey. They are exceedingly warm-hearted and hospitable. Stop, Wendell abruptly interjected. As a bard accustomed to weaving tales, he instantly recognized that this fire slime was fabricating a story. For Yuwen's self-introduction sounded rehearsed, akin to reciting lines from script. No one introduces themselves in such a manner unless they have meticulously crafted a false identity and rehearsed their lines beforehand. With this alone, Wendell concluded that the fire slime's previous statements were indeed false. Reborn must be the name of this world. I inquired about your previous life name, Wendell stated. Surprise flickered across Yuwen's face. Truly, the seasoned trickster was not so easily duped. He then replied, somewhat dejectedly, Reborn is a name I adopted in this world. In my previous life, I was known as Yuwen. However, I am indeed a native of Yuwen, and we possess a unique way of greeting one another. Having exchanged a mixture of truths and half-truths, Wendell could no longer discern the veracity of Yuwen's statements, maintaining a stance of cautious skepticism. The world Yuwen described piqued Wendell's curiosity, transforming him into a veritable fountain of inquiries. Does your world have deities? Yes, we have Eastern and Western gods, as well as others. Among our Eastern deities are the god of wealth, Erlang Shun, the Jade Emperor, the Buddha, and the great sage equal to heaven. In short, we have a pantheon of gods. Do the deities govern the affairs of the mortal realm? Are there nations or cities devoid of divine rule? Wendell pressed on, eager to learn whether such realms existed and if they enjoyed a brighter future free from divine oversight. Yes, we have regions without divine governance. While gods exist, they do not rule or oversee us, much akin to Mondstadt. With this reflection, Wendell's gaze toward Yuwen softened. Realizing why they resonated so well with the Anemo Archon, he was increasingly intrigued by how Yuwen's homeland thrived without divine authority. Yet, do you still venerate any gods? Yuwen pondered. We still pay homage to the god of wealth and the heavens. However, most are aware that mythologies are human inventions. Even gods are often personified by humans, unlike the Teyvat continent, which possesses its own divine beings. When it comes to belief in deities, it is a complex matter. More often than not, people believe in gods only when in need. Be it the Jade Emperor or even Jesus and Zeus, people invoke their names when necessary. When not needed, he paused, reflecting on a sentiment akin to being indifferent in times of peace. Some believe, while others do not, Yuwen stated conservatively. Do you personally believe in any gods? No, I only adhere to the law. The law god? What deity is that? The god who enacts laws. For even deities must abide by the laws set forth by the law god. Wendell gasped in astonishment, intrigued by such a deity. Is there a god of freedom? No. Is there a wind god? There is a wind maiden and the joyful wind warrior, Yasuo. What is that? It is the source of happiness. Yuwen began to ramble. Wendell struggled to comprehend, pondering whether a city of freedom truly existed. There should be, Yuwen replied, but fell silent, contemplating whether a freedom that disregards the lives of others could truly be called freedom. Are the inhabitants of this city of freedom truly joyful? Joyful? I am uncertain how to perceive it, Yuwen confessed. His words were a mixture of truth and deception. As the saying goes, excessive speech leads to misfortune. The barrage of questions from Wendell nearly made Yuwen forget what he had previously stated, fearing that inconsistencies might reveal him. Why do you have so many questions? It is now your turn to introduce yourself, Yuwen asserted. Oh, I realize I may have asked too many questions, Wendell acknowledged, proceeding with his own introduction. I am a wandering bard, Wendell. To be precise, I am the reigning champion of Mondstadt's most beloved bard for 3 consecutive years. Though Yuwen was aware of the context, he still felt compelled to follow the protocol. Aren't you the Anemo Archon Barbados? How did you become a bard? Wendell chuckled awkwardly. That is a long story. In short, I am now Wendell the Bard, not Barbados. Barbados is no longer present. Henceforth, you may call me Wendell. Wendell? Yuwen finally called out the name, feeling that his previous efforts were worthwhile. Wendell nodded in acknowledgement of Yuwen's call. A being as extraordinary as you, a slime, would surely find a place in my poetry. May I inscribe your tale in my verses? Noticing Yuwen's hesitation, Wendell felt slighted. He valued the role of the wandering bard more than the identity of the Anemo Archon. Do not underestimate me. I am the champion bard of Mondstadt, with unparalleled singing prowess. Would you care for a demonstration of my talent? Reluctantly, Yuwen nodded, acquiescing to Wendell's request. The bard's voice once again resonated across the windswept plains. O friends of Mondstadt, drink deeply without pause, to freedom, to the Anemo Archon, to Vanessa, the first knight, descendants of Mondstadt. The melody floated through the air, captivating the attention of Xingqiu, who was foraging nearby, as he turned to seek the source of the enchanting song. The rain had ceased, and the birds soared once more in the sky, drawn by the melodious strains, alighting upon the oak trees. The wind slime danced joyfully in the breeze, carried away by the gentle currents. Yuwen could not help but scoff, questioning the musical understanding of the wind slime, which seemed utterly ignorant. Meanwhile, the water slime quietly hopped beside Yuwen and sat down. However, Yuwen's thoughts drifted elsewhere. Although his physical form was restrained by the tyrant, the devout maiden never ceased her prayers for her kin, for Mondstadt, and for a fleeting sense of freedom. The legendary ballad of Wenti soon reached its conclusion. His task was to gather ingredients, yet he found himself captivated by the melody. Xingqiu slapped himself, chastising his inattentiveness to the task at hand. Just as he bent down to resume foraging, he suddenly realized that the sound seemed to emanate from the direction of Master by Bo Ran. Xingqiu, you must protect Master by Bo Ran. The voice of a comrade echoed in his mind, causing him to panic. Could someone be plotting against Master by Bo Ran? Without hesitation, Xingqiu discarded the gathered ingredients and seized the wooden stick tied to his waist, raising it high as he rushed towards the statue of the Anemo Archon. He must protect Master by Bo Ran at all costs. There was a pact made with his companions. Even if it meant risking their lives, they would see it through. Master by Bo Ran was the hope of their entire village. He ran faster, pushing himself to accelerate even more. Chapter 53. Is this how Zun greets? At the statue of the Anemo Archon, Wenti confidently inquired, "How is my singing?" Yuwen nodded in approval. He yearned to applaud. Yet his current abilities did not allow for such expression. This aspiration would remain unfulfilled for the time being. He vowed that when the opportunity arose again, he would clap wholeheartedly, producing an even more exquisite sound. For the sake of our friendship, I Wenti charge you this time, but next time, there will be a fee. Wenti jested. He then asked, "So, do you believe in my prowess now? I could become the most celebrated bard across the continent, immortalizing you in my verses, allowing your deeds to be known far and wide, perhaps even sung for generations to come." Yuwen hesitated momentarily, thinking that as the protagonist, he would gladly accept. At that moment, A gentle breeze swept by, prompting Wendy to recall a somewhat similar, yet contrasting phrase spoken to him by Vanessa. As your supporting character, I am more than willing. The strong may offer sympathy to the weak and may even protect them. The current strong, Wendy. The current weak, Yuwen. Things seem to be evolving favorably. Nevertheless, Yuwen did not intend to rush the process. The enhancement of their rapport would require time. Wendy suddenly felt vexed, realizing he had nearly put the slime in jeopardy. Bestowing a corporeal form upon the slime was beyond Wendy's current capabilities, especially since he had only assumed the guise of an unnamed youth upon becoming the Anemo Archon. In our world, there are also songs about heroes. Let me think. The title of one such song is Yuwen teased. What was it called? Wendy eagerly inquired. Yuwen felt the tale was rather ordinary, recounting the age-old narrative of a hero rescuing a princess, devoid of any novelty. Wendy expressed his disappointment. For him, the names were not excessively lengthy, as noble names during Barbados' era were similarly structured. Cultural differences often made certain nuances difficult to grasp. Yuwen continued, in our world, there are bards as well. But as society has evolved, the terminology has diverged significantly. Wendy exclaimed, suddenly intrigued. How so? The Anemo Archon, Barbados, had an unavoidable duty, one he must fulfill, regardless of his desires. Singing freely and recounting the stories of heroes was Wendy's true calling, his passion. In my world, at this point, a hint of pride illuminated Yuwen's visage. Though he lacked musical proficiency, he brimmed with confidence. While he may appear ordinary, he was filled with self-assurance. We possess numerous instruments, such as the eru, six-string guitar, piano, guitar, violin, flute, xiao, ocarina, pipa, harmonica, and suona. With each instrument mentioned, Yuwen gestured animatedly. Wendy exclaimed, mouth agape in astonishment, as if he could fit a large sausage inside. Yuwen feared that continuing would render Wendy faint, prompting him to halt abruptly. Not far away, Liu Benxiu, hearing the exclamations of mistakenly believed that Master by Bo Ran had encountered misfortune, causing him to accelerate even further. By channeling elemental wind into his feet, he increased his speed. Wind, carry me forth. Are there other variations? Wendy urged, unwilling for Yuwen to stop. Aside from instruments, there are distinctions among singers and songs, such as wandering minstrels, folk singers, and pop artists. As Yuwen spoke with growing enthusiasm, he felt confident that this dialogue would elevate their rapport to a new level. Just as he was reveling in the conversation, a stone suddenly hurtled through the air, crashing into the statue of the Anemo Archon. Who dares to launch a sneak attack? How shameless! Lo ben kuiu belovet. Raising his wooden stick to strike at Wendy. With a swift motion, Wendy, aware through the winds of the attacker's identity, recognized that the assailant was Liu Benxiu, Yuwen's comrade. Fortunately, as the Anemo Archon, he had unlocked the ability to perceive intentions and sensed Liu Benxiu's desire to protect Master by Bo Ran. Often misunderstood, Wendy quickly grasped the situation. It appeared that the hill churl mistook him for a villain, believing he intended harm towards the fire slime, thus launching an attack. Understanding that Liu Benxiu meant no malice, Wendy opted to evade rather than retaliate, gracefully dodging the wooden strike and dissipating the resulting shockwave with a gentle gesture. Liu Benxiu rushed to place himself in front of Yuwen, shielding him as if prepared to sacrifice himself. Master by Bo Ran, are you unharmed? Yuwen, still in a state of confusion, pondered, am I in trouble? No, wait, someone did just attempt to ambush me with a stone. How utterly uncouth. Even slimes were not spared from such behavior. Yuwen activated his elemental sight once more, only to find no suspicious traces nearby. The stone bore residual elemental fluctuations, curiously similar to the wind element Liu Benxiu had infused. What is happening, wind slime? The water slime inquired of the wind slime, puzzled by the sudden hostility. Is this not the peculiar greeting style of the zoo and people, as the fire slime suggested? The fire slime queried, intrigued. The wind slime nodded in agreement, acknowledging the possibility, though it mused that the zoo and greeting was rather odd. Should we adopt such a greeting when addressing the fire slime in the future? The water slime pondered uncertainly. As slimes, we should utilize our own method of greeting. The Yuwen style is ill-suited for us, the wind slime asserted. Then what is our slime way of greeting? The water slime pressed further. Chapter 54. The Unruly Master by Bo Ran I Know. The slime greeting is like this. With that, the wind slime began to rub against the water slime. Get away. I don't want you rubbing against me. The water slime firmly rejected. Xingqiu stood there in a daze, discontentedly stating, if I don't rub against you, then I shan't. Do you think I enjoy such contact? Just wait. I shall greet the SHLM in this manner. However, at this moment, both these lively SHLMs were contemplating how they might rub against the body of the SHLM. As the two whimsical SHLM engaged in their dialogue, YWN looked up to see Klee brandishing a wooden stick toward WND, appearing as if he were facing a formidable adversary. Despicable humans. You shall not harm Lord BBRN, Klee declared in Chi language, without concern for whether the human could comprehend him. In that instant, YWN quickly grasped the situation. That detestable Klee. When I am in peril, you are not by my side to alleviate my worries, nor do you protect me properly. Moreover, do you not see that I am currently engaged in courting? Courting. Do you even understand what that entails? A creature like you deserves to remain single for eternity. They had been conversing merrily, and just as they were about to deepen their connection, Klee suddenly interrupted. Why must I have such a subordinate? Only the esteemed SHLM possesses the grace to overlook such disruptions. Upon hearing YWN's inquiry, Klee quickly turned around and replied, I have already collected half of it. I thought Lord BBRN was in danger, and I came to protect him. Klee spoke earnestly. You thought. What do you think? YWN was too exasperated to retort. If you came to protect him, then where is your weapon? In my hands. However, as he attempted to raise the wooden stick, he discovered his hands were empty. Where is my LNKN? The stick I was holding just now. How could it have vanished? YWN replied with a face full of disbelief. You must have dropped it at your feet when you turned around. Oh, Klee exclaimed, hastily bending down to retrieve the stick. He then swiftly turned back and raised the stick once more toward WND, ready for battle. You claim I am in danger, yet look at you. Are you injured? YWN did not wish to clarify their surroundings, but rather hoped Klee would learn to assess the situation accurately and refrain from attacking allies. Do you intend to slay WND and don the enemy's attire? In ancient times, this was known as slaying the innocent to claim glory. It is unacceptable. It is fortunate that WND was not harmed, or else he would be doomed. Klee then turned to scrutinize YWN, discovering that he bore no injuries. This indicated that the human before him was simply too weak to harm Lord BBRN. Indeed, Lord BBRN's power was formidable. How worthy of admiration. Observing Klee's expression of realization, YWN felt a surge of relief, believing he had finally grasped the situation. Yet, he was taken aback when Klee remarked, what an ordinary and mundane human. You cannot even injure a single hair of Lord BBRN. You are so unremarkable, yet your confidence is bewildering. You foolish human, wishing to harm Lord BBRN. However, I shall not forgive anyone who dares to threaten Lord BBRN, regardless of their reasoning. Prepare to meet your demise. As Klee spoke, poised to charge forward, YWN could no longer restrain himself. With a swift motion, he pinned Klee down, smiling at WND as he said, I apologize. The Chi person lacks discernment and cannot see the situation clearly. How embarrassing for you. Oh, right. YWN suddenly recalled his original purpose. He had ventured forth to procure healing potions for the injured Chi people and to assist them in treating their wounds. Why did I forget this important task? Upon encountering WND, YWN inadvertently neglected his mission. What a disaster. What if Old B and the others head to the new camp and encounter unfriendly Chi people? What if they are bullied? This cannot stand. Chapter 55. The malevolent expansion in the Chi encampment. The Huax Chi marauder strained to keep his right half from collapsing onto the arena, desperately trying to maintain his footing. Old B's condition was hardly better. A deep gash marred his chest, continuously oozing blood. It appeared that the Chi were indeed flesh and blood, and it was puzzling how, after being defeated, they were left with nothing but a shattered mask and a heavy horn. Certainly, Olbi would not have suffered such a grievous wound had he been equipped with a shield. Without a shield, it was exceedingly difficult to defend against the assault of the Hu Axe Chi. Yet, Olbi did not regret his earlier decision. The purpose of a shield is to protect one's comrades. As long as he can safeguard Lord BBRN, then everything is worth it. What is a minor, mortal wound in the grand scheme of things? The battle techniques imparted by Lord BBRN proved to be exceptionally effective, surpassing Old B's expectations. Truly, he was a leader guiding the Chi toward the light. Reflecting on past battles, they had largely involved reckless charges with shields, haphazardly applying brute force, and retreating behind shields when attacked, ultimately falling to enemies wielding elemental forces. The previous combat style resembled that of the Hu Axe Chi Marauder, relying solely on raw strength. Yet, the power of the Hu Axe Chi Marauder was undeniable. He could effortlessly swing his axe, and although the blade was chipped, it could still serve as a hammer. Wielding such a massive and unwieldy axe, his attack and movement speed remained remarkably swift. Fortunately, the Hu Axe Chi Marauder did not employ fire elemental enchantments. Otherwise, the wound would have been far more severe, potentially leading to Old B's downfall rather than that of the Hu Axe Chi Marauder. Such minor injuries were inconsequential. Old B could still continue fighting. The Chi had long grown accustomed to injury. A more serious wound would merely result in death. For the Chi, who possessed no concept of future or past, death held little significance. They often did not fully grasp the meaning of death. At present, Olbi seemed to hold a slight advantage. Yet the onlooking Chi remained silent, and the Chi people of Xingqiu Inc. did not cheer for Olbi's apparent victory. It was evident to all that his triumph was hard-won, and it could hardly be deemed a victory. Had the Hu Axe Chi Marauder utilized fire elemental forces, he would likely have emerged victorious. However, Olbi also did not wield a shield as a weapon. If a true battle were to commence, it would be difficult to determine a clear victor. Nevertheless, Olbi understood that even with a shield, he would likely still be the one to lose, as the shield was crafted from grass elements, while the Hu Axe Chi Marauder wielded fire elements. Fire's affinity to grass would grant the former an advantage. In a battle between grass and fire elements, the grass element would be at a disadvantage from the outset. If you did not offer your shield to a Hu SHLM to fend off the rain, you would have sustained no injury from that last blow. The Hu Axe Chi Marauder sought to correct Old B's perspective, stating, "Had I infused my weapon with fire elements, you might have already perished." It was surprising that even at this moment, Old B failed to comprehend fully. Only a powerful Chi can better protect their kin. The Hu Axe Chi Marauder, frustrated, remarked, "If your opponent were a human, they would show no mercy. Without a shield, you are destined to fail. No need for further discussion. I have won this battle," Olbi replied calmly. "My combat techniques were imparted by Lord BBRN. If we were to continue, perhaps you would be the one to fall first." Though the Hu Xingqiu are and have maintained their dominance over LOB due to their weaponry. During this period, the Hu Xingqiu have not been spared from being soundly beaten by LOB with his fists. The fists of the Xingqiu are no mere playful punches, but resemble iron hammers as large as sandbags. One blow is capable of making a charming maiden weep for hours. In the realm of Chi, there exist no martial arts nor techniques. Their combat relies solely on brute strength and acceleration, characterized by a singularly reckless approach. While there is basic training for the Chi, inexperienced Chi oversee the training of their less skilled counterparts. Their limited intellect prevents them from imparting techniques or sharing insights, resulting in a lack of martial heritage. In DDWP Valley, Rocket Chi are in trained archer Chi are in accurate shooting. Yet one Chi are in sits idly, shaking his head while the Rocket Chi are in seethe in frustration. Many of the BOT's fighting styles are handed down from the previous generation, their efficacy understood solely by the Chi BOT themselves. The Chi are in have failed to pass down combat methods, leaving them with mere physical might. Just as the Chi gathered to believe the battle concluded, applause erupted unexpectedly. A fire element abyss mage appeared on the stage as if conjured from thin air. It was indeed an exhilarating battle, showcasing the remarkable strength and ferocity of the Qi Bot. However, it merely offered a fleeting glimpse of brilliance, as one wielding no basic weapon and another lacking the ability to enchant. The fire element abyss mage spoke in the tongue of the Qi, evidently unprepared, having failed to comprehend their true capabilities. Unbeknownst to him, the Qi lacked fire slime enchantments, while Lob merely sought shelter from the rain behind a shield. The abyss mage, capable of wielding the power of the abyss and the arteries of the world, understood the Qi language, for it was imperative to command them. One must recognize that the nefarious expansion often involves abyss mages, whose influence lurks behind many of the Qi actions. The intentions of the abyss mage remain shrouded in mystery, yet it is clear that they harbor significant hostility towards humanity, consistently inciting conflict between the Qi and humans, fostering animosity and discord. Furthermore, the abyss mage possesses knowledge of ancient, lost tongues, employing this arcane language to wield magical powers. The arrival of the abyss mage was unmistakably to incite the Qi into combat against humanity. "Who are you?" Lob inquired, having grown significantly wiser and more perceptive, beginning to interrogate the abyss mage about his identity. "I am your consciousness. As you summoned me, I heeded your call from the abyss. I can offer you a better life and grant you formidable strength to drive away those humans," the fire element abyss mage proclaimed. Fergie had launched a large-scale purge in DDWP Valley, making this an opportune moment to sow seeds of hatred. Hearing the abyss mage's words, the Qi Bot appeared somewhat intrigued, yet skepticism lingered. "What kind of power can you provide us?" they questioned, doubtful of an outsider's ability to confer strength upon the Qi. Though he wielded fire elements, they too had the capacity for such, rendering his claims unimpressive. For the simple-minded Qi, anyone who could converse in their language was considered an ally. Compared to the fire element abyss mage, the Qi Bot evidently placed greater trust in Lob. Bot are inherently superior to ordinary Qi, not only in strength but also in intellect. A slight advantage may yield unforeseen developments. Thus, they approached the abyss mage's declarations with a degree of skepticism. Nearby, the wind Qi and water Qi, both elderly Qi, also maintained a doubtful stance. "If you doubt, the two of you may confront me together, and I shall demonstrate true power," the fire element abyss mage stated nonchalantly. Having observed the previous skirmish closely, he found it curious that the Qi, with their limited intelligence, devised such combat tactics, albeit only to a certain extent. Proficient in spatial and elemental magic, as well as crafting elemental shields, the abyss mage possessed ample arrogance. Moreover, the two Bot had already endured a battle, their stamina notably diminished. The abyss mage cared not for notions of fairness. Achieving his objectives was paramount. "Fools deserve to be oppressed by us abyss mages. Who else but the foolish can be taken advantage of?" he mused. Furthermore, the Qi are in revered strength. Vanquishing both Bot simultaneously would undoubtedly facilitate the manipulation of this group for his purposes. "Today, I shall show you the true essence of magic, Qi. With that, powerful fire elements began to swirl around the abyss mage, swiftly forming a protective shield of fire elements. In the face of such a provocative outsider, the two Qi Bot were not inclined to let him off easily. The Qi extend great friendliness towards those who speak their language. Yet a misstep in conversation could readily incite their wrath. The poetic exchanges of the Qi are not tasks easily mastered by every player, nor do they guarantee the corresponding achievements and accolades. A single misstatement could provoke an attack from the Qi. At this juncture, the rain had ceased, and the sky brightened. For the fire element abyss mage, this was a crucial advantage, as battling in the rain would dampen his fire element shield. Both Lob and the Qi resolved to join forces and teach the interloper a lesson. After all, this was the domain of the Qi, where no outsider would dare to issue commands. Whether they possessed the stamina to continue the fight was of little concern. Victory could precede rest, and perhaps a feast could follow. Chapter 57. An invitation for WND to join, uncertain of LOB and the other's well-being. YWN glanced toward the campsite, a tinge of worry stirring within. In a sense, it was also thanks to Elbean Key's arrival that he had not forgotten the purpose of this journey. Before setting off, YWN had not anticipated encountering WND. This unexpected surprise was profound enough to require no translation. One simply understands the essence of surprise. The surprise manifested when he interacted with the statue of the wind god and came across WND. This delightful turn of events arrived so abruptly that it nearly overshadowed the original purpose of his journey. Yet now, he must devise a means to engage in meaningful tasks. After all, YWN's current role was far from ordinary. He was the very hope of the entire Shngqiu in campsite. Before attending to serious matters, however, two significant tasks awaited him. The first was to secure WND's cooperation. The second was to seek out a grass slime in FNGQD. The legendary life of Mai, who SHLM surely deserves to be witnessed, its tale passed down through the ages. As a bard, WND was exceptionally suited for this role. Additionally, as the wind god, with WND's assistance, the creation of healing potions might not be an impossibility. WND, did you not inquire earlier about my purpose in coming here? YWN addressed him. When he nodded, reflecting on the inexplicable bond between the two of them. It was as if they were not quite human, yet upon meeting Yuwen, their conversation flowed effortlessly, perhaps a manifestation of a kindred spirit. Yuwen continued, recounting an incident from the previous night when a group of hilichurls encountered thieves capturing ice slimes. Although the purpose behind the thieves' actions remained unclear, it was undoubtedly malevolent. The endearing nature of the ice slimes compelled the hilichurls, as their kin, to intervene. After all, Xingqiu Beach served as a shared habitat for both ice slimes and hilichurls, who not only hailed from the same region, but also enjoyed a profound friendship. Witnessing their friends in distress, how could they refrain from offering assistance? Yet the thieves proved too cunning, overpowering the hilichurls, who sustained grievous injuries in the ensuing skirmish. Observing the hilichurls' foolishness and vulnerability stirred a desire within me to rescue them. In that moment, I recalled a myth from my previous world about praying to an idol for divine water to cure ailments. I had also heard of a statue of the Anemo Archon in the vicinity, prompting my visit here to seek healing waters. The lives of the hilichurls mattered, and I believed they were not entirely malevolent beings. They could cry, laugh, sing, and dance. If they could communicate with humans, perhaps a future of peaceful coexistence awaited us. Hilichurls were merely simple-minded yet strong. Collaboration could yield mutual benefits. Upon hearing Yuwen speak, Wendy discerned that Yuwen was beginning to weave tales again, which explained their immediate rapport. It was evident that Yuwen was an adept storyteller. However, unbeknownst to Yuwen, Wendy had already taken note of a peculiar fire slime the previous night. Did Yuwen truly believe a bard could not discern the truth? After all, I am a bard, traversing the lands and crafting tales far superior to yours. Did you think I was oblivious to the events of last night? You underestimate the Anemo Archon Barbados. Nevertheless, when he harbored no fondness for these thieves, recognizing the hilichurls' plight as an undeserved calamity. The Anemo Archon not only safeguarded the humans of Mondstadt, but also protected all living beings in the land. When he understood that not all creatures would initiate hostility towards humanity. Some merely acted out of fear, instinctively defending themselves. Just as there are nefarious individuals among humans, there exist benevolent beings among creatures, such as the wind spirits, embodiments of kindness and purity. When he had previously contemplated the notion of fostering harmony between creatures and humans, yet this dream seemed unattainable. Language barriers render communication and understanding impossible, thus precluding peaceful coexistence. When he had heard of efforts in Mondstadt to study the hilichurl language, but progress was painfully slow. Approaching hilichurls often provoke their aggression from afar. Moreover, hilichurls adhered to a survival of the fittest mentality, frequently raiding passing caravans, further complicating reconciliation. Matters concerning Mondstadt were best left to its inhabitants. Wendy refrained from judging the recent purges in Fulgur. The recent cleansing in Dadapa Valley likely cost many Hilichurls their lives, and it was probable that even the Knights of Favonius had suffered casualties. Rather than perpetuating conflict, it would be wiser to seek coexistence on this Teyvat continent. Though previously impossible, a turning point now seemed to emerge. Wendy believed that this turning point was embodied by the fire slime before them. After all, Yuwen possessed proficiency in multiple languages, and Wendy could, to some extent, comprehend the messages conveyed by various creatures, albeit with less skill than Yuwen. Was the transformation of the winds related to this fire slime? Perhaps it was worth following its lead, as an opportunity for change might indeed present itself. However, one must not appear overly eager. Ideally, Yuwen would extend an invitation for Wendy to accompany him, for both the Anemo Archon, Barbados, and the Bard Wendy cherished their dignity. Should Yuwen invite him, Wendy would feign reluctance. Currently, Wendy was unfamiliar with the Hilichurl language or any other elemental tongues. After all, even deities have their limitations. Previously, Wendy had openly criticized the Anemo Archon, and now he wished to invoke the Archon's divine power. Such an expectation was unrealistic. The Anemo Archon was rather frugal and would be unlikely to grant even a modicum of divine power to someone who had once mocked him. Wendy emphasized this point with a gesture indicating a tiny amount. Yuwen promptly lowered his head, hoping Wendy's gesture referred to the cosmic expanse of the fingertips. However, he had not anticipated that his critique would reach the ears of the Anemo Archon. How embarrassing! It seemed that one should refrain from verbal criticism in the presence of the divine. If one must criticize, it should be done discreetly. Chapter 58. The Irresistible Wine. How about I compose a poem to extol the virtues of the wind? Yuwen suggested as a remedy. You can write poetry? When he expressed disbelief. Of course I can, Yuwen affirmed confidently. He immediately began to scour his mind for modern poetry about the wind. Although he may not be adept at writing, surely he could recite verses? There is no need to memorize the entirety of the Tang poems. A simple search would suffice. Oh, I have some melodies about the wind as well. Furthermore, regarding the instruments I previously mentioned, they may be crafted in this world. But to whom should I present them once created? That presents quite the conundrum. At this moment, Wendy's expression betrayed his inability to maintain composure. Although Yuwen might have been fabricating tales, what if he were not? What if those instruments could truly be fashioned? Very well, for the sake of the instruments. I shall forgive you, Wendy said with a smile, as if he had anticipated this outcome. He then added, however, while the idea of storing the healing power of the Anemo Archon in the water slime to create a healing potion is commendable, the elemental nature of the fire slime is rather unique. If we truly wish to create something, it may prove challenging, since the divine power of the Anemo Archon cannot be contained within the water slime. Might you accompany us to our newly established camp? This would provide an opportunity to learn more about the Hilichurls. Yuwen seized the moment to extend an invitation. Wendy feigned refusal, stating, given that Dadapa Valley has just undergone a thorough cleansing, the Hilichurls are unlikely to welcome humans, perhaps even harboring animosity towards them. Not at all, Yuwen hastily clarified. In truth, Hilichurls are quite amiable. You are a bard. As long as you can engage in pleasant conversation, they may even lend you their weapons, which are vital for their defense. Yet in reality, some friends would not even lend 3 coins, let alone help retrieve a bar of soap that had fallen to the ground. Now do you see how warm-hearted Hilichurls can be? Moreover, are you not a bard? How about composing a poem in the Hilichurl language? The prospect of writing poetry in the Hilichurl tongue indeed piqued Wendy's interest. If his original composition could circulate among the Hilichurls, it would be a remarkable achievement. This would surely solidify his status as the most beloved bard in Teyvat. Consider this. The Anemo Archon, Barbados, assists the slime, leading the slimes and Hilichurls towards a shared existence. Is that not a moment worthy of commemoration? Such a poem would resonate far and wide. Yuwen further illustrated his point. Wendy's heart softened, recognizing the valor of such deeds as deserving of poetic tribute, worthy of being sung by generations. To witness such a monumental event was an opportunity no bard could afford to miss. To overlook it would surely drive other bards to madness. If it were not for your companionship, I would certainly be unable to heal the injured Xingqiu people with my own strength. Yuwen remarked once more, if you are unwilling, then let it be. Alas, the apple wine brewed in the Xingqiu camp shall remain for our own enjoyment. This brewing skill of mine cannot be shared with others. Such exquisite wine, yet I cannot share it with others, is indeed a significant regret in life. Yuwen's words were laced with an indescribable sense of solitude, when he could find no further justification to refuse. The allure of wine, poetry, musical instruments, Xingqiu language, and the wondrous tales of slimes was overwhelming. No, 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 of course. I shall accompany you, Wendy exclaimed, already envisioning the moment of indulging in free wine. It is important to note that being a bard is no easy task. The income is hardly substantial, often leaving one without even the means to purchase wine. With no money and unable to resort to theft, Wendy could only watch others drink. Now that free apple wine was mentioned, he found it impossible to concoct an excuse for refusal. Wendy was also aware that the winemaking industry in Yuwen's world was far more advanced, having heard of fragrant and savory wines. Just the thought of such beverages was intoxicating. Wendy quickly regained his composure, once again feigning seriousness. How could the Anemo god bow to the allure of fine wine? He soon concocted a more reasonable excuse for his actions. The divine power of the Anemo god was gradually dissipating. Even though he had previously provided a vision, it could only barely replenish a fraction of a lost divine power. Attempting to use this power to heal the Xingqiu people miles away was impossible. Therefore, allow me to assist in their healing. There is no need for excessive gratitude. This is the duty of the Anemo god, who shall bless you. With the resolution of the Anemo god Barbados, Yuwen was overjoyed. Though he did not ultimately acquire a healing potion, he gained something more potent, the Anemo god himself. This journey was truly worthwhile. Shall we set off now? Wendy inquired. The shield of Lao Ba had already sustained some damage. It was time for a refurbishment. Additionally, they needed to find a dendro slime to utilize its dendro element to assist in repairing Lao Ba's shield. In the region of Windrise, a vast prairie with abundant dendro elements awaited them. During the early stages of the game, while traversing Windrise, the sudden onset of battle music, with its comprehensive looping and stereo sound effects, had been quite startling. Upon first encountering a dendro slime, Wendy had mistaken it for a moving radish spirit, which remained hidden underground. This radish spirit could also attack, evading physical strikes by staying underground. Although initially lacking a lagwoba, or a proper guoba, Wendy was fortunate enough to possess a flame-imbued arrow from the fire talisman, which he shot onto the radish spirit's head. The encounter of dendro and pyro elements ignited a burning effect, compelling the radish spirit to finally reveal its true form. At first, when he had thought it was merely a radish that had come to life, only to discover it was indeed a dendro slime. The shield crafted by Lao Ba was also made using dendro slimes, and it appeared somewhat worn out, necessitating repairs. Windrise was abundant in dendro slimes, making it quite easy to locate a larger specimen. Thus, within the camp, there existed fire, water, wind, and dendro slimes, for in total. The ice slime, due to its living conditions, would likely struggle to survive in Shijiazhuang. However, perhaps a wind-powered elevator could be created, enabling the ice slime to visit Shijiazhuang as a guest. That would leave only the geo and electro slimes. A family of slimes must be complete. How could it function if one were missing? Without one, could it even still be called Shijiazhuang? Chapter 59, Gathering 7 Slimes. Each type of slime possesses unique applications, and Yuwen had already contemplated this. With the assistance of a geo slime, it might be possible to produce cement more effectively. Even if cement production proved elusive, geo shields could be crafted, potentially revealing other special uses. The utility of electro slimes was even greater. The electricity in Teyvat shares similarities with that of Earth, possessing both positive and negative polarities. Thus, one could devise ways to create all things electrical. However, large electro slimes, particularly the yellow and white variants, might be difficult to locate. If Yuwen recalled correctly, a vast group of electro slimes, predominantly yellow with purple, could be found at the Oaths Cape, to the right of Dodapa Gorge, near the wind domain leading to the Abyssal Realm. Alongside the slimes, numerous electric crystals awaited discovery. The methods of utilizing the electric crystals remain unconfirmed, yet their presence indicates a magnetic field rich in electric crystal deposits. The abundance of electro elements in the surrounding area has given rise to the existence of electro slimes. As for the Geo slimes, with the help of wind slimes, they could easily be found near the cliffs. A solitary Geo slime dwells on the precipice. Gazing out at the vast, boundless ocean, what a lonely existence. It would be far better to reside alongside other elemental slimes in Shijiazhuang. Such reasoning makes it hard to imagine the Geo slime would refuse. Regardless, upon locating a Dendro slime, Yuwen prepared to head to Oath's Cape to gather both Electro and Geo slimes. Only a dwelling filled with slimes could rightfully be called Shijiazhuang. Otherwise, this Shijiazhuang will be incomplete. Perhaps gathering 7 slimes of different attributes could even summon a divine dragon. At times, when one least wishes to encounter them, Dendro slimes would unexpectedly spring from behind to attack, leaving one no room to evade. Now, while searching for a large Dendro slime, the absence of such a creature in sight was disheartening. The sky was gradually darkening. With the addition of the Anemo god Barbados, they need not fear the speed of their flight. Yuwen was not in a hurry. Of course, he remained unaware that their home had already caught fire and been ransacked. The water slime hopped about, searching for traces of the Dendro slime, but its efforts proved too slow. Yuwen did not expect the water slime to be the first to locate the Dendro slime. "Have you spotted the Dendro slime?" Yuwen inquired of the wind slime overhead. After all, the aerial vantage point offered a broader view and higher chances of discovery. The wind slime shook its head, indicating that the large Dendro slime was likely hiding underground, leaving only a patch of green grass as a disguise, rendering it nearly impossible to detect among the vast prairie. The expansive plains provided the perfect hiding spot for Dendro slimes. Yuwen had initially desired to nestle into Wendy's embrace, but upon observing the water slime's forlorn expression and the wind slime's persistent hovering nearby, he ultimately refrained from seeking comfort in Wendy's arms. This was truly a sorrowful affair. Fortunately, the weather was humid, allowing Yuwen to forego the meticulous control of the fire element within him, preventing the surrounding wild grass from igniting. Ula, ula, ula. Upon hearing about the quest to locate a Dendro slime to aid Laoba in repairing his shield, Xingqiu displayed extraordinary enthusiasm, scurrying about in search of the Dendro slime's tracks. After all, in the camp's past, before the arrival of Lord Bibiran, adventurers would frequently disrupt their joyful existence. Occasionally, they would encounter merchants transporting goods, prompting them to seek assistance, with Laoba often contributing the most effort. Conflicts occasionally arose with other tribes of Qiuqiu, as not every Qiuqiu tribe treated others with kindness. The resources within the forest were limited, sometimes leading to disputes over prey. "Xingqiu, do be cautious not to stray too far," Yuwen gently reminded. After all, the weather had cleared and the wind was not far from On City. Allowing Xingqiu to wander aimlessly might lead to an encounter with humans. Just as Yuwen's concern arose, it was swiftly realized. "Ah, it seems there are people ahead," Wendy suddenly remarked. To be precise, it was a knight of the west wind accompanied by a girl approaching their direction. Xingqiu was rather perplexed. Perhaps Lord Biberon had other arrangements. Without a shred of doubt regarding Lord Biberon's words, Xingqiu quickly joined Yuwen's side. The wind and water slimes soon followed suit. As neither possessed combat prowess, nor did their natures favor confrontation, thus they instinctively sought to avoid humans. How diligent are the knights of the West Wind! It has barely been a moment since the torrential rain ceased, and here they are patrolling this area. Yuwen mused, perplexed. What could have brought this group of knights of the West Wind to this location? And what of the girl? Could she be the historian researching the divine tree? Such devotion was surprising. Wouldn't it be better for her to remain at home? Had she not noticed that dusk was approaching? Yet she still ventured to observe the towering oak? Yuwen found himself at a loss for words. However, this situation was not entirely unfavorable. For Yuwen, it presented an excellent opportunity to make contact with the knights and residents of Mon City. Should he manage to leave a favorable impression on the Knights of the West Wind, it would facilitate his future endeavors to infiltrate Mon City. Gaining entry to Mon City, the knights stationed at the gate were the initial obstacle. How to navigate this challenge smoothly posed a dilemma. If he could familiarize himself with the Knights of the West Wind now and clarify his identity through them, it would lessen the likelihood of suspicion. Yet, what identity should he adopt to engage with the Knights? Wendy, could you employ an illusion or some form of magic to help us disguise ourselves as humans and evade their scrutiny? Yuwen feigned ignorance and inquired. Chapter 60. The possibility of becoming human. Yuwen recalled vividly that after the dragon disaster in Mon City was resolved, the Sky Harp had been destroyed. The destruction of the Sky Harp caused Wendy considerable distress, prompting him to use illusions to transform the damaged Sky Harp into a pristine version, successfully deceiving Barbara and others. There was also the possibility that this was not mere illusion, but rather Wendy harnessed his final divine power to restore the Sky Harp, which subsequently led to his Heart of God being seized by the lady. Yet, a question lingered in Yuwen's mind. Even a weakened deity is still a deity and not something an ordinary person could vanquish. Perhaps Wendy was merely borrowing the glory of another. Nevertheless, Yuwen had already approached Barbados, and he would not permit such occurrences. One day, he would exact a reckoning on the 8th harbinger of the Fatui, channeling the frustrations of his past gaming experiences. He envisioned the lady of ice elements experiencing the warmth of sunlight. He had even devised a rationale for confronting her. The 8th harbinger of the Fatui would be dealt with later. For now, the priority was to address the immediate concerns. Yuwen speculated that Wendy might possess the ability to transform. As they coincidentally encountered the Knights of the West Wind, he was determined not to miss this opportunity. He envisioned using this method to craft a false identity, engaging with the Knights to glean information about Mon City, thereby preparing for his next steps toward infiltration. Wendy understood Yuwen's intention to gather information for future stealth. For a slime to enter Mon City was no simple feat. If its identity were exposed, it would spell trouble. Wendy was acutely aware of Yuwen's considerations, yet ultimately shook his head. While such magic exists, it is not without its flaws. Do not underestimate the Knights of the West Wind. The 2 knights before us appear battle-hardened. Any peculiar encounter might raise their suspicions. Furthermore, the girl carries an oddly familiar scent, albeit faint, making it difficult to pinpoint. Regardless, she seems to be an alchemist. While a hilichurl could easily disguise itself as a human due to their similar physique, a slime transforming into a human presents challenges. It would likely be easily detected by the girl, leading to further complications. Alas, it was indeed not so simple. Upon hearing this, Yuwen lowered his head in disappointment. This was profoundly disheartening for a slime. He had hoped to take the first step toward communication, yet that first step had already been thwarted before it began. Observing their demeanor, it seemed they intended to head toward the Anemo Archon statue. Wendy reminded them once more, it's quite possible they will encounter us. Yuwen, disheartened, kept his silence. Whether an alchemist or historian, he suddenly lost interest in the girl and the Knights of the West Wind. If communication was unattainable for the moment, it would be best to avoid them and devise a plan later. Let us steer clear of them for now, Yuwen suggested, opting not to alarm them. Invisibility and concealment were trivial spells for Wendy. Soon, Yuwen and his companions concealed themselves, quietly awaiting the passage of the Knights of the West Wind while observing their movements. As a slime, undertaking tasks and actions was inherently inconvenient. If only he could transform into a human form. Human form? Yuwen abruptly realized he had not thoroughly contemplated this matter. Initially, his thoughts were consumed with how to endow the slime with the senses of hearing, taste, and smell. Perhaps being overly adaptable was not beneficial. He had not considered whether slimes could become human. Once transformed into a slime, was there still a chance to revert to humanity? Yuwen felt the answer was negative. He lacked magical abilities. Slimes were presumably incapable of wielding magic. Otherwise, a transformation spell to assume human form would have been splendid. Yet, even if magic could facilitate a transformation, it would only provide a human appearance, likely lacking the functions of taste and other senses. A slime is fundamentally a creature born of elemental sediment, while humans are distinct beings of their own race. The 2 races, humanity and slime, are inherently different. Thus, it seemed improbable that a slime could evolve into a human. After all, Teyvat is home to catgirls. Some matters cannot be rationalized through conventional thinking. He wondered if there were alternative methods for slimes to attain human form. Even if transformation were impossible, could a slime be fashioned to resemble a human? This too appeared unlikely. Slimes are primarily composed of gel, comprising mostly singular cells without skeletal structure. Achieving a stance akin to humans was fundamentally unfeasible. Slimes lack the ability to support their bodies, resulting in their round and plump appearance. Thus, it may be prudent to first contemplate how to enable a slime to stand or how to endow it with a skeletal structure akin to that of humans, thereby providing support for its cellular composition. Items such as branches or iron rods could not serve as skeletal substitutes for the slime. The slime's gel cannot adhere to wooden sticks or branches. Using such items would only harm the slime's internal structure. Any skeletal object must possess compatibility with the slime's gel, akin to human flesh, bones, and veins, allowing it to stand upright and walk with strength in its arms. However, does such a thing truly exist? At this moment, Yuwen turned to Wendi and inquired whether, despite the impossibility of possessing a human body, there might be an alternative method to create a form resembling that of a human. It need not be an exact replica. Merely donning armor that gives the appearance of a human figure would suffice. Wendi pondered for a moment, recognizing this as a formidable challenge. How might one enable a slime to acquire a physique akin to that of a human? It is noteworthy that Wendi, upon becoming the Anemo Archon, assumed the guise of an unnamed youth through divine power. The prospect of granting you when a human-like form was indeed a daunting task. Yuwen pressed further, asking if there was a possibility of allowing the slime to develop skeletal organs, thereby utilizing them to manipulate the liquid within and achieve a human semblance. Wendi closed her eyes, contemplating for a brief interlude, and suggested attempting to capture the crystal butterflies soaring in the skies. Within their bodies lies a wondrous crystalline core, which might assist the slime in acquiring human-like skeletal structures. However, she could not ascertain the efficacy of this method, as Yuwen deeply buried his head in thought. Furrowing his brow with concentration, he recalled having captured numerous crystal butterflies during gameplay. These unique creatures, born from elemental ascension, had given rise to a remarkable organ, the crystalline core, akin to skeletal structure. No wonder they could flap their wings with such grace. By capturing a crystal butterfly and studying the secret behind their crystalline cores, one might unlock the potential to create a similar organ. In this way, even without human senses such as taste or hearing, he could at least attain a human-like appearance. The realization struck him how challenging it was to merely desire a human semblance in this lifetime. Yet, the time required for such an endeavor felt excessively protracted, and Yuwen could not afford to wait that long. The idea of donning armor that would superficially resemble a human form provided a new avenue of thought. A fully equipped suit of armor, with only a narrow slit for the eyes, would conceal the inner workings from outside observation. Should Yuwen wear such armor, perhaps he might infiltrate Mondstadt. This suit of armor would not be worn solely by Yuwen, the slime, but rather with the assistance of a hilichurl. Through interaction with the Anemo Archon statue, Yuwen had become a master of languages, proficient in various tongues of Teyvat. He would handle communication while the hilichurl executed the necessary movements. With seamless coordination, outsiders would find it difficult to discern any discrepancies, thus providing an opportunity to blend into Mondstadt. Yuwen found this notion to be quite astute, simple yet effective. The idea of acquiring a full set of armor and piloting a mecha, however, seemed impractical. Furthermore, the likelihood of being asked to remove the helmet to prove his identity posed another challenge that would require alternative solutions. Ideally, he could establish rapport with a couple of knights of Favonius, accompanying them into Mondstadt. With their endorsement, entry into the city would likely pose no issue. He even concocted a rationale for not removing the helmet. Removing it would be an unprecedented disgrace for a bull warrior who would never part with his helm. Gradually, Yuwen's mind began to formulate a new plan. At that moment, he and his companions quietly hid nearby, observing the knights of Favonius and a passing young lady from a distance. Ah, the attire, the appearance, was that not Sugar? If memory served, she was an alchemist, seemingly not closely affiliated with the knights. What could possibly bring Sugar into the company of the knights of Favonius? Moreover, it was during the twilight hours following a heavy rain. Their demeanor suggested they harbored some specific intent. Shortly thereafter, the system provided corresponding character entries, confirming Yuwen's observations while revealing additional information. Sugar, a curious alchemist with an affinity for all things, affiliated with the Knights of Favonius. Her research focuses on biological alchemy, aspiring to transform existing life forms to enrich the world. Despite encountering some peculiar outcomes in her experiments, her achievements in biological alchemy are noteworthy. Knight of Favonius Lawrence, one of the gatekeepers of Mondstadt, Knight of Favonius Harry, located at the lookout point, will gift you a 3-star weapon. Having swiftly perused the detailed profiles of the three, Yuwen gained greater insight into Mondstadt. As the trio approached, he attentively strained to catch snippets of their conversation, eager for new revelations. Since resonating with the Anemo Archon statue, Yuwen had experienced some changes, enabling him to hear their voices again. A delightful sensation indeed. Sugar shyly addressed the knights, expressing her gratitude. "I truly appreciate your assistance, especially right after the rain has ceased." "Not at all," Lawrence replied with a sheepish smile. "It is our duty as Knights of Favonius to protect the citizens of Mondstadt." Harry chimed in cheerfully, "Rest assured. Feel free to command us as you wish." Lawrence added, "Indeed, it is thanks to your and Albedo's alchemy that our armor has become not only significantly more durable, but also lighter. Without this sturdy armor, our recent endeavors against the Hilichurls alongside Captain Falger would have resulted in far greater casualties." The two Knights of Favonius continued to converse respectfully about Sugar and Albedo as they followed her. After contemplating for a moment, Lawrence and Harry exchanged glances before resolutely stating, "However, there is one thing we would like to ask of you." Sugar promptly halted, respectfully responding, "If it is within my capabilities, I will gladly assist you. Without your help, I might not even have the necessary equipment for my experiments." Upon recalling the matter, Lawrence could not help but wipe away a tear. "Could you possibly ask Albedo for assistance? As you know, he's a genius alchemist. Klee's desire to learn bomb-making techniques from Albedo is concerning. Such explosives are far too perilous. They are not toys for children." Previously, Klee's mother had already caused them considerable distress. Now that she was absent from Mondstadt, Klee had resumed her explosive experiments. If it were merely a matter of playing with small artillery, it could be overlooked. However, these were powerful explosives made with gunpowder, akin to a child playing with fire, leaving parents in a state of worry. In fact, Klee's bombs were more formidable than the usual firecrackers. Well, they should not be compared. Their destructive capabilities are not on the same level. They should be classified as detonators, yes, detonator-level explosives. Can such things truly be toys for children? She even uses them to catch fish. The Knights of Favonius were unconcerned about the fish in Starfall Lake. Their primary worry was Klee's safety. Just recently released from confinement, she had initially behaved herself, but it hadn't taken long for her to cause yet another incident, landing her back in the confinement room under the watchful eye of acting Grandmaster Jean. Calculating the time, it seemed that her confinement was nearing its end. Tomorrow, she would likely be released once more, and Mondstadt would soon be thrown into chaos once again. Having heard that Klee's bomb formula was ineffective, resulting in far less explosive power, it was likely she would seek out Albedo once more to further her studies in bomb-making and formula creation. If only it ended there. KL possesses an extraordinary talent for the study of explosives, much like her mother, Illinois S. The current state of FNGL in F9 is genuinely reflective of its name, for it appears as a true ruin, a stark contrast to its previous designation as merely a geographical term. A significant portion of this transformation can be attributed to KL's mother, Illinois S., who created this desolation using her bombs. KL has entirely inherited her mother's penchant for destruction, mastering the art of bomb-making at an astonishing pace. On one occasion, she nearly harmed bystanders with her experiments. Presently, the explosives KL employs possess formidable destructive power, and should their potency be increased further, it could indeed lead to dire consequences. The Knights of Favonius hold KL in such high regard, partly due to the assistance ILS provided them, earning her their profound respect, which is now bestowed upon her lively daughter in the form of affection. KL is, in essence, the cherished darling of the Knights. Although undeniably adorable, her one flaw lies in her excessive exuberance. One cannot help but wonder where she derives such boundless energy. Harry, recalling the incident where KL almost detonated a bomb nearby, anxiously cautioned against allowing her into the laboratory again, urging that no further instruction on bomb-making be imparted to her, deeming it far too perilous. Chapter 62. The villain is myself, unable to resist the urge to comply with the knight's earnest plea. Xingqiu, whose primary focus lies in biological alchemy, found herself somewhat intimidated by his social interactions, often preferring the solitude of her laboratory to engaging with others. She harbors a fear of inadvertently causing trouble, embarrassment, or encroaching upon the privacy of others. For her, alchemy is a quantifiable discipline, governed by clear principles, while human relationships involve the intangible complexities of politeness and emotions, which are far more variable and elusive. In her eyes, navigating social dynamics is a challenge even more intricate than the art of alchemy. Xingqiu is a thoughtful individual with an insatiable curiosity, yearning for a confidant to share her thoughts with, yet her introverted and bashful nature holds her back. Albedo treats Klee as if she were his own younger sister, and as his assistant, Xingqiu is well aware of Klee's escapades. As Knights of Favonius, it is our duty to protect Mondstadt, yet Klee is still too young, and the dangers of explosives pose a very real threat. Harry spoke earnestly, expressing concern for Klee's safety. Xingqiu longed to acquiesce to the knight's request, as none among them wished to see Klee harmed. However, when confronted with Klee's endearing antics, it becomes nearly impossible to refuse her. This tactic of hers often allows her to evade responsibility. Even if she agreed to the knight's wishes, should Klee employ her charm again, she would likely find herself unable to decline. This realization seemed to have little impact on Albedo. As long as Klee clamored for knowledge about explosive formulas, he would likely be unable to refuse her. Most of Albedo's leisure time is dedicated to Klee, illustrating how much he cherishes her presence. One can imagine that the moment he promises not to teach Klee about explosives, upon encountering her adorable demeanor, he would swiftly forget his prior commitments. Consumed with thoughts of how to indulge her wishes, Klee is also remarkably obedient to Albedo, never disturbing him during his experiments. In his words, Klee's current destructive capabilities pale in comparison to those of ILS. With ILS as a benchmark, Klee's antics are but minor disturbances. Perhaps for Albedo, resolving the predicaments Klee creates is an expression of love, a brotherly duty he relishes. As a researcher in alchemy affiliated with the Knights of Favonius, Xingqiu is acutely aware of Klee's confinement. The thought of Klee, having recently emerged from her time in the confinement room, getting herself into trouble once more fills her with concern. She wonders if Klee genuinely reflected on her actions during her confinement, especially considering the recurrent sounds of explosions emanating from that very room. What if Klee were to experiment with explosives while confined? The consequences could be catastrophic, potentially endangering the Westwind Church itself. The catastrophe that once befell the Mondstadt Library, which was once the largest repository of knowledge on Teyvat, serves as a grim reminder of such disasters. Xingqiu felt the need to alert Albedo about the potential dangers. Xingqiu, what is wrong? You seem to be sweating despite the cool weather, Harry observed, noticing the beads of perspiration forming on her forehead. It's nothing, Xingqiu replied, unwilling to voice the troubling thoughts swirling in her mind. After all, these were mere speculations, not grounded in reality. Yet, Klee is such a clever child. Surely she wouldn't blow a hole in the confinement room to escape. Explosives do not easily detonate without an open flame. Suddenly, Xingqiu was struck by a terrifying thought. Previously, she had asked Klee if she desired bouncing creatures that could run and jump, to which Klee enthusiastically expressed a wish for hundreds of them. The streets, steps, and squares of Mondstadt would be filled with these bouncing creatures. Xingqiu had genuinely intended to gift Klee some, but now she feared that Klee might repurpose them to store explosives. This would be exceedingly hazardous. Having heard of IL's ability to reshape the very landscape of Mondstadt with her bombs, Xingqiu could not shake the fear that Klee might alter the city's appearance as well. The thought made her sweat even more. She quickly shook her head, attempting to dispel the notion. Perhaps it would be best not to give Klee those bouncing creatures after all. What had initially seemed like a simple toy had transformed into something far more serious. Yet, having promised to gift them, would this count as breaking her word? For the sake of Mondstadt's peace and the well-being of its citizens, Perhaps it was permissible to forego that promise just this once. Could she perhaps consider an alternative gift for KL? Wait, no wonder KL's bombs appeared so familiar. It dawned on her that she had unwittingly inspired her with new ideas and concepts. This meant that Albedo was indeed instructing KL on crafting more powerful explosives, while she, Teying, a researcher of biological alchemy, was guiding KL in infusing biological properties into explosives, resulting in numerous innovative creations. For instance, adorning the image of small animals upon the surface of a bomb not only enhances its visual appeal, but also alleviates the sense of fear it may instill in others, fostering a sense of familiarity instead. I found myself incessantly assisting Kelly in modifying the bomb. Originally, I was the villain in this tale, a notion that Xingqiu could hardly fathom. The true villain was, in fact, myself. Chapter 63. Xingqiu's alchemy. Upon this realization, the beads of sweat that had once adorned Xingqiu's forehead seemed to vanish. "Miss Xingqiu, are you feeling hot? I noticed perspiration on your brow," Harry inquired, his brow furrowed in confusion. "No, I'm not hot." Xingqiu hastily shook her head, though she conceded, "Well, perhaps just a tad warm." This admission left Xingqiu feeling rather flustered. At that moment, a refreshing breeze swept through after the rain, bringing her a sense of relief. Quickly, Xingqiu averted her gaze from Lawrence and Harry, her face illuminated with an innocent smile. It is imperative to conceal one's emotions. Otherwise, others may discern your innermost thoughts. This is a fundamental interpersonal skill, one that Xingqiu evidently lacked. Her demeanor was misconstrued by Lawrence and Harry, who believed their request was unreasonably excessive. The relationship between Kelly and Albedo was already well known among the Knights of Favonius. To allow Albedo to encounter Kelly's request without permitting him to assist was indeed an unreasonable demand. "Miss Xingqiu, we acknowledge that our request may be somewhat excessive. Yet we still hope you can impart some knowledge to Kelly that does not pertain to bombs," Lawrence said, bending slightly in a show of sincerity. Albedo's close rapport with Xingqiu and Kelly led them to overlook the gravity of the situation. One was teaching Kelly to create bombs, while the other was instructing her on how to modify them. Regardless of perspective, Kelly was heading down an undesirable path. One Alice was quite enough. A second was simply unwelcome. The Knights of Favonius found themselves in a difficult predicament. Ultimately, it was decided that Lawrence and Harry would approach Xingqiu and Albedo with their request. This plea was not solely the product of Lawrence and Harry's thoughts, but rather a sentiment shared by many. Numerous individuals had observed Kelly's rapid progress in bomb-making. The potency of her creations was escalating, and there was an underlying fear that she might sustain injury. It would be far better to prepare in advance than to experience collective regret for failing to intervene in Kelly's actions when the time came. Kelly possessed an innocent love and curiosity for the world around her, endearing her to every knight of Favonius. They did not wish for her to become enamored with such explosive devices, despite her evident talent in this area. The duty of the knights was to safeguard the citizens. There was no need for a young girl to engage in combat. Moreover, Kelly was not a malicious child. Playfulness is an inherent trait of youth. However, her inquisitiveness and mischievous nature often led her to act recklessly. Each time she erred, Kelly would feel remorseful and strive to make amends. This instance was no different. Sighing, Xingqiu mused that her confinement had come as quite a surprise. Kelly was aware that she had erred, intending to fish at Xinglua Lake and subsequently present the catch to the Knights of Favonius as a gesture of goodwill. Regrettably, the outcome was far from satisfactory. Alas, the final result is indeed quite unfortunate, Harry concurred. Kelly is merely a child, and it is far too perilous for her to play with such things. Earlier, when searching for Mr. Albedo in the city, he hoped to convey this message to him. Although they recognized the request was exceedingly unreasonable, they still hoped for understanding. Bombs do not discriminate between friend and foe. A moment's carelessness could lead to injury, and they all feared for Kelly's safety. Xingqiu nodded in agreement, affirming, "I will relay this to Mr. Albedo, and I shall also keep a close watch on Kelly, minimizing her exposure to bombs. Such items are far too hazardous for children." However, as soon as she spoke, a wave of discouragement washed over her. When Kelly inevitably came to plead, her charms might prove irresistible. It was likely that she would be unable to resist imparting her knowledge on creating explosives and assisting in ball modifications. Nonetheless, these concerns could be addressed in due time. Xingqiu resignedly thought. How wonderful. Thank you for your understanding, Miss Xingqiu, Lawrence exclaimed, his eyes brimming with delight. Harry breathed a sigh of relief. The prolonged vigilance had left him on edge, and Shadow's compliance rendered him significantly more at ease, both physically and mentally. Resolving this internal conflict was a tremendous relief. We are truly grateful to you, Miss Xingqiu, Harry added. If Kelly could stir up less trouble, the Knights would at least enjoy an extra day of respite. Spending half a day resolving Xingqiu's concerns in exchange for at least a day of leave was, even for the Knights of Favonius, a worthy trade. Xingqiu glanced at herself, contemplating her initial intention to gift Kelly a bonbon, but decided against it. The experiment on how to make a slime speak had yet to commence. Our brilliant alchemist of Mondstadt must remember to take timely breaks, Lawrence said, a hint of concern in his voice. The Knights of Favonius were well aware of the daily lives of the citizens of Mondstadt and knew that Xingqiu often toiled alone in her laboratory, rarely venturing out or taking breaks. Many Knights worried that Shada's body might not withstand such intense labor. It was crucial to recognize that her alchemy played an essential role in the city's development. The primary ingredient for sugar production was sweet flour, and its nectar yield had always been low, resulting in persistently high sugar prices. Many children wished for sweets but were deterred by the cost. The common folk lacked extra funds to purchase sugary treats, ultimately rendering sugar a luxury item. This predicament caused considerable distress among the populace. Through the application of special potions, the yield of sweet flour's nectar was increased by 70%. Chapter 64. The Dilemma of the Knights of Favonius with the heightened yield of nectar. The price of sugar began to decline, allowing the children of the city to indulge in sweets more easily. Much of this achievement was attributed to Shadow's efforts. Thanks to her assistance, the issue was resolved, at least in the eyes of the citizens of Mondstadt. As an exemplary knight of Favonius, one must not merely memorize the Knights Guild manual. It is equally important to familiarize oneself with more about Mondstadt to assist newcomers in better understanding the city and to endear them to this free city. Only then can the further prosperity of Mondstadt be ensured. Harry had long since committed the contents of the Knights Guild manual to memory and was always eager to assist the citizens of Mondstadt. Should they require help, the Knights would strive to fulfill their needs. Harry was also aware of Shadow's frequent solitude in the laboratory and sought to remind her to not become too absorbed in her research, as her health was paramount. Apologies for causing you concern, Xingqiu said, her tone laden with remorse. Do remember, you are our esteemed alchemist of Mondstadt. You must not overexert yourself, Harry said with a smile. I shall be mindful, Xingqiu replied, her head bowed. After all, men understand. Lawrence promptly grasped the essence of Harry's words. However, as an esteemed knight of the West Wind, how could one so easily become distracted? Lawrence spoke earnestly and solemnly, emphasizing the necessity of safeguarding the surrounding trade routes to prevent the hilichurls from wreaking havoc once more. It is important to remember that our Grand Captain led us to painstakingly eliminate the hilichurls from the Dodapa Gorge, and we must diligently maintain our hard-won achievements, ensuring the trade routes remain intact. Observing Lawrence's serious demeanor, Harry chuckled and asked if he had no romantic interests. As a proud knight of the West Wind, there are certainly many young ladies who admire me, Lawrence declared with immense pride, although his actual expression betrayed him. Despite the honor of being a West Wind knight, he had been deprived of most leisure time. One must always present a serious facade in public, lest the image of the West Wind knights be tarnished. Thus, it is rare for a West Wind knight to experience romance. Lawrence had never been in a relationship and lacked any experience in such matters. He even contemplated seeking advice on how to win the affection of a wealthy lady. No, rather, how to make the young women of Mondstadt fall in love with him. The issue of romance perplexed many a West Wind knight, with no mentors available to guide them. Consequently, the majority of the current West Wind knights remain single. Offering a flower to someone special is a way to convey one's feelings, but who could he present a flower to? He did not even have a recipient in mind. If one simply focused on work, such troubles would vanish. Is that so? Then why, after all these years, are you still single? Harry teased with a playful grin. If we do not hurry to find a lady of our liking, we will truly become old bachelors. He reminisced about the days when he, too, was a handsome young lad like Kaya and Diluc, lamenting how time hastens one's aging. He mused that he should have been more proactive back then, pursuing the girls he admired. Perhaps he would have children by now and could enjoy a drink at Angel's share with his father. He envied old Master Clips, whose sons Kaya and Diluc were both exceptional. One could only wonder how many young women they had captivated in the city. How could I possibly know? All I know is that Kaya and Diluc are the knights in shining armor for the young women of Mondstadt. I wonder how many bouquets they will receive this year. They might even need to open a flower shop. Flowers might see a price increase this year, given the scarcity in Mondstadt. The owner of the florist shop would undoubtedly be worried about this. Perhaps there are numerous commissions for flower gathering at present. But one must be cautious of the Fatui from Snezhnaya. We must not give them any excuse to attack us. Of course, said Sugar, who had been quietly listening, her mind wandering to the direction of biological alchemy. How wonderful it would be to create a flower that blooms year-round, eliminating the worry of insufficient flowers. Ideally, one could pick a flower and it would regenerate anew, blossoming vibrantly once again, rather than wilting after blooming and fading away after being picked. A flower in perpetual bloom would capture its most beautiful moment eternally. Perhaps this is a scene only found in a fairyland. If the flowers of Mondstadt could remain ever blooming, the city could be transformed into a realm of wonder. The fairyland she once encountered seemed to embody such a notion. The direction of her research in biological alchemy had expanded, and Sugar quietly noted this in her heart. After studying conversing slimes, her next focus would be on how to cultivate flowers that bloom in all seasons. If she truly succeeded in creating such flowers, her research could be applied to daily life. If the florist shop ran low on flowers, she could find a way to cultivate more, alleviating concerns about price increases and ensuring everyone could afford flowers. With this beautiful anticipation, Sugar felt her steps become much lighter. Days without experiments were the most tormenting, filled with idle time. Just thinking of her upcoming experiments filled her with excitement. She resolved to capture more slimes and explore how to develop their speech organs. Surely, there must also be talking slimes in the fairyland. A slime sage? A white slime? Perhaps it even sports a beard. Would it have ears? How does a nose come into being? This is a fascinating area of research. These strange and challenging questions did not discourage Sugar. Rather, they fueled her determination. Wendy and Yuwen were eavesdropping on their conversation nearby, smiles gracing their faces, though the meanings behind their smiles differed. Chapter 65. The situation in Mondstadt. Wendy felt that her earlier decision was indeed correct. Mondstadt does not require a deity to govern. It can flourish without divine oversight. Freed from the guidance of the Anemo Archon, Mondstadt is charting its own path, embodying true liberty. Moreover, this Northwind Knight commander named Falga seems to be doing quite well, living up to the title of Guardian of the Four Winds. The West Wind Knights continue to protect Mondstadt, and it appears that Vanessa's resolve to safeguard the city has been passed down, unchanged by time. A genuine joy illuminated Wendy's face. In contrast, Yuwen's smile bore a different essence, akin to a father's pride upon hearing news of his daughter. Finally, news of Klee had reached him. It seemed that Klee was doing quite well. Truly, she is my daughter, and she is not disappointed. However, it might be a bit lonely in the confinement room. Fear not, for I shall soon infiltrate Mondstadt to teach you the true meaning of art. Explosions are the essence of art. Alas, the camp lacks explosive hilichurls. Otherwise, he could have learned from them how to create fire slimes using fire elements mixed into the soil. Hearing of Falga's efforts to eradicate the hilichurls indicates that he has not yet led his knights on a campaign. He likely intends to resolve the internal issues with the hilichurls before embarking on any expeditions. This suggests that hilichurls in other regions have not been entirely cleared out. As it stands, there might still be an opportunity to thwart Falga's plans for extermination, preventing a rift between hilichurls and humans and reducing their animosity towards humanity. Without hatred as a driving force, Abyss mages would find it more challenging to incite the hilichurls. Kaya and Diluc are still mere youths, it seems. Diluc's father appears to be alive, indicating that the two have not severed ties. It is likely that Jean is still serving as vice-captain. I wonder how Barbara and Jean are faring these days. Logically, Jean should have assumed the role of vice-captain by now. It is impressive that someone who was once unattainable has risen to such a position at such a young age in the West Wind Knights. Yet, as this thought crossed his mind, a faint sense of loss emerged within him. Furthermore, the Fatui from Snezhnaya have also made their appearance. It appears that Falga has not yet taken most of the cavalry away. With Falga stationed in Mondstadt, the Fatui dare not act too brazenly. However, their scheme to seize the Gnosis should soon be underway. It seems necessary to devise a plan to infiltrate Mondstadt promptly. As it stands, the protagonist appears to be a harbinger of misfortune, likely born at the hour of the pig, trailing calamity wherever they go. Just as Yuwen was lost in thought, Wendy's voice suddenly rang in his ear. It seems there is something amiss over there. There are suspicious individuals in the vicinity, she interrupted, pulling Yuwen from his daydream. Startled from his reverie, Yuwen felt a twinge of annoyance. What could be more significant than my musings? What is it? He asked dully. There appear to be a few individuals of dubious identity over there, Wendy remarked as he listened to the sounds carried by the wind. Dubious individuals? Are not our identities even more questionable? Do we possess the right to make such assertions about them? No, this is not right. Yuwen surveyed the surroundings. We cannot truly consider ourselves human. After all, 3 slimes, a hilichurl, and a deity are hardly relatable to humanity. However, at this distance, despite having reached a consensus with the Anemo Archon, Yuwen's abilities remained limited. Although he could hear sounds, his auditory perception far exceeded that of an average person. The distance prevented him from discerning the content of their conversation. Can you hear what they're discussing? Yuwen inquired with curiosity. Indeed, a flicker of pride crossed Wendy's face, relishing the moment of inadequacy displayed by the slime. Seeing the slime falter brought a smirk to Wendy's lips. Since you are unable, allow me to take over. So what are they discussing? Yuwen asked, still intrigued. Judging by Wendy's expression, it seemed he could perceive the content of their discourse. Truly, as the Anemo Archon, he could hear even from such a distance. Yet, while Wendy could hear, Yuwen remained unable to, leaving him with an unsettling sensation akin to being lightly scratched by a kitten, a feeling that was most bothersome. I will share the sounds I hear with you, Wendy said with a smile. He proceeded to share the sounds, allowing Yuwen to grasp the essence of their conversation. To think such a skill existed, how remarkably useful. Yuwen mused. As for the visuals, neither Yuwen nor Wendy could see anything. The tall grass obscured their line of sight, and standing up would only heighten the risk of being discovered. In this world, there is no infallible method of concealment. Any careless movement, no matter how perfect the disguise, carries the possibility of exposure. Since Wendy has remarked upon their suspicious behavior, it is likely that a conspiracy is afoot. Yuwen immediately perked up his ears to listen intently to their conversation. Chapter 66. The rumor of ice slimes. The voice of the West Wind Knight echoed once more. Mr. Slida 80, I do not know the reason for your presence here, but please exercise caution in the wilderness. Be aware that, after heavy rain, a multitude of slimes may emerge. Ordinary small slimes do not pose much of a threat, yet when besieged by a horde of slimes, even we West Wind Knights may find ourselves exhausted and perishing. Upon seeing Slida, the steward, and the guards appear in the outskirts, Harry expressed his concern. Upon hearing this, Slida 80's face momentarily flickered with discomfort, as if he had been caught in a compromising situation involving something significant yet illicit. There's perhaps no worse predicament than being caught in the act of wrongdoing. He had not anticipated encountering the West Wind Knights in the wilderness after the torrential rain. With an air of arrogance, Slida looked at the West Wind Knights with displeasure, questioning, Must I report my exit from the city to you? Absolutely not, Mr. Slida 80. I apologize for any misunderstanding. Lawrence quickly interjected with an apology. Mondstadt prides itself on its wine. After centuries of development, Mondstadt's wine industry enjoys a stellar reputation throughout the Teyvat continent. Although Slida 80 is not favored by the majority, he nonetheless stands as one of the wine magnates in Mondstadt, contributing significantly to the city's tax revenue and aiding in its construction. The current prosperity of Mondstadt is attributable to the efforts of every citizen. Each year, Slida contributes substantial funds for the development of Mondstadt, and even as the captain of the West Wind Knights, he dares not exhibit excessive arrogance. However, compared to another wine magnate, Lord Clips, the Clips family garners more respect from the West Wind Knights and is more favored by the citizens of Mondstadt. Perhaps this is why Lord Klipp's Dawn Winery has rapidly risen to prominence. The flourishing business of Dawn Winery naturally impacts the sales of the 80 Family S wine, which has begun to dwindle. Nevertheless, the wine produced by Dawn Winery possesses a unique flavor and is offered at a more affordable price, a fact that even Slida cannot deny. Lowering prices was not Slida's intention, as a decrease in price directly translates to a reduction in his family's income. As for improving their brewing techniques, the 80 family finds themselves unable to do so. Thus, Slida resorts to spreading rumors to undermine the sales of Dawn Winery, persuading people to abandon their purchases. Slida understands that mere rumors will not suffice. Tangible evidence is also necessary to lend credibility to the rumors. He enlisted a group of thieves to transport ice slimes to Iglooing Beach. Of course, they need not deliver them to Dawn Winery, as that would be exceedingly difficult. Creating a disturbance is sufficient. By guiding people to associate the rumors they hear with the ice slimes discovered in the wilderness, Slida's objectives are realized. He hopes to utilize rumors to diminish the sales of Dawn Winery, thereby suppressing its influence. Prior to the torrential rain that fell last night, Slida began disseminating such rumors throughout the city. As long as subsequent reports emerge of numerous ice slimes being found in the wild, the citizens will likely connect the rumors with the ice slime sightings. If Dawn Winery uses ice slimes to regulate the temperature of their wine cellars, ensuring the quality of their product, the potency of these rumors will only grow. However, upon arriving at the designated location, there were no ice slimes in sight, not even a trace of a thief. This left Slida feeling a sense of unease. He speculated that the heavy rain from the previous night had hindered the thieves' transportation speed. Perhaps they were temporarily stranded at Iglooing Beach, or they could still be lingering at Fennel Hill, en route to transport the ice slimes. Slida comforted himself with these thoughts. Thus, he specifically ventured to Fennel Hill to confirm, only to unexpectedly encounter the West Wind Knights. The guilty conscience of the thief made Slida apprehensive about being discovered by the West Wind Knights, fearing that his scheme might be exposed. If his plot were to fail, he would be the one to suffer the consequences. That would spell disaster for him. Nevertheless, as a magnate in the wine industry, he quickly regained his composure after years of experience. Indeed, the West Wind Knights are commendable. They always consider the safety of the citizens of Mondstadt. Rest assured, I merely stepped out for a breath of fresh air after the rain, seeking clarity and perhaps even inspiration from the Anemo Archon to devise better brewing methods and craft superior wines for Mondstadt. Slida swiftly adopted a more natural demeanor, exuding an air of righteousness, as if he were a noble man willing to dedicate his life to the service of Mondstadt. The steward and guards behind him flattered him, their responses perfectly in sync. It seems such performances were not new to them. Protecting Mondstadt is our duty, Lawrence stated firmly, keeping his gaze lowered. To Harry and Lawrence's eyes, Slida appeared insufferably hypocritical. However, according to the Knights Guild Manual, 5th edition, the practice of etiquette is a requisite course for knights. The West Wind Knights must maintain good manners and serve the citizens of Mondstadt with a smile. Even if the individual before them was disliked by both Harry and Lawrence, they could not display any signs of disdain or repulsion. Smile. They continually reminded themselves to maintain a smile. May you travel well, and we will notify you tomorrow after we have dealt with the slimes. Lord Slida. Lawrence stepped forward with a smile. Proceed along the path without concern for monster attacks. May the Anemo Archon bless you, Lord Slida. Harry stepped forward, bowing respectfully while maintaining a smile. Chapter 67. The Schemes of Slida. Before departing, Slida cast a glance at the two, his expression marred by displeasure and a hint of nausea. Your smiles lack sincerity, far from the authenticity I possess, Slida mused. Yet, can such a trivial act deceive me? Clearly, they wish to shield the alchemist, Sugar, from my reach. After all, I have heard whispers of Sugar's remarkable alchemical prowess. This is no ordinary alchemy. It can enhance the yield of sweet flower nectar by over 50%, a feat beyond the capabilities of most alchemists. If I could persuade her to assist in my brewing research, perhaps I could uncover a more delectable wine. In that case, the wine industry of Mondstadt would remain under my dominion. The mere thought of Sugar possibly developing superior brewing techniques brought an involuntary smile to Slida's face. Miss Sugar, I have heard of your esteemed reputation and your ability to enhance sweet flower nectar production. I wonder. Before he could finish, Harry interjected, I apologize, Lord Slida. But Sugar is an alchemist affiliated with the Knights of Favonius, serving all of Mondstadt. She is currently unable to accept private commissions. My apologies, Lord Slida. Lawrence added, if you're interested in alchemy, perhaps you might consult Miss Lisa at the library. I am certain she would assist you in finding relevant texts. After all, Alchemist Sugar and Maid Noel share a certain similarity. Despite their differences, both struggle to refuse requests, unaware of how to say no. Lord Slida is even more intimidating than he appears, and they wish to keep Sugar distant from him. Sugar felt somewhat flustered, unsure of how to proceed. Harry quietly reassured her, Miss Sugar, leave this matter to us. Observing how the Knights of Favonius steadfastly shielded Sugar, Slida's countenance fell once more, resembling unappetizing, greasy pork. Sugar remained quietly behind the knights, her head bowed, unable to meet Slida's gaze. Slida's expression darkened, a heavy huff escaping him, betraying his inner discontent. Yet, he recognized that with the knights present, his efforts would be futile. With pressing matters on his mind, he reluctantly turned to leave. As Slida departed, Harry felt a sense of relief. After all, Slida was no ordinary individual. This was not a matter of Harry looking down on common folk. Slida held considerable influence in Mondstadt, far beyond what a mere knight could contend with. Where there are interests, there will be strife. Mondstadt, too, has its share of conflicts, but the Knights of Favonius do not partake in these skirmishes, provided they do not involve the innocent citizens of Mondstadt. Let it be. Slida is beyond our handling. We should report this, Lawrence remarked. The increase in sweet flower nectar production is a cause for celebration for most, yet it threatens the interests of a select few. If not for Falga's vigilant gaze upon these individuals, Sugar would have no peace to conduct a research. It seems Sugar has already attracted unwanted attention. Though Sir Linz and the others may not fully grasp the situation, they understand its significant implications. We should report today's events to the vice-captain, Harry suggested. Lawrence pondered briefly before quickly recalling. Indeed, Captain Falga does not handle paperwork. It is typically the vice-captain, Jean, who does so. Yet, Jean often delegates the task to Falga, who invariably finds excuses to evade it. Such matters are not secrets within the Knights of Favonius. With that, both men erupted into laughter. Listening to the tales shared by Venti, Yuwen felt an unsettling sense regarding these individuals. Who in their right mind would venture into the wilderness for leisure after a rainstorm? The knight's tone towards a certain man seemed less than amicable, suggesting he might be a noble or a wealthy merchant. Regardless of his status, one would assume their gardens are far more appealing than the wilderness, and the outdoors pose a risk of monster attacks. These people value their lives above all else. They would not sneak off to the wild without a compelling reason. One might infer that a grand conspiracy lurks beneath the surface, though the exact nature of this plot remains elusive. Venti, I sense something amiss with this individual, Yuwen declared, mimicking a serious demeanor with arms crossed. Indeed, great minds think alike. I too find him somewhat suspicious, Venti concurred. However, despite their suspicions, Venti would not jump to conclusions without evidence. Yet, thus far, no anomalies had surfaced. They could not arbitrarily suspect them. Let's follow him with your illusion. It should be easy to deceive them without being detected. Venti contemplated. His principle was to allow the people of Mondstadt to resolve their own affairs. But gaining insight into the situation was acceptable, provided he refrained from intervening. Moreover, as Yuwen had reincarnated as a slime in Mondstadt, it seemed fitting for him to be involved. Agreed. Venti responded. Let us shadow him and observe his intentions. Perhaps those with petty grievances require a fade of grandiosity for concealment. Slida continued to wear an expression of displeasure, yet he recognized that he was in the wrong. No matter how dissatisfied he felt, he could not provoke the Knights of Favonius. It appeared that for the time being, he could not seize anyone from their ranks. They believed that mentioning Sugar's affiliation with the Knights would thwart my plans. Slida smugly thought to himself, yet I have a powerful son. His son, Alak, now serves as a key figure in the Mondstadt Knights. What, then, is a mere cavalry captain? Diluc and Kia are but junior cavalry captains. Even if he is the youngest captain in Mondstadt, he still answers to my son. Clips, merely a once prominent family, now faded with time. Chapter 68. The Troubles of the Morning Dawn Winery. With such thoughts, Slida felt considerably lighter. As he observed the Knights of Favonius heading towards the Anemo Archon statue, their figures fading from view, the steward inquired. Slida quickly shook his head. Rumors had already spread, and some had begun to believe them. Unfortunately, there was no evidence to support these claims. Such unfounded rumors possess limited damage, incapable of inflicting serious harm upon the Morning Dawn Winery. Without any solid proof, some may well dismiss the rumor entirely. Ethereal whispers will not significantly affect the Morning Dawn Winery. What is needed now is some fabricated evidence to lend credence to the rumors. Without proof, one must create it, thus transforming the suspect into a criminal. Only then can the desired outcome be achieved. These thieves lack the intellect to see through my schemes. They believe I am gifting them money, yet fail to consider how easily such funds can be acquired. The management of the Morning Dawn Winery are also madmen, selling their wine at such low prices. How can we profit this way? Though he may have gained prestige, he has also alienated other establishments. The steward understood that as long as these thieves delivered the cryo slime to the designated location, their mission would be complete. For the sake of safety and to prevent any potential leaks regarding this matter, it is certain that silence must be ensured. Only the deceased can be trusted to keep secrets. Young Master Diluc is already prepared. Once the thieves deliver the ice slime to the designated location, they will undoubtedly encounter young Master Diluc leading the West Wind Knights on their way out. An expired thief is a good thief. In their final moments, they may even assist the Adisheng family once more by bestowing upon young Master Diluc a military merit. After all, Commander Farga has not only been purging the surrounding hilichurls, but has also eradicated numerous bandits in the mountains. However, thieves are ultimately human and, in some respects, possess a modicum of cunning surpassing that of hilichurls. Sensing the shift in the winds, they fled early. Commander Farga would not waste efforts on such a trivial band of thieves. Alas, this group of thieves could not evade the encirclement of young Master Diluc, who annihilated them all. The report of the thieves' extermination would sufficiently showcase Diluc's remarkable talents and earn him the favor of the commander. Truly, they were a band of self-sacrificing thieves. Their lives were nothing short of magnificent. They have aided the Adisheng family in rising once again. Eulogies for them have even been prepared. At this moment, Hadari continued his arrogant discourse, stating that once they transport the ice slime to the designated location, the rumors will transcend mere whispers. However, this group of fools seems oblivious to their predicament. Even now, they have yet to reach the designated site. The butler, witnessing his master's flustered demeanor, realized that no words would suffice at this point. Yet, as the butler, he felt compelled to offer counsel, but found himself at a loss for words, repeatedly hesitating. Srda, oblivious to the butler's unease, confidently asserted that they would not willingly abandon such a fortune, an astronomical sum. There were no signs of their escape. Previously, they had been confirmed to have entered the Xingqiu beach, yet now there was not a trace to be found. I believe the heavy rain last night delayed them. We must still go to Xingqiu beach to confirm. Even in failure, seeing the thieves' corpses would bring peace of mind. The butler glanced at the darkening sky and advised, Master, night is approaching. Let us wait until tomorrow. Srda was well aware of the impending darkness. However, until this matter was resolved, his heart would find no solace. Sleep would evade him. Each time he witnessed the Morning Sun Tavern profiting, it was more distressing than seeing his own losses. Many West Wind Knights preferred to drink at Angel's Gift, which Srda found utterly unacceptable. The West Wind Knights were the pathway to his son Diluc's promotion. How could they allow others to seize that opportunity? Every moment, Srda pondered ways to sabotage the Morning Sun Tavern and undermine their business. Otherwise, the wine industry in Mondstadt would eventually belong to them. Transporting the ice slime was a scheme to entrap the rival Morning Sun Tavern. Wait a minute. Isn't the Morning Sun Tavern owned by the Diluc family? Have they encountered troubles? A decision was made. Upon entering Mondstadt, I must befriend Diluc. This is not merely a matter of finances. Yuwen seeks friendships with cultured and graceful noblemen. I have resolved to befriend Diluc. Since a friend is in need, I must lend assistance. Casting another glance at the three men, I found them quite unlikable. Their lack of strength led them to resort to underhanded tactics. Such individuals are precisely those I favor. Whether exploiting or eliminating them, I would feel no guilt. Indeed, I might even consider it a noble act, purifying the world and eliminating its filth. Upon reflection, the band of thieves encountered at Xingqiu Beach must surely have met their end. I wonder if the divine will forgive their transgressions. May the deity show mercy and grant them a proper passage to the afterlife. Turning to face Wendy, I noticed a lack of reaction on his face. Instead, he appeared quite indifferent. It seems such trivial matters no longer captivate Wendy's attention. Having lived for millennia and witnessed countless scenes, should I still hold hopes for those like Shraddha? I inquired of Wendy. Regardless of Wendy's apparent indifference, he remains the identity of the Anemo, god Barbados. Any schemes aimed at the people of Mondstadt must at least receive his consent. After all, he is the guardian of Mondstadt. Matters of Mondstadt should be left to its own people to resolve. As for how to address them, one must consult Barbados. What connection does Barbados have with me? The bard Wendy. Wendy replied without a hint of concern. Once again, I felt the true nature of these individuals through Shraddha. Even after centuries, why do such people persist? As for Yuwen's thoughts, Wendy did not pry. He was merely a witness, unwilling to engage in the affairs of Mondstadt. Chapter 69. The hero King Yuwen. In the course of normal commerce, the sudden appearance of hilichurls might easily raise suspicion. Yet, they had deviated from the path, traversing less frequented routes. Encountering monsters along the way was quite normal. Everyone is an actor in the play of life. This adage holds true. Now, Yuwen was set to initiate his self-directed performance. He quietly leaned towards Wendy and softly spoke the script for the next act. After all, Shraddha was not embarking on a virtuous endeavor. There was no need for witnesses. Since they were up to no good, how could they possibly bring a throng of followers, exposing their ulterior motives? If they were to amass a following, the West Wind Knights would surely inquire as to the reason. Currently, it was just Shraddha along with his bodyguard and butler, 3 individuals in total. All 3 were woefully lacking in strength. The plan to infiltrate Mondstadt was officially underway. At this moment, the West Wind Knights had moved far enough away to be oblivious to Yuwen and his companions. With no West Wind Knights watching over them, it became considerably easier to act. As Shraddha approached the prearranged ambush point, Yuwen nodded, signaling for the operation to commence. Yuwen stood atop Wendy, declaring, "This is what we call entering Mondstadt with wisdom. Act 1. The hero King Yuwen makes his entrance." Who is the hero King Yuwen? When he feigned confusion, Yuwen retorted, "It is the hero King Yuwen, not just any hero. Do not misinterpret my words." Wendy's resistance to the fire element was not something ordinary hilichurls could compare to. Yuwen's rising temper increased the ambient temperature, yet it posed no threat to Wendy, who was unaffected by such minor fluctuations. And Yuwen did not consciously control his emotions or temperature. "Did you not say you would immortalize me in your songs? How do you find my previous suggestion?" Yuwen inquired again, when he shook his head, exasperatedly commenting that is far too kitsch, devoid of any artistic flair. However, this scheme is rather clever. It could serve to intimidate them for their misdeeds. Having just spoken, Wendy reminded, "Do not forget your promise to me." Yuwen, hands on his hips and head held high, confidently declared, "Fear not. The hero king will not forget his initial vow." Well then, it seems Yuwen has fully embraced his delusions of grandeur, embarking on a self-directed life. Even as a mere slime, he harbors dreams of heroism. However, considering Mondstadt's unique history, he ultimately opted to reframe his aspirations from that of a hero to a valiant warrior. Yuwen meticulously observed the unfolding scene ahead, searching for the opportune moment to make an entrance. The winds would often create blind spots with hills and corners. At this juncture, they had arrived within the illusions Wendy had previously arranged. As Shraddha and his companions reached this location, they suddenly spotted Xingqiu rushing forth, brandishing a stick before them, emanating a palpable threat. This place has long been ensnared by illusions, and the moment one steps within, they become susceptible to its enchantment. The voice of Klee incessantly reverberates in SLD's ears. However, he feels no trepidation. A solitary Qiu individual does not intimidate him, for his accompanying guard is surely capable of ensuring his safety. Is it true that the Qiu have not been entirely eradicated? Their attire is indeed pitiful, lacking even decent weaponry and proper garments, evoking a sense of sympathy. It dawns on him that these creatures cannot comprehend human language, rendering Keqing's earlier remarks akin to music played to a cow. SLD glances at his guard, clad in resplendent armor, the two-star mercenary's broadsword glimmering ominously. The robust figure of the guard stands before the towering 3-meter Qiu bruiser like a mere child, devoid of any real fighting prowess. Moreover, beside the bruiser stands a Qiu shaman, a creature capable of wielding elemental powers. While humans require a vision to harness elemental forces, the Qiu shaman can command such power without one. SLD's once confident demeanor sinks like a stone, and the thought of combat evaporates from his mind. They are hardly a match for the Qiu bruiser. At this moment, their thoughts are consumed with escape. Before him stand 3 Qiu figures. One is Keqing in his true form, while the other 2 are Qiu bruisers disguised as hydro slimes and a Qiu shaman masquerading as a Nemo slime. They would never suspect that 2 of the Qiu are merely slime impersonations. Furthermore, their inability to understand Qiu dialects renders them oblivious to Keqing's communications. The hydro slime, posing as a bruiser, needs only to loom menacingly, while the Nemo slime can unleash wind elemental attacks, perfectly mimicking a Qiu shaman's skills, leaving no room for doubt and reinforcing their belief that they face true Qiu adversaries. In truth, the slimes need not engage in combat. Their mere presence is sufficient to instill fear and quash any thoughts of resistance. Only Keqing is required to fight. Having previously mastered the wind element, he finds combat exceedingly effortless. As the 3 formidable Qiu beings materialize before him, SLD stands frozen in terror. A nobleman who spends his days in the safety of a castle has rarely, if ever, encountered such a daunting display. His venture outside is emboldened solely by the recent efforts of Captain Frigi and the Knights of the West Wind, who have nearly obliterated the Qiu threat, thus granting him the audacity to leave the city. Had the Qiu not been purged, not even 1,000 incentives would compel SLD to venture beyond the city walls with merely 2 or 3 companions. Initially believing he would not encounter any Qiu, he is now confronted with 3. His guard trembles in fear, for servant reflects the nature of his master. Upon sighting the Qiu bruiser, he is rendered speechless. Cursed fate! How wretchedly unfortunate to encounter Qiu today, SLD laments. In the wilderness, meeting Qiu bodes ill. Now, in the aftermath of Frigi's onslaught against the Qiu, it is likely that these creatures harbor an even deeper animosity towards humans. As he observes the ferocity in the Qiu's eyes, SLD trembles uncontrollably. The 2 Knights of the West Wind should not be far. We must flee. If we can reach them, they will intervene, and we might survive. Run, run. Chapter 70. Gravitational wind field. Just as they prepare to escape, they suddenly find themselves ensnared by a colossal gravitational wind field that has emerged beneath their feet. A powerful wind swirls inward, and they feel a formidable suction drawing them towards the center, holding them fast. Regardless of how SLD and his companions struggle, even exerting every ounce of strength to flee, they remain rooted in place. As their stamina wanes, SLD and the steward are pulled into the heart of the wind field, while the guard manages to escape, albeit panting heavily from the shock of the sudden tempest. This skill is one commonly employed by the Anemo Qiu shaman, ensnaring players within its confines. In this predicament, the players become living targets, subjected to relentless assaults from the other Qiu. The wind field itself inflicts no direct damage. Rather, it is a source of profound humiliation. Furthermore, the Anemo Qiu shaman can summon 3 tornadoes to wreak havoc in the area. While the damage dealt is not particularly high, the wind's elemental nature allows for the amplification of damage from other Qiu, subjecting the players to additional harm. The Anemo Qiu shaman is undoubtedly the most despised adversary for YWN. Witnessing the wind slime imitate the shaman's skills to torment them brings him a peculiar sense of delight. It becomes clear that slimes possess no empathy towards humans. Indeed, joy often derives from the suffering of others. Watching them in anguish fills YWN with immense satisfaction. The more they endure, the stronger their desire for salvation from the Qiu becomes. Only then can the greatness of the hero be revealed, elevating YW and S emergence to something grand. The notion of a hero necessitates the suffering of others for contrast. The guard, having successfully escaped the wind field cast by the Anemo Qiu shaman, now observes the approaching Qiu, intent on launching an attack. He raises his mercenary sword, aiming to confront Klee. The Qiu bruiser does not retaliate, but instead casts a grave look towards another direction, embodying the gaze of a strong individual facing another. It seems they are bracing for an imminent confrontation, with the powerful capable of sensing one another's presence. Could it be the Knights of the West Wind? The guard ponders. If they are indeed present, hope may yet remain. Given that the Knights recently purged the Qiu, they should possess the strength to contend with the bruiser. If that is the case, I shall handle this ordinary Qiu. So long as the bruiser refrains from intervening, there may yet be a chance. In a direct contest of strength and speed, the guard would undoubtedly falter against Klee, who has begun to master the wind element for combat. Nonetheless, combat is not merely a matter of brute strength and velocity. The most apparent disparity between the two sides lies in their weaponry. The guard is not only clad in armor, but wields a mercenary broadsword, a weapon of 2-star caliber. This sword is a premium-grade weapon within the realm of Teyvat. 3-star weapons are exceedingly rare, typically reserved for elite adventurers, while 4-star weapons are even scarcer. 5-star weapons, on the other hand, are wielded only by deities. The author has yet to acquire a single 5-star weapon, lamentably. Possessing a mercenary broadsword significantly enhances one's combat prowess. In contrast, Klee is armed with only a plain wooden stick. Even with the wind element added, it remains an ordinary implement. A mere wooden stick cannot withstand the force of a mercenary broadsword strike. To secure victory, reliance solely on brute force is futile. It bears mentioning that Klee and his companions have gleaned various combat techniques from Yuwen. In a direct confrontation, the idea of the weak triumphing over the strong is a fallacy. Only the strong prevail over the weak. The crux lies in identifying one's strengths while discerning the weaknesses of adversaries. It is essential to devise strategies that transform vulnerabilities into strengths while diminishing the strengths of opponents. Ultimately, one must turn the tide of the battle, overpowering the weak with the strong. The subsequent challenge is for Klee to convert his own weaknesses into strengths and to transform the enemy's strengths into liabilities. After all, no matter how impenetrable armor may seem, it cannot be entirely sealed. Fortunately, Klee possesses mastery over the wind element. The guards, clad in heavy armor, find their movements severely hindered. With Klee as command of wind, both his mobility and attack speed surpass that of the armored guards. If he can transmute his disadvantages into advantages, victory in this battle will be within his grasp. Yuwen, however, refrains from offering direct guidance, instead observing quietly to see if Klee can engage in strategic thinking rather than relying solely on brute force. From the current outcome, it appears that the intelligence of the Qi people will not disappoint. Without hesitation, Klee charges forth, brandishing his wooden staff. The clash of the staff against a mercenary's heavy sword results in a resounding impact. The wooden staff shatters instantly, and Klee suffers from the shock transmitted to his hands. Witnessing the destruction of his weapon, the guard's face beams with a triumphant smile, evidently believing that the Qi people are not as formidable as rumored. Perhaps his own strength has indeed increased. The guard's recent blow, which severed Klee's weapon, has imbued him with newfound confidence. How audacious for such a diminutive Qi to challenge him. The previous look of survival has swiftly morphed into one of hubris. The guard thinks to himself that this is a splendid opportunity to demonstrate his prowess, especially after recently lamenting a shortage of Mora. Now he can display his might by repelling the Qi in front of Lord SLD, thus safeguarding his safety. Upon this realization, the guard's thoughts begin to drift. Yuwen, observing Klee's bloodied hands, lets out a heavy sigh, acknowledging that perhaps he had placed too high expectations on the Qi. It was unrealistic to assume that they could learn to strategize in mere days. The education of the Qi must progress gradually. In a one-on-one confrontation, it appears that Xingqiu cannot prevail. Thus, he must resort to a two-on-one strategy. Unless they are driven to despair, the enemy will not surrender fully. The protagonist often appears last for a reason, emerging in moments of utmost hopelessness to reveal their extraordinary nature. YWN's entrance will possess significance, creating a more profound impact and becoming the singular beacon of hope in their hearts. Chapter 71. The Emergence of the Grass Slime Xingqiu. Kindly assist Xingqiu by generating a wind field to disrupt the guard's movements, thus providing Xingqiu with a more favorable environment for offense. Xingqiu nods eagerly, expressing his excitement for this delightful skill, eager to practice it further. After YWN elucidates the concept of the wind field, Xingqiu instantly becomes enamored, recognizing its suitability for his abilities. Each large slime is imbued with abundant elemental power, yet they often struggle to harness this energy for combat. With YWN's guidance, they can learn to apply this elemental force to create a variety of unique skills. YWN then glances at the steward and Lord SLD, noting their utter lack of combat capability. At least the steward performs his duty adequately, shielding Lord SLD with his body, acting as a bulwark. Shu SHLI, please continue to intimidate those two, ensuring they do not dare to interfere with SHLI's efforts. Shu SHLI slightly nods, affirming that it is no trouble at all. After all, by merely transforming into a Chi bandit, he can deter the two nefarious individuals without the need for confrontation. Now, the focus returns to Xingqiu. YWN, exasperated, remarks that Xingqiu's approach to combat is futile. He must not rely solely on brute strength, but should leverage his advantages to exploit the enemy's weaknesses. His speed is an asset, and the wind element can penetrate armor. He ought to devise ways to utilize these advantages in his assault rather than thoughtlessly engage in a contest of strength with the mercenary sword. Xingqiu scratches his head in confusion, struggling to grasp the implications, particularly regarding the term armed color domineering. Nevertheless, he surmises that the essence of BBRN's advice is to utilize his speed to outmaneuver the enemy. Forgetting to caution him, YWN gently reminds him to remain focused as the guard is preparing to attack. The wind field skill requires a casting time, along with an initial setup period. Suddenly, a gust of wind sweeps through as Xingqiu releases the wind field once more, ensnaring the guard within its grasp. At that moment, a new entry appears in Xingqiu's mind, grass slime. This slime has undergone an ecological transformation due to the abundant grass element, thereby acquiring the grass element's vulnerability to flames. Occasionally, a grass slime may follow a player closely, swirling around them, leading to the notion of a mobile sound system during battles. YWN is taken aback, realizing that what has arrived is a 360-degree surround sound system. Despite being a grass slime, it can employ a soil shield. One wonders how the YNSHL would perceive this. If a player is unaware of the grass slime's mechanics, combating it can be particularly vexing, as the grass slime conceals itself underground, rendering it nearly impossible to strike. If players lack fire elements, they stand little chance of drawing the grass slime out from its hiding place. Once a player is targeted by grass slime, they enter combat mode, unable to switch teams or summon fire tribute characters, thus creating an endless loop of frustration. In the past, extensive searches yielded no sign of a grass slime, yet now it suddenly appears during battle, living up to its reputation as a mobile sound system. YWN is uncertain whether to feel exhilarated or bemused. However, the appearance of the grass slime is fortuitous, sparing him the trouble of seeking it out. "Who is attacking me?" Lord SLD exclaims, startled by the grass slime's assault, as he looks around, bewildered by the sudden onslaught against a venerable individual of 69 years. With a swift motion, the steward rises again, positioning himself protectively behind Lord SLD. However, the grass slime's method of attack is rather unique. It never strikes in plain sight, but rather ambushes from below when its target is unaware. The two individuals before it appear quite oblivious. The grass slime believes that even lurking in their midst, it will remain unnoticed and thus chooses not to flee. As a steward, one must remain observant and attentive to their surroundings. The steward soon notices an unexpected large red flower that has suddenly appeared. It stands out starkly against the surrounding environment, seemingly having materialized out of nowhere, which strikes him as exceedingly peculiar. The inhabitants of Mon City, belonging to the esteemed aristocratic class, need not exert themselves to procure the ingredient known as slime. They merely need to instruct their subordinates to undertake tasks at the Adventurers Guild. They remain largely uninformed about the nature of the creature known as slime, particularly as the majority of individuals capture only the diminutive grass slimes. However, before them stands a formidable large grass slime, which boasts significantly greater combat prowess than its smaller counterparts. Even if it were to falter in battle, it could swiftly retreat. They are entirely oblivious to the implications of this vibrant red flower and are unaware of the method of coaxing the subterranean grass slime into the open using open flames. Different attributes of slime exhibit distinct personality traits. For instance, fire slimes possess intense emotional capabilities, while wind slimes prefer a leisurely existence. And water slimes are inclined towards tranquil contemplation, occasionally basking in sunlight. Grass slimes, however, are rather unique. They revel in play and enjoy teasing others. Mistakenly believing these humans are engaged in a game, the grass slime approaches, eager to join in the merriment. How could they indulge in such delightful activities without inviting me? It is rather inconsiderate. The grass slime conveys its dissatisfaction to Yuwen. Observing the grass slime's demeanor, Yuwen realizes that it is unlikely to possess the maturity that he embodies. Thus, he relinquishes any notion of debate. Given the grass slime's apparent fondness for amusement, Yuwen swiftly devises a rationale for taking it away. Grass slime 1, 2, 3, freeze. We are playing a game of statues, which is rather dull. Allow me to propose a far more entertaining variation. Yuwen articulates in the slime's tongue. Chapter 72. Playing a game, the grass slime tilts its head in confusion, intrigued by the notion of a game called 1, 2, 3, freeze. However, it wonders how this game is played. Wait. The fire slime mentioned a more enjoyable game. What could that be? The grass slime inquires eagerly, urging Yuwen to share the details. After a moment's contemplation, Yuwen earnestly responds, "This game is called Eagle Catches Chicks, a delightful role-playing game. Observe the old man with a white beard, who protects a rather corpulent fellow. You are to assume the role of the eagle. Upon hearing that it is to embody a soaring eagle, the grass slime joyfully emerges from the earth. Why is this bright red flower suddenly tilted?" Shrita exclaims in astonishment upon witnessing the grass slime's flower askew. But soon his surprise morphs into disbelief. "No, this is a sentient radish. Help! Someone, save me. Security! No, we're the guards. A sentient radish. This is utterly astonishing." Their minds remain in turmoil. The steward recalls the rumors surrounding slimes, which suggest that grass slimes lurk underground, attacking humans. It appears that this tale holds true, as this grass slime has emerged from the earth, seemingly preparing to strike. The grass slime appears rather foolish and lacks combat prowess. Regardless, as a steward, I must acquire some combat skills. I shall confront this grass slime myself. As the grass slime excitedly springs forth from the ground, casting its gaze in their direction, Yuwen wears an expression of exasperation. He regrets not having anticipated this outcome from the outset. You have already been spotted upon your emergence. The game has scarcely begun, and you have already lost, Yuwen remarks coolly. The grass slime immediately feels disheartened, pondering how this could be. It quickly burrows back underground, leaving behind only its vibrant red flower. Now, allow me to elucidate the game's rules. The old man with the white beard plays the role of mother hen, while the plump gentleman behind him represents the chicks. Your objective is to attack the plump fellow without being detected by the mother hen. If the chick notices you, it will flee. Each successful attack grants you a point, and securing 10 points signifies victory. As he speaks, Yuwen considers that slimes may not possess the ability to count to 11. If the grass slime cannot count to 11, then it will continue to play until it decides to cease. However, given the grass slime's nature, it may inadvertently reveal itself, prompting Yuwen to add, "They have already claimed one victory. Should you be discovered again, you will lose." Upon hearing this, the grass slime becomes invigorated, resolving to win this game at all costs. Simultaneously, it feels a sense of joy. The game of Eagle Catches Chicks is indeed entertaining, and it looks forward to inviting its fellow grass slime companions to join in the fun. For now, it will engage these two elderly gentlemen in the game. With determination, the grass slime begins to whirl around the two. Yuwen glances at the spectacle, noting the grass slime's impressive 360-degree surround sound. With the grass slime accompanying the two, the wind slime can concentrate on countering the guards, alleviating some of Lu Benqiu's burden. The guards, clad in heavy armor, will rapidly exhaust their stamina. With the wind attribute, Lu Benqiu's stamina will diminish at a much slower pace, and given that hilichurls possess a sturdier physique than humans, their endurance surpasses that of humans. As long as Lu Benqiu gradually depletes the guard's limited stamina, their defeat is merely a matter of time. This armor appears to be of decent quality. However, soon it shall belong to Yuwen. With a slight modification, it could fit him perfectly. To infiltrate Mon City, he will need a suit of armor that conceals his entire form. This way, others will be unable to discern what lies beneath, just like the guard before them, whose armor obscures his true appearance. Nevertheless, crafting armor is no simple task. The purification of iron is quite cumbersome. The current craftsmanship of the hilichurls falls short of the standards required for armor production. To acquire a suit of armor, alternative methods must be considered. Once he obtains the guard's armor, he can reshape it into a different form, ensuring he remains unrecognizable while cloaking the hilichurl's body, allowing entry into Mon City. Presently, events unfold precisely as Yuwen is scripted. However, slimes, regardless of their nature, are not particularly friendly towards humans and are classified among the monstrous entities. Just as the steward ponders this, the grass slime continues to circle the two, spinning around them incessantly. The steward instantly becomes alert, realizing that this grass slime is not adhering to the rules of fair play, always contemplating a surprise attack on this feeble old man. Regardless, this slime shall not harm Srida. The steward's gaze remains fixed on the erratic movements of the grass slime, striving to discern its next action. Meanwhile, the grass slime, with its unique perspective, senses the steward's unwavering scrutiny. This realization brings the grass slime to stress, as being discovered again would mean losing. I cannot afford to lose this first match against a human. I'm a grass slime. With this thought, the grass slime accelerates its movements, intent on evading the steward's watchful gaze. Erguniengas LDHs ESHNHU. Y New Jersey ing YZHD ing G OSYD ing de SHLM. Xingqiu IGUNGB NF 11 NLECO SH LIM IDNG de GUL. TZHD OBK ing YZHD ings C OSHLMK N11Q. DNCH into C OSHLM DNCH into our NW ISHJD OLO. ZH INGZH OD OJ HULO. ZIF and WG N Sablasi Hiha Odo Imjis Ha Fingu LE. MEY UHU N Fa De MEN. YMEY UB IF Yedenatst NG is. ZHI OZD RNle. JNGR NG NQP N NCO SH LIM de chapter 73. Misunderstanding perhaps du tout befriending exceptional SH LIM. One can also become extraordinary. SHLM, like YWN, with their innate excellence, invariably inspire other SHLM, elevating their capabilities. Before long, COSHLM conceived a plan, according to the game rules articulated by YWN when attacking the chicks. Neither the mother hen nor the chicks should perceive one's presence. If that is the case, I need not necessarily strike from behind. Thus, COSHLM resolved to transform the rear assault into an attack from below. The essence of COSHLM's secret technique, Dintan, was swiftly comprehended. COSHLM closed the flowers atop its head, enveloping itself with grass elements while protruding a sharp spike. Subsequently, it spun rapidly beside the two figures once more. Yuwen Ji planned to repeat the previous tactic, but COSHLM was prepared. Yuwen Ji feigned to lose sight of COSHLM again, this time intending to turn back just a fraction later. Meanwhile, COSHLM burrowed underground, concealing its spike within the earth and positioning itself directly beneath SLD. I curse you. At this moment, SLD clutched a particularly sensitive part of his body in agony, his face twisted in pain, overwhelmed by an indescribable sentiment. SLD could never have fathomed that one day he would be bested by COSHLM. My lord, are you all right? Yuwen Ji expressed concern. Do I look fine to you? SLD retorted furiously. At this juncture, YWN's mouth gaped wide enough to accommodate several eggs. COSHLM, indeed, achieved feats unattainable by others with effortless grace. It was quite remarkable. YWN found himself at a loss for words to articulate his feelings at that moment. COSHLM, truly extraordinary. Even the technique of Chi NNI NSH had been employed. Upon reflection, if Chi NNI NSH could be manifested, then perhaps the RUN could also be arranged. One must understand that RUN, as a form of advanced ninjutsu, requires no hand signs. Uncertain if this world employs hand signs. Yet RUN is independent of them. It is unclear whether this realm possesses chakra, but it does have wind elements. Wind elements are akin to chakra. Thus, RUN may be perceived as a transformation of wind elemental properties. Indeed, YWN recalled that one of the protagonist skills was the FNGWGN, essentially harnessing the power of wind to coalesce a vacuum vortex within the palm, continuously inflicting wind elemental damage upon adversaries, culminating in an explosive release of the vacuum vortex. It appears RUN as a ninjutsu is quite feasible. However, a new dilemma arose. Should it be named Paratrooper Number 1, Xingqiu, or should it be called Hokage Ryuki? YWN embodies fire attributes and resides within the forest. Establishing a Konoha Hokage village could be justified. Nevertheless, the name SHGZhu is also quite appealing. What a conundrum. YWN felt utterly torn. However, now was not the time to deliberate on such matters. YWN conveyed to Xingqiu, listen closely, I am about to impart a new wind elemental skill to you, named RUN. Upon hearing the esteemed voice of BB, RND, reverberate in his mind, Xingqiu erupted in jubilant exclamations. The guard, fiercely gripping his sword, felt a wave of humiliation wash over him. How could he allow a mere Choo-Choo to gain the upper hand? This Choo-Choo was audaciously taunting him with loud calls. The battle was far from over. Who would ultimately emerge victorious remained uncertain. The guard's eyes blazed with anger, longing to charge forth and engage in a decisive battle against the Choo-Choo. Yet, the wind field conjured by the wind, Choo-Choo hindered his movements, rendering him incapable of matching Xingqiu's impressive speed, leaving him to suffer incessant harassment. The wind-imbued wooden stick could even penetrate armor. The guard had already sustained injuries from the wind elements wielded by Xingqiu. Fortunately, the wounds were not deep, and the bleeding was minimal, allowing him to endure the fight. Were Choo-Choo not deemed immensely foolish? Why then did they exhibit such coordination? The cooperation among the Choo-Choo before him was indeed quite formidable. To secure victory, one must resort to cunning strategies. The guard gradually discerned a method to counter the wind field. Each time the wind Choo-Choo shaman employed the wind field, there was a brief interval. Moreover, the wind field's coverage was limited to a small area. While games display skill ranges, reality does not. Observing the wind Choo-Choo shaman, it seemed they needed to gather wind elemental energy in advance. Only upon completion could they unleash the gravitational wind field. Thus, by swiftly charging forth at the moment of casting the wind field, one could disrupt it. Such a trivial wind field, it appears, is not so formidable after all. Laugh. Rejoice. This is your final opportunity. Make the most of it. Witnessing Xingqiu dance with exuberance, the guard felt a deep sense of humiliation. Yet he understood that this was an opportune moment for recovery. Utilizing this brief respite, he aimed to regain his strength. When the wind field dissipated, how could this ordinary Choo-Choo possibly contend with him? The guard's gaze fixed on Xingqiu, breathing heavily. To belittle him in battle was a grudge he must repay. Thus, he resolved to seize this moment to recuperate, akin to waiting for his skills to cool down before launching a counterattack. Ultimately, the guard misinterpreted the situation. At this point, Xingqiu was wholly engrossed in the teachings of BB/NDY. He had forgotten that he was amidst a battle, oblivious to the presence of an enemy nearby. Fortunately, the guard's misinterpretation of Xingqiu's excitement granted him time for contemplation. Meanwhile, the wind SHLM, frequently releasing wind fields, had also grown fatigued. They collectively paused, demonstrating remarkable coordination. YWN instructed Xingqiu, the primary aspect of our UQN is rotation. Upon hearing this, Xingqiu immediately began to twirl his slender waist. The guard, watching Xingqiu joyously gyrate, felt a surge of indignation, as if he were about to spew blood. Clenching his fist tightly, he seethed internally, cursed. This is the greatest humiliation of my life. This wretched Chu dares to mock me so. I shall make you pay dearly. He resolved to remain calm, focusing on regaining his strength, vowing to take Xingqiu's life at the opportune moment. Chapter 74, Disdainful Words. Honest actions. YWN's face darkened. He wished he could strike Xingqiu right then and there, a blade piercing through, blood flowing forth. I meant for you to rotate the wind, not your waist. Does Xingqiu not comprehend human speech? At this moment, one cannot help but harbor grave doubts about whether Lu Benxiu, with his limited intellect, can truly master such a level of ninjutsu. It brings to mind the fact that even Naruto, who is far from exemplary, was able to teach the likes of my Maru. Despite misunderstanding the fundamentals, my Maru ultimately succeeded in learning the spiral sphere. As a mere outlier of the 9-year compulsory education system, there is no reason I should teach any less effectively than Naruto. Lu Benxiu possesses the ability to harness wind elements, so there should be no reason he cannot learn the basic ninjutsu of the spiral sphere. Having clarified my thoughts, I once again impart the techniques, with the second essential element being the infusion of power. Power? In Lu Benxiu's understanding, this entails the infusion of strength. This indescribable action, this infuriating Lu Benxiu, is simply unbearable to behold. I can hardly stand it anymore, yet I strive to maintain my inner calm. Reflecting on the path I have chosen to cultivate the Qiuqiu people, even if it means enduring humiliation. Gritting my teeth, I express my anger, stating that the final step of this skill is to launch it at the enemy, achieving a decisive blow. Oh! Lu Benxiu's emotions surged once again, causing the surrounding air to become charged with a unique intensity. It turns out the last step is to release the wind. I simply need to unleash it. Lu Benxiu has completely missed the mark, yet he believes he has grasped the concept and is reveling in his own perceived understanding, preparing to engage in a fierce battle with the guard before him to redeem his previous disgrace. Exasperated, I press my forehead, feeling a headache coming on. Is there truly such a foolish Qiuqiu in this world? It matters not if he cannot comprehend. The crux of the issue lies in his misunderstanding while thinking he is well informed. I find myself utterly at a loss for words. After all, I am merely a fire slime, not a wind slime. Otherwise, I could demonstrate the skill, but it seems that is no longer an option. Are you referring to a skill like this? Wendy's voice suddenly echoed in my ear. I looked down to find that, at some point, Wendy had already conjured a spiral sphere. This sphere was entirely white, with faint glimpses of wind swirling within. A rich presence of wind elements began to permeate the air around us. Where did you learn this? I exclaimed in astonishment. I learned it while you were teaching Lu Benxiu, Wendy replied with a beaming smile as she dispelled the spiral sphere. The technique of utilizing wind elements is quite adept and convenient. Perhaps I could consider employing this form of attack. As a bard, Wendy's focus lies in how to sing, craft stories, and earn a drink with little thought given to methods of combat. If he can prevail, why bother contemplating? Thus, Wendy's approach to offense is rather straightforward. Most often, he utilizes wind elements to assist others rather than for direct attacks. This aligns well with Wendy's character. Well, you truly are remarkable, Wendy, effortlessly mastering techniques that elude Lu Benxiu. I praised him while internally scolding Lu Benxiu for his shortcomings. What a shame. It is clearly your failure to teach. Wendy, noticing my blame directed at Lu Benxiu, expressed discontent, comparing me to him and asserting that I should not be held accountable for his shortcomings. Why not teach him yourself? I scoffed. Wendy chuckled knowingly, saying, if I teach, then if you learn, you must shout 3 times that you cannot do it. I cannot do it. I immediately shook my head. Even as a slime, devoid of gender, I could never utter those words. I must succeed. Failure is not an option. Even if I must. Wendy clearly does not grasp this concept, revealing her feminine nature. Upon this realization, my body flushed with warmth, displaying a look of rapture. If that is the case, then why not sing me a song from your world? Wendy grinned, as if having achieved some objective. Singing? I was uncertain whether my simulated voice would be melodious. If I were to falter, it could easily diminish my standing in Wendy's eyes. However, if I performed well, it could elevate my appeal. It seems the time has come to upgrade my sound card drivers. After all, this voice is merely simulated, and my speech still feels somewhat unnatural. Perhaps by utilizing a crystal core, my voice might become more refined. High notes sweet, mid-tones precise, low tones powerful. In a word, transparent. Transforming my voice into a simulated audio system would mean I would no longer need to sing. I could simply play the original recordings, truly unbeatable. I furrow my brow, only to relax shortly after. Singing should pose no issue. I could even treat you to Chocho barbecue while you listen to me sing. It is a promise. When he confirmed eagerly, I nodded, my face brimming with joy. There would be no problem. Xingqiu, apply the wind elemental force to your legs to enhance your speed. This should be within your grasp, I instructed him. Xingqiu sheepishly scratched his head, indicating that he had indeed learned. Initially, he had thought Wendy to be a villain, nearly harming his allies. After all, he had felt the power of wind elements while gliding at Eagle's Wing Beach. Thus, as he ran, he inadvertently gathered wind elements around his feet, increasing his speed. Seeing Xingqiu nod, Wendy continued, urging him to recall the sensations of running and remember how to apply wind elements to a stick, as well as the feeling of wind entwined around it. Then, gather the wind elements in your palm. Following Wendy's instructions, Xingqiu concentrated, and soon a small mass of wind elements began to coalesce in his hand. Of course, Wendy's assistance was crucial. Otherwise, Xingqiu would not have so easily gathered the wind elements while maintaining their coherence. Wendy understood that it was nearly time to conclude this lesson. Completely overwhelming them would plunge these individuals into despair, a fitting expression of his inner dissatisfaction. Although Wendy verbally dismissed the notion, his body was already in motion. Chapter 75, Armor Fragments. Crushing them not only aids in my grand entrance, but also allows Xingqiu to teach these individuals a lesson, voicing my frustrations. Observing Xingqiu gather wind elements in his palm, Wendy instructed him to compress the elements and induce erratic rotations within. Initially, I anticipated that this second step would pose a significant challenge for Xingqiu, potentially halting his progress. However, to my surprise, the second step proved even more straightforward for him. After all, the dim-witted Xingqiu had no comprehension of what constituted regular versus irregular rotation. In his mind, any form of spinning sufficed, allowing the wind elements to whirl chaotically in his hand. Xingqiu effortlessly completed the second step. I was left utterly astounded, exclaiming that it seemed as if Naruto had possessed him. This unexpected ninja had learned so quickly. With the wind god Barbados present, manifesting wind elements was remarkably simple. Wind elements can also be captured, much like the windwheel flowers you previously collected, which are solidified wind. When the windmill spins, it embodies the force of the wind. Now, we merely need to reverse the process, guiding the wind elements outward and directing the spiral sphere in our hands toward the enemy. Observing the luminous sphere he had conjured, Xingqiu's face lit up with excitement. This was precisely the meaning that Master Reborn had intended. Previously, when witnessing the wind Chocho shaman harnessing wind elements, it was through the spinning of their staffs to summon the power of the wind. Xingqiu had mistakenly thought it involved twisting one's waist. Little did he realize it was about rotating the wind elements in his hands. It seems I have been too foolish to grasp Master Reborn's true intent. The efforts of Sir Reborn have not gone in vain. The spiral sphere has been successfully perfected, and now it is time to launch this orb against the enemy forces. Xingqiu dashed forward rapidly, charging at the guard. How foolish to advance without even wielding a weapon. The guard scoffed inwardly. This could save me some strength. It is no wonder that many declare the Chocho people to possess immense strength yet lack any other notable skills. They are even incapable of untying the ropes that bind their goods. Much like helpless puppies or kittens, rendered powerless once tied. The intelligence of the Qiuqiu people is akin to that of dogs and cats. Truly, they are remarkably dim-witted. Such a foolish Qiuqiu person charging and seems to have its rationale. Did they think I would be hindered by the wind currents as before, unable to wield my strength? Did they believe I would lack the stamina to swing my sword as I did moments ago? Your earlier taunts, I perceive them clearly. Fortunately, this brief respite has allowed me to catch my breath and restore my energy. Such a foolish Qiuqiu person. Prepare to meet your end. The guard gripped his commission sword tightly and swung it towards Xingqiu. Whoosh! The heavy sword sliced through the air, creating a violent clash with the atmosphere, producing a cacophony of wind. Xingqiu raised the crafted sphere in his right hand, meeting the sword head-on. What? The guard could scarcely believe his eyes. How could this Qiuqiu withstand my powerful strike? Observing the Qiuqiu firmly catching the blow with the luminous orb in hand left the guard swallowing hard, a bead of cold sweat trickling down his forehead. How is this possible? The guard stared, dumbfounded at the astonishing scene before him. How could a Qiuqiu wield such formidable techniques? This spectacle far exceeded the guard's understanding. Can the wind element be utilized in such a manner? This must be a trick. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. I have never heard of such use of the wind element. Could it be magic? Is it possible that the Qiuqiu can use sorcery? The guard suddenly recalled the ancient legends of the Kyria kingdom, including some tales regarding the Qiuqiu. Could these legends truly hold truth? After all, as a guard, particularly one serving the nobility of Mondstadt, he was more aware of such folklore than the average person. At this moment, he began to doubt the veracity of these tales. How could the Qiuqiu employ such powerful elemental skills? This is simply unbelievable. However, the astonishing developments did not cease here. The spiral sphere not only absorbed the guard's heavy blow, but also unleashed a formidable wind current that nearly rendered the guard unable to control his sword. Crash! The guard's sword was knocked away by the powerful suction of the spiral sphere. Xingqiu's orb struck the guard head-on. Whoosh! The armor he wore shattered instantly, scattering into fragments, leaving behind a disheveled suit of armor. Yuwen skillfully noted the precise locations of the fallen armor pieces, planning to collect them shortly. Nevertheless, it appeared that these fragments were still insufficient. Xingqiu, proceed to strip him of all his armor, Yuwen cheerfully commanded. Without a trace of hesitation regarding Sir Byborin's orders, Xingqiu charged forward. The guard, now utterly terrified by the spiral sphere, had abandoned all resistance. Xingqiu, unencumbered by further concern, once again employed the wind element, stripping the guard of his entire armor. To serve as a noble's guard, one must not only possess great strength but also exhibit a tall and imposing demeanor. Observing the armor scattered on the ground, Yuwen noticed a piece that had fallen near him and picked it up to hand over to Yuwen. Gazing at the heavy fragment, Yuwen felt a surge of joy within. These pieces should suffice to forge a new suit of armor. To be on the safe side, he decided to consult the system. Dear, please calculate if these armor fragments are sufficient to create a new suit of armor. Analyzing fragment data. Analysis complete. The hardness of the armor fragments is too low, and they cannot be melted down to forge a new type of armor. Hearing this, Yuwen felt as if his heart had plummeted. After wasting half a day, it turns out that crafting a new suit of armor was impossible. What a fruitless endeavor. However, the system's voice soon echoed in his mind once more. Would you like to seek an alternative plan? An alternative plan? Yuwen quickly confirmed yes. Search for an alternative plan. Analyzing armor composition. Detecting impurity content at 7. White iron content at. Crystal block content at. Attempting to find the optimal ratio. Ratio exploration failed. Adjusting ratio again. Ratio exploration failed. Adjusting ratio again. Golden light effect. Ratio exploration successful. Final effect diagram has been automatically generated. Chapter 76. Yuwen makes his appearance. Upon witnessing the image of the armored figure materializing in his mind, Yuwen was utterly astonished. Oh my goodness, this is simply magnificent. Yuwen's eyes sparkled with excitement, eager to don the armor. Indeed, armor embodies a man's romance. Soon, Yuwen engraved the image of the armor into his mind and lowered his head to speak to Venti, requesting, "Please transform me into this form." As soon as Yuwen finished speaking, Venti received the image transmitted from Yuwen's mind. A suit of armor, primarily black with red accents, appeared in Venti's consciousness. Venti could hardly believe that such a stunning armor design was conceived by Yuwen. It was simply too striking. The jet black armor exuded an aura of dominance, while the red cape added a touch of elegance. Is something amiss? Yuwen inquired. However, wearing such a striking armor into the city might draw too much attention. Yuwen nodded inwardly. That was indeed a concern. Yet, the potential for trouble is a fleeting matter, while being stylish is a lifelong pursuit. Entering Mondstadt would undoubtedly attract attention, and attempting to hide would be futile. Wearing striking armor is certainly preferable to donning tattered armor. Venti agreed with Yuwen's reasoning. After all, he was not alone in entering the city. If it were just one person clad in an oppressive suit of armor, it would be exceedingly conspicuous, likely prompting a request to remove the mask. Having a companion would make things much easier, and this companion happened to be Venti. After some contemplation, Venti concluded that entering the city alongside someone in tattered armor would be unwise. The wind god also had a reputation to uphold. Entering the city in splendid armor would be far more advantageous. Others would perceive him as a noble young master or a wealthy scion. Regardless of perspective, it was certainly the latter that would make a more favorable impression. Perhaps in the tavern, someone might even offer him a drink. Venti was well aware that in Mondstadt, minors were prohibited from drinking alcohol, a rule that had long been established. Venti had been mistaken for a minor on more than one occasion. Accompanying a hero clad in tattered armor would likely prevent him from even entering the tavern to savor his desired dandelion wine. It was better for Yuwen to wear the more stylish armor. Help! Help! Srida cried out incessantly. The grass slime, thinking Srida was simply reveling in their playful antics, responded with delighted laughter. Look how joyful they are, the grass slime remarked to the other slimes. After sharing its inner delight, the grass slime accelerated its assault once more. The butler was perplexed as to why the grass slime was so fond of emerging from the soil to attack the Lord's posterior. It had already struck several times, yet fortunately, no blood had seeped through the trousers. It seemed that no substantial harm had been inflicted. However, the humiliation endured by Srida at the hands of the grass slime was profound as he cried out in agony. He could not fathom why he was the target of such assaults while the butler remained unscathed. The butler appeared far more dashing with a sturdier physique. Why had the slime fixated on him? Help! Srida was on the verge of tears. Observing the Lord's expression of distress, the butler felt utterly powerless. The grass slime, hidden in the ground and possessing remarkable speed, eluded the butler's grasp. Each time the slime vanished from sight, it would launch another attack. The butler was almost psychologically traumatized. Srida's piercing cries were so shrill that they threatened to rupture the butler's eardrums. His duty was to safeguard Srida, ensuring that no harm befell him. Yet, the dual torment, both physical and mental, was something the Lord must bear alone. No matter how loudly Srida screamed, no one would come to their aid. The anomaly in this location had been effectively isolated, rendering it inaudible to outsiders and difficult to discern. The guards had also relinquished their resistance. They could hardly believe that, as renowned guards of Mondstadt, they were unable to defeat even a common hilichurl. It was a disgrace to the guardianship. Witnessing their suffering, Yuwen realized it was time to intervene. Venti's illusion once again enveloped the crowd. The sound of armor splashing in the accumulated water suddenly resonated in their ears. At that moment, both the guards and Srida's eyes sparkled with renewed hope. Salvation had arrived. They believed it to be the Knights of Favonius, finally responding to their cries for help. However, their hopes were soon dashed. The figure before them was not a knight, but an adventurer clad in black armor and draped in a red cape. This person was neither an adventurer nor a knight, but Yuwen and Venti. Yuwen stood silently to the side, seemingly indifferent, exuding an aura of detachment. The crowd could easily sense his disregard for their plight, as if the unfolding events held no relevance for him. When they realized the newcomer was not a knight, the light in their eyes dimmed once more, yet soon rekindled. Regardless of who it was, if they could save them, it would suffice. Yuwen was their last glimmer of hope. Beyond this, there was no alternative. Please save us, Srida pleaded desperately. I will do anything you desire if you can rescue me. His words were interrupted by another agonizing scream. Witnessing Srida's anguish juxtaposed with the grass slime's apparent enjoyment, Yuwen could hardly suppress a chuckle. Fortunately, His professional training prevented him from laughing aloud, regardless of how absurd the situation became. Among the trio, only the butler remained unscathed, neither mentally nor physically tormented. He maintained his composure and dignity, offering a respectful nod to Yuwen. "I am the butler of the Adashang family in Mondstadt, and this beside me is the head of our household." A hint of embarrassment flickered across the butler's face as he introduced the lord, but he quickly regained his composure. "The one currently battling the Hilichurls is the captain of our family's guard." It was evident to all that the guard captain was being thoroughly overwhelmed by the Hilichurls. Yuwen nodded in acknowledgement of their identities, recognizing the importance of maintaining appearances. After all, in any performance, one must commit fully to the role, ensuring that no abnormalities are perceived. With the butler's introduction, Yuwen seamlessly adopted the pretense of having noted their identities. Regardless of whether you are an adventurer, traveler, or hold another title, your distinguished attire suggests you possess remarkable skills. I implore you to assist us in liberating us from the clutches of these monsters. Before the butler could finish, Sarada erupted, "Get lost, you useless fool. How dare you speak to our savior like that?" A glance at the guards revealed his contempt and a hint of hatred, but he quickly masked it, adopting a sycophantic demeanor towards Yuwen. "I can offer you anything you desire if you will save me. I am a wealthy tycoon of the wine industry in Mondstadt." His behavior was truly that of a petty individual. Was this the conduct of nobility in Mondstadt? It was surprising that they had forgotten even the most basic social etiquette, reduced to a mere shadow of their former selves. Venti felt a wave of sorrow wash over him, finding a newfound respect for the butler and guards. Sarada had completely lost his senses, consumed by a desperate desire to escape this hellish existence. His words had become thoughtless, uttered without reflection. In contrast, the butler retained his composure, willing to accommodate reasonable requests while refraining from excessive demands, striving to preserve dignity. Promises like Sirada's were likely to amount to nothing. The butler's spirit dimmed in response to Sirada's outburst, and the guards lowered their heads in shared sorrow. However, this entire spectacle was a performance orchestrated by Yuwen himself. The primary goal had been achieved. Everything else was merely superfluous. Yuwen stood atop Venti's head, his voice resonating with power and weight, laughing heartily. Sarada, still clinging to hope, intended to persuade the adventurer to rescue them from the Hilichurls. Just as he prepared to make another promise, Yuwen raised a hand to halt him. "I am but a traveler. Wealth holds no significance for me, and I am disinterested in the rewards you speak of." Upon hearing this, their spirits sank once more. Sarada believed that money was the only bargaining chip he had. He thought that with enough wealth, anything could be achieved. This was the first time he had encountered someone indifferent to riches. Sarada was perplexed. How could one be disinterested in money? Yet, realization struck him, and his eyes lit up with a new understanding. Could it be that disinterest in money means? Before he could finish his thoughts, Yuwen's voice cut through. "I have long been aware of your presence. I expected you, the weak, to abandon one another for your own survival. Yet, I am astonished that you continue to fight until the very end, striving to protect your master. Loyalty to a servant leads to peril for a master. Your spirit has moved me, revealing the luminous facet of humanity. Individuals like Sarada are foolish and oblivious to their own folly." Yuwen realized that even if he saved Sirada's life, the gratitude would likely be short-lived, as Sirada's gaze already harbored resentment towards the butler and the guards. He harbored resentment towards those who had failed to fulfill their duties and safeguard his safety, resulting in his grievous injuries and subsequent humiliation. The reason Yuwen expressed such sentiments was to enlighten Si Li De about the loyalty of these two individuals, encouraging Si Li De to continue utilizing them. This was not an act of benevolence on Yuwen's part. Rather, he had ulterior motives. Observing the gratitude reflected in the eyes of the steward and the bodyguard, Yuwen recognized that his objective had been achieved. Both the steward and the bodyguard had accepted this favor. With their presence beside Si Li De, occasionally whispering in his ear, it was far more advantageous than relying on Si Li De's unreliable promises. Upon entering Mingda City, there would surely be moments when their assistance would prove invaluable. "Your rare qualities have moved me deeply. Therefore, I am willing to offer you my assistance. Loyal servants like you should not perish at the hands of monsters." As soon as Yuwen finished speaking, he drew the sword from his back and pointed it at the Hilichurl bandit. His valiant figure once again grew larger in the hearts of the onlookers. When the bodyguard and steward glanced at Yuwen, their eyes shimmered with an indescribable emotion. A soldier dies for the one who understands him. They could never have anticipated that, in the end, they would not receive the Lord's recognition. Instead, they would be looked down upon by him. The one who acknowledged them was this unfamiliar individual before them, gaining the admiration of the traveler. Even the rationale for his assistance was rooted in loyalty to his servants. Their thoughts were a whirlwind, and none could discern what they were contemplating. They merely felt that Yuwen's presence appeared exceedingly grand. As the darkness thickened, the candlelight shone ever brighter. At this moment, the radiance emitted by Yuwen was somewhat blinding to them. Chapter 78. The armored warrior Yuwen had been careless. It was not that he had failed to evade. Rather, he had overlooked the fact that collecting these fragments of armor could allow for the crafting of a new suit of armor. But it would not suffice to forge a heavy sword. To speak of it, Yuwen had simply picked up a stick from the ground, and Venti had obligingly transformed it into a colossal sword. How should one articulate this? It certainly appeared more imposing. Yet, the endeavor to forge such a heavy sword was rather troublesome. Fortunately, the performance in between had been captivating enough. Liu Benxiu, water slime, wind slime, and grass slime had all collaborated seamlessly to complete the first act of the performance. As it stood, Yuwen's portrayal of the armored warrior had successfully won the favor of the crowd before him. Thank you, esteemed sir, for saving my life. I have yet to request your great favor. Might I ask if you would accompany me to Mengda? Should you agree, I would gladly offer you a handsome reward as the captain of our 80s family escort, ensuring your lifelong comfort and a life of unparalleled luxury. Si Lida, having seen the hilichurls driven away, promptly reverted to his noble demeanor, once again speaking from a position of superiority. It appeared he had forgotten his previous disgrace, as if the man who had just been insulted was an entirely different person. Observing the haughty expression on Si Lida's face, along with his arrogant words and repugnant smile, Yuwen was tempted to unleash a fire jutsu, transforming Si Lida into a roasted pig. However, considering that this individual still held some utilitarian value, as he could spread tales of a valiant warrior clad in black armor and draped in a red cloak throughout Mengda City, he refrained. Otherwise, this man would likely have become nothing more than a fragrant corpse. The steward and bodyguard stood silently behind Si Lida, their heads bowed deeply, unwilling to meet Yuwen's gaze. Both Yuwen and Venti found themselves somewhat speechless. Was this noble devoid of intelligence? How could he be so foolish, unable to perceive even the most basic of decorum? If his mind were functioning normally, he would not have recklessly ventured out from Mengda City, and Yuwen would not have encountered such a fortuitous opportunity. Such a foolish individual was, for Yuwen, a stroke of luck. Seeing Yuwen standing silently to the side, Si Lida, having encountered such a formidable figure for the first time, felt an overwhelming desire within him and spoke again. Your Excellency may not be interested in wealth, but money is a fine thing. As he spoke, Si Lida's eyes sparkled. For anything else you desire, I can procure it for you. Not just fine wine, but also beautiful women, and even things you cannot imagine. After all, a single person taking on hilichurl bandits, sending ordinary hilichurls flying with a single swing of his sword, and shattering the wind field with a kick. Such strength was truly formidable. For Yuwen, it was still a matter of teamwork. Si Lida thought to himself, this warrior should be the epitome of strength. Perhaps even Grand Captain Falga's prowess is not beyond this. Individuals like Si Lida, completely ignorant of the essence of power, naturally develop such erroneous perceptions. They possess little concept of what it means to be strong and lack a clear understanding of it. Listening to Si Lida's relentless invitations, Yuwen burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, I am but a traveler, seeking to journey through various nations. To me, power, honor, or any other pursuits hold no significance. We are merely fated to cross paths. I am ultimately but a wanderer. Let's part ways here. Upon finishing his words, Yuwen turned to leave. Si Lida's heart brimmed with reluctance at not being able to retain this formidable figure. However, the lesson from earlier had instilled in him a modicum of wisdom. He dared not approach this individual who could single-handedly confront hilichurl bandits recklessly. Should he provoke the warrior's ire, he would ultimately be the one to suffer. Just as Lida struggled to find the words for another invitation, the steward raised his head and spoke. If it is travel you seek, you must come to Mengda City, the land of freedom on Teyvat, the city of elegance. I assure you that the dandelion wine of Mengda will not disappoint. A smile instantly appeared on Yuwen's face. The steward had finally spoken. He did not require Lida's invitation. Although Lida was the lord and the steward merely a servant, based on their previous interactions, Yuwen surmised that the family's rise to prominence had little to do with Lida. It was a blessing that Lida did not hinder the family as progress. Yuwen paused. The sound of armor treading through the water gradually ceased. I have long heard of the wonders of Mengda City. I shall certainly visit, but not at this moment. The steward continued. May I inquire your name, esteemed sir? I am but a wanderer, long forgotten my name. Whenever I appear, I am clad in armor. You may call me the Armored Warrior. Thank you, Armored Warrior, for your assistance. Should you arrive in Mengda City, we must extend our hospitality. At this moment, Lida shouted at the steward. Why did you not directly invite him to Mengda City? Perhaps he would have accepted. He believed that once the warrior arrived in Mengda City, he would be unable to escape his grasp. The steward bowed his head, hesitating for a moment. Someone like him should not be directly invited, as it would appear overly mercenary and could potentially provoke his aversion. Upon hearing the steward's reasoning, Lida seemed to realize he had been too hasty. He once again donned a smile, patting the steward on the shoulder, saying, You performed admirably this time. What do you think are the chances of him visiting Mengda? I cannot say for certain, but we can offer our assistance to the knights of Favonius in the city. If they spot a traveler clad in armor, they must promptly report back to us, so we can prepare for his arrival. Upon hearing this, Lida felt that the steward's suggestion was quite sensible. Indeed, we must also remind them to treat this armored warrior with utmost respect. He must not develop any ill feelings. If Yuwen had not walked far and had the fortune to overhear Lida's words, he would undoubtedly exclaim that they were wise. Clad entirely in armor does not guarantee invulnerability. Originally troubled by the prospect of evading the scrutiny of the West Wind Knights upon entering the city, the complication of having to remove one's mask loomed large. Unexpectedly, Lida proved to be exceptionally astute, substituting the West Wind's guards with his own, thus facilitating a more seamless entry. This performance was not in vain. As he watched the departing figures, Yuwen felt a profound sense of satisfaction. Why must the game suddenly end? I was thoroughly enjoying it. The grass slime grumbled to the fire slime, clearly displeased. The joy of play was evident, as both companions had been brought to tears of happiness. Just when the outcome was still uncertain and the game was abruptly halted, Yuwen calmly explained, The time has elapsed, and without achieving the requisite number of attacks, you have naturally lost. Is there a time limit? The grass slime inquired, astonished. Indeed, Yuwen responded, his persuasion becoming increasingly refined. He felt no burden as he spoke. Without a time constraint, one could leisurely seek opportunities to attack, and surely, with ample time, one would accumulate 11 attempts. The game sought fairness. Having successfully defended within the stipulated time, they rightfully emerged victorious. The grass slime nodded, finding the fire slime's reasoning quite sound. The game, reminiscent of Eagle Catches Chicks, seemed rather intriguing and warranted further exploration. Wendy glanced at the earnest Lubin-Shio, the leisurely wind slime, the quietly observant water slime, and then at the childlike grass slime, culminating in a look at Yuwen. Increasingly, she felt that the fire slime was of a different ilk, easily leading others astray. Unable to restrain herself, Wendy remarked, Your thoughts are rather unsavory. You are a disgrace to slimes, your intellect hardly befitting such a simple organism. Yuwen smiled gently. Unsavory? I do not perceive it as such. However, your use of the term unicellular organism is apt. Yet this is not the time for such discussions. Please assist me by using the wind element to gather the fragments of armor I have marked. A detailed map of locations vividly appeared in Wendy's mind, clearly indicating the precise whereabouts of the armor fragments. She was intrigued. Was this a unique skill of the fire slime, to have marked every fragment's position? Previously, he had even presented a complete effect diagram of the armor, which seemed remarkably brilliant. This, of course, was not Yuwen's skill. From the outset, he had instructed the system to accurately record the fragments' locations, anticipating ease in collection later. With Wendy's assistance, The armor fragments were swiftly gathered. As these matters neared completion, Yuwen pondered the well-being of Qiulu, Qiulaoyu, and of Bing, unaware of their current state. With Wendy's help, the injured hilichurls should recover swiftly. Yuwen turned to the grass slime, curious whether it possessed any other talents beyond crafting wooden shields. Grass slime, why not join me? Living here alone must be quite dull. Our side is far more entertaining. The grass slime tilted its head, contemplating for a moment. Life as a solitary entity on this prairie was indeed monotonous. Although the area was rich in grass elements, it had transformed into a large slime, diminishing its desire for further growth. Furthermore, being of the same kind, the grass slime instinctively trusted Yuwen's words. Nodding, the grass slime readily accepted the invitation, embarking on this journey of camaraderie. Usually, you remain underground. Allow me to show you what it feels like to fly, Yuwen remarked with a smile. Subsequently, Wendy retrieved a suspension frame from the glass sphere. Such an item would surely be unsafe near the Anemo Archon statue, so Yuwen instructed Wendy to store it within the sphere's confines. Lubin Xiu scratched his head, sensing he had forgotten something. What have I overlooked? He wondered. Yet upon seeing Yuwen and the others aboard the suspension frame, he climbed aboard as well. Unable to recall the forgotten item, he decided to let it be, seating himself beside Yuwen to ensure his safety. With the assistance of Barbados, the Wind Archon, the suspension frame ascended swiftly into the sky. The grass slime imitated the fire slime, standing at the edge of the frame to gaze downward, only to realize they were soaring high above the ground, which startled it into a faint. I can't believe you're afraid of heights, the wind slime exclaimed. Could you fly a bit higher, please? Yuwen cheered joyously, with Lubin Xiu joining in the celebration. Meanwhile, the grass slime remained motionless within the frame, paralyzed by fear, wearing a despondent expression. Yuwen's intent was to consider everyone's safety by urging the wind slime to fly higher, as lower altitudes risked drawing unwanted attention. Moreover, with Wendy employing the ancient wind currents to assist the wind slime in flight, their speed increased significantly. Although Yuwen was a fire slime and not a wind slime, his interaction with the Anemo Archon had heightened his sensitivity to the wind element. While he could not manipulate it, he could distinctly perceive its currents. This breeze feels oddly familiar. I believe I sensed a similar current when visiting the Anemo Archon statue, Yuwen mused, glancing at Wendy, who sat nonchalantly on the suspension frame, once more plucking the strings of her harp, feigning ignorance of Yuwen's gaze. Realizing the situation, Yuwen understood that he had long been under Wendy's watchful eye, just as he had been observing her. Yet, when had she begun to take notice of him? This puzzled Yuwen, who had been careful to maintain his anonymity, unaware of when his identity might have been revealed. The only explanation was his own brilliance, an unceasing radiance that drew Wendy's attention. Wind slime, have you located the whereabouts of Lao Ba and the others? Yuwen inquired. The wind slime nodded, having used its wind language to pinpoint their location, now en route to them. Soon, however, Wendy's expression grew solemn. Abyss Mage? What brings an Abyss Mage here? Chapter 80. Fiscal at the Anemo Archon statue. Lawrence exclaimed, "Come quick and take a look. The statue seems different from before." Harry's tone was filled with astonishment. Lawrence approached the statue, glancing upward, yet perceiving no change. It appeared as it always had. What is it? What has changed? He asked, perplexed. The statue gleams more than before, Harry said reverently, his eyes fixed on the statue with earnest admiration. Lawrence chuckled. Did it not just rain heavily? Naturally. The dust has been washed away, enhancing its luster. In Lawrence's view, the statue radiated brilliance at all times, its light so blinding that he dared not gaze upon it for long. A month prior, during the campaign against the hilichurls, Harry had accompanied the Grand Captain Fulgur to this very place, and the statue then lacked the luster it now possessed. Harry seemed to sense that the divine power emanating from the statue of the wind god before him was more abundant than ever. Even the marks of time had seemingly vanished. This was truly perplexing, as Harry was utterly unaware of what had transpired during this interval. He could only search for clues around the statue. Wait, what was this? Human footprints? No, they were not human. These were the tracks of the Qiuqiu people. But how could Qiuqiu appear near the statue of the wind god? The Qiuqiu, while possessing 5 fingers like humans, did not wear shoes, and their toes were only 3 in number, significantly larger than those of humans. It was evident that these prints were left by a Qiu. Of course, it was also possible that a human had worn footwear resembling those of the Qiu, but it was unlikely that anyone would engage in such triviality. Mr. Lawrence, it seems the goldfish grass here has been completely harvested. The voice of Shadang suddenly floated over. Harry nodded at Lawrence, and both placed their hands on the hilts of their swords as they slowly approached Shadang. Subsequently, Shadang expressed a differing opinion, condemning the harvesting method employed by the person as utterly incorrect. Even uprooting the plants entirely was simply outrageous. The proper way to harvest was to take the top flowers along with the 2 leaves directly beneath them, for that constituted the edible part of the goldfish grass. The lower leaves, both in terms of texture and as a seasoning, were not the best options. Uprooting the entire plant meant that if they wished to harvest again in the future, they would have to replant it. Shadang's tone was filled with helplessness and a hint of anger. Such a method of uprooting was despised by many. Leaving nothing behind made future harvesting a hassle. Was this still considered humane? Harry began to scrutinize his surroundings, searching for relevant clues. Once again, he found Qiu footprints, seemingly similar to those he had seen before. Could be the same Qiu, but what would a Qiu be doing harvesting goldfish grass? They left it behind without taking any. Was this some sort of mischief? Regardless of what he might discover next, no matter how astonishing, Harry planned to report all he had witnessed today to the vice captain, Qin, for further handling. Meanwhile, at the Qiu camp, the Fire Axe Qiu thug and Xiu Laoba were relentlessly attacking the Fire Abyss Mage. However, the fire shield created by the Fire Abyss Mage kept him floating in the air. This fire shield was akin to a resilient ball. No matter how fiercely the Fire Axe Qiu thug wielded his axe, he could not break the shield. It was as if one attempted to burst a balloon floating in the air solely by brute force, which was nearly impossible. Moreover, the fire attribute of the fire axe only served to replenish the fire elements in the air, empowering the Fire Abyss Mage. The only one who posed a careful threat to the Fire Abyss Mage was Xiu Laoba, the bare-handed Qiu thug. This particular Qiu thug was somewhat extraordinary, exhibiting a bit more intelligence than the others. Although he was elusive, the Fire Abyss Mage eventually took notice of him. Xiu Laoba's hands were soaked, not only to prevent burns, but also in an attempt to gradually diminish the fire shield. However, for a Fire Abyss Mage possessing teleportation skills, this posed no real significance. Furthermore, this minuscule amount of water would hardly affect the fire shield, especially with the Fire Axe Qiu thug continuously supplying fire elements. The Fire Abyss Mage had no need to fear that the shield would be breached. As long as the shield remained intact, the Fire Abyss Mage would not be apprehensive of the 2 Qiu thugs. It could be said that the Qiu were either foolish or straightforward. Once they stepped onto the arena, the spectators would certainly not interfere, even if there were water Qiu shamans in the crowd. With a playful mindset, the Fire Abyss Mage effortlessly dodged their attacks while taunting them, stating, "Your speed is too slow. You could never catch up to me, let alone defeat me. Your fire elements are yet to be fully cultivated. They cannot breach my shield. If you cannot break the shield, do not expect to strike me. Ha! Allow me to lead you. After all, we are family. Only under my guidance can you grow stronger and seek vengeance against humanity. Only I can lead you to victory." At this moment, the Abyss Mage was secretly reveling in his own delight, becoming immersed in the impending joy, oblivious to the danger looming in the sky. Meanwhile, at the Shijiazhuang camp, an unexpected guest had arrived. As an investigator from the Adventurers Association, Fisheye, the Chinibya girl, was currently en route to the Dodapa Valley to investigate matters concerning the Qiu. After all, the West Wind Knights had limited manpower and could not dispatch many personnel to confirm the situation of the Qiu following their extermination. Thus, they entrusted the investigation to adventurers. Fisheye accepted this commission and, sharing vision with the Raven Oz, could clearly observe the ecology of Wangfeng Mountain and the disturbances in the Bounty Wolf territory through Oz's Raven Eyes. This ability allowed Fisheye to evade many perilous areas, making her investigation considerably easier. Consequently, through Oz's Raven Eyes, she stumbled upon this peculiar campsite. "Miss, there are no Qiu here, but the meat in the pot remains uneaten, and there are ribs roasting over the fire, albeit drenched by rain. It seems that Qiu vanished suddenly, which is quite odd. This was indeed a troublesome situation. But never mind. As long as it is I, Princess Fisheye, who delivers judgment. As she spoke halfway, Fisheye's cheeks suddenly flushed, pressing her right hand against her face. She struggled to suppress her laughter. Sometimes Fisheye felt a twinge of embarrassment, especially when alone. Oz let out a helpless sigh. It seemed the young lady's quirk had resurfaced. Chapter 81. Little Amy. Oz was well aware of the story of his young lady, Fisheye. He had encountered her on her 14th birthday. Initially, Oz was not privy to the tales of her life prior to 14, nor did he harbor any intentions of prying into her privacy. However, over time, he inevitably absorbed the discussions and glances of those around them. He would hear others calling Fisheye by different names, whispering about her past. Coupled with the young lady's distinctive manner of expression, Oz gradually gleaned bits of information. He eventually learned of her story before she turned 14. Some might refer to her by other names, perhaps her true name, but for Oz, the one who shared her life and strength was solely known as Fisheye. This was the name that resonated with her destiny, the name that truly belonged to her. Regardless of how Chinibyu she might be, Oz would steadfastly remain by her side, sometimes even taking on the role of a translator, simplifying her overly profound language into more accessible terms. Although at that moment, Oz was unaware of the term Chinibyu or its meaning, it served as the perfect description of her. Fisheye's parents were both adventurers, their daily tasks demanding and time-consuming, leaving little energy to care for her. In her youth, Fisheye spent her childhood in the library, becoming enamored with fantasy novels. Princess Fisheye's Night Tales, a fantastical story, inspired her name, as well as Oz's name, which also derived from a work of fantasy literature. In her youth, the young lady often engaged in role-playing with her parents, affectionately referred to as Xiao Fei Xie Er by her father. As she matured, the girl who embodied Fei Xie Er became the target of ridicule from her peers. Even her parents advised her, on her 14th birthday, to relinquish her fantasies. It was on this very day that Fei Xie Er encountered Ozzy. More accurately, Ozzy discovered a worthy companion in Fei Xie Er, someone capable of sharing life and strength. Subsequently, the young lady's father ceased to call her Xiao Fei Xie Er, opting instead for her true name, albeit with a diminutive prefix to signify her youth. Ozzy, however, chose not to reveal her true name and would never refer to her by it. In his eyes, she was solely Fei Xie Er. Following this, Fei Xie Er was recommended to the Adventurers Guild by her parents. With endorsements from 2 seasoned adventurers and her unique ability to share senses with Ozzy, she quickly ascended to the status of a promising investigator within the guild. For an investigator, the paramount skills are the ability to traverse mountains and gather intelligence, while combat prowess holds lesser significance. Nevertheless, Fei Xie Er possessed the vision of God, granting her mastery over the element of lightning, alongside formidable combat capabilities, provided she did not encounter large thunder slimes. Endowed with Ozzy's vision, traversing the terrain was akin to a leisurely stroll for the esteemed princess of judgment, Fei Xie Er. According to her narrative, it was during a cataclysmic battle between divine and demonic forces that arrogant deities unleashed relentless thunder upon the realm of the Empress, which attracted the ire of the sovereign and birthed the thunder of judgment. The residual thunderous energy, however, proved too chaotic, ultimately sculpting the landscape of Datayupa Valley. Regardless of the transformations, this land remained the territory of the Empress. When the princess graced this domain once more, the mountains would embrace her arrival. Over time, Ozzy began to adopt the peculiar diction typical of a certain youthful exuberance. His gaze fell upon the young lady, her cheeks flushed and somewhat bashful. As a competent interpreter, he recognized the necessity for reverse translation, a skill he was still honing. However, when compared to the young lady's whimsical expressions, he found himself lacking. Realizing his own folly, he acknowledged the need for diligent practice, for displaying such demeanor before others would tarnish the esteemed image of the Princess of Judgment, Fei Xie Er. Fei Xie Er's imagination surged fervently, seeking a rational explanation for the scene before her. Great dream, infinite cosmos, reveal to this princess the twilight of destiny, she mused, contemplating the profound history borne by this ancient battlefield, scarred by primordial conflicts. Her right hand slipped swiftly across her vision, fingers curling slightly. The truths of the world lay within her grasp. A confident smile graced Fei Xie's lips, as if she had unveiled the mysteries of the universe. So it is. This princess has discerned the threads of fate that weave the cosmos. Ozzy observed her in silence, perplexed by what Fei Xie had envisioned or perhaps fabricated in her mind. Translation, after all, is an art of fidelity, elegance, and clarity, a standard Ozzy had yet to achieve. Fortunately, with no one else around, he relished a moment's reprieve. Fei Xie again spiraled into her vivid imaginings. The encampment's construction astounded her. Its layout was not only logical, but also exhibited remarkable architectural sophistication. All seemed so plausible. Yet, neither adventurers nor the Knights of Favonius could have devoted such time to erecting these fortifications in Dada Upa Valley. Such structures were far beyond the capabilities of the diminutive hilichurls, who lacked the requisite intelligence. Fei Xie, encountering this unprecedented sight for the first time, found herself at a loss for words. Her extensive self-cultivation ensured that her anxiety did not manifest on her face. Bowing her head, her brow furrowed, she wore an expression of shock, as if grappling with an unspeakable calamity. These tales were laced with sorrow, suffering, destruction, and parting. The narrative's arcs typically revolved around protagonists either rescuing the populace or overthrowing tyrannical nobility, culminating in a resolution. In short order, Fei Xie's mind conjured an answer. Once more, she extended her right hand before her eye. The violet glow gradually faded as the great dream, infinite cosmos, was sealed once again. Fatigue washed over her features, indicating the immense toll exacted by the vision. Even as a princess, enduring such consumption proved arduous. Note, many players struggle to unlock all characters and may be unfamiliar with the stories of others. The unreturned Flickering Star quest has concluded, and many may not grasp its significance. To clarify, Fei Xie is a fervently imaginative girl, neither a princess of any royal lineage nor a denizen of another world. Much of her dialogue is fabricated. Nonetheless, her royal intuition is astute, with her whimsical language often cloaking deeper truths. Chapter 82's tale intertwines whimsy with reality. Ozzy steeled himself, eager to hear the young lady's interpretation of this place. It is no simple task to articulate a statement steeped in youthful exuberance. There remained much for Ozzy to learn from her. Were it not for his ability to sense her intentions, he might struggle to comprehend her more fantastical expressions. When did the hilichurls acquire such intellect to construct these fortifications and dwellings? The answer lies with the now extinct dynasty. Once, a wise and defiant king established a magnificent realm in the remote land of eternal night, where the night glimmered with starlight and daytime carriages flowed like rivers. A serene aura enveloped the kingdom, yet such bliss could not endure, as calamity would inevitably descend upon this prosperous land. In pursuit of a better life for his subjects, the great king illuminated their path with wisdom, encouraging them to seek the source of knowledge and wield the art of black soil to conjure forces beyond this world. However, this pursuit of knowledge ushered in ruin upon the flourishing realm. Knowledge beyond humanity's grasp was seized by humankind, birthing a new power and life. Yet, this formidable force eluded control, even by the Princess of Judgment, as the world spiraled into entropy once more. All light and beauty would succumb to the inexorable march of decay, while the universe's terminus awaited the future dominion of the princess, culminating in the end of all fantasies, the eternal night. This is the fate of the universe, the destiny of all worlds, and the fates of all souls. The arbiter of celestial order discerned the transgressions of humanity to maintain the world's progression, safeguard its peace, and avert collapse amid irreversible entropy. The mortal dynasty faced its destined twilight, as the dusk would inevitably fall upon the realm of eternal night. Those who defied fate would ultimately confront the conclusion of their journey, as the solitary, wandering princess arrived in the land of eternal twilight, where the defiant royal family chose denial amid despair. In that ancient conflict, the thunder of divine retribution descended upon the world, shattering the tranquility of the dynasty. The flames of the void consumed all traces of its existence. Even if the scion of humanity awakens once more, they cannot avert the punishment of divine order. They watch helplessly as the mighty dragon, once the protector of the dynasty's prosperity, is vanquished by divine will, cursed to transform from benevolent guardian to malevolent beast, wreaking havoc upon its former kin. The subjects, too, fall victim to this vile curse, forgetting their glorious past and abandoning the pursuit of truth and knowledge, degenerating into foolish monstrosities. The sustainers fade away, yet the power of the curse remains unabated by the passage of time. The scion of humanity, awakening from slumber, finds themselves bereft of strength, compelled to clandestinely amass power to reclaim their former glory, destined to restore the dynasty's splendor. Meanwhile, the Creator descends once more upon the sacred land of dusk, their wisdom blazing like a fierce fire in the boundless night, illuminating the eternal darkness, embodying the singular light that guides the subjects forward. Ozi stood in awe, his mouth agape. The entire raven was left speechless. Truly, the young lady was remarkable. A mere hill at camp could inspire such a grand tale. It was likely that no one but the author of Fisher Huang Nu Yi Tan could conceive of such a magnificent narrative. Though the words were somewhat complex, Ozi, as a translator, swiftly extracted the essence. The simple-minded Hillock folk could never construct such orderly and well-planned fortifications. Some structures appeared remarkably novel, with unique designs as if crafted in an extraordinary manner, showcasing remarkable sturdiness. Yet, beyond the Hillock folk, there existed the abyssal mages, who harbored a disdain for humanity. Their intellect surpassed that of the Hillock folk, and they possessed knowledge of their language. These fortifications must have been erected under the guidance of the abyssal mages. However, could their architectural prowess truly be so exceptional? My lady, there are no traces of Hillock folk here, yet remnants of their habitation remain, particularly the half-eaten roasted meat on a stick, suggesting they departed abruptly. With no Hillock folk present, should we dismantle their watchtower? After a moment of astonishment, Ozi promptly recalled the matter at hand. Frankly, the watchtower before him was no ordinary structure. One could only imagine the effort the Hillock folk exerted to construct it. The thought of destroying the watchtower they had labored so hard to build felt akin to a crime, displaying a lack of appreciation for their toil. To be fair, the design of the watchtower resonated with Ozi's aesthetic sensibilities. Were it not for the fact that it was built by the Hillock folk, he might have considered preserving it, unsure of the capabilities of the distant retainers to confront the onslaught of monstrosities, devoid of noble lineage or the royal artifact. The abyssal pearl, God's eye, the weak retainers would ultimately live under the protection of the princess. As a princess, she bore the noble duty of safeguarding the souls of all beings in the mortal realm. In her name, she would unleash a ferocious fire, tinting the heavens red alongside the setting sun. Ozi, I implore you to summon the thunder of judgment that rends the eternal night, safeguarding my royal garden from the encroachment of monsters. Ozi easily comprehended the lady's intent, to shield the distant adventurers and protect the travelers of Ur. It was imperative to incinerate these towering watchtowers, minimizing the Hillock folk's interference and preserving the tranquility of Mondstadt. However, since Fiscal wielded the power of lightning, she could not summon fire. The notion of igniting the watchtower with a flint seemed beneath her royal dignity. Noticing Fiscal's prolonged silence, Ozi quickly deduced that she lacked the means to ignite such structures and that relying solely on lightning to dismantle them would be an arduous endeavor. My lady, it appears there are flame flowers ahead. Ozi's voice chimed in once more. Ah, Fiscal exclaimed, lifting her head in surprise. I did not anticipate that my royal domain would harbor such fervent blossoms. In my name, I bestow upon you the extinguishing fire of the eternal night, to incinerate all traces unworthy of this sacred land. What are you doing? Yuwen, crossing her arms, inquired with a puzzled expression. Chapter 83. Division. Upon witnessing the fire-imbued abyssal mage upon the arena, Yuwen felt an indescribable discomfort. She had not expected her home to be so brazenly usurped. This place could not yet be deemed her home, but soon it would be. With just a few words, she could easily assimilate the Hillock folk, transforming this location into their second camp, aptly named Muyu Hillock Village. Yet, she never anticipated that before she could establish her village, it would already be under the watchful gaze of another. This was particularly disheartening, given that it was an abyssal mage. Moreover, it seemed this abyssal mage was engaged in a mysterious ritual, preparing to command the Hillock folk. Yuwen's knowledge of abyssal mages was limited. She primarily knew they dropped branch materials and wielded elemental power. Beyond that, she recalled the game's opening animation and events at the Wind Dragon Ruins. The leaders of the abyssal mages were either Princess Xing or Prince Kong. Even at their peak, these travelers had been defeated by divine order and subsequently sealed away. Upon awakening once more, centuries had elapsed. One of them had experienced an unknown saga, seemingly witnessing the fall of a kingdom, leading the abyssal mages across the continent, possibly even manipulating the Wind Dragon. Ultimately, Yuwen had only grasped the characters' backstories and dialogues, lacking substantial insight into the overarching narrative. Most of the game's plot had been bypassed in her eagerness to level up swiftly, leaving her oblivious to the abyssal mage's true objectives. Additionally, numerous plot lines remained unreleased, leaving her unaware of future developments. Yet, one certainty remained. Whether Xing or Kong, their adversary was undeniably divine order. Yuwen had no desire to entangle herself with them prematurely, as the abyssal mages appeared distinctly villainous. However, should Princess Xing lead the abyssal mages, she might consider engaging with them, as the ability to wield elemental power without gods made for an intriguing research subject. If it were Kong, she would rather disregard the matter entirely. The notion of Brother Dragon held no allure for her. Unfortunately, plans seldom align with reality. In Yuwen was not afforded the luxury of gradual development. Any thoughts of eliminating the fire-imbued abyssal mage were swiftly dismissed. Slaying the mage would bear no fruit. The presence of the abyssal mage in the Hillock camp indicated that Xing and Kong had already commenced their actions, and their paths would inevitably cross in this alternate realm. As both sought to sway the Hillock folk, believing herself to be the champion of justice, capable of bringing happiness and light to the Hillock folk, Yuwen soon received a system notification unlocking a new entry in her compendium. Abyssal Fire Abyssal Mage, a magical creature wielding fire element, engaging in combat. "What are you doing?" Yuwen inquired, arms crossed, her expression one of confusion, as the fiery abyss mage recited incomprehensible incantations on the arena. Yuwen expressed his profound dissatisfaction. Suddenly, a voice echoed around the Xingqiu camp, instantly drawing the attention of all the Xingqiu people. It seemed that this group of Xingqiu people had only just noticed Yuwen and his companions, prompting a deep sigh from Yuwen. In the past, standing behind the Xingqiu would make it difficult for them to notice him. It appeared that their focus was solely on the immediate events, neglecting their surroundings. Hearing the familiar voice, the Xingqiu from Shijiazhuang grew excited once more. Lu Benxiu hurriedly ran towards his companions, assuring them of his diligent efforts to protect Lord Reborn. The ancient ritual conducted by the valiant fiery abyss mage was abruptly interrupted by Yuwen, who raised his head in indignation. A slime? He pondered, momentarily perplexed. Surely, a slime would not speak. Could it be the human with the vision beside him? A look of confusion crossed the fiery abyss mage's face. Some Xingqiu regarded him with bewilderment, questioning if this was indeed the fabled fire slime they had heard of. To their eyes, it appeared quite ordinary, showing no signs of its reputed marvel. Others among the Xingqiu, fueled by anger, seized their weapons, preparing to attack. The fire axe Xingqiu berserker, upon spotting a human, instantly recalled the human assaults of the past. They had once been a carefree tribe, reveling in life and nature, known for their love of meat and combat, living blissfully in the Dada Upa Valley, never expecting to face human hostility. Seeing a human, the fire axe Xingqiu berserker swung his axe towards Venti. It seemed the Xingqiu were indeed not welcoming of him, sighed Venti. Yuwen also furrowed his brow. After all, who could blame them when Falga had initiated a purge against the Xingqiu? The purpose of this purge was to prevent the Xingqiu from robbing travelers, merchant caravans, and adventurers, thereby safeguarding Mondstadt. Had the Xingqiu not engaged in thievery, such purges would likely not have been necessary. The question of who initiated violence first, humans or Xingqiu, had become a matter of ambiguity. Fear not, all shall be well. Yuwen reassured as Lao Ba rose to block the advance of the fire axe Chicho Berserker, smiling. He certainly would not persuade the Berserker to relinquish his hatred towards humans. He lacked the standing to do so. However, the Chicho seemed to have a short memory, as they possessed little historical awareness. Regardless of how matters might unfold, Yuwen hoped that no one would exploit this animosity to manipulate the Chicho. Might I trouble you to tend to the injured Chicho? Perhaps this is the swiftest solution, Yuwen suggested. Absolutely, no problem at all, Venti replied confidently, without dissent. These Chicho posed no threat to him. Rather, Venti was more concerned about Yuwen's promise, reminding him not to forget his commitment. Rest assured, I shall deliver, Venti declared. Patting his round belly, Venti unleashed his divine power, channeling healing energy to the injured Chicho lying on the cart. Soon, the formerly pale-faced Chicho began to regain color, showing signs of recovery. Seizing the moment, Yuwen addressed the eager-to-attack Chicho, questioning whether they truly intended to strike against their benefactor, who had come to their aid. The Chicho, with their simple minds, found it hard to grasp the situation. Upon hearing Yuwen's words, many Chicho grew perplexed, scratching their heads in confusion. Should they attack or not? The Chicho quickly divided into 3 factions. Some directed their gaze towards the Abyss Mage, seeking guidance on how to proceed. Others looked to the Fire Axe Chicho Berserker, debating whether to launch an attack. Meanwhile, a portion of them cast their eyes upon Lao Ba, who possessed remarkable skills in constructing shelters, having swiftly erected a refuge from the elements, while the roasted meat prepared by Chilulu was delectable, and the broth cooked by Chiomi was fragrant. Chapter 84. The other side of Teyvat, those not of our kind, are bound to possess different hearts. As a traveler, Yuwen was acutely aware of this saying. Where there are people, there exists a web of complexities. If humans cannot coexist peacefully, how could it be expected from monsters and humans, 2 distinct species, to do so? Thus, conflict is utterly unavoidable. Even if Yuwen wielded the power to annihilate worlds, he could not eradicate all humanity, for he was once human himself. His soul still belonged to humanity. His form may have transformed from human to slime, yet he now existed as a being regarded as a monster in the eyes of humanity. When contemplating certain matters, Yuwen often adopted the perspective of the monster. As for humans, they had their own deities and beliefs. Yuwen felt no compulsion to worry for them, nor did he have time for such concerns. Regardless of what the future held, Yuwen sought only a semblance of peace, one where monsters and humans did not exist in total opposition. Moreover, Venti could hardly be considered their enemy. The Chicho before them were certainly no match for Barbados. Seeking vengeance against Barbados would be tantamount to courting death. Yuwen's actions, in truth, were a form of salvation for the Chicho. Furthermore, the world of Genshin Impact is not one brimming with compassion. The main storyline continually showcases the idyllic aspects of Teyvat, while the side quests are rife with treachery. Whether in Mondstadt's medieval setting or Liyue's feudal society, the upper echelons revel in their excesses, while the impoverished farmers serve as their prey. The guards at the side gate of Mondstadt are the hope for familial advancement. Yet, as guards, they hold no qualifications to partake in missions, nor any prospects for promotion. Upon receiving a daily task from the guard to deliver a letter to his father, a glance at the contents reveals nothing but falsehoods. His father works at the Dawn Winery, often burdened by illness, yet he persists in his labors despite knowing he cannot endure. In comparison, the struggles of this father-son duo render the grueling 996 work schedule appear to be a blessing. The same holds true for Liyue, where Xingqiu finds farmers to be a nuisance. Outside Liyue Harbor, it is challenging to find a complete village. In the game, should travelers choose to linger and listen to the tales of others, they would uncover numerous disparities. These stories provide the most authentic portrayals of Teyvat. For instance, there is Timmy at the bridge. Speaking of Timmy, Yuwen instinctively glanced towards Venti, for apart from the siblings who hunt pigeons, it was Venti who had honed his skills in dispatching Timmy's pigeons with remarkable precision. One elemental burst, and not a single pigeon would escape. Originally, it was a sorrowful story, yet it had suddenly transformed into something jovial. Yuwen shook his head, banishing these irrelevant thoughts from his mind. There were still unresolved matters concerning the Chicho, and other issues were not his concern. The burdensome narratives of humanity should not fall upon the shoulders of a slime. Who would have thought that a slime of his stature would bear the weight of responsibilities and expectations beyond his years? Venti wielded his divine power, and a gentle breeze of healing swept over the injured Xingqiu. The wounded Xingqiu soon regained their strength. Meanwhile, the water slime observed quietly from the side, a look of envy on its face. How wonderful it would be to possess such healing powers, not only to aid the fire slime, but also to alleviate the suffering of others. The wind slime, on the other hand, appeared curious, filled with questions. Why was it that, despite both being of the wind element, Venti's wind could heal while it could merely drift in the sky? In the small confines of a little head, profound doubts linger. It is perplexing, for although both are canines, why does Gao Fei stroll through the streets with Baloo Tua, who is tethered by a leash, while Gao Fei dons clothing? Though both are dogs, their treatment is starkly disparate. I too can wield the elemental force of wind. Why am I unable to summon this healing breeze? The wind slime spirals around Wendy, eager to uncover the secrets concealed within the gusts. Wendy heals the injured Xingqiu people, each responding uniquely to the act. The fire axe Xingqiu thug, upon recalling his fallen comrades, is ignited with rage, yearning to cleave the human before him in twain. Yet, witnessing the swift healing of his wounded brethren, he is momentarily swayed by their jubilant cheers, some even dancing in celebration. This causes the fire axe thug to hesitate, grappling with the notion of harming the benefactor who has mended his kin. The internal conflict is palpable, especially as he recalls his own minor injuries. Now healed by the very human he contemplates attacking. However, thoughts of his injured ally reignite his ferocity, though gratitude soon flickers in his gaze towards Wendy, only to dissipate as swiftly as it appeared, replaced once more by a fierce demeanor. You seem a bit stuck, don't you? Yuwen muses, observing the fire axe thug, who appears ensnared in an endless loop of indecision. It resembles a game where the player has drawn the ire of monsters, only for that ire to vanish the moment an attack is initiated, leaving the monsters in a state of confusion. The fire axe thug, already not the sharpest tool in the shed, finds himself utterly lost, a predicament that seems quite cruel. Yuwen fears that the thug might overheat his already dull wits. Perhaps a good night's sleep will provide clarity. Fire axe thug, why not rest for a while? When you awaken, the answers you seek may come to you. Nodding in agreement, the fire axe thug considers Yuwen's suggestion wise, believing a brief slumber will suffice. Little did he expect the fire slime to conceive such a splendid solution. Indeed, as the old adage goes, great wisdom often resides in the unassuming. The Xingqiu people at the campsite rise early to hunt, followed by an afternoon of bamboo gathering and constructing shelters. The Xingqiu thugs engage in fierce skirmishes, and by evening, faced with perplexing dilemmas, the fire axe thug's head spins, utterly bewildered. Yuwen's suggestion of sleep soon lulls the thug into drowsiness. Clutching his axe, he leads his subordinates to the wooden hut erected earlier that day. Barely settling down, he is soon enveloped in the sounds of slumber. As for the Xingqiu who look up to the old sage, Yuwen harbors no concerns. His only worry lies with those few Xingqiu under the control of the Fire Abyss Mage. Chapter 85, Abyss and Earth Veins. Xiudodo, what transpired during my absence? Yuwen inquires. Among the Xingqiu, only the slightly more astute Xiu Diandian can recount the events with clarity. Thus the tale unfolds. Yuwen soon comprehends that after his departure, they arrived here without incident, warmly welcomed by the locals. However, discord arose when the fire axe thug opposed Lao Ba's decision to use a shield to shield a fire slime from the rain, deeming it an erroneous pact, which ignited their conflict. Yuwen glances at Lao Ba's chest wound, noting the severity of the injury. Observing the now slumbering fire axe thug, he refrains from disturbing him. The matter of Lao Ba's injury can wait until tomorrow. Yuwen continues, recounting how, during the altercation between the fire axe thug and Lao Ba, the Fire Abyss Mage appeared, defeating both and compelling a group of Xingqiu to heed his command. As he speaks, Yuwen hypothesizes the battle's dynamics. The Fire Abyss Mage likely exhausted the thug's stamina, while the Xingqiu fought recklessly, depleting their own energy. Ultimately, the Fire Abyss Mage feigned victory over the Xingqiu, convincing some of their number. After all, without a shield, the Abyss Mage is nothing but a mere scrap. Xiao nods, exclaiming enjoy that indeed. The esteemed by Bo Ran has elucidated the matter with remarkable clarity. Yuwen begins to grasp the Fire Abyss Mage's intentions. Why does this Abyss Mage stray from his territory to intrude upon my home? He feigns ignorance, for each individual is both the director and actor of their own life. With Venti, the master of deception, by his side, even as he understands the mage's objectives, Yuwen pretends to be unaware. For some truths elude even a slime's comprehension. Fortunately, as a slime, he bears a perfect, expressionless facade, sparing him the need for pretense. As the slime and Venti descend, the Fire Abyss Mage takes notice of their arrival. From the skills exhibited by the human clad in green, the Fire Abyss Mage realizes he is no match for him. The sight of a talking slime astonishes him, even with the influence of the Abyss and Earth veins. It seems improbable for a slime to evolve to such a degree. Slimes are the most basic of monsters, not resembling dragon-like beings. Yet, the slime before him speaks, exhibiting an intelligence surpassing that of the Xingqiu. Is this slime a miraculous creation born of ancient alchemy? Yet, no traces of alchemical origins are evident. If not alchemy, then what could it be? Perhaps these matters should be left to the Lord for judgment. He may have the answers. The Fire Abyss Mage glances at them, uttering no words, and swiftly attempts to flee. After all, relying solely on the strength of Xingqiu might pose some challenges for a mage capable of teleportation and flight. Venti, do me a favor, Yuwen implores, employing his signature charm. Sighing, Yuwen places a hand on his forehead, feigning exasperation. As merely a bard, he wishes to remain uninvolved in such peculiar conflicts, displaying a reluctance to assist. He is uncertain of Yuwen's true intentions, yet complies by harnessing the power of the wind. Moments ago, the Fire Abyss Mage had identified Venti. A human possessing a vision is a rarity indeed. This human is none other than the Anemo Archon, Barbados. Could it be that the plan to awaken the East Wind Dragon and transform it into a weapon has been uncovered by the Wind God? Yet, they had not yet ventured into action, leaving no reason for discovery. A myriad of thoughts swirls in the Fire Abyss Mage's mind. Do not think you can escape so easily, Yuwen declares with audacity. Do you truly believe this is your domain, that you may come and go as you please? Let us make a wager. Should you defeat me, I shall allow you to leave unscathed. A saying comes to mind, even when striking a dog. One must consider its master. No matter how one puts it, the Abyss Mage is undeniably a subordinate of Xingqiu. Defeating the Abyss Mage might provoke Xingqiu's wrath, which would be quite troublesome, and that is not the intention of Yuwen. Additionally, after attracting the pollen from 2 blazing flowers, Yuwen has not drawn in any fire elements for quite some time. It remains uncertain how much fire element is contained within the shield of the fire-type Abyss Mage, and whether it can be attracted by himself. If he could also learn the crafting method for the fire-type Abyss Mage's shield, Yuwen would no longer need to hop around and could attempt to float instead. With the protection of a fire-type shield, his safety would be significantly enhanced. The disdainful laughter of the fire-type Abyss Mage echoed, mocking the audacity of a mere fire slime daring to challenge the esteemed Abyss Mage. If I defeat you, will you truly let me go? The Abyss Mage squinted and inquired, for his life is indeed precious to him. Yuwen leapt onto the arena, adopting a provocative stance, declaring that as a fire slime, he had no reason to fear the fire elements. Using the same elemental type to attack a slime would only result in immunity. Chapter 86. Ceremony. If a weapon is imbued with the same elemental type as the slime, its attack would also be rendered ineffective against the slime. As a fire slime, there is no reason to fear the fire-type Abyss Mage, especially with Venti watching from the sidelines. There was no way anything could go awry. This was a splendid opportunity to practice combat skills against the Abyss Mage. Such a chance should not be missed. Rest assured, after I defeat you, I will need your help to convey a message, so I will not kill you, Yuwen reiterated. The Abyss Mage teleported back into the arena. Although he was puzzled by how a trivial slime could possess such formidable intelligence, it seemed that Yuwen's cleverness rivaled that of dragon-shaped elemental beings. However, a slime is ultimately still a slime, and it could never hope to possess the strength to conquer the Abyss. Upon hearing the word Abyss, Yuwen was filled with doubt. Defeating the Abyss Mage would yield the coveted geomantic branches. It appeared that there was indeed a connection between the geomantic and the Abyss. The fire slime will be fine, right? The water slime inquired with concern. When he chuckled softly, assuring, "Do not worry, he will certainly be fine." It was clear that Yuwen was not a boastful individual. If he lacked confidence, he would not engage in battle. Therefore, one must trust in him now. Just as the fire-type Abyss Mage was about to make a move, Yuwen suddenly shouted, "Wait, what? Are you beginning to fear the power of the Abyss?" The fire-type Abyss Mage said with pride. Yuwen shook his head, feeling that something was amiss in the battle. It lacked vigor. If a fight was to ensue, it must be infused with a unique flair. After all, it was a matter of significant combat enhancement for the protagonist and even included restorative capabilities. No matter how grievous the wounds or how fatigued the body, the moment the music played, one would instantly recover to full health. With the illustrious bard Venti by his side, Yuwen could not let this opportunity slip by. However, with so many options available, which one should he choose? The melody of the tidal sea spirit's snowfall could be dismissed. It was entirely negative. Such a choice would surely bring misfortune. Moreover, as for defeating the fire-type Abyss Mage, not only could he accomplish that, but he could do it exceptionally well. The next decision was whether to use the sound system of Qiao Bangzhu or the Suona of Huang Feihong, or perhaps opt for the classic entrance music from Kill Bill. No one could defeat him within his domain. He recalled how, at the moment Qiao Bangzhu's sound system played, one would know that he would soon arrive. And with a single strike, none in attendance could dare defy him. The Suona of Huang Feihong was also a formidable weapon. Once it played, the battle songs would resonate, instilling fear in the hearts of enemies and making them tremble. Sometimes, having too many choices could lead to confusion. The fire-type Abyss Mage tilted his head in curiosity, pondering. What is this? A powerful elemental magic? An unknown force? Or perhaps something to consume? Initially dismissive, the Abyss Mage now found his demeanor becoming serious for reasons unknown. However, when he felt a surge of joy within, although he did not fully grasp the specific meaning, he had a faint understanding of what Yuwen intended to convey. The tale of a hero requires a bard to sing it. Therefore, when the slime engages in battle, it also needs a bard to provide music, cheering for the slime. It was uncertain what kind of piece Yuwen would present, creating a sense of anticipation. As for whether he could play, when he had no worries, for there existed no melody that the bard Venti could not perform. The glass orb radiated light as Venti retrieved a harp from within it once more. Yuwen rotated his eyes, deep in thought, contemplating the next village name. He quickly decided upon the battle piece, which would be Pain's exclusive ceremony. This piece might sound somewhat lofty, exuding a sense of exhilaration and a fervent atmosphere, while imposing a pressure on the enemy, showcasing the protagonist's grandiose spirit and emphasizing the majesty of the hero. Conversely, some pieces are filled with tragic, sorrowful, and self-sacrificial deeds. Yet Pain's composition was different. It transcended mere fervor. It possessed a rare essence, one imbued with a sense of judgment. The gates of hell had swung open, and the deities descended upon the mortal realm. As for me, the fire slime, I am not only the angel of judgment, but also the harbinger of death from the abyss. This is not a battle, but a reckoning of the sins of the Abyss Mage. Please search for the score of ceremony and convert it into a harp arrangement suitable for a bard to hum. Yuwen instructed the system. Converting. The score for ceremony has been successfully converted, and the corresponding sheet music has been generated. Yuwen once more utilized the shared skill to transmit the score to Venti. Upon seeing the piece appear in his mind, Venti was momentarily awestruck. This is a composition crafted by a lowly being? A renowned bard like myself could never compose something as grand, imbued with judgment, finality, and a sense of authority and oppression. It was akin to the arrival of a higher deity, delivering punishment to those who overstepped their bounds. When Venti looked at Yuwen again, his eyes sparkled with golden light. This was truly unbelievable. He felt fortunate that his earlier choice had not been in vain. Merely healing a few hilichurls had yielded such an extraordinary score. Soon, the entire continent of Teyvat would resonate with the melodies of the bard Venti. The fire slime before him was indeed a prodigious musician. It would be a travesty if such talent were not recognized as a bard. Wait, that's not right. he is no longer human. Wendy couldn't help but exhale in relief. The thought of potentially acquiring more scores and even more exquisite instruments made it difficult for Wendy to contain his excitement. He rushed onto the arena and embraced the fire slime tightly. I truly wish to delve into your mind and uncover its structure. All right, I am ready. We can now commence the battle, Yuwen said earnestly to the fire-type Abyss Mage. Upon finishing his declaration, Wendy began to play the harp, humming along. Instantly, the air was filled with an atmosphere of judgment. Yuwen leapt into the air with vigor, his body returning to its normal temperature, and his once darkened aura transformed into a brilliant yellow. The ancient fire-type Abyss Mages had never witnessed such a combat style before. At the moment, the music resonated. They were rendered transfixed, standing dazed in the arena. The audience of Xingqiu people was left utterly astonished. Was this truly what Diren BB, or N, had described? It was simply magnificent and exuded an overwhelming presence. The eyes of the Xingqiu people sparkled with admiration as they reverently gazed at the residual warmth ascending into the sky. Chapter 87. Fire Against Fire. The other slimes were equally taken aback. While they may not grasp the intricacies of music, they could certainly perceive the divine essence woven within its melodies. The sun had long set, and the last vestiges of light had vanished from the world. In its place, the radiance emitted by the residual warmth shone anew before the eyes of the gathered assembly, imbued with a sense of sanctity. In the eyes of the Xingqiu people, Diren BB appeared extraordinarily sacred and dazzling. Observing the fire-affiliated Abyss Mage standing silently on the arena, the residual warmth filled with joy, indicating a successful endeavor. As WND's song resonated, it swiftly reached its climactic crescendo. WND's voice enveloped everyone like an invisible web, leaving no one able to escape its grasp. In their minds, visions of impending judgment began to materialize, vividly presenting themselves before their eyes. Standing upon the arena was their deity, the divine fire slime, guiding the fate of the Xingqiu people. Keqing HK New JZ, Fire Release. Great Fireball Technique. Unleashed a colossal flame towards the fire-affiliated Abyss Mage, incinerating the world's impurities. However, the residual warmth was aware that fire release could not be lethal. Moreover, the fire-affiliated Abyss Mage was shielded by a fire element barrier. Attacking an element with its own kind would only yield an immunity result. The slimes, as foolish as moldy firewood, contemplated using fireballs against their own fire barriers. A truly whimsical notion. It appeared that this fire slime was entirely ignorant of the fact that fire elements could neither breach the fire barrier nor be further attracted to forge an even stronger shield. The slime's attack methods were limited, expelling fireballs to assault foes or leaping into the air to inflict falling damage. The Abyss Mage had long since comprehended these tactics, and they proved ineffective against him. Naturally, the Abyss Mage also recognized that his own fire element attacks would be futile against the fire slime. The fire elements of the fire slime were purer than his own, rendering them incapable of inflicting harm. The only method to damage the fire slime lay in the water pooled on the arena floor. The Abyss Mage, protected by his fire barrier, would naturally refrain from approaching the water source, lest the water elements evaporate his shield. The fire elements employed by the Abyss Mage were drawn from the Earth's ley lines, not the ambient fire elements. As long as he floated above the water's surface, he could not draw fire elements from the ley lines and might inadvertently attract water elements, which could evaporate his fire barrier. However, this secret was known only to the Abyss Mage. The slimes were blissfully unaware. The Abyss Mage sought to draw the fire slime towards the water, intending for it to plummet into the depths below. Upon contact with water, the fire slime would suffer evaporation damage from the water elements. He had no intention of wasting the fireball expelled by the fire slime, allowing it to dissipate uselessly into the air. He raised his staff, his body began to move rhythmically, and he muttered an indistinct incantation, eager to absorb the fire element into his shield. Just as he lifted his staff, he was suddenly confronted by the fire slime. Chapter 88. Fire Shield Against Fire Immunity. The Abyss Mage wielded a fire element shield, while the slime possessed immunity to fire elements. The residual warmth was well aware that fire against fire would ultimately yield an immunity result. It was common knowledge that fire release did not kill. It was the most benevolent technique among the ninjutsu of the Hokage, with a near-perfect record of sparing lives. The residual warmth never intended for the Great Fireball to harm the fire-affiliated Abyss Mage, knowing full well that immunity would prevail. The decision to employ fire element attacks was motivated by ulterior strategies. The utility of the Great Fireball often lay not in inflicting damage, but in confounding the enemy, obscuring their vision while the blazing flames concealed the true intent of the assault. The Great Fireball was merely a diversion. The genuine offensive was yet to commence. At the moment the residual warmth unleashed the Great Fireball, he immediately concealed himself within the roaring flames, merging with the blaze to approach the fire-affiliated Abyss Mage. The slimes shared a common attack method. Each slime inherently utilized a collision tactic. However, for the fire-affiliated Abyss Mage, such a collision would not breach his barrier. Except for the wind slime, the remainder resorted to a technique known as Mount-High Press. This particular skill proved somewhat redundant. Even a slight evasion would render it ineffective. Consequently, these two attack methods were dismissed by the residual warmth. Aside from these options, the fire slime possessed a unique attack method, the fireball attack. The fire slime's fireball attack bore similarities to the fireballs of the blazing, deceitful flower. To execute a fireball attack, the fire slime needed to charge, entering a burning state, transforming its entire body into a vibrant yellow hue, allowing its attacks to be imbued with fire elements. The term charging lacked elegance. The residual warmth preferred to refer to it as Teyvat Ensu Nbayan. The effects were comparably similar, enhancing combat prowess in a short duration. Yet, both bore flaws. Teyvat Ensu Nbayan imposed significant strain on the body, leading to temporary weakness and loss of combat capability. Conversely, when the residual warmth utilized Teyvat Ensu Nbayan, his body ignited into a burning state enveloped in fire elements. Should he encounter water in this state, it would inflict severe damage. In the burning state, he need not divert attention to regulate his body temperature, as the fire elements within him remained in an active state. The utilization of fire elements became significantly more effortless, with the resultant fire element skills exhibiting greater damage, power, and efficacy than before. Other fire slimes lacked the proficiency in fire element control that the residual warmth possessed. Suddenly, a colossal flame engulfed the fire-affiliated Abyss Mage, overwhelming him with an extensive range of fire elements that obscured his vision entirely. The immense blaze isolated the Abyss Mage from the residual warmth, rendering him blind to the latter's location. The fire-affiliated Abyss Mage relied on sight rather than intuition or elemental perception. Before the vast inferno, he instantaneously lost sight of the residual warmth and remained oblivious to its position. However, for an Abyss Mage devoid of practical experience or theoretical guidance in teamwork, he simply could not comprehend the implications of this loss. Still naively desiring to siphon the fire elements from the flames before him to demonstrate his command over elemental forces, he aimed to showcase to the slimes the true might of the Abyss. The residual warmth, in contrast, possessed a unique perspective beyond the mere visuals. He enjoyed an elemental vision that enabled him to perceive the fire elements effortlessly. To the residual warmth, the fire-affiliated Abyss Mage's fire barrier was conspicuously apparent. Even without elemental vision, as a fire slime, he could effortlessly sense the presence of fire elements. For him, the fire-affiliated Abyss Mage was akin to a living whip. He merely needed to perceive the location of the fire elements, without the necessity of engaging with the new skills derived from interaction with the Wind God statue. The residual warmth quietly conceals itself within the flames, observing the subsequent actions of the fire-themed Abyss Mage with a sense of satisfaction, for such arrogance inevitably breeds demise. This encapsulates the true essence of the Abyss Mage. The fire-themed Abyss Mage raises his hand, directing his staff towards the heavens, chanting an intricate and obscure ancient language that even Yuwen, a master of languages, cannot comprehend. Can you decipher this language? He inquires a bow. Analysis failed. Comes the response. Unable to analyze. Despite the prior indication of failure, hearing the system's confirmation brings a tinge of disappointment to Yuwen. If only he could understand the incantation, perhaps even the slime could harness this extraordinary power. Yuwen is not a dullard. Regardless of whether this power originates from the abyss or the earth's veins, as long as it can be utilized for his benefit, it matters not. The definition of good and evil lies not in the power itself, but rather in the manner of its application. Bao, could you please record this voice? Is that feasible? Yuwen inquires once more. If immediate analysis is not possible, then recording it for later study would suffice. Mimicking the tone of the Abyss Mage, he employs phonetics, recalling how he often used similar methods while learning English. Should he succeed in his endeavors, it would be splendid. Recording in progress, the system announces. Listening attentively, Yuwen resolves to compel the Abyss Mage to unleash more of his spells and skills. If one skill fails, perhaps the next will triumph. Truth be told, the fire-themed Abyss Mage summons 3 flaming skulls to unleash fiery assaults on designated foes. In Yuwen's eyes, this skill possesses considerable utility, inflicting significant damage and achieving an element of surprise. Additionally, the fire-themed Abyss Mage can randomly release fire pillars in the surrounding area. Should Yuwen master this skill, it would enable pinpoint destruction. A fire pillar erupting from beneath one's feet, instigating an explosion, would render the enemy utterly defenseless. At this moment, Yuwen yearns to discern how the Abyss Mage generates his shield. The fire elements within the flames are swiftly being attracted by the fire-themed Abyss Mage, gradually transforming into a fire shield. At this juncture, the Abyss Mage exhibits no intention of defense, fully engrossed in attracting the fire elements. Perhaps, relying on the protection of the fire shield, the fire-themed Abyss Mage underestimates the slime, showing little concern for the impending attack. After all, using fire to breach a fire shield is a tactic even the fire-themed Abyss Mage would endorse. Neither the impact of the fire slime nor its descent would inflict any harm upon the fire shield. Chapter 89. The Fire Shield Array. Perhaps this is the reason the fire-themed Abyss Mage exhibits such reckless abandon. After observing for some time, Yuwen remains perplexed by the Abyss Mage's methodology. Not only the incantations, but it seems even the training methods diverge significantly. Witnessing the Abyss Mage so engrossed in his task, Yuwen realizes the fire elements within the flames are nearly depleted. His concealed form amidst the flames is at risk of exposure. Determined to deliver a surprise before his reveal, he adheres to the adage that one must reciprocate kindness. Just as the fire-themed Abyss Mage joyously attracts the fire elements, Yuwen suddenly appears before him. What brings you here, my young friend? Please, continue your absorption. Seeing the fire-themed Abyss Mage halt, Yuwen expresses his curiosity. Anyone engrossed in a task would be startled by the sudden appearance of a slime, and the fire-themed Abyss Mage is no exception. Instinctively, he attempts to teleport away. For the fire-themed Abyss Mage, absorbing fire elements is akin to a sacred rite. It cannot be interrupted until completion unless forcibly halted, or perhaps due to a lack of intelligence. Observing imminent success, he refuses to abandon his pursuit. Yet, as a mere slime, Yuwen finds himself at a disadvantage in mobility compared to the Abyss Mage's teleportation abilities. Without considering alternative approaches, it seems exceedingly difficult to approach the Abyss Mage. Unable to get close, he cannot attempt to consume the Abyss Mage's fire shield. If you can't absorb anymore, allow me to take my turn. A bold idea surfaces in Yuwen's mind. The fire elements expelled by the fire slime are absorbed by the fire-themed Abyss Mage, charging his shield. While Yuwen intends to absorb the fire elements contained within the Abyss Mage's shield, much like a vampire biting another vampire's neck to drink their blood, creating a perpetual cycle. Regardless of the outcome, Yuwen resolves to give it a try. He lingers upon the fire shield, voraciously consuming the fire elements upon it. The Abyss Mage hastily employs teleportation, seeking to flee, but Yuwen is determined to thwart his intentions. While the Abyss Mage's fire attacks cannot penetrate his own shield, Yuwen can allow his fire elements to permeate the shield, obstructing the Abyss Mage's casting. The Abyss Mage winces in pain, his teleportation abruptly interrupted by Yuwen, who once again affixes himself to the shield, greedily absorbing the fire elements. Yuwen would never deplete the fire-themed Abyss Mage's mobility. Such an opportunity to recharge would not present itself again easily. How could he engage in such reckless depletion? In a frenzy, the fire-themed Abyss Mage hastily channels the forces of the Abyss, momentarily forgetting that the fire slime is impervious to fire-based attacks. In his panic, he summons 3 skulls, which hover ominously in the air like demons from the inferno. Each skull unleashes searing flames from its maw, vowing to incinerate all perceived evil. The sudden eruption of intense heat distorts the surrounding air. Fire slime, do be cautious, the water slime calls out, concerned for its companion. Surely the fire slime will be unharmed? The wind slime expresses its worry. The sight of the blazing inferno and the fearsome, flaming skulls terrifies even the Choo-Choo people. No one dares to imagine the consequences of being engulfed in such flames. As for the grass slime, witnessing such a tremendous blaze leaves it utterly stunned. The intensity of the flames is overwhelming. Should the grass slime encounter such fervent flames, it would likely face the dire consequence of losing its foliage once again. Such a scenario is truly terrifying. Children must never play with fire, or rather, the grass slime must never play with fire. Playing with fire is perilously dangerous. Observing the raging flames, the grass slime swiftly burrows underground, embedding itself deeply in the soil to find solace. Be careful, Bay Byron. They cry out as Chulalu, Chiolauba, and Abing express their concerns for Yuwen. The sudden cacophony, combined with the fiery onslaught from the 3 skulls, takes Yuwen by surprise. After all, having been reincarnated as a slime, this is the first time he has encountered such a massive inferno, and it marks his inaugural experience with a fire attack. He had let his guard down. "How didn't he dodge?" is the fleeting thought that crosses Yuwen's mind. To his astonishment, he feels no pain, only warmth, and a peculiar sense of comfort. Gazing at the words immune dancing before him, a wave of relief washes over him. Indeed, as a fire slime, I need not fear fire element attacks, for fire elements are ineffective against me. My worries were unfounded. The raucous cries of these hilichurls startled me. Setting aside these idle thoughts, I, Yuwen, focused intently on attracting the fire elements contained within the fire shield. The Abyss Mage, wary of the shield's potential destruction, summoned the powers of the Abyss once more to replenish the lost fire elements. Meanwhile, Venti continued to play his enchanting melodies. With his support, I accelerated the process of attracting the fire elements from the shield. Soon, I discerned a subtle difference within the fire elements of the shield. It appeared that these fire elements were not quite like those dispersed in the air. Their origin was beneath the ground, rather than from the atmosphere. This revelation startled me momentarily. Could this be the power of the ley line? As I absorbed the fire elements from the shield, the Abyss Mage diligently replenished them. Thus, we formed a sort of perpetual motion machine. If only I could maintain this indefinitely, but such a notion was clearly impossible. The fire elements within the ley line were somewhat impure. They differed from those in the air and even from those contained within the fiery bloom of the pyro flower. Other forces seemed to intermingle with them, rendering the fire elements unsuitable for direct refinement by a fire slime. Observing the Abyss Mage's continuous supplementation of the fire elements within the shield, I soon conceived a new idea. Once the fire shield was established, the skill had already been cast. All that remained was to sustain the energy required for its maintenance, akin to a formation that protected the fire Abyss Mage within. Chapter 90. This fire shield is impressive. I shall claim it. The fire shield functioned like a formation. Once laid out, as long as the energy remained intact, it would persist. After a moment of contemplation, a spark ignited in my eyes. I am a fire slime, devoid of other elemental attributes. Yet I possess an abundance of fire elements. Why not expel the Abyss Mage from the shield, claim the fire shield for myself, and enjoy the ability to float? Would that not be delightful? Even if I could not utilize the Abyss Mage's skill to generate the fire shield, I could still wield the shield's powers. This idea was simply brilliant, and I was astounded by my own ingenuity. I soon concentrated my focus, gently guiding the fire shield. I noticed the shield gradually opening a gap on either side. I strained to squeeze into the shield, while the fire Abyss Mage gaped in astonishment. After all, as beings of the fire element, I merely needed to maintain elemental cohesion with the shield to gradually merge into it. How did you get in? Get out! The Abyss Mage exclaimed, his voice trembling slightly. It seemed the fire Abyss Mage had yet to realize that I could pass through the fire shield. One must not overestimate the intelligence of the Abyss mages. Many of them possess intellect that pales in comparison to that of humans. In the narrative, one Fire Abyss mage had stolen the book The Princess White and the Seven Dwarfs from the library. Even if Mondstadt residents fail to return borrowed books, Lisa would undoubtedly be furious. Such acts of theft would likely send her into a rage. The Fire Abyss mage foolishly regarded this book as a mysterious tome, believing it granted him supreme magic. Another Fire Abyss mage had pilfered the bombs buried by Klee in the forest, convinced they were secret weapons. Ultimately, when he attempted to use this secret weapon against Klee, he accidentally triggered an explosion, injuring himself. The well-being of the Fire Abyss mage was of little consequence. What truly mattered was that Klee, upon witnessing the explosion injure the Abyss mage, feared she had caused harm and dreaded the arrival of Jean and the knights enforcing the survival law. This was the most despicable aspect. How frustrating that it was the Fire Abyss mage once again. The Fire Abyss mage was taken aback by the sudden appearance of a slime within his shield. The only defense he could rely upon was this fire shield. As long as it remained intact, he held a position of arrogance. Now that a fire slime had infiltrated the shield, the Abyss mage felt a surge of panic. The Fire Abyss mages understood that without the shield, they were utterly powerless. A mage casting a spell is as vulnerable as a fish on a chopping block, awaiting its fate. "Get out!" I exclaimed in disbelief. I had never expected the seemingly inconsequential impact attack to prove so advantageous. Once the fire shield was created, it functioned like a defensive array. Now, the control of this fire attribute defense array had shifted into my hands. I manipulated the fire elements, creating an opening in the array and forcing the Fire Abyss mage out. The Fire Abyss mage had never anticipated that the shield he had painstakingly crafted would become a garment for another. Just as he prepared to recite his incantation once more to recreate the fire shield, I floated the fire shield before him. "You have lost. Surrender," I declared. "Even if you attempt to summon fire elements to construct another shield, it will be futile, as I will absorb all the elements you gather in advance." Recalling the earlier incident of the fire slime attracting fire elements, the Abyss mage realized I was not deceiving him. In truth, I could no longer attract more elements. Otherwise, I would not let such a golden opportunity slip away. "Your shield is quite well made. Have you considered working for me? 9 weekends off, and a salary await you. How's that sound?" I proposed. The fire shield was exceedingly beneficial for me. No longer would I need to bounce about while walking, which was quite undignified. With the fire shield, my movements became significantly more convenient. To keep the shield operational, I merely needed a continuous supply of fire elements. As a fire slime, I was certainly not lacking in fire elements. Maintaining the shield required only a modest amount of fire elements, which posed no burden to me. I simply needed to occasionally convert the fire elements dispersed in the air. My only concern was the possibility of rain. In Teyvat, rain can fall unexpectedly. During rainy weather, the fire shield would be compromised in an instant, leaving me without such protection. Furthermore, sustaining the shield proved somewhat troublesome. It necessitated a steady supply of fire elements. How to resolve the issue of continual fire element replenishment posed a challenge. I began to develop a fondness for the Fire Abyss mage. Observing the mage's displeased expression, I added, "I can offer you an additional sweet flour-glazed chicken each month. Do not be ungrateful." My tone carried a hint of threat. The Fire Abyss mage remained obstinately unyielding. He was a noble Abyss mage, and how could he ever stoop to working in a slime's camp? Working was out of the question, absolutely impossible. Not even a sweet flour-glazed chicken could sway him. But what is this sweet flour-glazed chicken? It sounds quite delectable, he mused, recalling the task assigned by his master. He was not there for the sweet flour-glazed chicken. Seeing the Fire Abyss mage's discontent, Yuwen understood that he could not be coerced. A reluctant fruit is never sweet, and Yuwen himself was not fond of bittermelon, as it would extinguish the fire within. If he was unwilling to stay and create the shield, then he should simply reveal the method of its creation. Yuwen remarked with a bright smile. The Fire Abyss mage, puzzled, queried whether crafting a shield was not a simple task requiring only hands. Considering that Abyss mages inherently possessed such skills and did not need to learn. With his level of intelligence, he likely struggled to teach it all. Suddenly, Yuwen felt a surge of heat radiate from his body, prompting the Fire Abyss Mage to hastily retract his words. I was born knowing how to use it, he stammered. Meanwhile, Wenti, standing nearby, communicated telepathically with Yuwen, suggesting it would be wise to refrain from utilizing the power of the Abyss for the time being. Though Wenti's counsel remained incomplete and unexplained, Yuwen swiftly grasped its implications. Chapter 91. Water in the backyard. The continent of Teyvat is a fantastical realm where 7 elements converge, yet its power structure is not singular. For Yuwen, harnessing the Abyss's power was not in his best interest. As he absorbed the Abyss's fire element, he sensed something amiss. Led by Xingqiu, the Abyss Mages were likely in a hostile relationship with the forces of heavenly law. Should the heavenly law take notice? Yuwen had no desire to relive the opening animation of a game. He did not wish to be confined within a barrel like a powder keg, nor did he want to be sealed away. While he refrained from using the power of the Abyss, he was determined to find a way to preserve the shield. With a fire shield that could float in the air, his field of vision was greatly expanded and mobility was considerably enhanced. Forget it. I have little interest in the techniques of a defeated foe, Yuwen stated nonchalantly, as if the previous request had not originated from him. Though I have triumphed, I shall not make things difficult for you. You seem to possess enough sense to realize you are not acting alone. While I am uncertain of your intentions, we are all perceived as monsters in the eyes of humanity, which suggests we are not necessarily adversaries. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. Perhaps we could form an alliance. When decide, could you not say such things while I am present? Despite Yuwen speaking the truth, humanity inherently harbors aversion towards monsters, viewing Abyss Mages, Hilichurls, and Slimes alike as threats. Yuwen continued, engaging in conflict serves no purpose. Instead, let us collaborate harmoniously and establish a united kingdom of monsters, where all creatures may live joyously together. Those who possess strength should lend their aid, while you Abyss Mages should employ your intellect. Cooperation leads to mutual benefit. The Fire Abyss Mage was left speechless, struck by the terrifying ambition of such a proposal. Could a mere slime truly harbor such aspirations? The idea of founding a united kingdom of monsters was audacious. No, that is incorrect. We Abyss Mages are not monsters, he thought, yet Yuwen's words undeniably stirred something within him. They had endured much oppression from humans. In time, I shall prepare a delightful sweet flour brew chicken for you and roast a meat pie for the Hilichurls. Together, we shall grow stronger and create new glories. For a fleeting moment, the Fire Abyss Mage felt tempted to agree, but the memory of the mission bestowed upon him by his lord quickly solidified his resolve. The Abyss Mage remained silent, deep in contemplation. Yuwen discerned the conflict within the Abyss Mage's heart, as his thoughts were plainly written upon his face. Yuwen, perceptive as he was, recognized this easily. This realization only reinforced Yuwen's shameless determination. Did the Abyss Mage not realize his intentions were laid bare? As a slime without a face, Yuwen was immune to such scrutiny. They could not infer his true thoughts through facial expressions. Indeed, to achieve great feats, one must cast aside shame. Yuwen was clearly destined for monumental accomplishments, for it was never a matter of shame, as he possessed no face. Turning his head in another direction, Yuwen feigned a sigh, subtly divulging information to the Abyss Mage to relay to their lord. After all, when D was nearby, failing to maintain an air of authenticity would easily expose his ruse to Wenti. The Abyss Mage's lord and their schemes remained a topic Yuwen could not elucidate to Wenti. To avoid unwarranted speculation, Yuwen resolved to continue his charade. In my world, before he could finish, Yuwen noticed something amiss. Had it not just rained heavily? Why was there smoke rising from the distant forest, indicating a fire? Was the notion of protecting the forest entirely lost on the people of this world? No, this direction. Yuwen activated the map, illuminated by the interaction with a wind god statue in his mind, confirming the location of the smoke. This direction seems to correspond with the Shijiazhuang camp. Could it be that our camp has been discovered by the patrolling knights of Favonius? Are they intending to set the Hilichurl camp ablaze? Or has an adventurer stumbled upon the Hilichurl's towering structures, triggering a perilous climb? Do these individuals not appreciate the fruits of others' labor? Are Hilichurls not human? How could they so recklessly destroy another's efforts? The new courtyard was yet to be built, and the backyard was already in disarray. Yuwen decided to disregard the Abyss Mage for the moment. Perhaps something more sinister was afoot. Chapter 92. The Xingqiu Princess, the Sacred Fire of Judgment, which incinerates all, has once again descended upon the pure night lands. And all of this is the choice of the Fate Stone. Ultimately, the power drawn from elsewhere shall not be tolerated by the gods. Remnants of existence shall vanish like smoke, dissipating beneath the lightless starry sky as the sacred fire burns. The sacred fire vows to consume all that does not belong to the pure nightlands. It shall replace the sun that has fallen amidst the endless mountains and rivers, staining the heavens red, much like the brilliance of this princess illuminating the dark night. Fiscal speech was imbued with an air of Xingqiu. Even in the absence of an audience, such grandiloquent phrases were unnecessary, particularly with only Oz present. Yet, to prevent any unforeseen circumstances and to align more closely with the character of the Princess of Judgment from the novel, she could not afford to show even the slightest hint of laxity. Even in solitude, she adhered to this principle. Only through prolonged practice could she avoid faltering in the presence of others. Fiscal particularly reveled in this atmosphere, completely enraptured in her fantasy world, unable to extricate herself. Oz glanced up at the sky. The sun had indeed set, yet it was still not dark. The stars above were barely visible. Where was the starry sky? Moreover, after such a prolonged downpour, the wood would have been thoroughly soaked. With this meager flame, only thick smoke would arise. It could at most consume the tower, while the other buildings would likely remain unharmed. The current situation was far from the destruction Fiscal had described, where the sacred fire would obliterate everything in sight. Fiscal remained in trance for a considerable time, thinking that even Oz would be awed by her unmatched divine power. Oz, before the radiance of this princess, even the stars you have carved from the endless night shall pale in comparison. The stars in the sky were but holes pecked out by Oz during his time in the eternal night. This was a tale Fiscal spun for Oz. However, in the face of the princess's brilliance, those stars were truly insignificant. Oz was reluctant to shatter her fantasies. However, I could not help but remind you, miss, that the night has not yet fallen, and the stars have yet to appear in the sky. In such a scenario, the reference to the starry sky seems rather inappropriate. Indeed, as Oz has stated, the sun has just set, and the darkness has not yet enveloped the land. Here, high in the Didapa Valley, one can still witness the last remnants of twilight, and not a single star is visible. What starry sky is there to speak of? An awkward expression suddenly crossed my face. I, the Princess of Judgment, whose true name is Fei Xie, possessed the grand dream of illusions and the eye of judgment that perceives the intricate causes and effects of the world. I have already witnessed the fall of countless civilizations and have comprehended the silent revelations of all souls. The night has indeed descended, yet you remain oblivious to the impending calamity, entranced by the present phenomena. You, mere mortals, cannot fathom the fluctuations of yin and yang in this world, unaware that disaster is approaching. The intertwining fate of you and me has long been known to me, the princess, and my descent into this world is to sever all worldly causes and effects. I shall pass judgment upon the deserving and sanctify those favored by destiny, collecting within the endless purgatory of night all dreams that have found no mercy. This is the mission of your princess. Oz has once again been defeated. Truly, she is my esteemed lady, capable of speaking nonsense with her eyes wide open. Her words, though coherent and logical, are utterly unconvincing. Compared to Fei Xie, who is lost in her fantasies, Oz remains grounded in reality. As the loyal companion of the princess, he is constantly preoccupied with her safety. Oz contemplates their current predicament. The method of igniting flames with the fiery flower is too slow. Observing the billowing smoke before him, he finds it exceedingly conspicuous. Currently, it is just the two of them, investigators sent to gather intelligence on the Didapa Valley. If they were to encounter the Hilichurls, it could lead to considerable trouble. After all, they are merely investigators from the Adventurers Guild, not Knights of Favonius, nor combatants prepared to engage in battle with the Hilichurls. However, should they encounter a multitude of Hilichurls, escaping would not be a simple task. Their provisions are also nearly depleted. After a night of torrential rain, The Dadapa Valley has once again suffered a mudslide. As an adventurer, one should know that no one would venture towards the foot of the mountain during a rainstorm. The mudslide from last night, combined with the downpour, has rendered the original route obsolete, necessitating the search for a new and safe path. Gazing in the direction of Mondstadt, Oz meticulously examines the route leading there. Although they previously conducted a substantial purge of the Hilichurls, driving those who dwelled in the gorge away, it should be a relatively safe path. However, after a night of heavy rain, the gorge has become waterlogged, making movement extremely inconvenient. There is also the possibility of encountering another landslide. After a moment of thought, he ultimately decides against traversing the gorge. After all, the lady is an exceptionally skilled investigation adventurer, intimately familiar with the mastery of the wind wings. It is said that a scout knight named Amber is also quite adept at flying and has even won the title of flying champion. In truth, it is merely that the lady does not wish to compete for such trivial honors with mere mortals. Otherwise, that title would undoubtedly belong to her. With Oz by her side, the lady is assuredly safe from any danger while gliding. Now, the winds have stabilized, no longer raging as they once were. In such favorable conditions, it is indeed ideal to deploy the wind wings for gliding. Gliding down with the wind will surely be faster than walking. Oz's eyesight surpasses that of ordinary individuals, allowing him to share this vision with the lady. It is thanks to this ability that Fei Xie Air can swiftly complete investigation tasks, providing accurate intelligence to the members of the Adventurers Guild. Perhaps this is the reason why Fei Xie Air has managed to reduce the time taken for exploration missions in Mondstadt by 25%. Chapter 93, The Blazing Deceptive Flower. Oz continues to search for a route in the sky. Fei Xie Air remains lost in her dreams of the Judgment Princess, and upon seeing Oz searching for a path, she murmurs again, the troubles of the mortal body are truly vexing. Even as a princess, I must replenish the energy required by this vessel. Having been out for so long, even a princess longs for her chamber in the small garden in Mondstadt. Surely, the Emperor and Empress are also concerned for their daughter in the palace. Fei Xie Air sighs, immediately sharing Oz's vision to survey the earth below. Oz's observations focus more on finding an appropriate route and do not entail a detailed examination of the ground's conditions. However, as the sovereign of the purgatory of night, the Judgment Princess, Fei Xie Air, possesses the authority to discern all sins and truths. To put it simply, she is a member of the Adventurers Guild. Fei Xie Air continues to seek out other useful information. After the heavy rain last night, she wonders if anyone has been stranded as a result. During her investigations, she often encounters other adventurers trapped in the wilderness. Upon seeing fellow adventurers in distress, it is only natural for the princess to offer assistance. This is her duty. Fei Xie Air meticulously searches for traces around her. Oz, take a look at the gorge over there. It seems there are figures present, she says, momentarily forgetting her grandiose rhetoric and speaking like a normal person. Oz immediately begins to perform a reverse translation. Unable to wield the royal artifact, the abyssal secret pearl, he is utterly powerless against natural disasters. As the loyal companion of the princess, it is imperative to uphold her image. That seemingly normal statement was somewhat out of character. The true meaning behind the lady's words is that, as the Judgment Princess, she bears the noble responsibility of safeguarding the souls of all beings in the mortal realm. Oz swiftly flies forward to gain a clearer view of the figures. My lady, it appears that these are adventurers who have encountered a mudslide. It seems they have been fortunate enough to escape the debris and have not been buried within. Oz reflects that his previous words sounded rather peculiar. Whether escaping the mudslide counts as good fortune or misfortune is uncertain. Encountering a mudslide in the gorge is hardly a cause for celebration. Yet, to survive such a disaster does seem to warrant some relief. These adventuring experiences have been passed down through generations of seasoned adventurers. It seems that the two individuals have succumbed to unconsciousness. Through Oz's vision, Fei Xie Air is able to discern their identities. Isn't that Bennett? Who is the other one? She wonders internally. Both of Fei Xie Air's parents are adventurers, and the tales from the Adventurers Guild are naturally shared with their daughter. In this situation, Fei Xie Air is aware of some stories about Bennett, including that his father is part of a group of old adventurers. Much of the adventuring wisdom in Mondstadt has been imparted by Bennett's father. However, based on the current circumstances, it is evident that Bennett has not learned these experiences from his father. Subsequently, Facia was recommended by her parents to join the Adventurers Guild as an investigator. Bennett frequently appears at the entrance of the Adventurers Guild, so it is only natural that Facia has encountered him. However, she is uncertain about the identity of the unfortunate soul who has fainted beside Bennett. Many are still unaware of Bennett's extraordinary misfortunes. After all, he has only just begun his legendary adventures, and his tale of misfortune has yet to spread. Even Facia currently views Bennett's luck as merely unfortunate. Nonetheless, regardless of who it may be, upon encountering adventurers stranded in the wilderness, it is only natural to extend a helping hand. The flames of the sacred fire are raging fiercely, and it is merely a matter of time before the tower succumbs to the blaze. There is no need for further concern. During the construction of this encampment, flammable materials were already isolated. One need not worry about the flames spreading and igniting a wildfire, thus saving Fiscal a considerable amount of time. The destruction of the tower built by the Hilichurls is inevitable. The immediate priority, however, remains the rescue of the two unconscious adventurers. I have already heard the silent call of your hearts. As a princess, I govern this small garden known as Mondstadt. Since I bear the love of my people, I also shoulder the noble duty of safeguarding the souls of all beings in this world. This declaration of the pure rain upon Mondstadt shall cleanse the world of its impurities, and Mondstadt shall, alongside me, embrace a new dawn. Let me summon your souls, which have descended into the abyss, back to the realm of the living. I shall rescue your souls that have fallen into despair. Before the young lady could finish her words, Oz interrupted helplessly. My lady, if you do not hasten, you may miss the optimal moment for rescue. They are likely on the brink of death. Fiscal brushed her hair aside and scoffed. Is this the frailty of mortal flesh? How pitiful indeed. To perish from such a state? Huh, what? They are about to expire? Following this, Fiscal, residing within the Night Raven, soared swiftly toward the foot of the mountain. The torrential rain had ceased. The pyro flower, eager to stretch its limbs, decided it was time to emerge after hiding from the storm since the previous night. Having avoided the rain for a lifetime, one wonders if it feels sorrowful. Such inquiries should not be posed to fire attribute creatures. Rainy days invariably bring them discomfort. The puddles on the ground were gradually receding. With the rain clearing, it was time to venture out in the evening. The pyro flower is a pseudo-plant monster, masquerading as an ordinary plant and growing alongside its mundane counterparts. However, the pyro flower is not a true plant and cannot remain stationary like a radish, mint, or sweet flower. It possesses certain plant-like functions, yet it is not a genuine plant. The pyro flower belongs to the realm of monsters. As a creature of magic, it occasionally desires to roam, inhale fresh air, and seek the nutrients necessary for its growth. In its pursuit of sustenance conducive to its development, this behavior appears quite reasonable. Since last night, the damp atmosphere has rendered the pyro flower quite uncomfortable. As it wandered through the forest, a shadow suddenly loomed overhead, only to vanish swiftly. Chapter 94. Sheen and Fulgur the pyro flower looked up and was astonished to find a human intruding upon its territory, evoking a sense of violation. Although the pyro flower possesses limited intelligence, it harbors a strong territorial instinct. In its eyes, the notion of borrowing or trespassing is non-existent. Regardless of the reason, it does not permit others to encroach upon its domain. The pyro flowers of Teyvat likely share similarities with those in the game. In the game, when players trigger the wrath of the pyro flower near deep waters, it often leads to the creature's demise by drowning, an occurrence that has reportedly been rectified by the developers. The pyro flowers in Teyvat may exhibit comparable behavior. The persistent dampness of the day has left the pyro flower in a morose state. Now, with someone soaring above it, the creature feels further affronted. Subsequently, the pyro flower burrowed underground, pursuing Fiscal's gliding path with unwavering determination. After all, Bennett's unconscious position lies not far from the pyro flower's territory. In Mondstadt, within the West Wind Church, in the office of the Grand Master, Fulgur reclined languidly on the sofa. His relaxed demeanor suggested he had only just awakened. The gentle drizzle outside, with its rhythmic patter, indeed made for an ideal napping environment. Before he knew it, he had succumbed to slumber. This was not merely an excuse for Fulguresque laziness. It was the unvarnished truth. On a rainy day, to forego sleep would be to waste such splendid weather. Grandmaster, are you awake? Qin, seated at the Grandmaster's desk, attended to various documents without lifting her gaze. Upon hearing the sounds of Fulgur stirring, she acknowledged his awakening with a frosty retort. This was a trap set by Qin, knowing that Fulgur, still groggy from sleep, would likely fall prey to her linguistic snare. Yet, Fulgur appeared to have grown accustomed to such tactics. After all, it was merely a matter of finding an excuse for his indolence. Oh, perhaps I dozed off on my desk. Overwhelmed by the paperwork, he quickly surmised. Qin set aside the document she had been processing and stood with an air of indignation, directing a look that clearly conveyed her disbelief. You claim to have inadvertently fallen asleep at your desk, yet here you are, sprawled on the sofa. You've been unresponsive to my knocking on the door multiple times. Who are you trying to deceive? Grandmaster, you said you dozed at your desk. Can you explain why you ultimately found yourself asleep on the sofa? Fulgur offered a nonchalant smile. A reason? Must I fabricate an explanation for my leisurely slumber? For someone like me, who frequently engages in such behavior, it is rather simple. Fulgur's mind raced with thoughts. To fall asleep at the desk and awaken in a bed. Now that was a unique talent of his, akin to a child's special ability. Even if one dozed off at the desk after a night of studying, one would often awaken in bed the next morning, despite any prior temper tantrums. However, this ability tends to fade with age. Qin was well aware that Fulgur was referring to a skill unique to children, having observed it in her sister, Barbara. In her youth, are you a child, still endowed with such a skill? Qin bluntly countered. Processing these documents had indeed consumed an entire afternoon of her time. Fulgur feigned surprise. Oh, I did not expect there to be another with such an ability. Regardless, he remained steadfast, refusing to admit to his laziness. Otherwise, Qin would incessantly nag him. Once again, she urged, Grandmaster, please take your responsibilities seriously and meet the expectations that Mondstadt has of you. With a grimace, Fulgur lamented the tediousness of handling these documents. In truth, he had planned to address the paperwork today, feeling a twinge of guilt for consistently relying on Qin for assistance. Despite his thick skin, he felt somewhat remiss in taking advantage of a young lady. With a newfound resolve to work diligently, he sat down to tackle the paperwork. Yet, upon glancing at the mundane tasks at hand, adventurers flouting flight regulations and landing on rooftops, leading to citizen complaints, West Wind Knights intoxicated at Angel's share, presenting a disheveled appearance unbecoming of their stature, and complaints regarding compensation due to the reorganization of city streets, not to mention a pet dog that pilfered bread, he felt overwhelmed. What on earth were these trivial matters? The sheer volume of these petty issues vexed Fulgur, leaving him at a loss for how to address them. It seems that venturing out to eradicate the monsters is far simpler. A mere strike suffices. The sight of these words induces drowsiness, causing my eyelids to descend into a blissful state of languor. Young lady, it is only natural for you to assist me in this endeavor, Fulgur declared with unabashed confidence. Such tedious trifles shall be entrusted to you, allowing the Grand Commander to devote his energies to more significant matters. Indeed, that is precisely the case. Fulgur almost convinced himself of his own rhetoric. Observing Fulgur's demeanor, Qin found herself at a loss. After all, the Grand Commander was not entirely mistaken. He did indeed have more pressing tasks at hand. Yet, what were you engaged in prior concerning the official documents? Qin, however, was not inclined to let the Grand Commander off the hook so easily. Dealing with official documents is the most irksome affair. Engaging in combat with the Hilichurls is far more enjoyable. Bullying those simple-minded Hilichurls is a piece of cake. Nevertheless, Klips, one of the alcohol magnates of Mondstadt and the father of Diluc, advised against hastily initiating trade with the nation of Snezhnaya. Otherwise, Snezhnaya may disrupt the fragile economic and trade systems that Mondstadt has painstakingly established. As for the subsequent content, Fulgur found it entirely incomprehensible. Klips's words were indeed more perplexing than ancient tomes. Yet, the logic behind Klips's statements was sound, even compelling Fulgur to discern the weight of the matter. Fulgur recognized that Klips would certainly not betray Mondstadt. Initially, he believed that simply resolving the monster issue and re-establishing trade routes would usher in prosperity for Mondstadt. Now, however, Klips had justly articulated why the influx of foreign goods could indeed bring ruin to Mondstadt. This revelation left Falga quite flustered. At this juncture, he rose from his sofa and placed the pertinent documents before Qin. Here, assist me in analyzing this. See who possesses the more rational argument. Holding the documents in her hands, Qin began to scrutinize them intently. It is widely acknowledged that commercial trade yields prosperity, as evidenced by Yuwen next door. Yet Klips, with his unique business acumen, elucidated the myriad challenges Mondstadt might soon face. Issues pertaining to economic trade were not strengths for either Qin or Falga. Moreover, Klips had articulated potential scenarios with remarkable clarity. Mondstadt's economy is exceedingly fragile, a truth even Falga could recognize. Klips was indeed an exceptional merchant, much like my own family. Qin's statement implied her unwavering belief in Klips's loyalty. Indeed, Falga concurred. He had brought immense wealth to Mondstadt, and his arguments were quite cogent. I am at a loss as to how to navigate this predicament. Just as the two were deliberating, a knock resounded at the door. Good evening, Grand Commander. I am Kia. Chapter 95. The Tradition of Loafing. Judging by Kia's tone, he likely had some significant matters to report. Falga sighed. Do these individuals truly relish their work so much? Surely, Kia should have clocked out by now. Why does he still come to report? The backlog of tasks was already a source of considerable frustration for Falga. Listening to Kia's tone from outside, it appeared yet another important issue had arisen. Being a Grand Commander is indeed a challenging role. Falga hastily stowed away the relevant documents. Since the Anemo Archon aided the venerable Vanessa in overthrowing the corrupt aristocracy and assisted her in establishing the Knights of Favonius over a millennium ago, the class stratification in Mondstadt has only intensified. Over the years, a new class of aristocrats has emerged, harboring a distinct sense of superiority. They regard themselves as superior beings, clinging to traditional notions, looking down upon ordinary merchants and individuals from other strata, maintaining an aloof demeanor. As for Klips's letter, it is best to set it aside for now to avoid displeasing certain individuals. Come in, Falga said, quickly concealing the documents. Good evening, Grand Commander Falga, Kia greeted, having opened the door. I have just gathered some peculiar intelligence. Falga raised an eyebrow, intrigued by Kia's assessment of the intelligence as peculiar. It must be noteworthy indeed. Do share. Since Qin is present, we can analyze it together, Falga replied with a smile. As Kia stepped into the office, he noticed Qin seated at the Grand Commander's desk, prompting him to add, Good evening, Vice Commander Qin. After all, Kia excelled in handling documents and affairs. Some individuals prefer to have the title Sir appended to their names, as if only then could they be deemed deserving of their status. Such behavior, in Kia's view, is characteristic of immature youth who seek validation through grandiose titles to elevate their stature. For the short-sighted and self-satisfied aristocrats of Mondstadt, having a foolish adversary is ultimately advantageous, as it enhances our chances of victory. However, the impressions left by Grand Commander Falga and Vice Commander Qin diverged from this notion. Both Falga and Qin cared little for such titles. They were far more concerned with their responsibilities. In fact, they preferred to be addressed simply by their names. Yet, as the Grand Commander of Mondstadt, the embodiment of the city's hopes, should anyone dare to call Falga by his name alone, they would likely be met with disdain from countless others, deemed an impolite individual. Qin was engaged in processing documents from the Grand Commander's position, while Falga languidly stood beside her, appearing as though he had just awakened. The scene before them spoke volumes. Kia quickly surmised that once again, Grand Commander Falga had taken the opportunity to slack off and indulge in a nap, while Qin bore the burden of the unaddressed paperwork. Kia sighed, at a loss for words. After all, he was merely a lowly cavalry captain. Although he had suggested that the Grand Commander ought to exhibit the demeanor befitting his position, at least to maintain appearances, lest he attract the scrutiny of some antiquated individuals. The recent purging of the Hilichurls had likely silenced any potential dissent. Both Qin and Falga commanded his utmost respect. Yet, he found himself increasingly troubled, uncertain of which path to choose. When the day of decision arrived, would he stand with Mondstadt or with Kenria? The office lights flickered on. Although Mondstadt boasts the genius albedo, the practical application of electricity in conjunction with the electro-slime's compendium has yet to be realized. The warm light illuminated the entire office once more, casting a comforting glow upon Kia, enhancing the clarity of the report before him. It seems another late night of paperwork awaits. Falga rubbed his forehead, displaying an expression of exasperation. Processing documents is the most vexatious task. Kia organized the night's report into a formal document and presented it to Falga. Upon receiving it, Falga briefly squinted at it before discreetly placing the document before Qin. A gesture that spoke volumes. He wished for her to handle it as well. Kia had long grown accustomed to such scenarios. With Falga not yet embarking on an expedition and Qin still in the midst of her growth, it was only natural for a few minor frustrations to arise. Qin cast a disgruntled glance at Ferga. However, Ferga was already prepared, as long as he did not witness the complaints etched on Qin's face. He would not feel guilty within. After prolonged periods of idleness, Ferga gradually compiled his experiences. Perhaps, in some respects, idleness was indeed a tradition of Mondstadt. Ferga approached Kia, clapping a hand on his shoulder, and said, "Please report to me the peculiar information you mentioned earlier. I would like to hear your thoughts on it." In truth, Ferga's true intention was to shirk responsibility. The sight of paperwork filled him with distaste. He had no desire to peruse the densely packed reports. After all, since everything was summarized by Kia, it would be far more convenient to have Kia articulate instead. As for listening to Kia's opinions, it was merely an excuse for Ferga to avoid mental exertion. Engaging in critical thinking was truly burdensome. Having someone nearby to assist in contemplation was certainly more convenient. Coincidentally, Qin was also present, and Kia was sharp-witted. He decided to let the two of them devise a solution while he merely issued the commands. The second piece of information came from Mr. Slida, the wine merchant, who reported that they had encountered a traveler from another world, a self-proclaimed warrior in armor, who single-handedly repelled the Hilichurl marauders and the Anemo Hilichurl shaman. Ferga furrowed his brow. He was not contemplating these matters. Rather, he lamented that he could not indulge in idleness tonight. Alas, he had hoped to enjoy a few drinks this evening. It seemed that plan had once again fallen through. Why was it so difficult to find a moment of leisure? Great Anemo Archon, please send someone to rescue me. I truly have no idea how Mondstadt should develop. Fergus silently beseeched. Chapter 96. The unfortunate Yuwen absent-mindedly touched his non-existent nose. He had an unsettling feeling that someone was speaking ill of him from behind. As he drew closer to Mondstadt, this sensation intensified. Could it be that the noble he had aided earlier bore him gratitude? However, that gentleman's demeanor was decidedly villainous. He certainly did not appear to be concerned for Yuwen. As for speaking ill of him, that seemed unlikely, at least judging by the noble's need for his assistance. If it were not for Mr. Slida, Yuwen truly could not recall who else it might be. Be cautious, someone is approaching, Wendy, sensing the information carried by the wind, cheerfully warned. At that moment, Yuwen was floating in the air on a fire shield. One could not deny that others' belongings were exceptionally useful. It seemed that Cao Cao truly knew how to indulge. As for the Abyss Mage, lacking a fire-based shield, that was of no concern to Yuwen. Crafting such a fire shield was not particularly challenging for the Abyss Mage. It was likely that the Fire Abyss Mage had already crafted a new shield and escaped using it. With the fire shield in hand, Yuwen could not only float in the air, but also adjust his observation angle at will. Although the height he could achieve was limited, he was not without assistance from other slimes. With a wind slime nearby, using wind elements to support Yuwen, he was able to ascend into the sky. Moreover, Wendy was also present, making flight a trivial matter. Most importantly, Yuwen no longer had to worry about craning his neck only to see others' knees. As a slime, although he appeared quite adorable, his height was a significant drawback. Slimes were round and plump, growing horizontally rather than vertically. If Yuwen did not perch atop a Hilichurl's head, he could only gaze up at their knees from the ground. It was no wonder that slimes in previous lives would choose to retreat and re-engage after getting too close to players. It was simply too low to see the enemy, prompting them to leap back and reassess the situation. With this shield, Yuwen's mobility became vastly more convenient. Of course, drawbacks existed as well. Maintaining the shield could be quite troublesome. If he inadvertently encountered a substantial amount of water or ice elements, the shield would be compromised. Yuwen lacked the ability to recreate the shield, so he had to be ever vigilant, carefully maintaining the fire shield. Heeding Wendy's advice, Yuwen adjusted the shield's tilt and gazed in the direction Wendy indicated. In the high sky, he spotted a figure and a crow flying toward them. The silhouette of this person seemed somewhat familiar. Wendy, as the embodiment of the Anemo Archon Barbados, had ceased to grow, so Yuwen could easily recognize him. However, Fiscal was still in her developmental stage. Both her facial structure and other features were still maturing, her body not yet fully grown. Upon seeing Fiscal, Yuwen initially failed to recognize her. The same went for Bennett. Yuwen did not recognize him at first either. It was only when Yuwen approached, and the system provided a description, that he realized the unconscious figure before him was none other than the six-star deity like Guy. He initially wondered who was so unfortunate as to be sprawled here. It was like Guy. Then there was no cause for concern. As for the other unfortunate soul lying next to Bennett, Yuwen could only mourn for him. Why choose to embark on an adventure with Bennett of all people? That truly seemed to invite misfortune. While one could argue that Bennett was unlucky, it was ultimately the adventurer named Jack who had truly drawn the short straw. Yuwen was not worried that Like Guy would meet his demise. After all, for Like Guy, merely being alive signified bad luck. As long as he existed in this world, misfortune would follow him. For adventurers, death might even be a blessing. Conversely, Bennett was exceedingly unlucky. He firmly believed that he would never easily succumb to death. To him, death was a stroke of luck. He did not think he could easily escape his misfortune in this lifetime. The discovery of Bennett was not coincidental. Rather, it was somewhat inevitable. Bennett's misfortune prevented him from easily perishing, which led to the billowing smoke from the Xingqiu village. Thus, Yuwen, the wind slime, the water slime, and Wendy would pass through this area en route to the Xingqiu village campsite, allowing Wendy to discover the unconscious Bennett. The campsite had already caught fire. Whether they arrived earlier or later did not seem to matter much. Furthermore, as Yuwen gradually calmed himself, he considered that even if a downpour ensued, it would not be so easy to incinerate the entire campsite. If the Knights of Favonius truly existed, their arrival would not be of much consequence. Hence, saving lives was the priority. It also provided an opportunity to bolster Like Guy's favorability. Once again, donning the guise of an armored warrior, Yuwen could rescue the adventurer of Mondstadt. Moreover, the somewhat naive Bennett was easy to manipulate. With a little persuasion, he could eventually accompany Like Guy back to Mondstadt. At that point, with adventurer Jack and Bennett as witnesses, coupled with the nobles of Mondstadt, if another person were to join, it would create the illusion of three witnesses corroborating Yuwen's identity as the armored warrior. The gatekeeper of the Knights of Favonius would likely not doubt his identity, allowing him to infiltrate successfully. If there were only one person, the possibility of forgery might exist. However, the Knights of Favonius would never suspect that three individuals could simultaneously fabricate evidence. In fact, in a certain sense, all three would genuinely believe they were speaking the truth. They would not realize that everything they witnessed was, in fact, a fabrication. Now, the third individual ready to provide false testimony was none other than the Judgment Princess Fiscal. Yuwen was well acquainted with the female characters of Genshin. Do not inquire as to why I possess an understanding solely of female characters. It is simply my nature. Concerning the tale of Fei Xie, Yuwen is well aware. Initially, when embarking on the game, Yuwen was led to believe that Fei Xie was a traveler from another realm, donned in an eye mask and fervently proclaiming the grandiose, dreamlike forest of all-encompassing madness and the Eye of Judgment. It seems she harbored a profound backstory, an enigmatic past, and was associated with some clandestine force. In the beginning, Yuwen was indeed deceived by Fei Xie. Upon further examination, it became evident that she is merely a late-stage case of CHNR syndrome, a veritable queen of such affliction. The claims of being a princess of judgment and her grandiose declarations were nothing but fabrications. Chapter 97. The rescue plan reveals that she is merely an ordinary investigator from the Adventurers Guild, yet she insists on presenting herself in such an obscure manner. Yuwen still finds the name Xiao Ai Mi far more melodious. It appears that Xiao Ai Mi is engaged in an investigative task and, during her inquiry, stumbles upon the unconscious Bennett, making a deliberate effort to provide aid. At this juncture, Yuwen holds a favorable impression of Fei Xier. For those whom he finds appealing, Yuwen does not hesitate to entertain the worst of intentions regarding their motivations. As for whether Fei Xier inadvertently set her camp ablaze, Yuwen has yet to consider this aspect. Moreover, he is preoccupied with strategizing his next performance. Sensing that something else is also approaching, Fei Xier glides through the air, querying Oz in a normal tone. After all, not every utterance from Fei Xier carries the essence of CHNR. Normal conversation requires only casual remarks, while the CHNR phrases necessitate prolonged contemplation. Currently, Fei Xier's thoughts are solely focused on Bennett, leaving no time for such theatrical expressions, and thus she reverts to her customary manner of speaking. Oz meticulously scans the ground, soon detecting the presence of the scorching Pian-Pian-Hua. This is dire. The Pian-Pian-Hua has caught up with them. The monster Pian-Pian-Hua is one that many adventurers dread encountering. It is said that these creatures consume humans as sustenance, siphoning energy from their bodies to further their sinister agendas. Furthermore, ordinary adventurers are often mere mortals, lacking even the goddess eye, rendering them incapable of wielding elemental powers. Many ordinary adventurers lack the capability to harvest Li Yin Hua or Bing Wu Hua, and may even fall victim to the elemental forces of the plants themselves. Tales abound of Bing Wu Hua freezing adventurers in their tracks. These peculiar flora can harness elemental powers, and monsters are even more formidable. Most monsters possess elemental abilities, and they engage in combat utilizing these powers, making ordinary adventurers no match for them. Although Fei Xier wields the royal artifact Yuan Sei, Diyu Sui Mi Zhu, her mastery of the electro element remains unrefined, and her combat experience is scant. Hence, Oz harbors some concerns. In truth, employing the electro element against the scorching Pian-Pian-Hua could yield a chance for victory by causing a conflagration between the fire and lightning elements. After a moment of hesitation, Fei Xier declares, Oz, Walduo, Hifuna Fan In Si. For me, for the sovereign of the night's pure land, the princess of judgment. Prepare for the sacrifice of life, to safeguard her fated tribulations. Oz, lowering his head in silence, responds, Miss, please do not recklessly place my life in jeopardy. At that moment, a flicker of fear crossed Fei Xier's heart. However, her primary role is investigation, not combat. During her intelligence-gathering endeavors, she consciously avoids confrontations to minimize conflict. With Oz's aerial vantage point, evading foes becomes a simple task. Although Fei Xier has encountered hilichurls, Pian-Pian-Hua, treasure hoarders, mercenaries, and thieves, she has managed to evade them with cleverness. Actual battles are few and far between, most of which involve outmaneuvering mindless slimes. The Dada Upa Valley does not host many large electro slimes, and with Fei Xier's electro affinity, she can easily outsmart these slimes, even against ordinary small electro slimes. Her exceptional archery skills suffice to dispatch them. However, she has never faced a monster as advanced as the scorching Pian-Pian-Hua. For someone like Fei Xier, who lacks extensive combat experience, being pursued by the scorching Pian-Pian-Hua instills a sense of panic. While Pian-Pian-Hua can wield elemental powers, its intellect is rather limited. With her comprehensive field of vision, Fei Xier should not be overly concerned about surprise attacks from the creature. Additionally, given her electro attributes, overcoming the fire-based Pian-Pian-Hua should not pose a significant challenge. It ultimately hinges on combat experience. Yet at this moment, Fei Xier is not equipped for such encounters. A hint of panic flickers across her face, causing her gliding to falter. With the monster Pian-Pian-Hua pursuing them, Winnie inquires of Yuwen, what do you plan to do? Yuwen shoots Wendy an incredulous glance. Are you the guardian of Mondstadt? Or am I? As the Anemo Archon, seeing the people you protect beset by monsters, you do not contemplate a resolution, but rather ask me for guidance? Have our roles become reversed? Yuwen finds himself at a loss for words. It seems that frequent idleness will inevitably lead to a state of lethargy. Perhaps Wendy is already aware that Yuwen would not abandon those in peril, or perhaps he fears disrupting Yuwen's plans, thus seeking his input. Observing Fei Xier's apparent distress while gliding, It is evident that she is troubled by the scorching Pian Hua tailing them. It is clear that, given her current combat capabilities, she lacks absolute confidence in defeating the scorching Pian Hua, or perhaps her limited battle experience is what prompted her earlier apprehension. Soon, Yuwen formulates an initial strategy. Have you noticed that raven beside us? Is it strong? Yuwen inquires of Wendy, his curiosity piqued by the creature known as Oz. A raven capable of human speech and possessing a degree of intelligence is certainly not as simple as it appears. In the game, the Princess of Judgment, Fei Xiaer, is also known as the Oz Launcher. Oz is formidable, transcending the capabilities of an ordinary raven, and his background is steeped in mystery. Winnie has long been aware of the raven, but refrains from explaining Oz's origins. Instead, he states, "The illusion I bestowed upon you may fool ordinary individuals. Whether this young lady or the two unconscious adventurers, they certainly will not perceive the ruse. However, this raven will undoubtedly detect any inconsistencies. If you intend to employ the same method as before, I advise you to abandon that notion." Initially, Yuwen had intended to boast before Fei Xiaer, to see who could be more CHNR and perhaps even deceive her into believing he is a prince from another world, wandering in search of governance strategies, serendipitously arriving in this realm. Yet, upon hearing Wendy's remarks, Yuwen realizes that this idea is currently unattainable. An outsider traveler has not only rescued the nobility of Mondstadt, but also saved 3 adventurers from Mondstadt. Bennett likely remains unaware of the prowess of his esteemed predecessors. They are seasoned adventurers, having witnessed many years in Mondstadt. Bennett's skills are no lesser than razors, who learned dual wielding from Captain Diluc. Furthermore, Fei Xiaer's parents likely hold a significant position among adventurers. Given this, Yuwen furrows his brow and states, "Let's adopt a different script." He then leans closer to Wendy, whispering his forthcoming intentions. "Do not ask why I do not utilize my inner voice. It is simply my nature." Chapter 98, Bartobus. As a noble fire element monster, why do you insist on attacking humanity? A sudden voice, seemingly emanating from nowhere, startled the fiery Pai in Hu, prompting it to swiftly emerge from the ground and search for the source of the sound. After an extensive inspection of its surroundings, no suspicious entities were discerned. The noble little head of the fiery Pai in Hu tilted in contemplation, pondering whether it had merely experienced an illusion. Just as it was about to dive back underground, the voice resonated once more in its ear. As a distinguished, magical creature, how could it stoop to absorb such base human nutrients? This was utterly unacceptable. Creatures of our noble fire attribute should only draw upon the essence of the sun and moon, attracting the spirit of the earth and sky. Furthermore, YWN held a disdainful view towards vampires, who actually consumed human blood. Were they not aware that human blood harbors various harmful substances? It is a conduit for numerous diseases. As magical beings, we must embody nobility and restraint. The weak human race is unworthy of being nutrients within the bodies of magical creatures. Such an ideology should be instilled from a young age in magical beings. Although it may be a tad late now, it is not too late to cultivate these beliefs. YWN had resolved to instill in the fiery Pai in Hu the principle of magical supremacy, advocating for non-aggression towards humans. After all, innocent magical beings are far easier to deceive than humans, most of whom are no match for magical creatures. The principle of refraining from attacking humans should be upheld. As long as humans do not provoke, magical beings will not retaliate. The voice that reached the fiery Pai in Hu was indeed conveyed by YWN through the language of elements. The sounds produced by elemental communication can travel great distances. Even as YWN approached the fiery Pai in Hu, the message had already been delivered, preventing any further pursuit. While moving forward, YWN remained cautious to avoid the gaze of UZ, lest complications arise. "Miss, it appears the Pai in Hu behind us has ceased its movements," UZ noted, instantly detecting the change in the fiery Pai in Hu's demeanor. He had not overheard YWN's communication, for the language of elements possesses an unparalleled encryption quality. The absence of a pursuing magical creature was a relief. With the crisis averted, she resumed her persona as the self-proclaimed queen of the second dimension. Who would have thought that even a princess like her could have a moment of misstep? As she descended into the mortal realm, she feared that news of her presence might disrupt the mundane lives of humans. Thus, she deliberately refrained from manifesting any divine signs, opting instead to silently guard her companions and judge the sins of the world. Yet, it seemed that some whispers had escaped her control. Alas, as the princess of judgment, her royal aura was ever present, inevitably drawing the fiery Pai-In to her charm, eager to serve her. Life is not easy, Yuzi sighed. The young lady was exceptional in many ways, yet she was exceedingly prone to dramatic flair, her ability to speak nonsensically growing ever stronger. At this juncture, Xingqiu felt an urge to narcissistically showcase her signature move, the unlocking of the great dream of the insane judgment eye. But given her current gliding state, she had to abandon that thought. Although the fiery Pai-In who wished to serve her, Xingqiu was already accompanied by Yuzi, her most trusted companion. Upon hearing this, Yuzi was unexpectedly touched, not because the young lady acknowledged him, but rather because she refrained from calling him by his full name, which often led to perilous situations. After all, he was merely a humble black night raven, and in a direct confrontation, 10 of them would not stand a chance against the fiery Pai-In who. Xingqiu continued, reluctantly declining the fiery Pai-In whose offer of service, likely leaving it in a state of confusion and distress as it spun aimlessly. With her left eye, she discerned the threads of fate surrounding the fiery Pai-In who, realizing she was not its destined guide. Hence, she could neither illuminate its path nor lead it out of confusion. However, its destined guide had already graced this world, and she believed they would soon meet. While Xingqiu indulged in her dramatic musings, Yuzi sensed a change in the wind. "Miss, have you not noticed the wind has quickened?" he remarked. Indeed, as he noted, the speed of their glide had substantially increased. Xingqiu, with a smile, explained, "Naturally, as the princess of judgment who governs all sins, I am favored by the Anemo Archon." The Anemo Archon? Yuzi, not being a native of Mondstadt, had followed Xingqiu since arriving there and was not well versed in the tales of Barbados, the Anemo Archon. Xingqiu felt a clear awareness of the situation. The nun, RSLY, was a devout follower of the Anemo Archon, diligently serious in her work. While the legends of the Anemo Archon were intriguing, Xingqiu found herself more captivated by the tales of Xingqiu, the Night Princess, and the chronicles of the Sunken Blade. Yet, through her SLY's accounts, she had gleaned some insights into the Anemo Archon's deeds. With a gentle smile, Xingqiu remarked, "Indeed, it is my presence that has allowed the Anemo Archon Barbados to summon this breeze, aiding my journey. Is that so?" Yuzi replied, his expression one of skepticism. "Barbados? That name sounds rather peculiar." However, at present, no better explanation seemed forthcoming. WND gently rubbed his forehead, torn between elation and ire. In a Mondstadt devoid of deities, it was expected that the Mondstadters would neither worship nor remember the name of the Anemo Archon, aligning with WND's expectations. Such a situation felt befitting of a nation without divine governance. Yet, Xingqiu's tone left an uncomfortable impression. Could it be that the Mondstadters had even misremembered the name of their Archon? "My name is Barbados, not Barbados." As he prepared to journey to Mondstadt with YWN, he was determined to meet the nun named RSLY, curious about their practices. It was unacceptable for them to misremember the name of the Anemo Archon. While they might choose not to worship him, they should at least get his name right. WND's previously joyous mood quickly dimmed, casting a pall over the sky, rendering it devoid of color and luster. Regardless, the two adventurers who had collapsed before him were citizens of Mondstadt. No matter their shortcomings, they were still under the protection of Barbados, the Anemo Archon. Chapter 99. The Vegetable Greenhouse. Although WND often insisted that matters concerning Mondstadt should be left to its people, he always found himself softening at the sight of their plight, especially when it unfolded before his eyes. He could not simply stand idly by. The script penned by YWN featured WND's appearance. He had to perform well, otherwise, YWN might withhold future compositions. After all, having just received YWN's ritual score, WND understood that YWN had plenty more in reserve. He would not relent until he had extracted every last note from Yuwen. Retrieving a harp from the glass orb, he slowly approached BNNT, embracing the role of a bard. More precisely, he was a bard journeying alongside a knight in armor. Meanwhile, the armored knight, Yuwen, was likely busy devising a plan to deceive the fiery Pai in Hu. The fiery Pai in Hu paused, nodding in agreement, feeling that the words spoken were indeed wise. Magical beings ought to embody their essence. Our noble fiery Pai in Hu should not absorb just anything into its being. We draw upon the essence of the sun and moon, and the spirit of the earth. Wait, we're the essence of the earth and the sun. We absorb the elemental power of TWT. The fiery Pai in Hu corrected itself, attempting to convey this realization into the air. Upon hearing the resonant thoughts of Wendy, Yuwen immediately discerned that Wendy and Facia Air had successfully established contact, while Ozzy remained at Facia Air's side. No longer concerned about being discovered by Ozzy, Yuwen hastened forward, soaring through the air on a shield of flames to confront the blazing Huohua. What is this? A fire slime? No, that cannot be. Fire slimes do not possess fire shields. After all, the diminutive fire slimes are the favored playthings of the blazing Huohua. Being near a fire slime radiates warmth. However, the blazing Huohua cannot absorb the fire elements within a fire slime as sustenance. Unlike slimes, which are elemental creatures, the blazing Huohua is a whimsical, mimetic plant creature, fundamentally different from elemental beings. Is this a fire abyss mage? No, that is not accurate either. Fire abyss mages do not resemble this form. If it is neither, then what is this peculiar entity before me? The blazing Huohua had never encountered such an odd amalgamation before. So, you do not consume humans? Yuwen inquired tentatively, perceiving the tone of the blazing Huohua. Consumo mans. The blazing Huohua appeared perplexed. Why would one eat humans? Are they more palatable than soil? Yuwen's smile faltered, as if he had inadvertently opened Pandora's box, instilling a malevolent notion within the blazing Huohua. Observing the blazing Huohua chase after Fei Sierre, Yuwen's initial assumption was that this plant creature might consider humans as sustenance. However, it seemed Yuwen had overthought the matter. The blazing Huohua did not appear to possess a desire for human flesh. Otherwise, it would not pose such queries. Since you draw upon the elemental forces present in the air, why do you pursue humans? Yuwen asked, his face a canvas of confusion. It is natural for anyone to be fearful of being hunted by some entity, especially within the confines of forest. Should a creature suddenly fixate on you, any normal individual would feel trepidation, much like when a grass slime ambushes from behind. Humans can easily be startled into a state of panic. If a creature were to feast upon humans, hunting them for nourishment, then pursuing them would make sense. Yet you, blazing Huohua, along with other creatures, do not consume humans. What compels you to chase after them? This left Yuwen in a state of bewilderment. Could it be a universal narrative? Are all realms governed by such conventions regarding creatures? If so, it could potentially explain the phenomenon. The blazing Huohua's intellect was not particularly advanced. In mere moments, Yuwen had diverted its attention, causing it to forget its earlier discomfort in the chase. Although the blazing Huohua did not comprehend the nature of the being before it, the ability to converse sparked a sense of wonder within it. Yet, the blazing Huohua had not engaged with other creatures for a long while. It had grown up surrounded by wild radishes, confined to its pit day in and day out, devoid of companionship or the ability to play, leading to a profoundly monotonous existence. The emergence of creatures was not akin to human reproduction. Rather, it was a random occurrence, descending upon some corner of the world without guidance, parental care, or playmates. In contrast, the Hilichurls fared better, at least having companions of similar intellect to weather storms, endure hunger, and face hardships together. Reflecting on this, the blazing Huohua felt a pang of sorrow for its solitary existence. While uncertain of the nature of the being before it, which resembled a fire slime, yet bore a fire shield, the blazing Huohua found the situation curious. However, as long as this being could engage in conversation, the blazing Huohua felt a sense of joy. It exhibited no signs of impatience towards Yuwen's inquiries. As for why it pursued humans, the blazing Huahua retorted, they had trespassed upon my territory. How have they violated your domain? Yuwen probed. They glided above my territory. The blazing Huahua replied with indignation. Yuwen was taken aback. What constitutes a territorial infringement? Is it not permissible for them to glide past your home? Indeed, not only creatures, but even some animals possess a strong sense of territory, forbidding the presence of others within their domain. Humans exhibit territorial instincts as well, often evident when driving. However, the blazing Huahua's territoriality seemed excessive. Yuwen sighed in resignation, suggesting that, by that logic, rain falling upon your territory constitutes an infringement. Why do you not ascend to the heavens and stand alongside the sun? The blazing Huahua was suddenly struck with realization. Indeed, we fire element creatures detest rain. It is unreasonable for rain to descend upon our land unannounced. The blazing Huahua lifted its gaze to the vast sky, but then quickly wilted. It could not fly. It was powerless to resist. Witnessing the wounded expression of the blazing Huahua, Yuwen sought to console its distressed spirit. Fear not. If you dislike rainy days, I shall construct for you a greenhouse, abundant in light, ventilation, and warmth. The blazing Huahua raised its head and, seeing Yuwen approach, did not adopt a defensive posture, but instead inquired with curiosity, what is a greenhouse? Oh, my apologies, I misspoke, Yuwen said, scolding himself internally for nearly frightening the adorable blazing Huahua. It is not merely a greenhouse, but a glass structure designed for optimal light, insulation, and climate control. Within it, you need not fear the rain, and you may bask in the sunlight, ensuring every day feels like a sunny one. Suddenly, a lyric echoed in Yuwen's mind. A whimsical line about a little yellow flower that had been drifting since the year of its birth. Hearing Yuwen's vision for the future, the blazing Huahua's eyes sparkled with excitement. Such wonders exist in this world. How could it feel as though you were deceiving me? The blazing Huahua could not articulate this thought. The name Huahua was given by humans, as this creature masquerades as a plant, fooling them into believing it was harmless. Thus, it was named Huahua. In truth, this designation served as a form of self-preservation. The Huahua could only deceive humans superficially, yet its heart remained genuine. They lacked the capacity to discern lies from truth. Trusting Wendy's words, the blazing Huahua instinctively chose to believe. For the Huahua, the mere ability to converse rendered every utterance credible. I have never encountered a being such as you. May I inquire about your nature? Asked the blazing Huahua. Gazing into the innocent eyes of the blazing Huahua, Yuwen felt a pang of pain within. Though I am not human, even a slime possesses a sense of integrity. Yuwen recognized that the Huahua harbored no ill intentions nor malice. It was merely ignorant of Yuwen's true identity. I am a most extraordinary fire slime, Yuwen declared earnestly. A fire slime? The blazing Huahua asked with curiosity. Can a fire slime truly appear in such a form? Yuwen smiled, affirming indeed. Otherwise, how could it be called an extraordinary slime? The blazing Huahua nodded in understanding, finding this explanation quite reasonable. With the objective achieved, Yuwen wore a mischievous grin, stating, however, before we can construct the greenhouse, there are certain matters that require your assistance. The blazing Huahua confidently proclaimed, rest assured, I shall do my utmost to assist you. Ultimately, this is a fiery Pianpianua blossoming in the depths of the mountains. Oblivious to the treachery of human hearts, it is unlikely to rival the warmth of Yuwen. With merely a few sentences, the fiery Pianpianua finds itself enchanted by Yuwen's description of the greenhouse, its expression revealing a yearning heart. It is likely that before long, this fiery Pianpianua will transform into a likeness of Yuwen. The ability of the fiery Pianpianua to emit fireballs indicates that it can generate temperatures akin to those of a fire slime. Thus, the task of melting armor can be entrusted to the fiery Pianpianua. Perhaps it could even assist in processing some iron ore and iron stones. Furthermore, the fiery Pianpianua produces sweet nectar, a truly delightful treasure. Beyond this, it may possess other significant uses. Living alone in this place is rather lonely for a Pianpianua. Why not join me in my camp? After all, this is the Monster Alliance Kingdom, with only the single species of Hilichurl. How can it truly be called a kingdom of monsters? Other creatures must surely be united as well. The fiery Pianpianua before me cannot be overlooked. listening to the voice of the fiery Pianpianua. Who knows, it might even evolve into a monster girl. The mere thought of a monster girl causes Yuwen to gulp, feeling his temperature rise a few degrees. Alas, even though he has traversed realms, his essence remains unchanged. The fiery Pianpianua remains oblivious to being misled by the fire slime. Their conversation has been subtly guided by Yuwen all along. Unbeknownst to it, the fiery Pianpianua is nearly forgetting its original thoughts. Leaving with the fire slime and living together sounds quite appealing. Can I take a few carrots with me? The fiery Pianpianua inquires pitifully. Initially, Yuwen thought the fiery Pianpianua would refuse to leave with him, yet unexpectedly made such a simple request. Naturally, Yuwen consented with delight. However, before departing, we must first create a fade. Yuwen spoke earnestly. A fade. The fiery Pianpianua tilted its flowered head in confusion. The longest journey it has ever undertaken is merely following Yuwen's scheme. It truly does not comprehend what Yuwen means by creating a fade. After contemplating for a moment, Yuwen mused that the knowledge of constructing glass greenhouses resides solely with humans, and he intends to venture into the city to acquire this knowledge. The fiery Pianpianua does not grasp the meaning of entering the city and quietly listens. Thus, in order to prevent the two individuals from detecting any inconsistencies, we must cause destruction here, making it appear as though a fierce battle has occurred. Yuwen explained, for upon reaching Venti, he would inform Fiscal and the others that the fiery Pianpianua had been intercepted by his companion and was likely engaged in combat. Therefore, this place must be thoroughly ravaged, at least superficially resembling the aftermath of a battle. Is there any necessary connection between these two matters? The fiery Pianpianua does not understand and dares not inquire. Nodding in a semblance of comprehension, urging, "You dictate the course of action, and I shall cooperate." Subsequently, Yuwen and the fiery Pianpianua commenced a fierce battle, preparing to alter the terrain. Trees fell in droves, and the ground became riddled with pits. Here, unleash a strike. Here too, unleash a strike. Yes, just like that. Charge here as well. This level of destruction is insufficient. I shall contribute a strike too. Let us change locations and unleash another. Don't misunderstand. Yuwen and the fiery Pianpianua were engaged in earnest endeavors. Yuwen referred to emitting a fireball. At this moment, the fiery Pianpianua was utilizing fireballs to wreak havoc upon their surroundings. Meanwhile, Yuwen employed fire elements to simulate the appearance of the forest being scorched. As for slashing, Yuwen fashioned molten armor into small swords, striving to recreate the scene. Upon surveying their handiwork, he felt immense satisfaction. Venti smiled gently, already attuned to the sounds emanating from Yuwen. Clearly, Yuwen's progress was remarkably smooth. Absorbing the gist of Yuwen's report, Venti contemplated his next remarks. However, as the guardian of Mondstadt, Barbados felt somewhat peculiar about assisting a slime in infiltrating Mondstadt. At this moment, Fiscal and Venti had successfully rescued Bennett and Jack from the mire. After Venti cast a healing spell, Bennett and Jack soon regained consciousness. Gazing at the unfamiliar faces before him, Bennett scratched his head in confusion. Huh? What happened? How'd I end up here? Have you forgotten what transpired earlier? Venti inquired. Exasperated, this youth appeared rather dim-witted. Is this the current state of the people of Mondstadt? It seems a bit dim for the light of Mondstadt. Oh, I remember now. Bennett chuckled sheepishly, scratching his head. It rained heavily last night, and then I encountered a mudslide and got buried, losing consciousness. How did you come across a mudslide? Venti asked curiously. At this point, Jack had also awakened. Unlike Bennett, whose demeanor was careless in all matters, Jack vividly recalled the events of the previous night as if they had just occurred. We didn't set up camp properly, which allowed the storm to blow the campsite away. Jack lamented, his face filled with despair. He believed Bennett's carelessness in setting up camp was the reason for their misfortune. Jack still held some expectations for Bennett, considering his superior combat skills and resilience, embodying the spirit of an adventurer. This marked the inaugural adventure of the Bennett Adventurers Group, as well as Jack's first venture. For this expedition, Jack had prepared an abundance of supplies for eating, wearing, and living, intending to carry everything to prevent potential issues during their adventure. However, the sheer volume of items proved too much for Jack to bear alone, leaving him no choice but to place the burden on Bennett. Most of the supplies were carried solely by Bennett. As for the food that was accidentally dropped, Jack said nothing, understanding that losing a few items was normal given the quantity. Speaking of which, I'm so hungry. Jack continued, it's been a whole day without food. The lack of sustenance likely contributed to Bennett's inability to secure the campsite properly. Moreover, Jack had forgotten that after setting up camp, Bennett exclaimed, this is so sturdy. We needn't worry about a downpour. Now we can sleep soundly and embark on new adventures come morning. Jack rubbed his empty stomach, recounting their adventure. In such dire weather, having their camp blown away must have been perilous. They had to brave the downpour to seek shelter from the rain. Subsequently, Bennett suggested descending the mountain to find a cave, asserting that caves at the foot of the mountain were easy to find and might even harbor treasures. So, the two of them ventured down the mountain amidst the torrential rain in search of a cave. Upon hearing this, Wendy felt utterly speechless. Is this truly the kind of person I am meant to protect in Mondstadt? Such foolish individuals hardly seem deserving of my guardianship. Perhaps I ought to relinquish my concern. The development of Mondstadt should indeed be entrusted to the slimes hailing from Mondstadt. One ought to focus serenely on the role of a bard, devoted to narrating the tales of the slimes. After all, Yuwen often asserts that he possesses considerable insight into governing a nation devoid of a deity. In a blink of an eye, he has gathered both slimes and hilichurls, observing the comically naive Bennett and the perplexed Jack. Wendy's trust in Yuwen has increased significantly. Fiscal, astonished, considers it a stroke of luck that these two have not been submerged by the mudslide. Instinctively, she shifts her stance, intending to distance herself from Bennett and Jack to avoid misfortune. Oz, too, bears a look of disbelief, a simple understanding that I, a night raven, can grasp. Why are you two still oblivious? Surviving the mudslide is indeed a stroke of fortune for you. It seems that while Our Lady may possess a hint of eccentricity, her intellect remains intact. Each expedition is meticulously planned to minimize accidents. To date, no incidents have occurred, and any troubles encountered have been swiftly resolved. In comparison, Our Lady surpasses these two by leaps and bounds. As the air around them thickens with tension, Jack seems to sense an underlying discord. Is there something amiss? For a moment, even the loquacious Wendy finds herself at a loss for words. The current situation has surpassed her understanding. Fiscal maintains a stoic expression, uttering nothing. Exhausted from the day's endeavors, Bennett soon succumbs to slumber within the cave, leaving the two of us to endure the torrential rain throughout the night. Aspiring to be an adventurer inevitably calls for physical fortitude. Their resilience is naturally greater than that of ordinary folk. Despite the relentless downpour, the two managed to persevere with relative ease, fortunate that the cave's elevation prevented any flooding. At dawn, we discovered a glimmering spot on the canyon wall. As the rain subsided significantly, we resolved to investigate, hoping it might be a treasure. Upon inspection, we found it to be a wind emblem. A flicker of surprise crossed Fiscal's face. Given the arduous nature of her investigative work, which has yielded so much information for Mondstadt's adventurers, why had she not obtained a wind emblem herself? Fiscal felt a sense of injustice. To possess a wind emblem signifies recognition by the myriad winds of Mondstadt. More importantly, a single wind emblem could fetch thousands of mora. Even in the economically prosperous Liyue region, the average worker earns merely over 1,000 mora each month. One wind emblem could equate to several months' wages. Had it not been for Captain Falger's extensive campaign against the hilichurls in Dodapa Gorge, resulting in an abundance of wind emblems, their value might have soared even higher. When he could not contain his exuberance, exclaiming that it seems the two have acquired a wind emblem, marking a successful adventure. Bennett, visibly embarrassed, scratched his head awkwardly. Wendy appeared to comprehend the situation. That wind emblem likely heralded calamity. Bennett sheepishly recounted how, while climbing to obtain the wind emblem, a sudden cascade of earth and stones descended upon them, ultimately burying them beneath the rubble. At that moment, he had naively believed he was fortunate, only to find himself in such dire circumstances. Indeed, it seems quite unfortunate. Yet, from another perspective, surviving the falling debris is a testament to their good fortune. After all, emerging unscathed from such disasters is a remarkable stroke of luck. Jack wore a glum expression, lamenting how close he had come to obtaining the wind emblem. The winged emblem represents not only honor, but also validation. And now it was all lost. This was merely their first adventure. Ill-prepared as they were, Jack found no reason to blame Bennett, attributing it solely to his own misfortune. It is rare to stumble upon great treasure on an initial foray. Such occurrences are not easily achieved. At this moment, Jack had yet to fully grasp Bennett's misfortune. Hopes for future adventures with Bennett filled Jack's heart with anticipation. "Thank you for saving me. I have yet to inquire about your names." Jack finally introduced himself, expressing his desire to become a true adventurer, grateful for their assistance. Fiscal straightened her posture, her quirky demeanor resurfacing. "I am the Princess of Judgment, known as Fiscal. Responding to the call of destiny, I have come to fulfill the duty of safeguarding all life in this realm. I have awakened the grand dream, witnessing your destinies, and thus, I am here to liberate your souls and restore them to the mortal realm." Oz translated, her meaning being, "Hello, Bennett and Jack. It is a pleasure to meet you. I hope you're feeling well and not experiencing any discomfort." Oz truly lives up to the title of translator, effortlessly rendering such complex declarations into simple, comprehensible language. Without Oz, it is likely that no one would understand Fiscal's expressions. A talking raven? Jack displayed immense surprise at Oz's spoken words, while Bennett wore an incredulous expression. Although he had heard numerous accounts of magical creatures and was familiar with hilichurls, slimes, and other entities, this was his first encounter with a talking raven. After all, Bennett's quest for adventure was spurred by the search for a talking slime. Many dismissed the notion of a talking slime as mere folly, yet Bennett believed in the tale. This extraordinary raven was indeed a first for him, further fueling his belief in the existence of talking slimes. Simultaneously, he accepted Fiscal's claim of being a princess from another world. How could a non-royal possess a talking raven? Perhaps, upon becoming a genuine adventurer, he, too, might one day have a talking slime by his side. Bennett's enthusiasm for adventure reignited. "That raven is named Oz," Fiscal corrected, somewhat displeased. Cleared her throat, she continued. Chapter 102. The Traveler from Another World. Having spoken, Fiscal quickly realized that a princess ought not to speak so casually. Oz's full name is Oswald Hefnafen, the sovereign of 3 universes, ruling the starry seas and night skies, shrouding all fallen heroes' souls with the wings of shadow. Fiscal had meticulously crafted a history for Oz, which was now conveniently applicable. "Oh my!" Bennett exclaimed, astonished to discover that the little raven before him possessed such remarkable abilities. Oz felt a tinge of embarrassment, appearing somewhat comical. Though he yearned to refute, he hesitated to shatter the innocent boy's delightful illusions, opting for silence. Oz's silence, in Bennett's eyes, implied tacit agreement with the princess's account. Bennett could hardly contain his eagerness for the next adventure, certain that he would find a talking slime. However, before Bennett could finish, Fiscal interjected, adding that misnaming him could lead to a punishment of tongue extraction. The moment those words left her lips, Bennett promptly shut his mouth in fright. The smile on the princess's face was on the verge of breaking. This was a situation she had never encountered before. After all, during her childhood, Im often identified herself as Fisher, only to be ridiculed by the other children around her. She had never seen such a look of astonishment on BNT's face. Even more surprising was the fact that BNT actually believed her words. For a moment, she was at a loss as to how to respond. It was quite distressing to have her lies taken seriously. Fisher's mind was racing, devising a strategy. Who could possibly remember? Even authors would need to record their stories in advance to transcribe them later when needed. With a restrained chuckle, Fisher said, "But I am a princess, and you are someone I acknowledge, so you may freely refer to him as OZ." A sigh of relief escaped BNT immediately. The name OZ was certainly far easier to remember than OZ, who are due HFNFNYNS. However, GK curiously whispered, "Isn't Princess Fisher from a fantasy novel?" "That is mine." Fisher quickly regained her composure, realizing that it was merely a tale from her past, one that had inadvertently been recorded by someone with ulterior motives. She glanced to BNT, her heart filled with unease, only to find that he harbored no doubts whatsoever. If one spent enough time with BNT, they would discover that not only was he somewhat dim-witted, but he also had notoriously bad luck. It was indeed a stroke of fortune that such a hapless individual could survive disaster time and again. Fi Shi'er had successfully deceived BNT. Yet, WND, the seasoned trickster, saw through the ruse at a glance. Although GK was a bit timid, his wits were intact, and he clearly did not place much faith in Fi Shi'er's assertions, as the age gap alone raised suspicions. Only BNT, in his Navet, fully believed Fi Shi'er's words, and was even fantasizing about finding his own talking slime. WND felt it was time to put an end to Fi Shi'er's deception, lest she overshadow the warmth of the moment. I am a bard, WND. He paused, feigning belief in Fi Shi'er's claims of being from another world, and continued, and I am traveling with another traveler from a different realm. OZ added, it was this bard, WND, who just used his healing magic to assist you. If they were to meet again at the Adventurers Guild and were recognized by BNT, it would be utterly embarrassing. This ability to heal others is truly remarkable, even causing this princess to be somewhat astonished. Fi Shi'er remarked unconsciously. When venturing out, one cannot escape injury. Each time she was hurt, she would seek help from the church and the nuns for treatment, which typically involved simple bandaging. Healing magic like WND's was a luxury. To think her luck was so fortuitous today to encounter two travelers from another world. Perhaps she was not so unfortunate after all, BNT exclaimed loudly. Typically, when BNT spoke of good fortune, misfortune would soon follow. However, with WND beside him, it seemed that BNT's ill fate was temporarily suppressed. GK was equally astonished. He was aware of healing magic, but never imagined it would manifest in his own experience. No wonder he had recovered so swiftly. It was all due to this magic. What a traveler who accompanies you. I have yet to see him, BNT inquired curiously. The others were equally eager to meet the other traveler. Given the bard's magical prowess, this duo appeared to be exceptional. Perhaps the traveler accompanying WND was formidable as well. BNT was keen to witness such strength. To combat the blazing DOD-OHU, BNT's eyes sparkled with excitement. It was indeed impressive. The DOD-OHU, a creature of fiery attributes, was notorious. Legends spoke of its ferocious nature, often attacking adventurers in the wild, resulting in numerous injuries. One should always maintain a safe distance from a DOD-OHU when spotted during an expedition. If one inadvertently encountered it, they could only pray for their safety. Many adventurers had even devised techniques for survival against the DOD-OHU. The best scenario was encountering it during rain, as its combat prowess would be significantly diminished. One could also devise methods to use the rain to their advantage against the DOD-OHU. However, such occurrences required both luck and courage, as not every encounter would happen in the rain. When the DOD-OHU burrowed into the ground to strike, it was challenging for ordinary adventurers to evade. Moreover, other elemental variants of DOD-OHU existed, each presenting unique challenges. Defeating a DOD-OHU was a matter reserved for elite adventurers. Ordinary adventurers were primarily concerned with merely surviving in its presence. The traveler accompanying WND was indeed impressive, taking on the DOD-OHU single-handedly. Judging by WND's tone, he seemed entirely unperturbed. It was no wonder that this traveler could journey alongside the bard. After all, WND's vision of the divine, coupled with the healing magic he had just performed, spoke volumes of his extraordinary identity. Curiosity sparked regarding the traveler accompanying WND as the group conjured images of this mysterious individual in their minds. Chapter 103. The invitation to Mondstadt. Fi Shi'er and OZ quickly grasped the situation. Are you referring to the blazing DOD-OHU that was pursuing us just now? OZ inquired with curiosity. Such questions were best posed by OZ. After all, Princess Fi Shi'er needed to maintain her regal persona. How could she claim to be a princess from another world if she could not even overcome a mere DOD-OHU? What right did she have to protect the lives of those in this world? Yet, Fi Shi'er willingly embraced her own melodrama, declaring, "This princess has seen through the intertwined fates. Surely, this traveler from another world must be the blessed one of the DOD-OHU." WND's face registered astonishment as he questioned whether he had misjudged her. It appeared that this girl named F.I. Shear was not merely bragging, but speaking with conviction. After all, how could she articulate the truth so precisely? WND reconfirmed F.I. Shear's identity. Indeed, she was a true-born citizen of Mondstadt, a fact that could not be easily deceived. The only change was her acquisition of the divine eye. He found it perplexing that F.I. Shear had stumbled upon such critical insight. To speak frankly, YWN did indeed resemble the blessed one of the magical creatures. Hadn't he unified the Hilichurls in just a few days? He had even welcomed slimes into the Hilichurl family to live together. Now, it seemed that the DODO who would also join the family YWN was building. Viewed in this light, YWN truly embodied the blessed one of the magical creatures. WND could not believe that F.I. Shear possessed prophetic abilities. Rather, he inclined towards the notion that she had merely hit the mark by coincidence. Coincidences were something WND frequently encountered during his travels. F.I. Shear spoke again. As a princess, I bear the duty to safeguard the world. Might my assistance be required? Her endearing quality of loyalty shone through, and F.I. Shear embodied it perfectly. This traveler had single-handedly halted the pursuit of the DODO who and engaged in combat. Battling a fiery DODO who felt perilous, as one careless move could result in burns from the fire element. F.I. Shear wished to contribute her part as well. BNT rose to his feet, declaring, I too am strong, able to fight against such a fearsome creature. The thought alone stirs my blood. GK felt a twinge of fear, but upon seeing the others willing to confront the creature, he found resolve. If, in the end, one person alone were to dissent, it would appear excessively timid, inviting disdain from others. Jack slowly raised his hand, indicating his willingness to join and contribute. Wendy quickly waved her hand, urgently attempting to dissuade this perilous notion, assuring them that they need not worry about his safety. Although he hails from another world, he is adept at wielding the fire element. The flames of the scorching pyro flower pose no threat to him, especially as he is clad in sturdy armor that renders him impervious to such attacks. After all, it is a fire slime, a purer form of the fire element than the scorching pyro flower. He is immune to fire attribute damage, and residual heat cannot harm him. He is formidable. Only a creature of the caliber of the blazing tree would pose a genuine threat. There is no cause for concern regarding the diminutive, scorching pyro flower. In Wendy's estimation, even facing the blazing tree, Yuwen could easily outweed it. At that moment, Yuwen conveyed his thoughts. I've taken care of my end. How about you? After all, Yuwen is well aware of Bennett's character, a perpetual misfortune. Thus, for the time being, he chose to avoid engagement with them to prevent attracting ill fortune. The plan was at its final stage. Any complications could spell trouble. Yuwen had some thoughts on Bennett's misfortune, perhaps a means to resolve it. But that could wait for another day. Bennett was left speechless in astonishment. To battle a legendary creature like the blazing tree, how strong must one be? Fiscal 2 was incredulous. Is this the might of a traveler from another world? It is indeed somewhat beyond imagination. Jack gazed at Yuwen with admiration. If only he could possess such formidable power, he too would surely become an exceptional adventurer. Seeing this, Wendy realized their objective had been achieved. Wendy's purpose was straightforward, to make Bennett and the others aware that a traveler clad in armor was accompanying the Bard Wendy. It appeared that this news had been accepted by Bennett and his companions. Naturally, this information would be disseminated, and soon it would be time to prepare for entering the city. They would undoubtedly not suspect that a traveler journeying alongside a bard could be a creature. This would facilitate their entry into the city significantly. After all, the armor's exterior bore no discernible differences. When he prepared for their retreat, if he delayed, he might leave without him. Aren't you traveling together? Bennett inquired, perplexed. Wendy chuckled. This traveler is exceptionally powerful and prefers not to engage with others. I merely accompany him. Bennett and Fiscal immediately grasped the situation. Wendy, however, was unsure of what precisely they understood. If you're traveling, you should come to Mondstadt. It is the most liberating city in Teyvat. Jack extended his invitation. The inhabitants of Mondstadt would surely extol the city's virtues. Presently, Mondstadt had significantly improved in terms of security and safety. Moreover, there is the renowned dandelion wine. Wendy was instantly reminded of Mondstadt's wine, realizing it had been ages since he last savored it. Were it not for Yuwen, Wendy might have hastened to Mondstadt. Hearing Jack's heartfelt praises for Mondstadt filled Wendy's heart with joy. However, as an actor, Wendy was obliged to maintain a professional demeanor, feigning a frown. My companion mentioned that not long ago, there was also an invitation to Mondstadt. Now hearing you speak of it, it seems Mondstadt is indeed worth a visit. Upon hearing this, Jack and Bennett's faces brightened with delight, while Fiscal let out a proud huff, despite the hint of pride in her tone. After all, Mondstadt was her cherished little garden. Until we meet again, everyone, Wendy proclaimed, feigning manipulation of the vision, harnessing the power of the wind element. He created an updraft and glided away. Chapter 104. Musk Reef. At this moment, the towers constructed by the Hilichurls were ablaze. The two hard-won towers were nearing ruin. Even if the flames were extinguished now, those towers would be beyond repair. It seemed they would have to rebuild anew. Yuwen rubbed his forehead, his expression one of exasperation. Had he triggered a climbing hazard? Otherwise, why would the freshly built towers be reduced to ashes while other structures remained relatively intact? Thankfully, the meat and provisions stored by the Hilichurls had yet to be discovered and were safe from destruction. Soon, Old 8 and the others would have their dinner sorted. Yuwen's visit was not solely for extinguishing flames. He also aimed to procure meat. Although slimes do not require sustenance, the Hilichurls certainly do, and they must be quite famished. Naturally, with Yuwen, the wind slime, and Winnie transporting food, it would be much more convenient and would allow Winnie to sample Yuwen's culinary skills. Yuwen glanced at the burning towers and sighed. It was evident that Hilichurls were ill-suited for tower construction. They had only been completed a few days prior, yet they had been mercilessly destroyed. This was clearly a game setting. Why did it still hold true in this alternate world? Could it be the fabled quantum mechanics? The only silver lining was that, as of now, no adventurers had taken up the Hilichurls' evil expansion quest. After all, Yuwen was currently pursuing expansion, preparing to grow his influence. However, the orchestrators of this expansion were neither the Hilichurl shaman nor the Abyss mage, but Yuwen himself. Thus, this quest had not been triggered. Were an adventurer foolish enough to seek him out to eliminate the slimes and Hilichurls, they would be met with the sight of slimes cohabitating with Hilichurls, alongside fiery flowers and scorching pyro flowers living in harmony. This would no longer be a matter of how the adventurers would handle it, but rather how Yuwen would manage the adventurers. This presented a significant dilemma for Yuwen. After all, unless they were thieves or other malevolent individuals, he could not bring himself to indiscriminately slay them. Moreover, normal adventurers were also off-limits. Wendy was present, and slaying Mondstadt's citizens in her presence would likely result in her immediate wrath. Imprisoning them was also impractical. Yuwen detested freeloaders and could not risk letting these adventurers escape and potentially leak information. It was a precarious situation. For now, he could only remain hidden. It seemed wise to establish the camp in a concealed area, thereby avoiding detection by humans and ensuring greater safety. When the time came to venture into Mondstadt, he could proceed with greater peace of mind, unburdened by the fear of theft. On his first outing, he had already been robbed by an Abyss mage and had his towers set ablaze by others. Fortunately, it was raining. Had it been sunny, the entire camp might have been lost. Yuwen had developed a psychological aversion to both incidents. Qbao, display the game map in my mind. Yuwen commanded the system. Very well. The detailed map has been displayed. The system's voice resonated within Yuwen's mind. After interacting with the Anemo Archon statue, Yuwen unlocked the maps for Eagle's Shore, Dodapa Gorge, Oath's Cape, and Windrise. The geographical information on the map was displayed with remarkable clarity, even revealing the locations of hidden realms. If only it could also indicate mineral deposits and Mondstadt specialties, that would be even better. Certainly, Yuwen is aware that this is but a distant aspiration. After a brief expression of discontent, he redirected his focus to the map unfurling in his mind. He meticulously observed the geographical locations of 4 regions: Ing, Xianghai-Tan, Dadawupia, Gu, Shiyanjiao, and Fengchidi. He diligently analyzed suitable sites for establishing a camp. It is essential to set up a headquarters before proceeding with further developments. If one disregards other factors, The distant island of Ma Si Ku Jiao emerges as the most optimal location for a camp. Its remoteness from Mondstadt ensures that adventurers are unlikely to venture to this desolate isle. In the game, a mere simple teleportation allows access to Ma Si Ku Jiao. Yet here, in the Teyvat continent, such advanced magic has not yet been witnessed and used by others. Moreover, Mondstadt's nautical technology is quite rudimentary. It is nearly impossible for adventurers to reach Ma Si Ku Jiao. Thus, it can be deemed the safest location, although the island is somewhat distant. Requiring prolonged navigation through the ocean, the current team configuration should suffice to support Yuwen and his companions on their journey to this island. After all, with the presence of large ice slimes and wind slimes, crossing over should pose no difficulty. However, from the current map's perspective, the island's location is exceedingly remote, making it challenging to recruit other tribes of hilichurls. The task of transporting a mere 30 or so hilichurls to Ma Si Ku Jiao is indeed a formidable challenge. One of Yuwen's objectives in heading to Mondstadt is to gather intelligence about other hilichurls, aiming to unite all the hilichurls in the Mondstadt region into a force that cannot be overlooked. Furthermore, it is crucial to note that Yuwen is a fire slime, inherently vulnerable to the water and ice elements while simultaneously countering them. Should an unforeseen event arise during their journey, Yuwen could easily transform into a fire-dead slime. It is widely known that hilichurls cannot swim. Thus, should they sink into the ocean, they would likely face complete annihilation without any need for intervention from others. Additionally, there is a significant point to consider. This island houses the Deep Spiral. Upon accessing the Deep Spiral, Yuwen reviewed its description. It is said that those who journey to the Sky Island through the vision of God witness a ladder spiraling in the same manner. Whether we ascend to the cosmos or descend into the abyss, there is little difference, for both are shrouded in the unknown darkness. Within a world inhabited by deities, legends abound, and it is highly probable that the tales surrounding this system are indeed grounded in truth. Perhaps the Deep Spiral genuinely leads to the Sky Island. To venture into the Deep Spiral, would that not be akin to offering one's head on a platter? If memory serves, the Deep Spiral is a colossal underground ancient city constructed by a long-extinct civilization. As Paimon aptly put it, the areas ahead are best left for exploration at a later time. Yuwen dared not take such a risk. The presence of the Deep Spiral at Ma Si Ku Jiao warrants further consideration in the future. After all, prior to his traversal, Yuwen had merely unlocked the teleportation point for this location while searching for a Nemo Goddess troop, without thoroughly understanding the Deep Spiral or the dangers that lie ahead. The notion of traveling to the island of Ma Si Ku Jiao was swiftly dismissed. Yuwen then turned his gaze to other locations, some of which also presented risks. Reconstructing a camp was necessary, and a lofty tower was out of the question. Ideally, he sought a pre-existing site. Not far from Shijiazhuang, an abandoned temple known as the Temple of the South Wind Lion caught his eye. This was once a sanctuary where the people of Mondstadt worshipped the South Wind Lion. According to local folklore, dandelions, flourishing throughout Mondstadt carried by the gentle breeze, symbolize the widespread blessings of the South Wind Lion. In a world with gods, it is said that most legends hold a kernel of truth. Based on Yuwen's understanding of Mondstadt's history, he found this depiction plausible. Regardless of its former grandeur, the Temple of the South Wind Lion now lies in ruins, devoid of its past splendor. Nonetheless, it remains a relic, retaining some semblance of its original form. The map in Yuwen's mind depicted the Temple of the South Wind Lion differently from how it appeared in his past life. In that previous existence, the temple was merely a door, a singular point on the map leading to a secret realm, akin to a mystical cave in a fantasy novel. However, the mental map presented a concrete projection. Yuwen began to suspect that the entirety of the Temple of the South Wind Lion and similar secret realms had not been fully realized. Hence, it appeared merely as a point on the map. The entrance to the secret realm was simply through a door, a rather absurd notion. However, Yuwen understood the rationale behind it. Accurately recreating these scenes would indeed be a cumbersome task. Many secret realms consist of ancient structures, and creating a dungeon is far simpler than constructing an entire architectural complex. Consequently, these realms ultimately manifested as mere doors. Upon entering the Temple of the South Wind Lion, Players could only rely on textures to grasp the awe-inspiring nature of this once grand edifice. The representation on the map echoed this sentiment. This was indeed a monumental relic, perfectly suited as a camp for the Hilichurls. After all, during the narrative, Amber had mentioned that these temples had remained abandoned for many years, and the people of Mondstadt no longer frequented them. He even initially believed that the temple might harbor beasts nesting within or Hilichurls establishing their encampments. In truth, some Hilichurls had indeed appropriated it as their base. If Yuwen were indeed one of the Four Winds Guardians, witnessing his temple in neglect, with no one to tend to it or offer worship, and seeing it occupied by others, would undoubtedly stir feelings of discomfort within him. It is no wonder the Anemo dragon felt betrayed. Now, it seems the situation has fortuitously favored Yuwen. In the game, the grandeur of the Temple of the South Wind Lion could only be fully appreciated during the main storyline. Once completed, the opportunity to experience the complete structure again is lost. The subsequent trials and challenges only present the final scene of the game. To relive the sensation of traversing the entire map is likely an impossibility. Unexpectedly, having traversed to this alternate world, he finds himself revisiting these locales, evoking a sense of nostalgia. Furthermore, an old saying rings true. The most perilous places are often the safest. With Faka's thorough purge of the surroundings, it is probable that even the monsters within the temple have been eradicated. Given the abandoned state of these temples, the likelihood of human discovery is exceedingly low, arguably non-existent. Who among the people of Mondstadt still believes in the Four Winds Guardians? They have long since forgotten them. The Four Winds Guardians are temples, not ruins or secret realms. It seems even adventurers would not venture here. The only visitors likely to come are scholars. Although the people of Mondstadt have nearly forgotten the Anemo Archon, Yuwen remains unconvinced that they would desecrate the Temple of the Lion of the South. Even if they were to encounter the Hilichurls, the most they would do is drive them away. Regardless of how dilapidated the temple may become, it is still a sanctuary that once belonged to the Four Winds. It stands in stark contrast to the camps constructed by the Hilichurls. Repurposing this place as a new encampment would indeed be a commendable choice, sparing the trouble of reconstruction. Once the Wind Dragon awakens, it is likely to visit this site as well. However, it remains uncertain whether Venti would take offense at this being regarded as a secondary encampment. Venti once again retrieved the harp from the glass orb, a gentle smile gracing his lips as he mused. With my involvement, is this not a simple matter? Yuwen is well aware of Bennett's character. He is quite loquacious, often steering conversations towards the theme of adventure, which is quintessential to his nature. As for Fiscal, Yuwen finds her somewhat unreliable, as her words often verge on the overly fantastical, leaving many perplexed. Fortunately, the princess's interpreter, Oz, is present and should be able to relay information to the Adventurers Guild regarding the armored traveler who bravely confronts the Pyro Regis Vine alone. With the mentions of Bennett and Fiscal, the topic of the armored traveler battling the Pyro Regis Vine would undoubtedly captivate attention. Not every adventurer possesses the capability to conquer monsters alone. When the time comes for the people of Mondstadt to once again encounter an armored traveler, it will not seem peculiar to them, as Yuwen has already prepared them in advance. Even if he truly must remove his helmet, Yuwen has devised several strategies to handle the situation. Venti's retrieval of the harp from the glass orb subtly hints to Yuwen, given my splendid performance, do you not owe me a reward? A meal would suffice, but perhaps a musical piece instead? My hands are nearly trembling from fatigue. Have you not noticed? Yuwen feigned ignorance to Venti's insinuation and expressed his gratitude earnestly. After such a flawless performance, is there not something else you could offer? Venti, with hands on hips, feigned anger. Yuwen pretended not to comprehend. What do you mean by something else? Venti, looking displeased, replied, it must be the musical score, what else could it be? Oh, Yuwen feigned understanding. So that is what you meant.